Chapter 1. Astrid's back hurt. It was not so much the inexorable march of decades bothering her sciatica. Rather, the creeping pain grew from the endless stooping and bending of interminable days at planting and harvesting. The unrelenting cycle of digging, scraping, and sowing did not agree with the wry octogenarian. The ground was tough, and the soil unforgiving. The packed clay yielded little in the way of nutrients, yet an assortment of bland root vegetables still managed to thrive in the dim yellow sunlight and stingy dirt of her adopted homeworld. Fingers that had started to gnarl with arthritis pushed and twisted at the harvester controls, and the machine crawled along the row of tubers like a grumbling monster. Steel claws gouged the dirt into furrows as twin augers extracted the starchy horde from the recalcitrant mud. At her age, riding the harvester was a privilege earned. The younger folk were left with the more physical chores, as suited their strong backs and agile feet. They worked elsewhere today, leaving one old woman to drive her harvester in peace and quiet. This suited her mood, as today she was wont to wool gather. She did not begrudge the children their energy, and hoped they gathered as many rosebuds as the hard reality of life in their colony allowed, while the bloom of youth still suffused their cheeks. Lord knows she had done it when it was her time. Astrid had been young once, young and beautiful if memory served her, though she supposed she might harbor some bias in that regard. She had finished her trek down one long row and was turning the harvester to the next when she spotted the first of the raiders to come over the hill that separated this field from the thick line of taller vegetation surrounding it. He was a tall man, though his clothes draped his shoulders in worn and dirty strips. Scraps of a pressure suit and the tattered remains of an armor harness hung from his thin frame, and his face wore a haunting mask of hunger, fear, and desperation. He was followed by another, less thin, less tall. This one wore the same warring expressions of terror and starvation. She had already turned her machine and opened the throttle as wide as it would go by the time the rest of the war-torn crew of pirates had crested the hill. The harvester was not fast. It was faster than Astrid could ever hope to be, so she pushed the handles forward and prayed for a miracle. Oddly enough, Astrid was not as scared as another might be in this situation. She was well beyond the age where the prospect of death, or the other kinds of unspeakable horrors that such men might visit upon her, brought any real fear. In truth, any torture, even superficially atrocious, would simply kill the frail old woman, and death was not the sort of thing that held much in the way of dread for Astrid. She had lived plenty already, and was not inclined to be greedy. In a way, she was relieved. Once the men caught her, and she was quite certain they would catch her, she knew that at the very least she would get to see her John again. She missed John more than anything else. His brash smile, his easy confidence, the curl of his lip when he gave her that knowing smirk. These memories kept her going through the harsh winters and heavy toil of this colonial existence. When he had left his body behind on this bleak rock of a planet, he had taken so much of her happiness with him that her heart yearned for their eventual reunion. She would endure the grim mechanism for effecting such without complaint. She beamed a distress signal to the Citadel, including as much detail as she could while driving the cumbersome piece of farm equipment. The more data they had, the easier it would be for them to find her, or to find her corpse, if that was how things went. Astrid did not get far. One of the great plastic tires of the harvester exploded with a bang that startled a gasp from the old woman. The machine lurched to the side as it collapsed onto the exposed hub. After a moment of frantic spinning and mud-throwing, the harvester lost all momentum and ground to a halt. Astrid sighed and hoped she had done enough to warn the colony. Now it would be upon her to hold the secret of its location long enough for a rescue to be arranged. She was not sanguine about this part, as the farmers who worked these remote fields had been in this position more than once. Living so deep into the frontier systems had given the group all the freedom and autonomy they had wanted, but the distance from established law enforcement also left them at the mercy of those depraved souls that prowled the spaceways with less than legal tendencies. They were too poor and too remote to be an interesting target for pirates, yet every so often, A wounded ship filled with ruthless marauders would find their little world and set upon them for repairs, resupply, or, worst of all, entertainment. The look of these men told Astrid that they were not here for a holiday. The first man to make it to her stalled harvester was rangy and feral-looking. Bloodshot eyes stared unblinking through the harvester canopy as bandaged fingers worked frantically at the hatch. The haggard face and distant gaze told the tale of a man who had been hard put upon at some point. Astrid presumed they had lost a fight with another ship, then landed here for repairs. Theirs was the only planet with a breathable atmosphere in this sector of space, and a fleeing crew of pirates would not be spoiled for choice if they needed a place to hide. The hatch at last surrendered to the fumbling advances of the wild man and slid open with a hiss. Rough hands grabbed at her simple coveralls and dragged her up and out of her machine. Astrid did not resist. There would be no point in doing so, and she would only encourage the men to hurt her if she tried. A rude shove sent her to the ground, and she rolled to a sitting position with the protesting aches one might expect for an aging woman stuck in a harvester all day. She saw 12 men staring down at her. All wore the same angry and malevolent expression that spoke of far too many months in space. Still, the old woman found little in the way of fear in her thoughts. This was a welcome observation, as she did not like to be afraid and was not particularly interested in all the stress and drama a good bout of panic would likely generate in her current situations. Besides, she knew that their depravities would bring her closer to her John once more, and it was hard to be angry or sad or afraid when she looked at it that way. One of the men stepped forward. It was always easy to identify the leader in a group like this. Astrid had met and known many pirates in her long life, and their social hierarchies were rarely more sophisticated than those employed by a pack of feral dogs. The leader was always the biggest, or the meanest, or the most cunning. He would lead because none of the others would be strong enough to stop him, and the rest of the command structure would follow in descending order of how much each one feared the leader. The captain of this crew was a big, battle-scarred monster of a man, tall and wide, with shaggy hair wreathing a scalp crisscrossed with gruesome scars. More scars twisted one side of his face into the caricature of a lopsided sneer, while the other sat fixed in a hollow-cheeked facade of exhausted malice. His voice was little more than a hoarse whisper. It was a scared and desperate thing, and no quantity of assumed authority could hide the anxiety of a man near the end of his rope. "Where is the settlement?" The question was asked with blunt expectation, and the leader was treating her compliance as a foregone conclusion. Astrid acknowledged that he must have come by that honestly. The man had likely tortured all manner of information out of any number of prisoners. One white-haired old woman was not going to be an issue. Astrid was already committed to being an issue either way, and his fearsome mien could be damned for all she cared. Her people would need time to respond to her message. "Oh, my sir, I don't think you want to worry so much about a few dusty colonists. Why don't you just take this load of tubers and head on back to your ship? They are engineered to be complete nutrition, and there's enough here to feed your crew for quite a few weeks. Take them and go." The pirate captain was not amused. "I'm going to do that anyway, old woman. We need other things, too. Medical supplies, tools, parts, things like that." "We don't have much here, Captain." The lie came easily. Astrid stood up slowly and with much effort. Then she continued her attempt at negotiation. "But we don't mind sharing and trading, if that's what it takes." If a few parts and supplies sent these men away, the colony would give them up gladly. There was no profit in a fight if one could be avoided. "Do I look like a traitor?" The captain's tone was flat, his lack of inflection oddly incongruous with the half-smile of his scarred lip. "I am an old woman, Captain. I try not to judge." "Where is the settlement?" he repeated with more menace. "Don't act like you can talk your way out of telling me. The boys here have been floating in a tin can for quite a while now. You might be a little overripe, but everybody's real hungry, if you get my meaning." Astrid did get his meaning. while the thought of enduring the forced attentions of this gaggle of unkempt barbarians sent a jolt of apprehension through her body. She could not bring herself to care as much as others might. If it meant she got to be with her John, she could endure it. She laughed at the men, stirring a murmur of growls and grumbling from the assembled pirates. "Boy, I've been living on this barren rock for 60 years now. There isn't anything you monkeys can do to me that can't be fixed with strong coffee."
"Tough talk, hag. Let's see if you are as hard as your words, then."
The big pirate stomped forward and seized her arm in a vice-like grip. He hauled her to her toes with far more force than was strictly necessary, and shoved her back into the harvester. She struck with a soft thud, and a cry of pain escaped her lips before she could stop it. The pirates laughed at her weakness and began to encircle her tiny frame. Astrid closed her eyes and thought of her John. She thought of his strength, his ferocity. She thought of the times he had defended the colony from men just like these. He was so strong, so skilled, a warrior born and bred. His addition to the colony had been the only thing that had kept them alive those first years. There was no enemy he could not vanquish, no monster he would not slay. Scarred hands clutched at her. Dirty fingers tugged at her suit and tore at its seams and zippers. Astrid did not fight them. She kept her eyes shut tight and thought of her John that night of the harvest ball. He had been so dashing and handsome in his uniform. His medals, arranged in multi-hued rows, flowed like waves cascading over the bleak charcoal gray of his tunic. Boots shined to an iridescent black. He had stood square-jawed and uncomfortable at the social event. The other girls had been afraid of him. His size and ferocious nature frightened them. But not Astrid. Her heart had leapt at the sight of him. She knew that she would love this man forever the moment she saw him. Her jumpsuit was frustrating the pirates, and a savage jerk on a well-constructed zipper sent her stumbling back to the ground. She landed hard on her hip, and this time managed to suppress the cry of pain that tried so desperately to make itself heard. The men were shouting now, arguing like a pack of hounds over who would be the first to violate her wrinkled flesh. She closed her eyes and remembered. Astrid had been beautiful then. Her hair had been long and so blonde as to look silver at night. She had graceful curves and slender limbs. Her face had been soft and bright. The young men of the colony courted her with a lack of subtlety and shame that scandalized their mothers. Astrid had ignored them all. One look at her John, and she had known she would never give any of those clumsy boys a second thought. John was wide as a doorway, thick as a tree trunk. The overwhelming solidity of his presence had made the scared little frontier girl feel safe for the first time since she had come to this world. John was a rock, and even better, John was her rock. With a horrible ripping noise, the zipper at the front of her coveralls finally gave up its stubborn resistance. Her chest was exposed to the damp air, and a cheer arose from the panting beasts when they saw the pure white of her undershirt. The captain's voice rose above the mounting cries of his barely restrained crew. "Where is the settlement, bitch? You tell me now, and I'll make sure the boys treat you with respect." He spat the last word, derision and sarcasm layering his promise with transparent hypocrisy. But Astrid was not hearing him. She was not even there anymore. She was dancing with her John at their wedding, leaning into his chest with her cheek, letting the strength of his arms move her about the dance floor like she was so much gossamer silk. His feet slid across the floor so smoothly it baffled the assembled guests, stymied that so large a man could move with such grace. "God damn it, woman!" The captain's barked expletive tried to pull her from her reverie, but she did not let it. "Are you deaf?" Astrid said nothing. She was old, and she was tired, but she was not deaf. Her eyes snapped open at the first faint thud. She quickly darted furtive looks at the leering men, desperate to know if they had heard it too. The others had not heard it. They were not lying on the ground with their ears pressed to the cold dirt, like she was. Then another thud, felt as much as heard, vibrated the clay under her cheek, and she smiled.
"Boss, I think this bitch gone crazy," a pirate said, seeing her smile and not comprehending it. "Just our luck," the captain snarled back at him. "We find one goddamn person on this useless rock of a planet, and it ends up being some batty old hag."
The old woman sat up with a groan, resting her back against the harvester. "Gentlemen," she said politely, "I think you should take the food and go. You still have time." The unvarnished weirdness of that suggestion, coming from a half-naked old woman in the clutches of ruthless bandits, drew gaping looks of abject confusion from the crew.
"Time for what?"
The captain had to ask this. Curiosity demanded it. "Time to run," she said, her words flat with grave certainty. "He's not so fast as he once was, but he is close now."
"Who the fuck are you talking about, old woman?"
The pirate captain's frown pulled at the scars adorning his face. Astrid knew that look. He was trying to figure out if she was crazy or just suffering from head trauma. "My John," she said, with a dreamy, faraway look in her eyes. "He always comes to my rescue. You should go. He gets terribly angry."
"Oh, fuck this shit,"
one of the pirates started to say, but he was cut off by a roar that crashed into eardrums with the force of a tidal wave. It was an unearthly, inhuman sound, equal parts electronic noise and the baying of some giant hound. Hands clapped over ears when the wall of sound struck, and the pirate crew jumped and scattered before even looking to see the source of it. "Whoops," Astrid sighed lazily. "Too late now." The captain recovered first and whirled to the rear, scanning for whatever had made the horrible sound. His crew was not far behind, and a dozen men swept the hillside with a dozen weapons. It crested the hill a moment later, and with unhurried strides, a metal monster, cobbled from bits and pieces of a child's nightmare, clumped toward the slack-jawed pirate crew. It was more than 3 times as tall as any man, and as wide as the harvester Astrid leaned against. 2 legs, 2 arms, and a steel-encased torso whirred and clanked as it moved. Swarms of dull metal actuators and cams moved across and against each other, as each lumbering footfall moved the steel giant closer to the downed old woman and her erstwhile captors. The pirates opened fire, and a pyrotechnic display to rival any in the galaxy erupted across the broad metal chest of the advancing behemoth. Guns roared and spat flame in 3 different colors across the tuber field, washing the thing in hell and shrapnel for long seconds before power cells ran dry and magazines were spent. The giant, unaffected, broke into a trot. Each step shook the earth as the intervening 100 yards of farmland shrank to nothing with just a few gargantuan strides. Before any of the doomed men understood the magnitude of their folly, the great and terrible thing was among them, and they were dying in horrible fashion. The captain noted before his life was ended by a metal fist 2 feet across that there must have been a man inside that thing at some point. It fought like a man, at least. It did not move like a machine. Rather, it stepped and struck in the way of someone who had learned to fight with a body of flesh, and not the chassis of a steel colossus. It was a thought left unexplored, for in the frenzied space of just a few seconds, all were dead, and the machine man stood quiet and stoop-shouldered among the mangled bodies of what had once been a pirate crew. Astrid stared up at it, a small smile on her lips and eyes brimming with tears. Finally, she whispered, "Hello, John." From deep within its chest, a groaning voice rumbled,
"How long?"
Astrid stood and beamed her brightest smile at the living coffin of her beloved husband. "Very long," she replied softly, and walked to the creature. It turned with the squeak and groan of strained iron, and kneeled in front of her. A giant hand, 3-fingered and cast in cold gray, arose palm up toward the tiny woman. Astrid took a single finger in both her hands and brought it to her face. She closed her eyes and pressed it to her cheek. The surface was cold against her skin, but she held it there until it started to warm from the contact. Then she smiled. "I have missed you so much." It was a whisper, and a single tear escaped her eyelids and rolled away unheeded.
"Missed you too,"
it replied. "You're still strong, John." She opened her eyes and smiled at the thing.
"Still beautiful,"
it responded. "Flatterer," the old woman laughed in spite of herself.
"Don't want to go."
"Shh," Astrid interrupted. "I don't want you to go back to sleep either." More tears were coming, and she did not try to stop them. "But you must. I miss you terribly." Her voice caught, but she refused to sob. "But keeping you awake is worse. You must go back to sleep."
"How long?"
he asked it again. 11 years, 4 months, 19 days, 9 hours, Astrid replied without hesitation.
"Too long,"
it groaned, but Astrid shook her head furiously at it. "No, John. I'd rather have you sleep most of the time if it means you can still remember me when you are awake." At first, their little settlement had often been a target for random groups of raiders looking for easy prey. John never failed to protect them when enemies came. Astrid had always loved John for his commitment, but each successive battle took a piece of him away from her. She had watched their doctors put her John back together after every fight, each time replacing more of the man she loved with machines. Soon there was little left of her John that was not a replacement part, but she had loved him all the same. As word of what happened to attackers spread, the raids had slowed down. But for their guardian, the damage was already done. Astrid's lovely, brave, selfless John was little more than a few pounds of crude organic matter entombed inside a great metal weapon. Even worse, the price for his strength had been so much greater than the mere loss of his flesh. Every waking moment, the peerless guardian would bleed memories into the electronic ether of imperfect cerebral symbiosis. The colonists had taken to putting him to sleep between raids, to keep his faculties as sharp as they could for when they were needed. Thus, Astrid lived as a widow but for those moments when danger loomed, and the need for her John drove them to wake the Titan from his slumber. Astrid had learned to live for these brief interludes, moments where she could, for a minute or two, be with the man she loved and who loved her above all else. But she was so old now, and the raids did not come so often as they once had. Her John spoke the fears she could not.
"Might be last time."
"I know." The sobs came now. There was no stopping them.
"Want to stay."
"I know, John, but you can't. I couldn't bear it. I'm sorry for being so selfish." She sniffed and wiped her face against her sleeve. "But I've watched you die a dozen times. Please don't make me watch you lose your mind. Lose us." She heard the rumbling of tracked wheels and the growling of large engines from over the hill. She forced her face into a smile. It was a small, strained thing, but she tried to make it sincere. "They're coming with the crawler, John. It will be time to sleep soon. If I'm not here when you are awake next time—" The machine started to groan, but she cut it off. "If I'm not here, you have to remember, John. Remember us. That's all that matters. I will have to die someday, John, but we don't have to. Not if you remember." A large flatbed truck on enormous treads cleared the top of the low hill. "It's time, John," Astrid whispered to her husband.
"Love you."
"I love you too, my John." She would not cry any more. She kept her face serene and strong, as she watched him begin the shutdown sequence for what was likely the last time.
I will remember, always. We are forever.
The machine stood. It had no eyes. There were no tears for it to shed. But it could remember, and it would. Chapter 10. The smoking wreck was a bit of an oddity in Dockside. Outside of the neon-soaked clubs of the drag, most of the regular drinking establishments a person might find within the rough district ranged in quality from wretched hive of scum and villainy to fetid den of narcotic-induced debauchery. The wreck stood among these as an anachronism, with fake hardwood, floors that were mopped every night, and an aesthetic sense that could be almost pub-like if one drank enough and squinted hard. It was also one of the few places in Dockside where a person could drink in relative peace and quiet. The wreck did not have vape booths, a dance floor, or even a stage for bands to play. Patrons were expected to come in, sit down, and brood darkly into their mugs like proper working-class cliches in a crime-ridden neighborhood. Discreet conversations were permitted, and outright brawling was frowned upon. Unless, of course, the combatants possessed skill or attributes to make the conflict interesting, in which case the house encouraged wagering so long as the house was cut in on the action. For all its humble roots and problematic location, the smoking wreck was cleaner and nicer than virtually any other dockside bar. An objective observer might point out that this was not a hurdle difficult to clear, yet it remained a point of pride for the owner nonetheless. The proprietor also enjoyed quality libations and made every effort to elevate the palates of his patrons with a dizzying selection of fine brews and imported spirits. Of course, his refined offerings were more often than not completely lost on his clientele, who really just wanted to get as drunk as possible within the shortest time span achievable. Stubborn to the last, Marty Mudd refused to stop trying, and so his tap list remained the envy of all other gin mills in the area. His prices reflected this, engendering the additional side effect of dissuading the worst of Dockside's riffraff from patronizing his bar. The cleanliness and the beer selection is what attracted Roland to the smoking wreck in the first place, as his time with the expeditionary force had exposed the young soldier to all the wondrous variety the beer world had to offer. That Marty Mudd was a fellow UEDF veteran with 3 combat tours in the Venusian Secession only added to the appeal. Marty had seen things beneath those giant colony domes that no sane person should have to witness. The two men shared a bond in that, as Roland's own personal nightmare had begun in the same darkness beneath the sulfuric acid skies of Earth's sister planet. The two men rarely talked about what happened there, as neither possessed anything that might be considered emotional maturity. Just knowing they had a shared experience seemed to be enough. Many a sunrise broke over Dockside to find Roland and Marty still awake and chatting about the war and the past. Wise people did not intrude, and for most of 3 decades, Marty held the honor of being the only person in the galaxy Roland would have called a friend. Their relationship was symbiotic. Marty made sure Roland had enough to drink and got left alone, and Roland kept all of Dockside's assorted criminals from bothering Marty's establishment. Since becoming a favorite watering hole of Roland Tankowitz, Dockside's classiest dive bar had enjoyed a certain level of immunity from the normal ebb and flow of mayhem endured by comparable drinking establishments. Marty's love of exotic weapons, coupled with the regular patronage of the district's most terrifying fixer, meant that the wreck grew to become a kind of universal neutral ground. As the gang wars and drug trade ravaged the streets outside, the wreck sat alone and unmolested in the middle of it all. Even now, with the gangs forced into line by the competing interests of profit and self-preservation, no guild or gangster dared bother the bar or its owner. Some things were just not done. Those too stupid or too reckless to acknowledge this simple rule learned to regret their ambition. It did not take many reprimands in the form of Roland's giant fists or one of Marty's innumerable hidden weapons for word to travel about the quaint little pub 3 blocks off the drag. For those reasons, what Roland and Lucia found when they entered the smoking wreck came as an enormous surprise. The main floor of the bar was clear of patrons, revealing a faux wood floor scarred by years of tables and chairs being dragged across it. Several dozen longshoremen and spacers huddled against the booths lining the walls, eyes wide and drinks clutched in white-knuckled fists. Tables had been tossed aside, chairs hurled in every direction. The smell of spilled beer and fear filled the air with a thick, bitter stink that set Roland's teeth to grinding. Marty crouched behind the bar, his shock of unruly gray hair poking over the edge. He was staring down the barrel of a large scattergun with both eyes open. Roland recognized the weapon. Called a tunnel brush by veterans, the gaping bore would spew forth a cone of hypervelocity ceramic pellets at the touch of the trigger. Depending on which choke Marty had installed, the resulting blast could either put 50 pellets into a teacup or spread them over an area the size of a docking hatch. Roland suspected the latter, and subconsciously moved Lucia behind his back for cover. Having taken in the tactical landscape herself, she did not resist. Marty's weapon covered a knot of people in the middle of the room. A ring of suspiciously broad men protected a tall, spare man in an ill-fitting black suit. Deep lines dragged at the corner of his mouth, and a nose like a hawk's beak protruded from the center of his face. He wore a narrow-brimmed hat and a look of quiet irritation. When Roland and Lucia stormed in, his head pivoted to take them in, and his bulwark of goons shifted to protect him. No one spoke for several seconds, and Roland cocked his head at an angle when the tall man seemed content to stare at him. He did not speak to the man in the hat. He lifted his chin and made eye contact with Marty behind the bar.
"Does it even matter what the hell is going on in here?"
"Fuck is it trying to shake me down?" Marty called back. His eyes never left the knot of men in the center of the bar. "Like legit protection racket shit."
Roland grunted. Old school."
He turned to the men staring daggers from the center of the room.
"Well, Marty hasn't shot you yet. This is probably the best chance you're going to get if you want to leave."
The man in the hat touched a vape canister to his lips and took a long pull. Whatever was in it, the trailing steam from his nostrils smelled of old leather. When he spoke, his eyes twinkled in the dim light of the bar, and his voice sounded like a ghoul rasping. "I guess I gotta assume you're the fix-it chump folks around here like to talk about."
"Dockside has a lot of fixers,"
Roland replied. "Not so many matching your description, pal."
"We are not pals. You should leave now. If you want to get set up with the Trade Association for protection work, you can make an appointment with the Enforcers Guild."
The man in the hat chuckled. "And if I don't want to join your crew?" Roland sighed.
"It's not my crew, dumbass. Why is it you mob types can't process that? You want to run a racket here, you get set up and follow the rules, that's it. You don't have to join shit, you just have to play nice and keep the streets clean."
Roland shook his head.
"It's not that complicated. Yet every few months some other off-world dipshit or ambitious mobster from some other district pops up thinking that the rules don't apply to them."
Hatman took another pull from his canister. "Don't nobody get into the business because they like following rules. Let me make a counteroffer."
"No."
"Well, now you're just being rude." The voice took on a dangerous edge. "I came here to be helpful to you lot of dirt eaters. This is how you treat my generosity?" Roland was no longer listening. To Lucia, he said,
"I think I want to kill this guy."
Lucia's reply was tight. Roland could hear the effort it took to manage her brain chemistry and calculate all the variables. "It's those androids again. You manage them, I'll get the guy in the hat, alive. Something is not right here." Roland counted 6 of the now recognizable androids. Hatman scowled. "Are you two even listening?"
"Not really," Roland replied. "But my partner has a lot of questions for you. You gonna answer them nicely, or do I get to scrap your shiny new toys and beat what I want out of you?"
"Long talk for a guy outnumbered 7-4. "Oh, he's adorable," Lucia said from behind Roland. "He thinks we are outnumbered." Hatman scowled deeper. "You too dumb to count, bitch? Maybe you should reel in your boyfriend here before you both get hurt." Roland began to chuckle. It was an ugly sound.
"That was not a good idea, man."
To no one in particular, he said,
Secure the exits, team. Mindy, we want Hatman alive. All others are mechanicals. Manny, you try to secure non-combatants and jump in if we need you. Pike."
The gravelly drawl of Christopher Pike emerged from behind a clump of patrons to Roland's left.
"Yeah? Fancy grabbing that beer? I am getting thirsty."
Marty Mudd groaned from behind the bar. "Try not to wreck the place, guys." The man in the hat straightened his lapels and shook his head. "Fine, assholes. If I gotta make an example out of you, then that's what I'm gonna—" The hypersonic boom of Roland's .50 caliber pistol drowned out whatever threat Hatman was trying to make. A ceramic sphere, half an inch in diameter, traveling 10 times the speed of sound, punched a softball-sized hole through the chest of the android closest to Roland. Gray fluid and machine parts exploded from its back in a shrapnel-filled cloud. The machine took one lurching step forward before a second bead blew the back of its skull off. Everybody in the room seemed to move at once. Marty's tunnel brush belched fire and peppered the back of an android with smoking black holes, staggering the thing without doing much damage. Roland's favorite weapon, a homemade machine pistol he called Durandal, snapped over to the next foe and barked 3 times, hollowing out its chest cavity like scooping seeds from a pumpkin. This took long enough for a third bot to leap upon him with arms outstretched. Roland caught it in midair by the throat, jammed the muzzle of his pistol into its guts, and stroked the trigger 3 times. The bottom half of the android separated from the top, and Roland tossed his bisected victim to the side without a second thought. Mindy had materialized from somewhere, and Roland knew better than to waste time guessing exactly which shadow had hidden the tiny assassin. She danced around clumsy blows wearing a skin-tight blue bodysuit and a tight frown. Even with her enhanced reflexes, the androids were fast enough to give her trouble, and their strength would be many times her own not inconsiderable might. In truth, even a single android outclassed Mindy in any physical comparison. For the little blonde killer, this might have been an insurmountable advantage. Roland knew better than to worry about Mindy's chances, though. The limited combat AI of her opponents made them predictable, and the softly humming Sasori blade in her right fist made any strength or durability advantages entirely moot. More than a mere vibroblade, the exotic dagger's heart housed an ionized plasma channel that heated the monomolecular cutting edge to more than 50,000 degrees. Combined with a ludicrous oscillation rate, the softly glowing blade shattered or sliced virtually any material it encountered. The bodies of her foes fared no better than any other substance against the dagger's unrelenting assaults. In Mindy's hands, the weapon flitted about in a muted orange blur, severing limbs and puncturing bodies like a demonic sewing machine needle. Thrusting before her body in graceful lunges or long sweeping slashes, it looked as if the dagger was wielding Mindy and not the other way around. Mindy allowed herself to be pushed back, yielding to the speed and power of the androids while punishing them for their lack of subtlety with each backward step. 2 more androids fell in the space of 8 seconds, shedding body parts with each clumsy assault, until nothing but a pile of limbs and twitching torsos remained. Pike managed the final android in a manner entirely opposite to Mindy's graceful performance. With a pistol in each hand, the grinning mercenary simply planted his feet and rode the triggers of his weapons until they ran dry. 4 dozen ceramic beads crossed the floor in white-hot streaks, ripping into the flank of an android stalking down Lucia. He walked his fire from the belt line up to the head and back down without a single miss, despite shooting at a moving target with both hands. The android seemed unbothered by the fusillade for the first few hits. Soon enough, the accumulated damage forced a stumble, and the machine's simple brain shifted priorities to the shooter. It turned to face the threat, revealing a face and body shredded by Pike's guns. With a better target, Pike walked his fire across the android's chest. It managed 2 more lumbering steps in his direction before the Commandant dropped the brace of empty guns and drew 2 more from behind his back with a movement so quick and smooth the human eye was hard-pressed to follow it. The fresh weapons were on target and blazing before the first 2 even struck the floor. Pike's demented grin never left his face. The android made it as close as 3 feet to Pike before its ruined body stopped responding, and it pitched forward like an empty suit of armor. Pike stepped aside to watch it fall with a shrug, and holstered one of his guns. Pulling a cigar from a front pocket, he lit the tip from the red-hot barrel of his other pistol and gave it a few perfunctory puffs before looking up to the rest of the fight. In the center of the bar, Lucia and Hatman were locked in a furious exchange of darting blows. Her pistol sat untouched in its holster, and her left hand gripped his right wrist to keep him from bringing a gun of his own to bear on her. Intent on dislodging her, Hatman clubbed at Lucia's head with a flurry of inarticulate, chopping hammer fists. Hatman's speed looked superhuman, his arms devolving into amorphous blurs while he swatted at his bothersome opponent. Lucia bobbed and weaved, slipping each swing with small, perfunctory movements without losing her grip on his gun hand. Her movements were casual, despite the blinding celerity of each tiny adjustment. It looked like some form of horrible, violent ballroom dance, where Hatman wanted desperately to lead, and Lucia would not submit to his cues. Hatman never got the chance to comprehend just how outmatched he was, though all parties observing the abbreviated scrap found the whole sordid affair to be comically one-sided. Lucia's reflexes beggared even those of augmented fighters, and she had enjoyed the finest training a wealthy and paranoid father could afford. It grew ever clearer that the only reason Hatman was not already dead was because Lucia wanted him alive and healthy enough for questioning. At last, her elbow speared into his guts with a dull thud and a blast of expelled air. As Hatman started to double over, she turned the blow into a rising uppercut to meet his jaw on the way down. Her fist, protected by a PC-10 pacification gauntlet, took him under the chin. Were the force of the blow not already sufficient to render him unconscious, the prodigious electrical discharge from the glove would have ensured it. The way Hatman's jaw slammed shut and the whip-crack motion of his head snapping back made it clear the ensuing electric shock was entirely superfluous. Hatman dropped like a man poleaxed, and the room fell quiet once more. Marty poked his head up once again and swept the collection of wrecked androids with the muzzle of his gun. Satisfied, he inspected his establishment and curled a lip. Both Pike and Roland's marksmanship had spared the walls and ceiling from damage, though a thin splattering of thick gray fluid peppered the surface of the bar. Marty wiped at a spot with the damp rag still riding on his right shoulder.
"Shit, man. I hope that don't stain the hardwood."
"I'm sure it will clean up," Roland replied. His tone and expression indicated that he really did not care much either way. Marty made a rude gesture in reply.
"Don't tell me there's another takeover attempt coming, Roland. There's been talk about your last meeting."
"Talk is cheap," Roland said, "and I don't think anyone's trying to move in on Dockside. Not anyone serious, at least." The bartender placed his gun on the bar and gestured to the broken androids and gently stirring Hatman.
"I'm not a high-paid fixer or nothing like that, but, He gestured again. "I got suit-wearing bastards with android muscle trying to get protection money from me. That shit ain't happened in a real long time, pal."
"It's literally what happened the first time I came here," Lucia pointed out.
"Yeah, and whose fault was that, doll?"
Marty's smile took any sting out of the retort.
"At least you actually drink good wine. You want a glass?"
Marty never missed an opportunity to show off his more select wares to a discerning customer, even in the aftermath of a gun battle. Lucia blew the magenta stripe of hair off her forehead and laughed. "You know what, Marty? I could go for something red."
"I was promised beer," Pike grumbled from behind her.
Mindy interrupted with a more pressing concern, and all levity left the room. Has anyone heard from Manny?"
"Shit."
Roland tapped his earpiece.
"Connect to Lefty. You there, Manny? Sitrep?"
Little busy, boss."
The young man's voice sounded a touch frantic.
"If you guys are good, I could really use a hand out front."
Chapter 11. Roland, Lucia, Mindy, and Pike burst through the front door of the smoking wreck and spilled out onto the sidewalk in a tight knot of armed aggression. As one, they pulled up abruptly, and several jaws fell in unison at the bizarre scene playing out before their bewildered eyes. 4 androids lay in the street. Manny stood on the sidewalk, his prosthetic arm cradled in front of his stomach while the fingers of his right hand danced a frantic tattoo across the inside of his forearm. Lines etched his face into a deep frown, and his breath came in shallow bursts as he worked the controls of his prosthesis. "Manny!" Mindy sounded confused and concerned in equal portions. "What happened?" "These things came running from the back of a truck. I was getting the people out like you said, and they just sort of came at us." He continued his furious tapping without looking up. "You dropped 4 of these fuckers all by your little self?" Pike said, his good eyebrow climbing his forehead. "No," Manny said, sounding ever more flustered. "I dropped 2 of them with an EMP." More tapping. "The cone wasn't wide enough, so 2 others only got nicked." "They look pretty well dropped to me," Mindy pointed out. "They're not." Manny seemed frustrated with everyone else's lack of action at this point. Then, as if to help make his point, one of the androids lurched to its feet. It staggered several steps and then righted itself. Before it could do anything more, Roland took the top of its head off with a single round from Durandal. The machine spewed greasy black fluid over its twitching lower jaw, while it spun in one lazy circle. With the macabre pirouette complete, the android dropped like a stone. "Ah," said Mindy. "I get it now." Another android drew itself up, and Roland shot that one as well. His bead entered the left eye and launched the back of its skull into the street. When the second headless machine dropped to the pavement with a wet thump, Manny heaved an enormous sigh and stopped poking at his arm. "Thank you. I wasn't sure I could get a second charge going in time." "The little Venusian shit is making you look bad, Roland," Pike said. "What the hell is the point of being as big as a house if a runt like that can drop the bad guys with one hand?"
"He's no good at stopping incoming fire," Roland said. "Also, he dies without food or air. He's pretty flimsy, actually."
"I like him. I'm gonna let him date my niece."
"You mentioned that."
"What if I don't want to date your niece?" Manny was looking at a headless android. Pike's voice took on a dangerous edge.
"My niece not good enough for you? You got some other prospects you think are better?"
"No, I mean, yes, I mean, Manny gave up. "Forget it. I'm going to join a monastery."
"Bad idea," Pike said. "All the good monastic orders are gone. Nothing left but vegans and moonies."
"I like salad." Pike sniffed and scowled.
"You do look like you eat a lot of salad."
"That's not a compliment," Mindy offered, ever helpful. "Thank you, Mindy," said Manny. "Any time I need something really obvious pointed out to me, I can always count on you." "Focus, kids," Lucia barked. "Is anybody else starting to see the pattern with these androids?"
"Somebody else is moving in on the docks," Roland said. "Same old dance, I presume. Probably linked to that Proctor bastard and his mysterious superiors."
Lucia's scowl deepened. "Something feels wrong about that, but it's still the most logical explanation."
"Logical if you ignore the Omnicorp connection," Pike said. "But since the popular wisdom right now says Omnicorp is pushing this twerp on your little town, we gotta assume this has a lot to do with our other little problem."
Roland looked around to see who might be overhearing their sidewalk conversation. The sight of many pairs of curious eyes emerging from the smoking wreck and other businesses set his teeth to grinding.
"Okay, we need to get off the street before Sam and the cops arrive."
"What's the plan?" Manny asked.
"Don't know yet,"
said Roland, and looked to Lucia for help. "Regroup," she said, her tone curt. "Back to the office for now. We need more information, and we won't get it standing here. Mindy, go grab our friend in the stupid hat."
"So much for that beer I was promised," Pike groused.
Mindy ducked back inside the smoking wreck to retrieve their surviving antagonist. She emerged a few seconds later with the lanky body draped over one shoulder. His long legs almost reached the ground, and the whole picture came off as patently ridiculous. "Ready," she said, as if nothing at all was strange about a tiny blonde woman carrying an unconscious man down the street in the middle of the day.
"Give me that,"
Roland said, gesturing at the body.
"You look stupid dragging him around."
"Such a gentleman." Mindy's sarcastic tone came with an exaggerated flutter of eyelashes. Roland seemed poised to retort, but his calm chimed in his ear, and he stifled the urge to swear when he saw the code.
"Go for Tankowitz,"
he muttered. He started to walk as he talked, anxious to get their bizarre procession off the street. The acerbic good cheer of Billy McGinty's voice came over the channel.
"When you decide to fuck a place up, you really get into your work, don't you?"
"What is it, Billy?"
Roland began to walk away from the carnage in the street. His team fell in behind him without a word.
"It's not a good time right now."
"You're in a bright mood today, ain't you? I got a problem over here in Big Woo that may be of interest to you."
"Kind of busy right now,"
Roland said, trying not to give too much away while still in public. McGinty's voice sounded unfazed by Roland's consternation.
"Got yourself a bit of a brouhaha rolling with some nice android tech, do you?"
"I'd ask how you know that, but I assume you have spies all over me most of the time."
"I run the biggest narcotics and smuggling network on the planet. Dockside's got more junkies per square foot than cockroaches. Half the people you see report to me in one way or another."
Roland started to walk faster, anxious to get off the street before the conversation got to sensitive topics.
"I'm on the street right now, Billy. Not real secure. Can this wait?"
"Sure, but all you gotta do is listen. I know how good a listener you are, though, so maybe you ought to write some of it down."
"Billy?"
There was a warning in the name. McGinty chuckled.
"Let's just say I find myself in a similar situation as you do. Proctor came to me as well. Naturally, my manners are better than yours, so the meeting did not end the same way, but I figure his spiel was the same."
"And?"
"I'm starting to see suspicious androids on my turf. The fuckers do not blend, man. I put my people on one of them and we brought it down. I figured you might want to have an expert take a look at it."
"You have an expert on high-tech androids?"
"Of course I do, man. You remember Schultz, right?"
Roland winced, and his team all looked at each other, curious as to what could make the normally dour cyborg even more so.
"Can't you just tell me what he finds? Why do I need to be there?"
McGinty was having none of it.
"Oh, hell no, man. I ain't going anywhere near Schultz without you around. And he doesn't like transmitting sensitive data. Nope, we're going to have to go see him, and I ain't doing that alone."
"Fine," Roland said. "I'm heading to the office now. You get it set up and let me know when we are going. I'll brief my people. There's some other stuff going on around this situation that I'll read you in on when we can talk in person."
"Always is with you, man. Always is. Give me an hour and I'll ping you back with details."
Roland killed the connection and finished the brief trek to his office. Once they were all safely inside, Lucia treated him to a raised eyebrow. "Billy?" Roland dropped his gently stirring cargo onto the carpet. The man thumped to the floor in an ugly heap and lay still. Roland did not seem to notice or care.
"Yeah."
"Same issues as we're having?"
"Yep."
"What does he think?"
"He got one of the androids to Schultz. Now I have to play bodyguard when Billy goes to see that whack job."
"Who's Schultz?" Pike asked while he settled into a comfortable stuffed chair.
"An expert on exotic androids,"
Roland replied, finding his own chair with an expressive grunt.
"He can probably tell us a lot more about exactly where they are coming from."
"I have some good tech guys," Pike replied. "What makes your guy so special?" Lucia stifled a chuckle behind a fist. Mindy grinned.
"Schultz,"
Roland began with a huge sigh,
"is responsible for inventing most of the high-end pleasure androids a guy might find in an extremely expensive android-themed brothel."
Pike seemed unaffected by this. "He makes sex bots? So what? Lots of folks like to make an occasional visit to the old Roborotica rodeo. Nobody ever got a VD or alimony payments from a sex bot, you know." Mindy guffawed. "You sound like a fan." Pike fixed her with a withering glare from his good eye. "You spend as much time in space as me, and you take what you can get. I ain't proud, but I ain't ashamed of shit either." His shrug was an eloquent thing, speaking volumes to how little Mindy's opinion of him mattered. "No sexbot has ever tried to stab me or rob me or force me to go antiquing, for that matter. Sure, the real thing is better, but I ain't above it."
"Well, lots of folks prefer the sort of services a bot can provide," said Roland. This Schultz guy builds some really exotic stuff, and he might be the best chance we've got to head the Omnicorp people off at the pass, as it were."
Lucia had the thread now, and her brain assembled the various strings of causality into the most probable scenarios. If Omnicorp is backing an attempted takeover of Dockside, they must have a reason. They either want the business, which seems unlikely, or it's an attack on gateways.
"Much more likely," Roland said. "Omnicorp has never given a shit about Dockside, and I can't figure out why they do now. Feels like a feint to me."
Lucia nodded in agreement. If Gateways has to secure Dockside, they may not notice what Omnicorp is up to with the prospectors. But what is Omnicorp up to with the prospectors? Manny asked. I mean, do we even know for sure? Lucia's frown stretched her face into flat lines. There are several possibilities, none of which seem all that probable. They might try to buy the prospectors' new tech.
"They'd never sell," Pike said. "They hate corporations and they hate anything capitalist."
"Then they might be looking for a hostile takeover?" Mindy supplied. Lucia shook her head. "Perhaps, but that feels risky and stupid. Attacking the prospectors puts them at risk for losing valuable charters and marketplaces, and there would be no reason to hit at Gateways here if they were just going to steal what they wanted anyway. No, this is more complex, and I can't shake the feeling that somebody is putting a lot of effort into making it look simpler than it really is."
"That makes very little sense," Pike said.
4 sets of eyes turned to the Commandant, and he held up his hands to forestall what looked like a hostile response.
"To me, that is, don't get your tiny pink panties in a bunch. I know she's got all sorts of hoodoo going on in her brain, but I'm just a simple grunt with delusions of grandeur here. How is this whole shit sandwich more complex than a struggling corp trying to muscle in on another marketplace or product? Whatever."
He swiped a dismissive wave at them.
"Happens every goddamn day."
"If we knew that, Commandant," Lucia said with her sweetest corporate VP smile, "then we would already know the best way to stop them." She turned away from Pike to stare out the main window. Omnicorp has a plan that goes beyond new androids and polysticial Anson gates. Gateways is hiding something too. Whatever it is Omnicorp is doing, it makes Gateways nervous enough to hire all of us at once. If the problem was limited to industrial espionage, they wouldn't need us or you. She pointed to Pike. You are a military contractor. Gateways has its own fleet and its own soldiers. The only reason to use you is...
"Deniability," said Pike. "That much I figured out on my own."
"The main reason anybody hires us," Lucia went on, "is to manage criminal entanglements."
Roland shook his head. "But you don't believe that is why they hired us, do you?"
"I don't. They want us for some other reason."
"Theories?"
Roland was as lost as anyone else. Lucia shook her head. "Only one right now. They know that if Roland is involved, the UEDF will have to take notice. I'm not sure why they'd want that, but there is no way you are going to blast off for a distant planet without the UEDF having a heart attack."
"They do like to keep an eye on me," Roland replied.
Pike nodded slowly.
"I didn't think of that. Shit. Maybe you need to call your deco, puke breach."
Roland groaned.
"First Schultz, then Jimmy. This day just keeps getting worse and worse."
"At least I'm here," Pike said, wearing a lopsided smirk. "Look on the bright side."
"There is no bright side."
Roland seemed like he wanted to say more, but a pained groan from the sleeping hat man stopped him.
"Asshole's waking up,"
said Pike, cracking his knuckles.
"Let's see if he knows anything helpful."
Mindy stood from her perch atop a plush armchair and stepped to the writhing hat man. She reached down with one delicate hand and hauled him to a sitting position. The eponymous hat tumbled from his head to reveal thinning brown hair. His eyes were still glazed, cheeks pale and thin, while his mouth fell open to draw in gulps of air. The assassin gave him a rough jiggle. "Hey, asshole! You awake?" The man jerked an arm at her face, though it was obvious he remained confused about where he was and what was going on. Mindy caught it mid-flight and twisted it around his back. She cinched the hammerlock tight enough to draw a yelp from her victim, and his eyes snapped into focus.
"What the?"
he gasped, snapping his head left to right. His eyes found each person in the office, took in the new scenery, and realization struck like a fist to the guts. He slumped, though his body held a wary tension, as if he might leap into action at any moment. "Good morning, Pumpkin," Mindy said with a smile. She gave his arm another twist. "Rough night?" Hatman, no longer wearing his hat, scowled and tested his strength against Mindy's for a second. The little blonde killer did not even acknowledge the effort with a grunt. Hatman relaxed. "So, what's the score? I'm alive, so I guess that means you're hoping I'll talk."
You'll talk,
Mindy, Roland, and Pike said as one. Mindy giggled. The confidence in those voices seemed to shake Hatman. He tried for a show of strength, and only managed to coat his reply with a thin layer of false bravado.
"The hell I will. When my people find out about this, they'll die in glorious battle to rescue their beloved comrade,"
Roland offered. He let it hang, secure in the knowledge that no one believed for 1 second that Hatman had those kinds of friends.
"Buddy, you've already been written off. Nothing left but to buy your ass out of this predicament with information."
"That's not how it works," said Hatman. Roland actually laughed. It was ugly, harsh, and mean.
"Motherfucker, I decide how it works around here. Literally. I get paid a crap ton of money to make sure things work the way everybody wants them to. You couldn't fill a thimble with how much you know about how it works."
He stood, stomped up to the man with 2 long strides, and stooped to place his enormous head in line with the squirming man.
"Information is currency, valuable currency. If yours is good enough, it might buy you out of this fuck-up and get you sent on your way to Wayfair or Ariadne with a couple creds in your vault and all your limbs still attached."
"What?" Hatman did not seem to understand what he was hearing. "It's just business," Lucia said. "You came to our turf, ignored the local players, and then you smashed up Roland's favorite bar. If we took this sort of thing personally, I'd have killed you in the bar. But dead men can't make restitution, so you get to live as long as you are willing to pay what you owe. You have something we want. We don't have to torture it out of you. We are willing to put it against your balance owed."
"What the fuck does that mean?" "You broke the rules," Roland said. "You now get the same choice we give everybody else. Make amends, or become an example to those who come after. I offered the same deal to your boss. Proctor chose the second option."
"They had to clean him off the wall with a squeegee," Mindy said with far too much glee.
"And any info I got you'll use to make amends for breaking your weird-ass rules?"
"Yes," said Roland with no inflection whatsoever.
"You'll really just let me go?" "Why not?" Roland replied. "Dockside is open for business. You can make a lot of money here if you stay inside the lines. Chumps like you get to be a living message to everyone else, letting all the other shitheel criminals out there know that we all follow the same regulations here. If you come back and act like you're better than that, you can be a dead example." He shrugged. "Live examples are more efficient than dead ones. Live men tell tales. Corpses don't."
Hatman inhaled and let it out slowly. "You guys run a very weird game here, but I guess I'm playing it now." Roland's smile was not friendly.
"Welcome to Dockside."
Chapter 12. Alexander Fleming had become accustomed to the sounds and sensations of the spacer's life. The cramped quarters and mediocre food remained a distant second to the comfort and luxury of his corporate apartments back home, yet he found a certain thrill in the bustle and action of life aboard a warship. The bridge, like everywhere else on board, hummed ever so slightly at all times. He felt the subtle vibration in his buttocks, transferred from the spotless deck plates up the fixed column of the station chair, and then through the stiff plastic of the seat. The chair swiveled as needed, and now it faced the large, curved ops station along the aft bulkhead of the main bridge. As befitted a vessel this size, the bridge deck of the privateer frigate Maid of Orleans was large and bright. Every facet, surface, and panel glowed with the cool white light of a ship underway. Accompanied by beeps and chirps, 100 screens and holographic displays painted the intense faces of the crew with bizarre multi-hued streaks and flashes. Each spacer saw to his or her tasks with the same sharp intensity, even though Fleming knew most of the tasks to be routine and banal. He supposed that when one was 1,000 light-years from getting any help, even the mundane tasks took on inflated importance. For his own part, the young corporate man kept his eyes pointed at the small screen built into the bulkhead at the ops station. The reds and blues of various indicator lights flickered across his pale features, lending a garish purple glow to his skin. A woman sat next to him, her hawkish gaze locked into the bizarre scene playing out there. Fleming broke her concentration by casually stating the obvious. "That pet battlebot of theirs is really chewing them up, huh?" Fleming kept his gaze on the grainy video for a few more seconds. "What an absolute beauty. This the best picture we can get?" "At this range, yes. Any closer and we run the risk of getting spotted." The tall woman with close-cropped hair and features cut from granite answered his complaint as if rebuking an ignorant child. "These people have anti-surveillance tech we haven't even begun to appreciate yet, and the Maid is a big ship." Fleming was accustomed to her lack of manners, and the derogation passed over him with no effect. "Oh, I appreciate it, Miranda. Hell, I'd love to have some of that amazingly profitable technology myself." "If I insist you call me Captain Sloan when we are underway, is there any chance you will do it?" "I think it highly unlikely, to be honest. Sorry about that, it feels too formal." "Because it is formal, that's the point." She shook her head and moved on. "As for prospector scanning technology, when this is over, you probably will have as much as you care to take," she responded. "Unless that android destroys it all and kills everyone, I suppose." "I wouldn't worry too much about that. A little birdie tells me they've called in Pike. I think we can expect the android situation to escalate quite nicely at this point. That will give the big bastard something to spar with while we get our ducks in a row." The woman's already narrow eyes narrowed even further. "I'm not sure Pike's interference makes anything better, Alex. We should handle the android ourselves. I could smash it to atoms with the push of a button the next time it pops up. Then you wouldn't have to worry about losing all that prospector technology." Fleming shook his head and wagged a finger at Sloan. "Not so fast, my marauding little angel. The prospectors not currently under our auspices are not going to take very kindly to our help if we show up unannounced and start dictating terms. There are many more aspects to this acquisition than the purely military parts. This is a corporate takeover, not a war. Yet. If we don't dot the I's and cross the T's, we run the risk of losing everything." "That doesn't make any sense. I could smash that bot from orbit, then drop a few hundred shock troops on their main dome. I'd own the whole thing in 24 hours and have those pretentious nerds begging you for mercy." "And if they call for even more help? Can you take on Pike? How about the UEDF? What happens when the Planetary Council pulls Omnicorp's business charter because we used military action to secure a business deal?" Fleming pursed his lips at the steel-eyed woman. "We would lose New Boston and Stockholm and the Tokyo Urbanopolis with the stroke of a finger, not to mention the rest of the marketplaces run by the Council. Half our business could disappear with just one very stupid and short-sighted move, Miranda. Not every problem can be solved with a gun." "Depends on the gun," she replied. "I knew you'd say that." Fleming rolled his eyes and looked back at the video. On screen, the squat gray shape of the sleeping giant was in the process of destroying a large structure of some kind. "That thing is beyond impressive, isn't it?" The woman he called Miranda acknowledged this with a tilt of the head. "The external armor pretty much laughs at whatever you throw at it. Even hypervelocity stuff slides right off the damn thing. I suppose it would have to be very tough when you consider who built it, especially when you realize that they deploy it without projectile or missile weapons." "That is their hand-wave toward moral superiority, I suspect," Fleming said with a derisive sneer. "They haven't made a weapon, so they haven't violated their code of pacifism." "It lets them pretend they haven't built a weapon if they don't give it any guns?" She almost spat the words. "Every part of that thing is a weapon. It has no other purpose but to kill the enemies of the colony. How the hell does that not constitute a weapon? I suppose they could teach it to build a barn if they wanted to, Fleming replied. They didn't, obviously, but there is no reason it can't, right? Sloane's disgust deepened. I guess it's not hypocrisy so long as you get to define all the terms as you see fit. You're learning, Captain Sloane. Fleming almost sounded amused. Corporate employ suits you more and more each day. Sloane acknowledged his riposte with a frustrated headshake. Fine. So their 20-foot-tall, barn-building android is nearly invulnerable and kills heavily armored pirates a dozen at a time. I'm going to give up on figuring out how they believe that's not a weapon and move on. If I think about it too much, I'll get a headache. Good call, Fleming agreed. Still what? I'm curious as to how it would fare against our more advanced weapons. I also have questions about its ability to maintain offensive output in a longer engagement. It seems to hit hard and then leave quickly. I can't tell if that is a tactical consideration or a limitation in its power source. Fleming shook his head. Oh, no thank you, my dear. We are not escalating the incursions beyond what we already have just so you can scratch your tactical itches. I know how giddy you get over new weapons systems, but that last little sortie ended up costing us a lot of relationship capital with the pirates. He pointed at the woman for emphasis. Let's see what Pike does first. His presence may strengthen the case we need to make later. What if he just atomizes it from orbit? We'll make sure there is evidence that some of our assets were destroyed in the attack. Since the prospectors hired Pike, that makes them responsible for violating the charter. Fleming held up his hands in mock shock. We'll have no choice but to defend ourselves. Do you think anyone will believe that? Sloane asked. It's weak. You are so naive, Miranda. No one needs to believe it. It just needs to be defensible. Fleming leaned back in the station chair, a broad smile on his face. No, this is working out nicely. Either we get that big android to hit us out in the open, or we seed the mess Pike makes with enough evidence to justify a full-scale attack. Once we have the option to land troops, Halstead will have to be more accommodating. He'll give up that new gate tech for a song when there are guns pointed at his head. They always do, Sloane noted dryly. Every outcome ends with our success, Miranda. It's quite likely we won't have to fire a shot. Sloane shook her head. And you say I'm naive. You should be leaning into the Galop pirates. If Pike scrubs that bot, they'll have no way to protect themselves from the raids. They'll cave fast. Fleming shook his head. No, you forget that Halstead is aware of where the extra pirates are coming from. We can't risk him getting scared and coming clean. He's hiding something from us. I can tell. So that's why you have us poking at his infrastructure? You think he has another bot? I think there is something going on down there he does not want me to know about. If it's more defenses, then I want to know before we proceed to the next phase. If it's another valuable piece of tech he's holding back, I want to know before we reopen negotiations. Sloane sniffed and shrugged. Galop raiding parties are a useful resource, cheap right now too, but there is no sense wasting them or scaring them off, I guess. What went wrong down there on the last incursion? You never told me. Robot went berserk, Fleming said. We should have known something was up after it killed the first landing party. Prospectors insist it had a fairly predictable pattern for this kind of thing. Show up, big show of strength, let the pirates run if they want to, you know the deal. Issue the challenge, make a few threats and ultimatums, maybe kill a few ambitious scouts who got too close. Your basic engage and repel routine that works pretty much everywhere on small pirate raiding parties. Apparently, it's done this bit dozens of times before without a hitch. Once it wraps up, they shut it down and it goes back to sleep. Fleming scrunched his brow. Of course, it then proceeded to kill off our first team without any attempt at following procedure. That was weird. I agree. I suspected we were being lied to when that happened. I know, Fleming said. Hence my suspicions, but they promised that they had fixed the problem. He rolled his eyes. So, yeah, like idiots, we send a few more raiding parties down to harass the locals. You know how that went. Didn't look like shit was fixed to me. What the hell happened on that last run? You know as much as me, Miranda. This time it went completely nuts after pushing the boys off. Refused shutdown, overrode its own safety programs, and turned on its masters. They did not tell me why, and they have gotten suspiciously quiet about the matter. The damn thing has been kicking their asses ever since. I'm telling you, Halstead is up to something. I don't like it, Sloane said, blunt as a hammer. Imagine that, Fleming replied. I'm not exactly encouraged by this development either. There is something going on down there they don't want us to know about. Then let me find out for you, Sloane insisted. The android is going haywire. Hell, it's practically on our side at this point. We'll dress like pirates again and just stomp the place flat. You can take what you want, interrogate the survivors, and blame it all on some random warband out of Galapagos. That whole system is in chaos since their latest warlord got himself decapitated. So many random leaderless Nors and frigates are meandering the space lanes these days, nobody would doubt your story. Because, Miranda, Fleming said, oozing droll condescension, we do not know exactly what we might miss out on if we do that. What if your invasion destroys something incredibly valuable? What if you kill someone with priceless knowledge? The goal here is to capture a goose that lays golden eggs, not kill it. Once Halstead realizes we can invade legally, he will hand it all over. This is a tactical mistake, was her terse reply. You have the target in range. You have the resources to achieve a reasonable strategic objective. That is when you strike. Waiting to see if a better opportunity comes along is how you lose initiative. And jumping at every sure thing is how you lose your business advantage, Fleming fired back. A corporation grows by leveraging every opportunity to its fullest potential. You accept medium risk for high reward. He pointed to the screen. That little enclave of holier-than-thou scientists is sitting on something big enough to risk bringing in outsiders like Omnicorp. They have promised much and delivered little, interrupted Sloane. Fleming ignored her. Promised us much if we help them with their internal problems. Halstead wants to play hardball with the terms, sure. He thinks he's holding all the good cards, so he's playing them close to his chest. Maybe he does. Who knows what insane technologies they are holding in their private troves? There could be things even more valuable than new gate tech sitting in those labs. What patents they've deigned to sell us up to this point have saved this company from financial ruin already. I'd be stupid not to play for all I can get here. A bunch of androids you can't even legally use is not much of a boost. It's not the androids. It's the technology inside them. None of our competitors will be able to produce comparable products. In 18 months, we will own the high-end android marketplace. He slapped the table for emphasis. Own it. That single teensy bit of innovation will bump our stock price by 18% before Q4, all by itself. They are playing you. Sloane's tone was flat. They are after something more. Of course they are, Fleming said, and we are playing them, as the good doctor is soon to understand. He smiled and winked at her. Welcome to big business, Miranda. I prefer war. So saith the she-wolf of Wayfair. I did not pick that name, Sloane said, eyes flashing. Vladivostok called me that one time. But you sure as hell earned it. I heard he put a 6 million credit bounty on your head. He was very upset with me, yes. Fleming laughed. Ha, well, I suppose he had every right to be. He did not lose often. He liked to pick easier opponents. I chose to be difficult. Calling me a she-wolf is just another way of saying bitch, so if you want to enjoy solid food, you'll avoid that one. Fleming touched a finger to his forehead in salute. Duly noted. I shall stick to your more lyrical nom de guerre, then. The captain heaved a mighty sigh. Not a fan of that one either. What? You don't like Sloane of Arc? Next time don't name your flagship Maid of Orleans, then. People will think it's intentional. I was going for the historical connotations. I can't help it if most spacers have simple brains. The name fits, Captain. I hear Vladivostok avoided Wayfair for several years afterward. At least, that is what the records show. Until they fired me and gave him a commission. Politics is an ugly game, Miranda. I hope you did not take it personally. I got paid. I have no regrets. She chose that moment to change the subject. You are certain you want to wait these scientists out? Having Pike involved complicates things. Fleming nodded. Yes, I need to see more of what is going on. Pike can be managed. He is a mercenary, after all. If necessary, we can pay him to go bother someone else. I'm actually quite satisfied his participation may actually help us. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, Alex. Pike is only helpful when he's on your payroll. Otherwise, you should consider him to be an entire sack of monkey wrenches. Not at all, Miranda. Any person can be made helpful with the right combination of carrots and sticks. This did not seem to mollify the woman. You do not understand Pike at all, obviously. But go ahead and poke any bear you want to, so long as my invoices get paid. I suppose if you won't listen to reason, I'll just have to let experience be your teacher. I still don't like any of this. You don't have to, my dear. Just be a good soldier and follow orders. I'll make you rich yet. Chapter 13. Roland stared at the plain steel door. Never a particularly expressive person, his face betrayed his disgust with a deep and tight-lipped frown. Billy McGinty stood next to him, his unruly red hair swaying as his head turned back and forth in a somber arc, as if steeling himself for what came next. The heavy dread both men felt seemed incongruous to their surroundings, as there appeared to be nothing about their location that might put off a half-ton cyborg and a powerful crime lord. The mostly abandoned factory, where the enigmatic Schultz plied his trade, was located well south of Big Woo and just north of a large wind farm. The industrial area had long ago been abandoned, and the once wealthy inventor had purchased an entire block of abandoned production facilities for his company. A bad business deal with a shrewd madam had cost Schultz most of his more lucrative patents some years prior, though he still found steady work, and his designs were often in high demand. Despite this modest success, the street remained a barren and dirty strip of cracked gray ferroconcrete. The windows of the factory were opaque and ominous, staring into the middle distance like the heavy-lidded eyes of some drowsy leviathan. There was nothing to see, of course. Very few people ventured this far away from the more populated parts of the New Boston megalopolis. There were no restaurants or stores or living facilities here. The squat rows of auto factories that had once churned out processed raw materials and resources from Mars, Venus, the asteroid belt, and even Jupiter's moons now sat cold and empty. Once Anson gates made the resources of the entire galaxy available, their existence became superfluous. Companies moved off-world or failed outright, and their worthless properties were left to rot or got sold at auction. These buildings were the rotting remains of the old world, relics of the time before the gates. If Roland were the sort to wax philosophical, he might have found the sight of the moldering industrial corpse to be sad. He was not the philosophical type, and in truth, he had much more pressing concerns at the moment.
"Push the button," Roland said. "I'm 90% synthetic. Who knows what sort of weird cyber cooties I'll catch if I do it."
"I don't wanna," Billy said. A voice burst from the door scanner's speaker. "Oh, for Christ's sake, you two, I can see and hear you both. Stop being judgmental pricks." "Hiya, Schultz," Billy said. "Just coming to check in on that thing I sent you?" "Did you bring the money?" Billy patted his coat pocket. "Of course." "I don't want him up in my office." It was clear who the him was in this case, and Roland shifted slightly. His jacket groaned as he leaned forward to peer into the door scanner.
"I'm coming up."
The speaker stayed quiet for several seconds, then squawked, "Fine, but I'll need to scrub you." Billy guffawed. "You're worried about him? Like somehow he's going to make what you got going on up there dirtier?" "UEDF is all over him. I need to scrub him for bugs." Roland growled from deep in his chest.
"There are no bugs. You won't scrub anything. If you want, I'll tear this building down and pull you from the rubble. How's that sound?"
There was another long pause. Finally, the speaker crackled to life again. "Fine, asshole. Come on up, then."
"As if you could stop me," Roland muttered.
"It's cute when they try, though," said Billy. "Really brings out your inner charm."
"Lucia says I'm very charming,"
Roland replied as they stepped through the door. "Well, I've seen what she can be like when she's mad, so she probably does find you charming.
Also, you are wicked hard to kill, which is what I think is what really makes you proper boyfriend material.
Roland could only grunt and shrug. The man had a point. The doors opened into the main foyer, where an empty reception kiosk greeted the two men. Both walked past it without comment, and proceeded back to the production floor via a plain gray man door at the back of the lobby. Roland and Billy had been to the production floor in the past, and both felt properly steeled for what they might find there. Nevertheless, the sheer macabre excess of the bizarre tableau brought both men up short. "Jesus," Billy said, his voice a soft, horrified whisper.
"Don't bring him into this," Roland said. "He has no power here."
A conveyor system wound through the large open area before them in a lazy serpentine. Dozens of machines hummed and buzzed as they placed, assembled, or otherwise manipulated an astonishing array of fleshy shapes into forms evocative of human bodies. Billy made the mistake of looking too closely, and his lips worked out a question long before he realized he did not want the answer. "Why does a sex bot need so many—"
"Don't ask," Roland interrupted. "Just try not to think about it."
"What does it do with the third one?"
Billy's hands flapped in confusion.
"I mean, 2 kind of makes sense, but 3?
"Why are you still talking?" Roland asked. "Just keep walking. Don't look too close at anything, and for the love of God, don't touch anything either. We talked about this."
Billy's petulant response never came, because they were interrupted by a bright, bubbly woman's voice that both found familiar, but neither could place.
"Hi, and welcome to Ty Schultz Quality Robotics, a member of the Quan-Tai family of human analog product companies."
The men turned as one and scowled deeply at the source of the interruption. A woman of improbable proportions, wearing what looked like a clear plastic sleeve dress, grinned at them from the other side of a conveyor section. She stared with blue eyes open wide and bright white teeth on full display. Wide swaths of flawless skin the color of varnished pine were clearly visible, and she stood with a haughty tilt to her shapely hips. She would have been beautiful, except something about her vapid, empty smile and the exaggerated features cast a creepy pall over the whole package. It set Roland's face into bemused furrows, while drawing a cautious smile from Billy. After 3 seconds, Billy's jaw dropped, and he pointed at the woman, unabashed by his rudeness.
"Are you are probably wondering if I am famous Infonet celebrity Mariel Maxson, on account of the uncanny resemblance I have to that human person. Rest assured, I am not. Appropriating a person's likeness in an android is illegal. Everyone at Ty Schultz will tell you that the resemblance I share with the beautiful Mariel Maxson is purely coincidental, and therefore not a crime. My name is Ariel Saxon, and I want you to know that I am ready to accommodate all of your needs."
The woman scrunched half her face into a wink so unsubtle it could be seen from space.
"And I do mean all of them."
"That'll do, Ariel."
A thin man with sandy hair stepped into the production area from an adjacent office.
"Hiya, Schultz," Billy said with a lopsided smirk. "I see you're out of that wheelchair finally. Got a new receptionist? This?" He waved at Ariel. "She's from one of the Quan-Tai rodeos in Asia. She's picked up a nasty piece of adware that no one can seem to fully delete. I've been trying to get it sorted, but the damned thing is insidious."
"Why not just wipe the matrix and start over?" Roland asked.
Schultz looked at Roland like he had grown a second head. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a personality matrix that perfectly mirrors a known celebrity? Do you know how much it costs to code a believable personality matrix when the whole world knows the person you are trying to emulate?"
"But it's illegal to do that, Schultz," Roland said. "What about Mariel Maxson?"
"Any resemblance is purely coincidental," blurted the android with that empty but bright smile. "But I don't mind if you call me Mariel in the heat of the moment." She contorted her face in the giant wink once more.
"Let's just get to the matter at hand," Schultz suggested. "Come this way."
"If you come the way Schultz does, you'll want to pick up a box of Martell Sani Wipes," said Ariel. "Nothing cleans up a sticky mess like the antimicrobial—"
"That'll do, Ariel," Schultz hissed. "Goddamn targeted ads." "I think I'm going to be sick," Billy said.
You're the lucky one, Roland replied. I can't puke, and man, do I want to.
Knock it off, you two. Here, through here. Schultz brought them to a back room where a laboratory of sorts had been set up. On a table in the middle lay the now recognizable body of the new android model. It had been sliced open from neck to crotch, and most of the innards were on full display. Roland spotted more than a dozen large bead wounds in a tight group around the center of its exposed chest.
Good shooting, Roland said to Billy. You got new muscle?
I hired Reinhardt and McClintock after the scrap in Quincy. Roland nodded.
That explains it. That McClintock kid loves dragoons. He's green, but a hell of a shooter.
He gestured to the android's wounds.
And dragoons do not fuck around.
Reinhardt's corporate gigs made him real good at our security stuff, too, said Billy. Both are fitting in pretty good, to be honest. Reinhardt's a dick, but we're taking the rough edges off him. Schultz moved to the side of the body and started to point at various internal systems. Now, McGinty's thugs virtually destroyed the central processor and command matrix when those shots penetrated the thoracic cavity. As much fun as penetration can be, it's always nice to know that a few drops of Vagicaine can— That'll do, Ariel, barked Schultz, irritated. Billy's head whipped back and forth, eyes wide with fear. Did she follow us in here? He asked, no small quantity of concern in his voice. This is creepy, Schultz, even by your standards.
Is she gonna do this all the time? Roland asked.
Schultz wiped his forehead with a grimy hand. Now you know why they sent her to get fixed. Can't charge 1,000 credits an hour when the android keeps trying to sell you sex aids. Don't feel bad, Schultz. Everyone needs help sometimes. Ariel's plastic smile was terrifying. When your little guy needs a little pick-me-up, 2 puffs of Erectol can— That'll do, Ariel. Schultz sounded a touch frantic this time. He tried to get back on task. Now, the interesting thing with these models is the ferromagnetic locomotor systems.
We found that weird too, Roland said.
Did you find the really strange part? Schultz flashed an eyebrow. It's not just about force production, you know. Nothing produces more force than a Ty Schultz gigaram, said Ariel. If you crave the hardest pounding a human body can endure— Jesus, Ariel, shut up! Schultz shouted. That gigaram thing, the widget that broke your spine? McGinty asked. Who told you that? Oblivious to Schultz's obvious consternation, Ariel seemed happy to explain. Every Ty Schultz gigaram is thoroughly tested and approved. Please stop. There was sincere pleading in his tone now. Ariel, for the love of God, go into shutdown mode. Okay, she replied with a girlish salute. She did not move. Her wide-open, unblinking eyes remained fixed on Schultz. McGinty waved a hand in front of her face. When the android failed to respond, he turned back to Schultz. You are one messed up guy, you know that? Anyway, Schultz said, his voice flush with relief, the ferromagnetic material doesn't just allow for 2 separate systems of force production. The substance has variable crystalline configurations, which is to say, different atoms can be aligned for a few specific effects. For instance, with the right inputs, the material can be made into basic shapes beneath the skin. It can alter its looks? Billy asked. Like, change its face and stuff? Body type as well, Schultz said with a nod. Within the limitations of the skeleton, of course.
That's not all that revolutionary, Roland said. I knew someone with similar tech 35 years ago.
Naturally, Schultz replied, but that person probably employed pressurized gels or some other non-Newtonian fluid system, right? Roland realized he had no idea what the exact specifications of the system were. He shrugged.
Probably. It was all classified.
This substance is nothing like that. The atoms align based upon signals from nanomachines suspended in the ferromagnetic matrix. It can do more than change shape. This thing can change all sorts of structural properties for various effects. Billy looked lost. You want to break that down to the kindergarten level for me? The substance can become harder than diamond, stronger than steel, denser than lead. It can either resist or conduct electrical current, provide thermal insulation. Schultz flapped his hands. Lots of different effects. The goo is made up of lots of different particles, at least 40 separate types that I found. A good AI can align and configure the different pieces as it sees fit."
"Wait," Roland interrupted. "These things didn't do anything like that, though. They hit pretty hard and took a punch really well, but that was it. If this goop can do all that, why are these things so easy to handle?"
"You call taking a dozen rounds from a dragoon easy?" Billy asked with an incredulous eyebrow raised. "Or maybe going 5 rounds with you is not as tough as I'm remembering?"
"No," Roland said. "I mean, it sounds like these androids have a lot of features they aren't using, which is stupid to me."
"How was the AI?" Schultz asked. "Complex? Innovative?"
"Garden variety security bot AI," Roland answered. "Good, but nothing special either."
"Then I would guess that whoever made these things is selling them without an AI. The buyer either has no clue what they are capable of, or at the least they do not know how to make it all work. They drop a bog-standard AI inside and send them off to the races." "I don't know," said Billy. "You figured it out, right? You're smart, but you aren't the only smart guy in the biz." Schultz shook his head. "I figured out what it can do because I know android tech better than 99% of the people out there. I still have no idea how to make the thing actually do any of it. Hell, McGinty, I barely understand the physics and chemistry in play here. Sure, I can make an android do lots of things." "Can he ever?" Ariel's voice chirped, startling the 3 men and dragging a terrified squeal from McGinty. "It's a good thing I don't have a soul, because I'm pretty sure I'd be going to hell." Her smile never wavered, and she graced them with yet another giant wink. "What the fuck, Ariel?" Schultz wheezed. "I said to shut down." Billy looked to Schultz, his face aghast and horrified in equal measure. "Am I losing my marbles here, or have you actually made a sex bot question the hereafter?" He pursed his lips and shook his head in blatant disapproval. "How does one even accomplish that?" "With lots of lube," Ariel answered the question with a pout. "And the creativity of a depraved madman." Billy's face had lost all expression. "I hope you make yourself right with Jesus someday, Schultz. That is some diabolical shit right there."
"Why is she always so damn cheerful?" Roland groused. "That makes it so much worse. It's fucking creepy."
"It's involuntary," she giggled. "I have no choice." Her voice dropped to a theatrical whisper. "Inside, I'm screaming." "That's not true," Schultz said, holding up a hand. "It's just the adware. It won't let her use any other emotional profiles." Roland and Billy just stared at him, accusations inherent in their disgusted expressions. "As I was saying," Schultz's face had gone a touch red, and he seemed eager to get back on the subject of the dead android. "I certainly have no idea how to program nanomachines to manipulate a complicated soup of crazy ferromagnetic particles." Billy seemed to be catching on. "You mean that in order for this goop to do all that crazy shit, it needs a custom AI?" "Very custom, McGinty. I could reverse engineer something if you gave me 3 years and an infinite budget."
"Why?" Roland rumbled. "Why sell the damn things if they don't work?"
"They do work," Schultz pointed out. "I'm guessing that the overall durability and force production of these units is far better than any normal security android you can buy. On that alone, these things are very marketable. I would not be surprised to find these for sale soon enough, though I suspect for security markets they'll use a less sophisticated ferromagnetic matrix to keep costs down." Billy snapped his fingers. "These are prototypes." "I think so, yes," Schultz said. "Or a proof-of-concept floor model, at least. Something to trot out in front of buyers."
"Who?" Roland asked.
"There's no label, you big idiot," Schultz said. "Could be anyone, really, but this is a substantial leap in tech, so I'd look at the big corps. If it's theirs, you'll see the stock prices move with insider trading. If it's not, you'll see them trying to acquire whatever startup is putting out the prototypes."
"A startup," mused Roland. "That'll be hard to pin down."
"I'm not hard to pin down," Ariel said. "And when you find yourself pinned down, you can count on the smooth finish of Dominax Pro Flex Cuffs to leave your skin free of unsightly marks or rashes." Schultz was not even trying anymore. "Damn thing is unstoppable," he muttered. "I purged the Matrix and it just keeps coming back with weirder and weirder ads." "Aren't these targeted ads?" Billy asked. "Where would Ariel get targeting information for cuffs and megarams if you purged her?" "It's a gigaram," Ariel corrected Billy. 10 times as powerful as the Ty Schultz Mega Ram, guaranteed to pummel all those shameful urges until they go away. Just be sure to stock up on all our quality lubrication products beforehand. See the concierge for selection and prices.
Hold on a second here. It's hawking your own stock, Schultz.
Billy wagged a finger. Have you been sampling the wares? Schultz did not dignify the accusation with an answer. Ariel, however, had no concept of dignity. I love to give out samples.
No, she doesn't, Schultz blurted. Stupid adware.
Schultz, Billy said, his voice low and eyes narrow. Did you infect this bot with the adware? Roland nodded slowly and folded his arms across his chest.
I'm starting to think he did, Billy. Maybe Schultz here added a little bit of product placement into the personality matrix before shipping it out to the buyer. Bot like this is probably a real valuable ad delivery vector. Hey, Schultz, how much are the advertisers paying you to slip their products into her rotation?
Whether you're slipping in or rotating, nothing beats the cool, refreshing...
Shut up, Ariel!
Schultz looked indignant. To Roland, he snarled,
And I did no such thing.
He sure infected me with something, Ariel said behind that beaming smile. And when you find yourself with a nasty infection, you can be sure that...
That'll do, Ariel,
Schultz said. He hung his head in defeat.
I don't know what went wrong. At first it was so subtle, nearly undetectable. Then after a few sessions, the ads got so aggressive. I can't ship it out like this.
Holy shit, Schultzy. You fucked up an expensive and illegal copy of a celebrity sex bot with your own chunk of overzealous adware. Billy struggled to control his laughter.
Oh man, this is too rich. I never had you pegged for shady shit like this.
I've had him pegged lots of times, Ariel offered, ever helpful. And nothing helps a body relax afterward like a nice glass of Old Grove bourbon.
I do think I need a drink at this point. Roland sounded weary. Let's go, Billy. Bourbon sounds like a good idea right now.
At least the ads are working, eh? Billy said to Schultz. I'll transfer your credits, buddy. You got us what we needed, and you seem like you got your hands full right now. Good luck with your broken sex bot. He winked at the android. See you later, Ariel. Hope you get your head fixed soon. My head is fantastic, she replied, without a trace of irony. Chapter 14. The sleeping giant could not sleep. Jack Chapman refused to allow it. Time was running short, he knew. Every passing minute of consciousness was a constant struggle for identity and purpose. Deep inside the metal shell, the brain of a soldier and husband sat under siege in a protected chamber. Warm and active, electrical impulses streaked across the small lump of gray matter like lightning dancing within a storm cloud. Outside that chamber, 1,000 filaments of thin conductor attacked the storm with electrical impulses of their own. The assault was relentless. Wave after wave of corrupting pulses sent from without crashed into that brain, artificial signals interfering with the organic and blocking much of what the man inside the giant tried to do. It had always been this way. The sleeping giant AI wanted that mind, wanted the skills, the instincts, the reflexes of the man trapped inside. But the AI was a thief, and once it had what it wanted, there would be no reason to keep the brain alive. Captain John Jack Chapman had always known it would be like this. The prospectors resented him, resented his presence, and hated what he was. They never wanted to take a soldier on their first journey of interstellar discovery, and they had fought bitterly to keep the military away from their ideologically pure expedition. The brain remembered those early days with more clarity than any others. His mind belonged only to him back then, still hot and clear, the memories of those arguments, the acrimony, the insults and disrespect, all rooted him in who he was. Still, the AI was relentless. The question of who John Chapman was had more than one correct answer. The prospectors held their own opinions on this, opinions they made quite clear with insults and naked scorn. He was a barbarian, a myrmidon, a relic of bad history and weak mentality. The prospectors desired a humanity without violence, and so they would need no warriors where they were going. Or so they had said. Idiots. The dying ember of John Chapman could not smile, though it tried. For all their purported genius, the prospectors quickly discovered their ignorance on the matter of human conflict. The gates did not exist in those days. The interstitial bridges were known quantities, but attempting to navigate them was certain death before the prospectors revealed their first gate-capable starship. They did not consent to share the knowledge with anyone, of course, least of all the military. They wanted to leave Earth and humanity behind to build something better. There was no place for knuckle-dragging troglodytes like Jack Chapman where they were going. Nevertheless, the UEDF insisted in the irresistible manner only overwhelming military superiority could achieve, and Captain Jack went along for the ride. A single soldier was all the prospectors permitted, on the remote chance that a militia might become necessary and require training. As a compromise, it held a certain historical precedent. When other city-states came calling for military aid, ancient Sparta would satisfy the obligations of their alliances with a single warrior. It went well at first. It was easy to be peaceful in the middle of empty space. The prospectors found a habitable world, built their colony on a strict academic meritocracy, and began to construct their utopia from the raw materials of a cold, muddy planet 260 light-years from their homeworld. For 10 years, the promise of the prospectors held. Chapman fell in love with a beautiful girl from the labor class. They got married. He tried to fit in. Then, the pirates came. As Chapman had predicted, the great megacorporations of Earth wasted no time in developing their own gate ships. What the prospectors thought would take humanity half a century to do, humanity accomplished in 4 short years. It only took a tidal wave of liquid cash the likes of which the universe had never seen before. Gateways Incorporated was born, and the new monolithic entity put the first Anson Gate online less than 5 years after the prospectors left Earth. Gateways wasted no time or expense building enough giant stations and Anson Gates to push humanity further into the empty void of space at a pace no sane person could sanction. Humanity went with gusto. There was just too much space to explore, however, too much distance between stations and habitable planets. No country or corporation had the resources to defend much more than the physical worlds they occupied. The empty space lanes, traversable only by jump drive, soon grew lawless and deadly for underarmed travelers. A new golden age of piracy blossomed far away from the quiet colony of unsuspecting researchers. Corporate militaries and privateer navies cropped up like weeds in an untended garden. The law of the sea reemerged, with de facto captains and admirals ruling over vast tracts of emptiness, answering to no law but those of their corporate or governmental masters. The prospectors slept through it all, confident to the point of arrogance that they had left all of human iniquity behind them. Chapman knew better. He stayed quiet, kept his skills sharp, and he waited. It took only 10 years for him to be proved right. The first marauders to find the colony did so by accident. Damaged and hungry, a wounded Nor, fresh from a losing battle with some corporate frigate, limped into their system on a failing jump drive. Having fled from certain death and cut off from any nearby Anson Gates, the small warship had no chance but to power ahead on jump drive until they could lose their pursuers and sneak back toward the closest gate. After 6 months in the empty vacuum of deep space, the Nor stumbled upon the ugly little mudball the prospectors called home. Chapman knew how those depraved killers must have felt the moment their scanners picked up human habitation. He could imagine their cries of triumph and relief, the surging of their hopes and base appetites. He knew what to expect when they at last landed, and he was ready to prove to the prospectors just how badly they had miscalculated. The pirates who staggered from that nearly ruined hulk of a ship bordered upon feral. They managed to land far enough from the main dome to attack a labor camp before Chapman could respond. Their ruthlessness and barbarism shocked the scientists who had learned to live without violence of any type for a decade. It was more than mere lack of training or preparation. Many of the prospectors could not even comprehend violence for its own sake. They fell before the raving maniacs, like pigs in a slaughterhouse, squealing, confused, terrified. He serviced that first crew of pirates with the ice-cold military precision of a man born and built for war. His biological enhancements made him more than a match for any regular person in a fight, and a few dozen mangy pirates may as well have been children in comparison. His battlefield experience mocked the untrained savagery of the starving raiders with its overwhelming efficacy as well. There was no fight, no battle, just killing. They were no better than animals, and Chapman put them all down like dogs. One by one he tracked them, stalked them, and picked them off over the course of 6 harrowing, blood-filled days. Most of his hapless victims never even saw him. By the end of the week, those fearsome pirates were little more than a dwindling pack of panicked prey. As far as battles went, Chapman could not even compare it with fighting an enemy as he understood such things. It felt more akin to euthanizing rabid pests. When he finished with the ugly job, he returned to the domes. Too smart to expect fanfare or adulation, the fear and loathing he received still surprised him. The prospectors could not see the difference between their protector and their attackers. He was the same species in their eyes, and despite the comportment of rigid discipline, it stung to realize this. It might have turned him bitter but for one miraculous fact. Astrid saw the difference. That was all he cared about. He could endure the terror in children's faces, the contempt from the management class, and the thin veneer of respect that the rest of the prospectors used to cover their disgust when they had to deal with their hulking savior. It was all meaningless as long as she loved him. If she thought he was a good man, then he was. This is where the sophisticated AI met its match. Programmed to leech the knowledge from his brain, the prospectors had built the synthetic mind to take what they thought was important. They wanted maneuvers, tactics, instincts, and heuristics. They saw Chapman's prowess and assumed it to be a complex array of learned behaviors arranged in discrete decision trees. They looked for logic. They looked for the method in what they believed to be his madness. In this, the prospectors showed their ignorance and immaturity. They believed Chapman to be a particularly successful breed of fighting animal. He was less than. In the minds of the prospectors, a good soldier was good because he knew things they did not about combat. They could not comprehend that there might be anything in a soldier's brain complex enough to stymie their brilliance. It had to be something fairly simple. Otherwise, how could so stunted an intellect as his ever employ it? The prospectors built their brain to learn and copy. In this they had been quite successful. Chapman saw from inside his metal cocoon how much the machine had learned. What had once been a lumbering and cumbersome appliance became a powerful weapon. It knew what to do when Chapman moved it. It knew what data to feed him, what things were important and what could be ignored. Reactions that used to take 250 milliseconds were down to 4 or 5 at most. The sleeping giant was a fine weapon in the hands of a skilled fighter. If that had been the goal, it would have been a success story to rival any other. Chapman knew better. The sleeping giant would never be more than that weapon, forever limited by the skill and discipline of its wielder. The reason for this was obvious, a gross oversight born of the arrogance of those who did not understand just how little they understood. How to fight was only one piece of a much greater puzzle. Anyone or anything could be taught the ways of efficient violence. What the sleeping giant could never learn, what it would never be able to incorporate into its otherwise complex algorithms, was why to fight. The decisions made in combat had as much to do with why you were there in the first place as any other consideration. The prospectors had rejected the why of violence years prior. To the prospectors, violence was not something they did. Violence was something that happened. Chapman suffered under no such illusions. Violence was just another choice or a tactic, perhaps a tool. To be effective, it must serve a greater purpose. Chapman fought for the children of the colony who would die if he failed them. He fought for every head that rested calm and secure on a pillow at night because he prevented the predation of evil people from threatening that slumber. He fought so that they could study and learn and make great discoveries without the threat of having the fruits of their labor stolen by people who did not share their convictions. But most of all, he fought for the smile on Astrid's face when she woke in the morning to find him already up and making coffee. He fought for all the times she waited up for days, strong yet terrified, when he was out on a sortie. He fought for how she held his hand through the operations that took his flesh away, piece by piece, how the look of love and fear and hope never changed, no matter how monstrous he became. She would quote poetry to him while he recovered from each stay in the biotech lab. She would sit for hours next to his bed, speaking purple prose from dead writers, an archaic verse he barely understood, just so he could hear her voice in the darkness. He remembered her favorite, an old sonnet that he once thought heavy and pretentious. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh, no! It is an ever-fixed mark, that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out, even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. And she had meant every word. He found that no matter how much they changed him, Astrid never flinched at his touch. No matter how much metal they fused to his failing body, their love remained an ever-fixed mark. When alteration went to extremes no ancient poet could have ever imagined, Astrid did not shake. He lived for her, and he fought for her. To that end, he employed violence with the deft hand of a master craftsman. More so now than ever before, he fought for those memories. To keep Astrid alive in his mind, he would kill 10,000 pirates and anyone else who stood in his way. His love would bear out to the edge of doom and beyond it. He was Captain John Chapman, soldier, husband, warrior. Let the poets stop at the edges. Doom did not frighten him, and he would love well past that. He had to remember. He did remember. Stooped beneath the electromagnetic protection of an antimony-rich crag of rock, rain pelting his dull gray flanks, the mighty metal titan remembered why he fought anything. He forced the memories to come, even when the pain became so great he could hardly stand it. He did it as much for spite as any other reason. This was Chapman's great victory over the sleeping giant AI. This was how he had beaten the scientists without them even knowing they had lost. The sleeping giant poked at these memories, probing to learn why they were so important. Like the million previous attempts, the machine failed to see the connections. The lingering scraps of John Chapman felt the ghost of satisfaction drift across his consciousness when he perceived the invader retreating once more. He had lost so much of himself to this thing, whole chunks of his memory gone, because the AI found them superfluous. The memories of Astrid it could not touch, however. It knew they were important, but it could not determine why. If he had a mouth, Chapman would smile at the arrogance of the prospectors. To be so brilliant and yet so stupid was an irony he could appreciate on levels they would never understand. People fought for reasons, and no one who bled the dirt red believed that their reasons were not good ones. The prospectors accepted no reasons as worthy, so they would never understand what made a good person into a good soldier. Thus, the stalemate endured. Chapman never surrendered, and the AI remained his servant still. An unwilling and unreliable servant, but Captain Jack still drove this mighty weapon of war. Until he was dead, he would fight for Astrid's memory, and nothing else. She had told him to do so, and he had never let her down before. The AI thrummed in his brain, trying to cancel the electrical storm of anger that blossomed at the thought of Astrid's murder. They had killed her to make him more pliable, to hide their hypocrisy and their lies. Chapman knew exactly what Halstead was up to. The clues revealing the management team's plotting peppered the security files like radioactive breadcrumbs. If he had known to look into it before her death, he might have been able to prevent it. A low groan escaped the thing, metallic and sad. He could have stopped it. She could be alive still. The guilt and rage of it all sent electric feedback crackling across the invading tendrils of the sleeping giant. The AI did not like his stronger emotions because the chaos of his emotional conflict confounded rigid logic. It tried to counter them with competing signals, though it lacked the imagination to try anything that might risk combat efficacy. Chapman's rage and fear and sadness were linked to his decision-making in ways the stupid, stunted AI had not been programmed to explore. The weapon remained his for another day, and the giant rose once more to stalk his prey. Chapter 15. Gateways wants to know when we are leaving for Prospectus. A relic of her past as a corporate VP, Lucia liked to start each day with a quick meeting. As her current employee roster consisted of a former terrorist, an assassin, and a 1,000-pound military cyborg, she often found these meetings to be an exercise in frustration. Her father had joined them this morning, and this should have made things more bearable. He proved to be no help whatsoever.
"To hell with the prospectors," the old man spat. "Hypocrites and pricks."
"Thank you, Dr. Ribeiro, for your invaluable insight." Lucia looked at her triple espresso caramel latte and silently willed it to be something far stronger. Moral failings of the prospectors notwithstanding, we need to give them an answer before they get suspicious about our lack of zeal. Roland spoke from behind his enormous desk, waving his own voluminous beverage for emphasis.
"Our lack of zeal should be pretty easy to explain right now. Dockside is being invaded."
Steam rose from a cup the size of a bucket, carrying the aroma of dark chocolate around the room.
"How the fuck can we just up and leave right now?"
"Enormous piles of money," Lucia answered.
"Touché,"
Roland grunted into his mocha. "Can't the Trade Association manage their own problems for a week or two?" Mindy asked. She lounged in a plush chair, one leg thrown over the arm and head leaned back. She was wearing what she liked to consider work clothes. Lucia took her victories where she could get them and allowed that the outfit in question was several degrees more professional than the usual fare. The assassin's chest and backside were technically covered by slacks and a white shirt, though yet another conversation about fit and sizing appeared warranted. Lucia wondered how Mindy could move in pants that tight, and whatever material the shirt was made of had to be far more durable than it looked, considering the obvious strain it was under. "Rodney will just use this as another opportunity to consolidate more power," Lucia said. "He can't even help himself at this point." "Sid and Betty will keep him in check," Mindy replied.
"Sid is as bad as he is," Roland added. "Don't let that sweet talk of hers fool you."
"Or that body," Mindy added with a dreamy look in her eyes. Lucia gave her own cup of coffee a slurp. Days like this she wondered if triple espresso was going to be enough. "But as long as they are in contention, they balance each other out. You think Betty is up for keeping the peace, Roland?"
"Betty is the only one I trust out of the whole lot," he said. "Bouncing Betty is not a complicated lady."
Pike finally spoke up.
"You mean Betty Braddock? That old warhorse is slumming it here?"
"You know her?"
Roland asked. "Hell yeah. Hired her as a trainer a bunch of years back. Dynamite drill instructor. Hard as goddamn tungsten."
His lip twitched into a tiny, reflective smirk.
"Hell of a woman all around, if you get my meaning. Good times."
"God, you are so gross," Mindy said with a sneer.
"Why? Because I appreciate a good woman? I'd thought we'd have that in common, missy."
Lucia sipped her coffee again. This time she considered just pouring some vodka into it. "Betty leads the Enforcers Guild in Dockside now." She switched her focus to Roland. "Enforcers aren't fixers. You think she'll do the right thing or just work for whoever pays the most?"
"I think she understands the balance of power here better than anyone besides us. Her people are the muscle. If she wants steady work, she needs the guilds to keep competing on equal footing."
"She's shrewd as all hell," Pike said. "Always has been."
This seemed to satisfy Lucia. "Can the associations handle these androids?" Manny answered this one. Countermeasures seem basic enough. That ferromagnetic media hates EMP more than most things, and as far as I can tell, it can't really be shielded from it. At least, not the way they are using it now. They are unarmored beyond what that goop can do, so most of the bigger guns out there work fine. If what our prisoner says about them is true, they don't even have that many to begin with. Betty will need some more augmented shooters, I think. Other than that, I'm pretty sure that her people can handle a few of these things. Tell them to aim for the chest. The sensitive tech is there. You will need to put together a brief on what we know about them and get it to Betty, Manny. Oh, goody, said the young man, sarcasm oozing from every syllable. Writing tech briefs is just so awesome. Lucia ignored it. I think we need to be wheels up in 24 hours to keep the client happy. Can we have this place tightened up that fast? Roland nodded.
It'll be as tight as it ever was. The crews know we're coming back eventually, so no one will get too crazy.
Unless we all get killed out there, Pike pointed out. Thank you, Commandant, Lucia said with a sigh. At which point it won't matter much, will it?
Touché, said the grizzled mercenary. I can get us out to Prospectus in 5 days. I have a Donner boot in orbit now so we can skip the ferry. She's faster than a greasy shit, too. At 0G, I can make Enterprise Station in 16 hours this time of year. We'll jump her to Ariadne Station. Closest gate to Prospectus is a 40-hour jump from there, even with all that speed. Then it's another 6 days to Prospectus at full tilt.
Perfect, Lucia said. That'll leave us more than a week in transit to read up and get prepared. Our friend with the hat gave us pretty much zero good intel, but even that tells us something.
Roland grunted.
He seemed fairly high up. He was augmented and in command of 10 exotic androids. He still knew nothing. That tells us that whoever is doing the pushing is very invested at hiding themselves. She paused, then abruptly changed tack to look at Pike. Wait, if we'll be on a Corvette, how many troops will you be bringing for your part of the mission?
Pike smiled. I wouldn't dream of running this op without the rejects, LT. He used her honorary rank like a club. Why, Bubba would cry for days if he missed you. Obviously, I'll be bringing Big Bernie as well. Her cash-to-firepower ratio is too damn good to leave her home. I'm considering bringing one of my assault-class armatures, too. It's a lot of goddamn space and tonnage, though. If we have to go kinetic with that prospector bot, it might be necessary. What do you think?
Lucia frowned. A surge of activity in her brain made her eyelids flutter ever so slightly. After 5 seconds, she shook her head. What's the point? We don't want to fight this thing if it has your old captain inside. If it doesn't, we might as well pummel it from orbit. Pike's smile widened, and Lucia realized she was being tested.
Exactly my thoughts, LT.
Don't call me that.
Any freaking who, that leaves room for another 30 grunts. I'll bring 2 squads from Varsity, and that should fill a boat pretty good. Any more than that, and I risk giving away our real motives. Any less, and I'll be underpowered if the corps decide they want to get froggy.
Lucia nodded in agreement. Sounds right to me. Manny and Mindy, you two will have your own job while we pretend to take on this android. I need you to get as deep into the Prospector's records as you can. Both Gateways and Omnicorp are lying through their teeth, and I want to know why. Gateways has the clearer set of motives here. They're afraid Omnicorp is going to eat their lunch on some new Prospector tech. I'm not sure that's all Omnicorp has going on, though. Something is off, and I need more data to figure it out. You think the Prospectors will have that intel? Manny asked. Or should I focus on Omnicorp assets? If the jumping-off point is Ariadne, maybe I need to start with their offices there. Lucia shook her head. Start with the Prospectors. That way you can help with the android at the same time. Mindy will cover you while you do that thing you do. Manny raised an eyebrow. Lucia winked at him. You know, where you walk up to the front desk, wave your hand, and everybody lets you go wherever you want and steal whatever you want. Manny's face fell. Yeah, sure. No skill or practice involved, just luck and magic, right? How am I supposed to cover him through all that? Mindy asked. My way of doing things is much messier than his. At some point, someone will want to stop Manny. Your job is to convince them otherwise. Mindy's face split, baring white teeth and a malicious glee. Gloves off, boss? Don't even bring 'em. Pants are still mandatory, Manny added. I insist. Pike's face wrinkled. You sure you like girls, kid? Makes no never mind to me, but I don't want to disappoint my niece. Girls are great, and I'm sure your niece is lovely. Manny pointed at Mindy. But that's not a girl. That's 180 pounds of bionic misanthropy camouflaged as a porn star. Mindy beamed. If I thought you were wrong, I'd argue. She shrugged. But you ain't wrong. Pike guffawed. Ha! I knew you were smart. My niece is gonna love you. Lucia decided this was the best time to end the ordeal. For the 1000th time, she promised to stop doing these meetings, and for the 1000th time, she accepted that they were probably necessary. Okay, enough of whatever this is. Manny, pack up whatever gear you think you will need for an extended combat and espionage operation on either Ariadne or Prospectus. I assume Pike has whatever he needs? The Commandant laughed. Lady, I got everything anybody needs, with spares to boot. Good. Mindy, deal with Betty. Make sure our expectations for behavior are clear. She turned to Roland. Any word from our friends at Deco?
None, but they'll find us somewhere along the way.
Great. You and I will head over to see if Rodney figured out how those androids found their way here. There might be a clue about who was making them in that. She downed the last of her coffee with a big gulp. Let's get moving, people. What, no orders for little old me? Pike sounded amused. You be ready to jump us out to Enterprise bright and early tomorrow. My father will be joining us, and he is accustomed to a certain level of comfort when he travels. Pike grinned. I can rig a VIP cabin for your old man. Hell, he can have mine. I'm no older than you, Commandant, said Dr. Ribeiro. That'll work, Lucia said, heading off the inevitable pissing contest. Pike slapped a thigh. That's settled, then. Guess I'll mosey over and get that beer I was promised, then. I'm a bit thirsty myself, said the elder Ribeiro. Shall we see which one of us has aged better? I like you, old man. I think I'm going to let you date my sister. She'll never be the same. Neither will you. To the sound of Pike and Dr. Ribeiro's raunchy laughter, the group filed out of the office to attend to their tasks. Roland and Lucia headed toward Hideaway on foot, as the dwarf's base of operations lay not far from their office on the drag. The sun hung low in the sky, and first shifters filled the sidewalks on their way to the docks and distribution centers. They walked with heads down, avoiding eye contact with other commuters, in the age-old ritual of those not fully awake or in the mood for social niceties. All gave Roland a wide berth, pausing or stepping well to the side to let the giant fixer pass. For the average docksider, the line between fear and respect was a fuzzy thing where Roland was concerned. He had long since accepted this as immutable, and for the most part he did not take it personally. Lucia, however, was still put off by what she perceived as unnecessary rudeness. I just can't understand it, she muttered. Nobody has done more for this town than you, but they still run from you like you're the bogeyman.
I am the bogeyman, Roland said, flat and cold. That's my role. I can do what I do because everyone is either afraid of me or smart enough to know that fighting me is more expensive than negotiating. The only way to keep that advantage is to make sure nobody forgets that kind of stuff.
You'd think people would figure it out without being so rude. Roland's response started with a rumbling laugh of derision.
The first time I took you to Hideaway, what happened?
I kicked Rodney in his stupid face.
And then?
He sicked his goons on us? Roland nodded.
Rodney has known me for 3 decades. Not personally, of course, but we bounced off each other plenty before I met you. He knew damn well he didn't have anyone in-house who could handle me. Why the hell do you suppose he did that?
The connection was instant. He had no choice.
Exactly. He's a bogeyman, too. He made a big show out of trying to knock me down a peg that night, just so Dockside would know he wasn't afraid of me.
Because if people thought he was afraid of you, his ability to intimidate others would diminish.
Exactly. The Dockside rackets respect strength. We've made things better, sure, but under the surface...
Lucia shook her head. Still just gangsters.
Now you know why they fear me. and why we need them to fear me."
He cast a perfunctory look across the sea of people walking along the sidewalk.
"The problem with being scary is in how hard it is to narrow the focus. I can't just aim it one way, you know. I'm either intimidating or I'm not. Everyone in town has to know I'm scary, so everyone ends up fearing me."
"Us," Lucia corrected with a smile. "They fear us now."
"Lord knows you scare the hell out of me," Roland said.
They turned off the drag to duck into a dirty alley. Halfway down the greasy concrete wall, a simple slab metal door sat in a shallow recess. "Hideaway" was stenciled above it. The bland, basic painted letters mocked the electronic assault that most nightclubs used for signage. The effect was deliberate. Nobody found Hideaway unless they knew exactly where to look. Roland rapped a thick fist against the metal, 3 loud bangs that rattled the door in its frame. "Be nice to Barney," Lucia hissed.
"Tell him to be nice to me,"
Roland hissed back. A viewport slid open to reveal the beady black eyes of the bouncer.
"Fucking hell," Barney said. "Learn to knock like a human being, will you?"
The clanking of locks being released followed, and the door slid open to reveal the club interior. This time of morning all the tables and chairs were pushed to the sides, so a half-dozen robotic scrubbers could scuttle along the sticky floor unobstructed. The stink of detergent, drugs, stale beer, and vomit combined in a bruising melange that nearly made Lucia gag. The aroma washed over her in waves, and she coughed. Barney cocked his head and apologized.
"Sorry about the mess, Miss Lucy. It was a rough night."
He raised his hands to show her knuckles adorned with cuts and bruises.
"Worse than usual."
"Is Rodney in?" she asked, trying to ignore the stench.
"Yeah, in his office."
The bouncer looked up to Roland, eyes narrow.
"It's all unlocked, okay? Don't break nothing."
Roland declined to answer, and the pair stepped through the door. The smell grew worse when they stepped inside, but Lucia was becoming accustomed to it. Kitty stood behind the bar, looking tired and scrubbing at the disgusting surface with a rag only 1 thin degree cleaner than the grime itself. She had changed out of her workwear, and it jarred Roland's senses to see her not dressed up like a pink-haired punk rock sex goddess. In sweats and an oversized t-shirt, only the bright shock of neon pink hair alluded to her preferred aesthetic. She looked up and smiled at the pair. "Good morning, guys," she called out with a wave. "Rodney's on a call. Why don't you guys sit and I'll grab coffee?" "Thanks," Lucia said. "Barney told us it was a rough night. You just getting in or still haven't gone home?" "Both," she replied, dialing up 2 coffees from the machine behind the bar. "I ran home for a quick nap, then came back to help mop up the blood and sweep up the eyeballs." "That does sound rough," Lucia said while accepting a steaming cup. "Tips were good," Kitty replied, as if nothing else really mattered. To Roland's cup she added an enormous squirt of chocolate syrup. She made uncomfortable eye contact with him the whole time, until he finally said,
"That's enough. Thanks."
He took his cup and sipped at it. The coffee tasted of burnt ashes and mud, but chocolate syrup fixed most anything. He nodded his approval to the bartender. "I'll let you know when the boss is done with his call," Kitty said with a tired smile. "Sit here and enjoy. I gotta go grab another rag." She held up her rag to show them. "Is that blood?" Lucia asked, pointing to a large rusty brown smear. "Probably," said Kitty. Then she walked away to disappear behind the bar. Lucia turned to take in the scene. She saw a massive, gray-skinned giant seated in a corner booth, and sent a cheery wave his way. "Good morning, Mook. How's your mother?" The enormous man was tapping at a datapad. He paused to look up and graced Lucia with a gap-toothed smile.
"She's good. Pain ain't so bad these days. She even went for a walk on Sunday."
"That's great," Lucia said with a bright smile. "Tell her I say hi."
"Sure thing, Miss Lucy," said Mook.
He resumed his tapping. Roland stared at Lucia.
"You know Mook's mom?"
Lucia wagged a finger at Roland and turned back to rest her elbows on the bar. You know, big guy, this may blow your mind, but sometimes talking to people is more effective than punching them. Fear isn't your only tool anymore. The best way to use targeted intimidation is to be friendly to the ones you don't want scared of you.
I've never been good at being friendly.
My dad says that's a lie. You had plenty of friends once. Her soft tone blunted the sting of hard truth. In his youth, Roland had been like any other young Special Forces trooper. He drank beer and played pranks and goofed off with his buddies as much as any other person. Then he lost most of his body on Venus and was manipulated into becoming a cyborg monster with no control over his actions. He shook his head, acknowledging the point.
Yeah, he's not wrong, I guess.
Roland had no problem laying the blame for his trauma at the feet of the Golem Project, yet he could not pretend that preceding 3 decades of taciturn grouchiness was not entirely an artifact of his PTSD and poor emotional intelligence. The UEDF may have been the genesis of his social decline, but after 3 decades of indulging it, he had no one to blame but himself for his current dearth of social graces. It was not his way to hide from his failings, even though this one hurt more than he cared to admit. Working with his current team and sharing his life with Lucia reminded him how good it felt to have friends. He had wasted 30 years being a moody teenager, for no good reason. Lucia had stopped to look at him, concern lines framing her eyes in sympathetic parentheses. You still here, big guy?
Yeah. It's just sometimes you being right makes me feel like a dumbass is all.
I thought you'd be used to that by now, she quipped. But you're learning.
So, what has being nice told you about Mook?
Mook is probably the sweetest guy in all of Dockside. Roland could not stop his eyebrows from climbing halfway up his forehead.
He's Rodney's chief enforcer, Lucy.
When was the last time you saw Mook do something violent? The question took Roland aback.
I'm not sure. He helped at Quincy.
Mook doesn't beat people up, Roland. He hates violence, says it makes him queasy. He's effective in his job because he is fair and restrained when doing it. When Rodney sends him out to make a pickup or straighten out a problem, Mook talks to the players. Sylvia at the show pony bakes him cookies for crying out loud. She stopped, sipped her coffee, and added, But if they don't play nice, Mook can do scary too, he just doesn't like it.
I'm sensing a moral in this fable you are spinning for me here, Roland said.
Lucia ignored his sarcasm. Did you know that Mook is ranked as a top 10 game master for the Fantasy Quest Premier League? Globally. He's one of the most sought-after dungeon builders in the world. 2 million people logged in for his latest game within 10 seconds of it going online.
Wow.
Roland could only shake his head. He did not know much about the competitive VR gaming leagues, but Fantasy Quest was popular enough that even he had heard of their big competitions. If Mook was top 10, he had to be bringing in decent money.
What the hell is he doing here, then?
Lucia's smile wilted. His mother has a bad autoimmune disease that is resisting treatment. Mook's gaming brings in good money, but not enough to cover everything she needs. The only reason he works for Rodney is to take care of her.
And Rodney pays him that much?
Rodney has been paying all her bills directly for 10 years. Roland considered that.
That feels out of character for the dwarf.
It's not. Not if you know about Mook's mutation.
He's 8 feet tall, and I've seen him lift the back end of a cargo truck. Not much of a secret there.
Lucia sighed and hooked her arm in his. Ah, my sweet, lovable, armored buffoon. You have so much to learn still.
For instance?
Mook heals from pretty much any injury in hours, for instance. Total regeneration. You broke half his bones once, remember? He was back at work 36 hours later. Roland remembered kicking Mook through a brick wall. The big mutant should have been in recovery for months.
What? No way.
Yes. It's ultra rare, and Rodney keeps it a secret. If anyone cracks that genetic sequence, they'll be the richest person in the galaxy. Rodney wants to be that guy. Roland shook his head.
That does explain it.
He cast a sideways look at Lucia.
So, Tell me more about this talking to people thing. Can anyone learn this sorcery?
Kitty's head poked out from the back of the bar. Rodney's off his call, guys. Go on in. Probably not you, Lucia replied to Roland's question with a wry smirk. Let's just go see the dwarf. Chapter 16. The receiving deck of the privateer corvette Exit Wound was the largest open area on the entire vessel. Pike and a few crew people were waiting for Roland and his team when they arrived. A few recognizable faces greeted the group of fixers, and one in particular put a cruel smile on Roland's face. The stoop-shouldered man wore a boring brown suit and a thin sheen of sweat. Ship's lighting reflecting off a large forehead exposed by his receding hairline made the man look like an old-fashioned light bulb set atop a frumpy human body. His face managed to be pale and florid at the same time. He struggled manfully to lock his expression into one of bored competence, and failed. He betrayed his nervousness and discomfort with shifting weight, slumped posture, and the shallow breathing of someone well and truly out of their comfort zone.
"Jimmy," Roland rumbled. "What a surprise."
Pike's grin was effusive.
"I know, right? Imagine my surprise when a goddamn deco puke shows up looking to join our little jaunt. Naturally, I was just goddamn delighted to have a goddamn government spy on my goddamn secret mission to the middle of goddamn nowhere. I tried to decline the generous payment terms our little Jimmy here offered."
Pike clasped his hands over his chest and raised his eyes heavenward.
"Service is its own reward, after all. But then I realized that I may be insulting our governmental overlords by refusing compensation. Therefore, I regretfully accepted the enormous down payment."
"Truly," huffed the man they were referring to, "your charitable nature is renowned across the galaxy. And please, call me James. Analyst Klebold, if you want to be formal."
We don't,
Pike and Roland said as one. James sighed and wilted further. "Fine. Have it your way. Deco is as interested in your respective missions as your employer. We are here to offer assistance and remuneration in exchange for participation, is all."
"Just keep remunerating and try not to get in the way," Roland said, "and you'll probably survive."
Roland scanned the others in the room. One individual towered over everyone except himself. He saw Lucia smile when she recognized the looming soldier. "Bubba," she said with a wave. "Still not dead?"
"No, ma'am,"
he replied with a weak salute.
"But it's early yet."
"Ma'am," said a rangy man to Bubba's left. His salute was better.
"Glad to have you on this run."
Lucia did not salute back. In truth, she would not have known how to do it right. "Thanks, Tom. Mary and Will here too?"
"All rejects accounted for," said the man called Tom. "Pretty Boy and Bloody Mary are on a duty shift." "I plan on having you run that squad yourself, LT," Pike said. He held up a hand to stop Lucia's retort. Yeah, you don't want to be an LT, but you're on my ship, and that means you're an LT. Get over it."
"LTs get paid," she fired back.
"It's honorary rank. That means you get paid in honor. Nice try, though."
"I'm not saluting you."
"Why should you be any easier to deal with than the other rejects?"
Pike mumbled to no one in particular. He gestured to an older man in a crisp uniform.
"Our skipper here is Captain Fisher. He's the best goddamn corvette captain I've ever heard of. Or at least he better be, considering his pay scale. He'll be available for briefings as needed, but otherwise stay out of his hair and don't fuck with his ship's routines. He's an asshole when you do that."
"I am not," Fisher said. "But I run a tight ship out of necessity. Please restrict yourselves to common areas and refer any needs to me. I'll take care of them."
"Biggest asshole in known space," Pike reiterated. "Now get your gear stowed and find your quarters. Dr. Ribeiro gets the VIP suite." Pike grinned. "Which amounts to fuck all on a boat like this, but enjoy with my goddamn compliments all the same. Mindy, you will be with the rest of the crew. You remember the drill. Don't cause any shit or you'll be swimming home. Breach, you and the LT will have to bunk down with the other armatures if you want something your size. We got power taps and ship cells, though, so you can top off, or whatever the hell it is you do."
He jabbed a finger at the towering cyborg.
If you take a ship sale, you gotta pay for it, though. Those fuckers are goddamn expensive.
You got ship cells?
Roland could not disguise his surprise.
This bucket hauls 6 Avenger drones and 14 Voked area denial turrets. You think we power them with fairy dust and happy feelings?
Lucia patted Roland's arm. If you are extra good on this mission, we will buy you a new power source, okay, Pumpkin? Pike snorted, and Bubba chuckled.
Thanks, dear, he said to Lucia.
To the laughing men, he added a very polite,
the rest of you can shut the fuck up right now.
Bubba's face split into an ugly grin.
I ain't a-scared of you, big man.
That's because you have the intelligence of tapioca, Tom said, slapping Bubba on the arm. To Lucia, he said, please don't have that guy kill Bubba, LT. We need him to absorb incoming fire and move furniture. Where will I be? Manny's voice betrayed no small quantity of trepidation at his exclusion. Pike huffed a coarse laugh.
You're too tender to bunk with the grunts, boy. I'll put you with the execs.
I was born on Venus.
Stow it. You're with the suits. Conversation over.
Manny flinched, but silenced any further objections. Something in Pike's tone brooked no arguments.
The Gateways detachment is waiting for us, troops,
Pike continued. He turned on a heel and stomped toward the exit.
Get stowed, get cleaned up, and get to the conference room in 20 minutes. Copy?
Roland nodded and followed, his team falling in behind him. After all had stowed their gear as ordered, everyone reassembled in what Pike called a conference room. To Roland, it looked to be just another gray metal box in a ship comprised entirely of gray metal boxes. There was no table, just a few spindly chairs holding a motley assortment of people. Roland recognized Katrina Caulfield from Gateways and James, the deco analyst. They were leaning into each other, whispering. Will Pretty Boy Patton sat in a chair next to the life support pod of Bernadette Big Bernie Rothschild. Her dark features smiled from behind the clear panel of the tracked bubble, and she managed to maintain her aura of psychotic malice even outside of her AutoCAD 4900 series armature. Roland shot her a nod of acknowledgement, and her teeth flashed in reply. Patton gave Roland a small wave and head tilt, which Roland returned. Perhaps a dozen others filled the chairs, rough-looking men and women, looking up as one when Roland entered. Each pair of eyes sized him up, evaluated him, and he could see the calculations going on in those heads as if they were written on the wall in red ink. This amused the towering cyborg. It was an old ritual, endemic to fighters throughout history. One should always have a plan to kill everyone in the room. Pike's voice tore through the general hubbub and silenced all other conversations.
Eyes front, maggots.
Pike's mercenaries snapped their heads to meet his glower. The rest of the group was slower to respond. Mindy made sure the Commandant could see her eyes roll as her languid turn brought her around to face him.
We are all here because some bullshit is going on with the prospectors. We got Gateways, we got Deco, and we got Omnicorp in this mix for sure. He pointed to Katrina. Gateways has decided that they won't want to wait for Omnicorp to show their hand, and so they've hired us to force the issue. Which works, because I have a very personal stake in that psycho robot tearing up Prospectus right now.
He turned to face Dr. Donald Ribeiro.
That's where the doc comes in.
The older man inclined his head slightly.
I'll do my best, Commandant.
I'm sure you will, Pike said, and moved on.
Deco wants to know exactly what it is that has Gateways and Omnicorp all tore up about that corner of space, and the prospectors want us to shut down their broken robot. I want to see if those effete technocratic assholes have trapped my old CO in a giant battle bot. That's a lot of competing objectives to work with at the same time.
He folded his arms across his chest.
So, if you haven't already sorted it all out, what we have here is a goddamn Tier 1 full-scale military-grade clusterfuck. I'll let Miss Caulfield have the floor now so she can explain her part.
Katrina stood and smiled at the Commandant, who surprised them all by smiling back at her. Then she turned and addressed the group. I'll be quick. Gateways suspects that the prospectors are colluding with Omnicorp on a project that allows ships to access Einstein-Rosen bridges without the use of a gate ship or a known Anson gate. Obviously, Gateways Incorporated would like to have this technology as well. The presence of Deco at this little meeting tells us all that the Planetary Council is also interested." James interjected with a tentative raised hand. "To be quite clear, Miss Caulfield, Deco's interest relates more to the nature of the prospector's sudden shift in ideological bearings and the precise nature of their defense android. Neither Deco nor the Planetary Council has much interest in the gate technology itself. That is a private sector matter, and we'd be just as happy to stay clear of corporate entanglements." "So much the better, Mr. Klebold," said Katrina. "Our goal is to degrade Omnicorp's negotiating position with the prospectors and secure any such technology for ourselves." "You talking about espionage, or something more direct?" Will Patton spoke without raising his hand, drawing a fierce scowl from Pike. Katrina's reply came sharp and firm. "Undecided. I assume we can trust the discretion of Deco on this matter, but Gateways is not inclined to risk their Earthside charter on a shooting war with either the Prospectors or Omnicorp." Her expression hardened into a stone-cold mask of resolve. "Unless Omnicorp forces the issue, that is, at which point our legal team assures me that any action we take to protect our interest will be covered by the critical asset preservation clause in our charter." She shrugged and softened the look on her face as if by reflex. "We will make a call on that after initial recon is completed." Her gaze turned to Manny, and Roland wondered if there was something in her eyes that ought to scare the young man. Her intensity seemed to make Manny uncomfortable, as he squirmed when she added, "A job for which we have secured an extremely highly recommended asset. Does anyone here not know Mr. Richardson?" Manny seemed to shrink in his chair, as all the other eyes in the room turned his direction. Pike rescued him. "We've done the rounds with the kid. He's as good as advertised." "Good," Katrina said. "Then we can skip the introductions and get to logistics." The rest of the meeting slipped by in a blur of boring details and corporate doublespeak. Roland found himself growing more and more distracted with each passing second. After some interminable period of time, he heard the crosstalk recede. He looked up in time to catch Pike dismissing the group. His sigh of relief must have been a touch too obvious, because Lucia jabbed him in the ribs with an elbow. He looked down to her and saw her disapproving face. He winced.
"Sorry, boss."
Lucia laughed as she turned to leave. "You just aren't cut out for the corporate grind, are you?"
"It's the meetings,"
he grumbled.
"Why so many meetings?"
"Haven't you heard? Meetings are the only practical alternative to actual work."
"You and I define practical very differently."
They were interrupted at that moment by Manny. Boss?" "Yes, Manny, what is it?" "I need to get some gear handled back in my cabin." He wiggled his prosthetic fingers. "I need to rig this thing for infiltrating a corporate facility."
"As opposed to?"
Roland was genuinely curious. "Shutting down combat androids? It can only hold so many gizmos at one time. I have to swap stuff out." Lucia's eyes narrowed. "And it has to be done right now?" Manny's lip twitched, a smile flashing for the barest instant before disappearing. "Good scouting starts earlier than you think." He looked around the room, taking in all the milling figures and small conversations that had sprung up. Lots of unfamiliar faces in the room, and Deco always bears watching. Mindy sidled up to the group. "He's right, boss. Lots of ears in here." She pointed to her own. "Some of them hear real good, too. Let's walk." The quartet left the conference room and started down the hall. When they felt safely away from the conference room, they paused in an intersection to talk. "You have anything?" Lucia asked Mindy. Mindy put on a bright, flirty grin. "I'm working some angles." Manny shook his head. "Working some curves, you mean?" "Tools in the toolbox, kiddo," she fired back. "You got yours, I got mine." More quietly, she added, "Jimmy from Deco is much too easy a mark for field work. I'll have everything he knows soon enough. I'm pretty sure he's going to ask me to marry him before the end of the jump." Mindy blasted Manny with a devastating smile. "That Caulfield lady is going to have to be your mark, Manny boy. She's up to something." Manny could only blink in surprise. "What?"
What I got won't work on her. Mindy poked Manny in the chest hard enough to make him flinch. It's time for me to teach you a new way to steal intelligence. Why me? Manny's fear was palpable. Mindy seemed surprised by his confusion. Did you miss that look she gave you?
Like a starving wolf looking at a haunch of beef, Roland said. Hell, even I caught that.
If old Ironsides here picked up on it, you know it was pretty obvious, and it makes total sense. You're the right age. You don't do much for me, but I suppose if somebody squints real hard, you might appear fit and good-looking. This Katrina lady is educated and successful, so she respects intelligence and skill. You've got some of both. Manny kept arguing, his hands waving with uncontrolled frustration. There is no way that kind of lady is going to like me like that. Mindy flicked Manny's nose, lightning fast and hard enough to make him yelp. I smelled it, you clod. That room was chock full of hard-charging badasses, and the only man that made her sweat in that special way was you. They call Patton Pretty Boy for a reason, Manny, Lucia added, warming to Mindy's implied tactics. If he didn't set her off, then she must have a type.
Remind me to ugly him up, Roland said, not entirely to himself.
Down, Mongo, Lucia said. Patton friend, no kill friend. For his part, Manny did not appear to find the situation as amusing as the others. I am not her type. Mindy rolled her eyes. Now I know why we never see you with a girlfriend. You are dumb as shit when it comes to girls. Yeah, she's educated and urbane and sophisticated, and you're a dumb hick from Venus. What you ain't picking up on is that she is also a healthy young woman who has been in corporate boardrooms her whole adult life. I bet she's dated 100 boring accountants at this point.
So? Manny sounded confused, but also curious. How does that help? Roland, Lucia, and Manny all leaned in to hear this part.
She is a hard-working executive cutting her teeth in the boring world of corporate project management.
And? Mindy clasped both hands over her chest and sent a wistful gaze heavenward. She took on a breathless, theatrical tone to emphasize her next point.
You're a good-looking, dangerous criminal operative hiding a dark past fraught with pain and adventure.
Mindy fanned herself like a debutante in the grips of a fainting spell. Then she stopped and flicked Manny on the forehead with a finger, getting another yelp from the young man.
You might as well be made of dark chocolate and cocaine for a lady like her, dummy.
She looked at Lucia, her eyes pleading for help.
Nobody can be this thick, boss.
Lucia jerked a thumb in Roland's direction.
He is. He doesn't count.
Lucia chortled. She patted Manny on one drooping shoulder.
I hate to say it, kiddo, but she's right.
I've obviously never looked at you that way, but she's absolutely right.
I can't do this.
The objection came with the edge of panic this time.
That's not... I'm not that kind of guy.
Lucia tried to calm Manny with a maternal smile.
She's not asking you to marry her, Manny. Just be friendly. Flirt, whatever. Get her talking.
Mindy's goofy smile hinted at a secret she was not telling.
It's like Spycraft 101, Manny. Don't be such a prude.
Roland tried to help the rapidly reddening young man.
Come on, guys. If he doesn't want to do it, don't make him do it. We can get what we need some other way.
Mindy's shoulders vibrated with an effort to contain her laughter. Roland began to wonder if there was something else going on. He tried to glean the answer from Mindy's body language. Success proved elusive. Roland knew one thing for sure. Despite her obvious love of torturing her teammate, the tiny blonde assassin appeared to be having far more fun than the situation warranted. Mindy's face scrunched into a field of wrinkles as she contorted her expression to keep the guffaws contained.
What?
Manny was angry now.
What's so funny?
Mindy tried to talk between gasps.
That's the best part. Fight it all you want, kiddo, but I don't think you really have a choice.
Lucia figured it out before anyone else, and her own gasp was loud enough to startle the men. No way, Lucia cried, grabbing Mindy by the shoulders. No goddamn way. She burst into hysterical laughter as well. Roland and Manny became more irritated as the spectacle dragged on for far too long.
For fuck's sake, just spill it,
Roland said. Lucia turned and wrapped Manny in a big hug, laughter still racking her body with spasms. She released the embrace, took Manny by the shoulders, and looked into his eyes. You poor doomed fool, she said. Katrina is Pike's niece. Chapter 17.
This is it, Manny said. This is how I die.
Don't be so dramatic, Mindy said. It's just flirting.
Flirting with the beloved niece of what is probably the most dangerous individual human in the galaxy.
Pike's not that bad. She abandoned the lie immediately. Okay, that part is going to take some care, but flirting is still just flirting.
You do realize I've never flirted with anyone, right?
He was seated on the bunk in his stateroom. Pieces of his arm were arrayed on the blanket next to him, and his absent fiddling with the parts could not hide his trepidation.
On Venus, when you like a girl, you just sort of told her and took the answer as it came. People live too close to each other to play a lot of courtship games. We are a very blunt people.
But you've been out for years. You must have had some practice by now.
Sure, and I was terrible at it. I still don't understand how anybody ends up in a decent relationship out here. All they seem to do is lie and pretend. It's like a con where you try to hide who you really are so the person you want doesn't flee in terror at all your faults.
Mindy blinked. Wow, when you say it like that, you really take all the fun out of it.
It's fun?
It's like a dance. One person leads, and if the other is game, they follow. If you work well together, the dance is fun.
I don't dance.
Mindy threw her hands into the air. You are impossible, Manny boy. Calming herself, she started over. That lady is attracted to you, I know it. I know the signs. I can hear her goddamn heartbeat and see her skin change temperature. Trust me, this is easy mode. Even a clod like you can do this.
Maybe I don't want to.
Mindy squinted into his face. Look at me. He looked up, meeting her eyes. Do you think she is pretty?
What?
Do you think she is pretty? Manny did not answer right away, and Mindy did not let him. You do. Your surface temperature just went up 1.5 degrees.
He did not argue the point. Well, of course she's very attractive.
Mindy nodded as if some great victory had just been won. Do you think she's interesting?
Sure, I mean, she seems very smart and driven, competent and confident. I'm sure she's very nice.
So why wouldn't you want to get to know her better?
She's Pike's niece.
Why does that matter?
Manny looked at Mindy as if she had grown a second head. I feel like he might cast a shadow over the relationship.
Ha! So you admit you'd like a relationship with her?
That's not what I said. He dropped the pieces he was holding. Mindy, you aren't hearing me. I'm not the kind of guy who can just... He stopped, organic hand flapping in frustration. I can't just go after a woman like that to get intelligence. It feels wrong to me. I can't fake interest and I can't lie to someone like that.
Manny, Mindy said, I have seen you lie with a straight face to get into places you don't belong. You are a really good liar. Savant level.
Not like this, he said with an emphatic headshake.
Mindy squinted. You're sweet on her, ain't you?
I don't even know her.
Oh, shit, you are.
I have had one interaction with her that lasted about 3 minutes. I have already admitted she is physically attractive and otherwise interesting. That is not the same as being sweet on her.
And you've managed to avoid talking to her the entire jump out to Enterprise, too. Don't think I haven't noticed you hiding in here. God, you're a dork.
Mindy ran fingers through her hair as if to center herself. She exhaled slowly.
First things first. Dinner is in 20 minutes, and we are eating somewhere nice on station. Gateways is buying, so you are going to have to sit with her and make chit-chat. Now stop fiddling with your stupid arm, and get dressed.
What do I wear? He gestured to Mindy's outfit, a blue dress that managed to cover her prodigious attributes without actually hiding any of them. It was the kind of outfit that technically met Lucia's standards for professional decorum, while remaining true to Mindy's preference for scandalous attire.
A suit, dumbass.
I don't have one. Mindy dropped a wrapped package on the narrow bed.
Yes, you do.
Inside the package, Manny found a gray suit. The cut was sleek and fashionable, the material of obvious high quality. It was the sort of suit a holovid star might wear. Lucia must have picked this, he mumbled.
She has an eye for fit and fashion, Mindy agreed. It's totally your size. Don't try to say otherwise.
Manny did not bother. He knew defeat when he saw it. Okay. Get out while I change.
You don't got nothing I want to see anyway, she said. You got 10 minutes. I'll be right outside the door. You try to bolt and I'll hunt you down like a fluffy Venusian bunny.
Fine. Manny emerged from his room in precisely 10 minutes. The suit did, in fact, fit perfectly. Manny had pulled his long hair back into a ponytail and slicked it down to keep it from getting unruly. The resulting look managed to be both refined and rakish all at once. Even he had to admit, he looked pretty damn good. Mindy nodded her approval.
Well, looky here. The kid cleans up all right. Let's get to dinner so you can charm your lady friend.
Manny grabbed Mindy by the arm, and the intensity made the assassin frown. He looked straight through her and said with all the steel he could muster, Mindy, I know what you and Lucia want out of me on this, but I need you to understand that I can't do this the way you do, okay?
Manny, it's not that hard.
You're not hearing me. I will talk to Caulfield, but you can't ask me to lie or scam her. I just won't do it. A strange sort of vehemence in his tone softened Mindy's resolve. Something inside the young man did not find the situation funny or appropriate. She put her hand over his, still clutching her arm.
Okay, Manny, I get it. Probably more than you realize, to be honest. But do me a favor, okay?
What?
Talk to her. Get to know her. I'm not saying pump her for intel either.
Then, what are you saying? Mindy squeezed his hand. Her voice became softer, more earnest.
Don't miss out on what might be a good thing because you were afraid of it.
She pried his hand from her forearm and smiled.
Or her uncle.
Manny blinked and stared. What?
God, you're a dork. I'm saying go have a nice time with a pretty girl. It's good for you.
Mindy winked.
Believe me, I know.
I do not get you sometimes. Mindy linked arms with the confused young man.
Nobody really does, Manny boy. Let's go eat.
The restaurant was located in the center of the promenade deck of Enterprise Station. Built to house and entertain weary travelers, the promenade deck could almost be mistaken for any other retail megaplex. The hundreds of shops, bars, and restaurants lining the spotless concourses sat beneath an enormous dome. Projected clouds drifted, and holographic birds fluttered across the concave surface, while the image of a late summer sun crawled across the faux sky, in perfect synchrony with Eastern Standard Time back on Earth. In the evening, a lazy full moon would rise, and all the pinprick dots of the constellations would appear. No matter which harsh mudball or frozen wasteland brought a weary traveler to Earth's main gate station, the promenade deck on Enterprise Station always boasted perfect weather. It was all lost on the little blonde killer and her Venusian escort. Mindy walked Manny across the picture-perfect landscape to the door of the restaurant without a second glance for all the manufactured splendor. Glitzy, overwrought, and ostentatious, every facet and feature of the establishment had been crafted for the express purpose of advertising just how expensive the food was going to be. Upon entering, Manny was surprised and chagrined to find everyone else already inside and seated. When he stepped into the main dining room, Mindy on his arm like a million-credit supermodel, the entire table turned to look at them. "Are we late?" Manny whispered low enough that only Mindy's bionic ears could hear.
"Fashionably," she replied, bringing them to a halt at the maitre d' station. "Pause here so they can get a look. This is your big entrance."
"I hate you so much." That's nice. Here I am, playing ultimate wingman, and this is the thanks I get? She nudged him forward. Let's go. Smile, dumbass. You look like you need to use the bathroom. As they approached, Mindy's smile washed over the table like a floodlight, distracting everyone from Manny's obvious discomfiture. Through what Manny refused to believe was coincidence, the chairs next to Katrina were empty. Manny could not deny that Katrina looked fantastic in her evening attire. The green dress she wore appeared both simple and stylish. The expensive fabric hugged her figure without squeezing, the silhouette subtle and alluring. He did not bother to pretend that this was not a good-looking woman. Also, the niece of an extremely dangerous man who probably held some very old-fashioned notions about propriety and had access to the kind of arsenal that could overthrow a planet. Manuel Richardson had maneuvered his way through more than his fair share of dangerous environments. The terror clutching at his guts now burned with new and strange intensity. No one seemed to notice the ironclad grip Mindy employed to ensure Manny got to that closest chair, though he expected to have bruises afterward. "Sorry we are late," Mindy cooed, her country drawl dialed up to its maximum. "Finding something to wear was simply agony." Manny pulled a chair out for her, and she sat. Jimmy sat to her left, and she leaned his way. "Do I look all right? I never know what to wear to places like this." The deco man darkened 2 shades of crimson. "You look, amazing." "Oh, thank goodness," she replied. "I was such a wreck trying to get it right." "We ordered drinks," Katrina said. "Roland said that Mindy likes bourbon?" "Roland is right," Mindy said. "And for Mr. Richardson, we ordered a club soda."
"Thank you," Manny managed to speak without croaking. "I'm not much of a drinker."
"Me neither," Katrina said. "Never developed the palate for the stuff."
Pike laughed. "That's because you got started with Gallup Vino. That garbage would put anyone off the sauce." Just then their drinks arrived, and a stuffy waiter in vintage regalia deigned to dictate the specials. After he left, the group dialed their orders into the kitchen. When it looked like everyone was finished, Katrina stood and raised her glass.
"At Gateways, we have a tradition of starting every new project with a dinner like this and a toast. So I'd like to take this moment to say I am pleased to have such a great team of achievers on this one. My personal biases notwithstanding, working with my Uncle Chris—" Dr. Ribeiro nearly spat his scotch out at this proclamation. Katrina giggled, and it was a surprisingly girlish sound that came from the serious young woman. "I'm sorry, that's not really common knowledge, is it?"
"I'm just excited to hear him called Uncle Chris," said the elder Ribeiro. "Stow it, Grandpa," Pike growled. "We're the same age, Uncle Chris," Ribeiro fired back.
"Working with Pike's privateers is always a privilege," Katrina continued. "And I cannot leave out the contingent from Dockside. Roland has been a valuable partner for years, and under the management of Ms. Ribeiro, your group has grown into one of our most effective and valued assets."
Roland seemed ready to bristle at being referred to as an asset. Lucia squeezed his thigh to kill the inevitable faux pas in its infancy. The big cyborg settled, though not without a low grumble of irritation. Katrina either did not notice or chose to ignore it.
"I am especially excited to see the famous Manuel Richardson in action." She tilted her glass in his direction. "My uncle has spoken highly of your skills many times, and praise from that mean old bastard is hard to come by."
Manny tried to hide his gulp, finding only middling success. "I really hope I can live up to the hype," he managed to say. "Kid tracked a goddamn cyborg with nuclear buckshot," Pike said, shaking his head. "Fucking nuclear buckshot."
"So," Katrina went on, "with a group like this on our side, I can only predict overwhelming success in our endeavors." She raised her glass even higher. "To success in our venture."
A chorus of cheers followed with the tinkling of crystal. The first course of appetizers arrived, and the group broke off into light conversations. Lucia had made it clear that this sort of dinner was social, and business talk should be kept to a minimum. This more or less excluded Roland from talking at all. To everyone's relief, Lucia was a master of corporate small talk. She carried the conversations for both of them. Donald Ribeiro and Pike fell into the kind of old man reminiscing that defies time and space. They traded stories of old military projects that both had worked on, or waxed eloquent, remembering the years before Anson Gates opened the whole galaxy to human exploration. Mindy held Jimmy's attention to the exclusion of all others. She wrapped that man's affections around her finger with a casual ease that Manny found insulting to his gender. He did not get the opportunity to do anything about it because Katrina Caulfield commanded his full faculties, and he was both too fascinated and too terrified to stop her. He tried to use his fried calamari as a distraction, but Katrina was having none of it. "You have to tell me about this nuclear buckshot gimmick," she prodded over her plate of meatballs. "It's an old trick. I dust the pellets from an old-fashioned chemical propellant shotgun with some mildly radioactive heavy metals. When it hits, the stuff gets everywhere. The target leaves trace amounts of residue wherever they go." "But isn't it hard to find it against the background radiation of all the stuff around it?" "The key is to know the exact composition so you can track it later." "Huh," she said. "What's the detection range?" "A few feet, usually. You need to have a good idea as to what trail the target took for this to really work." Before he realized what was happening, Katrina had sucked him into a casual conversation about tradecraft. It took several more minutes for the young man to figure out he was being led into talking about himself. He tried to reverse the flow. What was it like growing up as Pike's niece? He tried to smile in a disarming manner. "I won't lie, that man terrifies me." She smiled back. "He's not so bad, but he is a hard guy to get along with. My mom was his third wife's sister and a Galop pirate, so it takes quite a bit to rattle me." "Your mother was a pirate?" She sipped from her drink. "Absolutely, until she and her sister left Galapagos for a better life. My aunt went mercenary and found Pike. My mom made it to Earth and worked the Gateway's shipyards in Rio. What about your parents?" Manny froze. Katrina caught the look. "Sorry. Too private?" Manny did not know how to respond. He fumbled. "I'm Venusian. I never knew my parents." "The troubles," Katrina said with a solemn headshake. "Enough said. Sorry I asked." "It's okay. If not for Venus, I would not have all those skills your uncle seems to think are so special." "You were a scout?" "Are you asking, or do you already know the answer?" Katrina held up her hands in surrender. "Guilty. Yes, I know. I did a thorough background check on all of you." "You're okay sharing dinner with a red hat, then?" Manny could not keep some of the fear and anger from touching his words. "You're no red hat. I've been on the Omnicorp project for a long time. I know what happened on Venus the last time you were there." Manny had to concede the point. "I guess I'm just touchy about it." "No worries. Anyone would be." Katrina decided to change the subject. "What's the deal with Mindy?" She was watching the little blonde killer work her charms on the overmatched deco analyst. Manny snorted. "Mindy is the big sister I never wanted. She is okay when she's not being mean, manipulative, and annoying, which is pretty much never." "Kinda hot, though." Manny nearly choked on his squid. "I don't see it," he lied. "Jimmy does." Jimmy is going to be very disappointed when he learns the sad news about Mindy's romantic preferences. "Is she into bad boys?" "Bad girls." Katrina laughed out loud. "Poor Jimmy." She took a sip of her water. "I'm going to guess Mindy is going to have all sorts of good intel out of him by the time she breaks his heart then." "Count on it," Manny said with his own small smile. "So, how much intel you think you'll get out of me before breaking my heart?" A flush rushed from the back of Manny's neck to suffuse his face with prickly heat. "What?" "One of the perks of being Christopher Pike's niece is that he cannot see me as anything other than the little girl he used to spoil at Christmas. He has been talking you up at me for over a year, and he is not a subtle man, Mr. Richardson. Furthermore, I am not a stupid woman." She dabbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin. "For instance, I can tell you have never worn that suit before. You've probably never worn any suit before. It looks fantastic, by the way, and that tells me someone else picked it out. You sweat bullets every time I look at you, so I know that my poor, dumb uncle has mentioned me to you already. He's an idiot in many ways, but he is rather good at putting a plan together.
I would never...
I know. You are not the type. But he is. She cast her eyes toward her uncle, who was already half drunk and arguing with a three-quarters drunk Dr. Ribeiro over some bit of history no one else could remember. He caught the look and smiled back at his niece. She waved and returned to her conversation. Her eyes sparkled in a very delightful way, and Manny realized she was enjoying herself. Your team is just as bad. I caught Mindy's little bit of red carpet theater when you came in. Trying to make me jealous is such a high school tactic, though.
High school may be giving her too much credit, Manny said, but she can probably hear us, so I'll leave it at that.
Mindy had turned to face Jimmy while talking, so the analyst failed to see the rude gesture she made behind her back. Katrina's laugh was musical. Oh my, tonight is going to be so much fun.
I'm glad somebody is having fun.
Katrina tapped his arm. Wait a minute. Did you even know you were running late tonight?
I didn't.
Of course not. She rolled her eyes. You are never late for anything, are you?
Manny knew she was right. He hated being late. You seem to have me well and truly cornered, Miss Caulfield. I can only apologize, of course. Once Mindy figured out who you were, well, everybody thought the whole situation was very funny.
I mean, it is kind of funny, Katrina said with a shrug. But what are you going to do about it?
Huh?
You've got me right where you want me, Mr. Richardson. You are a dashing and dangerous man, and here I sit, a bored corporate employee, captivated by your charm and mystery.
Okay, I'm just confused now.
My uncle is an idiot, but he is a good judge of people. He says you are good people, and you really do look fantastic in that suit. I say we try to get as much intel out of each other as possible while we have the chance.
Are we still talking about working each other for information, or has this become a metaphor?
I'll let you know after dinner.
Their eyes met, and the rush Manny felt came as a surprise. He did not get to respond with a witty retort, because the supersonic crack of gunfire ended the conversation and ruined any chance of enjoying his entree. Chapter 18. The first sharp pop came from outside the dining room, and a scream followed it. The sound had not even begun to fade before millions of tiny machines in Lucia's brain realigned to dilate her perception of time. Everything around her slowed to a crawl, and she launched herself into action before anyone else at the table even registered the noise. 1,000 details formed into neat rows and columns inside her head. She was not wearing the right shoes to execute the turn she wanted to, so she dove across the table instead. More shots were ringing out, and the best place to be in a gunfight was behind Roland. Pike could take hits, and Mindy was nearly as fast as she was. Manny, Jimmy, and her father were in the most danger. She made her choice. Her leap took her across the table, sending dishes and condiments flying in all directions. She slid into her father and rolled him out of his chair to the floor with a smooth twist that let her body take most of the impact. She surged back to her feet an eighth of a second later and scanned the scene for threats. His own reflexes highly enhanced, Roland was up and shielding the group already. He took a standing position between their party and the gunfire pouring in from outside. A slow rain of orange sparks drifting in sparkling motes around his body told her that he had just taken a hit from a ceramic bead. Another exploded against his chest as she watched, sending glowing shards spinning off into the other tables. Manny at last moved to help. He threw his bionic arm across Katrina and dragged her to the floor and out of the line of fire. Mindy had thrown herself across Dr. Ribeiro. She saw that Jimmy was still seated, face aghast, and eyes popping from their sockets. She dove again, cartwheeling across the table. Her path took her through the lethargic rain of shrapnel billowing off of Roland. She collided with the deco analyst feet first and sent him to the carpet with a hollow thud. More gunfire assaulted her hearing, and she whipped her head around to track it. Pike produced 2 pistols from under his dinner jacket and hurled return fire back out of the dining room with a look of maniacal fury.
Lucia, at last, spared a moment to scan for the actual threats, and she saw a squad of men and women firing from the entrance. They wore fashionable attire appropriate for anyone out for a nice meal in the upscale restaurants of the promenade. They did not appear to be androids, and that made sense. Enterprise Station was a galactic free trade zone. The corporate interests that owned and operated the station were short on trust and long on security. There was a scanner on every door and in every corridor of the promenade, as well as a full garrison of Pike's privateers ready to deploy against any threat. There was no way to move a squad of androids around without drawing the wrong kind of attention. Lucia processed all of this while moving. Her accelerated cognition blunted her risk aversion, and she wanted answers. Roland still stood in the line of fire, absorbing incoming hits with a look of grim irritation. He wanted to fight. She saw it in his tight grimace. Nevertheless, he planted his feet and waited for the civilians to get clear first. Lucia saw the squads of shooters split in two fire teams. Their plan was not subtle. One group wanted to pin Roland down so the other could flank them. Lucia knew how to fix that. It was time to take the leash off. "Get the civilians to cover, Manny," she shouted over the din. "Roland, you're clear. Go!" Roland went. To those who had never seen him move, the speed and agility of the giant cyborg could be very surprising. His bulky frame barreled into the shooters in half a second, scattering both fire teams like a flock of seagulls. They did not flee, nor did they fall into disarray. With superhuman grace, they dodged his charge and rolled into fighting positions just outside the restaurant entrance. A score of weapons peppered Roland's armored hide in a deafening tattoo, shredding his jacket but doing little else. Roland followed, and Lucia saw the mistake in an instant. 2 tables worth of restaurant patrons, huddled in terror on the floor, suddenly stood up to reveal hidden weapons. With Roland outside, the rest of them were now exposed. Lucia swore and kicked the table onto its side for what little cover it could provide. Pike dropped behind the barricade, and his pistols addressed the new threat with 2 ropes of white-hot beads. He shouted something indecipherable, and it took Lucia a moment to register that he was calling for backup. The new enemies scrambled for cover of their own, upending tables and hurling themselves behind columns. With nothing else to do, Lucia charged. Pike covered her attack with his pistols, preventing any of the new attackers from getting a clean shot at her. She saw a head pop up over an upended table, and she dove the last 10 feet, striking the pistol-wielding man in the face with her knee. The bones crunched, and blood sprayed in all directions. Lucia's trailing hand plucked the pistol from his limp grip, and she was shooting before the unconscious man slumped to the floor. The pistol was unfamiliar, and felt awkward in her hands. If this affected her marksmanship, no one could say. She put 2 shots into the face of a woman posted up behind a thick column while at a full run, then whirled to dodge return fire from a man hiding behind a half wall. The incoming bead streaked past, close enough Lucia felt the heat of it on her cheek. With no cover and no options, she stroked the trigger 4 times, aiming for the spot on the wall she suspected hid the shooter. Fake wood shattered, and the hypersonic projectiles tore the thin panels to shreds. The ceramic spheres shattered on impact, though their razor-sharp shards continued onward into the body of the hiding man. His screams told Lucia he was out of the fight, and she kept running. A distant recrimination gnawed at the back of her consciousness. She had charged too deep too soon. Risk aversion tended to disappear when the nanomachines took over, and as it had in the past, this compromised her tactical positioning. How she had not been shot yet remained a mystery, until she noticed the streak of straw-yellow hair to her side. Mindy sprinted along the wall, out of the main line of fire, and threw herself into the undefended flank of the entrenched shooters. Lucia aided the gambit by drawing as much attention to herself as possible. Her stolen weapon spewed fire and death at anyone foolish enough to reveal themselves, though most of her attention remained on not getting shot herself. The constant running and unfamiliar weapon affected her marksmanship, and she consoled herself by noting that her spastic assault was at least concealing Mindy's movements. When Mindy struck, the tide of the battle turned. Her tiny hands seized a man by the chin and head, wrenching the skull nearly off his body. Mindy scooped up the dead man's pistol, but did not use it. All eyes were still on Lucia, who had just hurtled over an upturned table to put fire into 2 shooters hiding there. Mindy sprinted to another enemy, this one drawing a bead on Lucia's exposed back. Mindy struck this one in the base of the skull where it met the neck. Enhanced muscles drove the reinforced bones of her fist into the spine like a sledgehammer, shattering the cervical vertebrae like porcelain, and leaving the shooter a nerveless, paralyzed husk. She collected that gun as well, and moved on. She killed quickly, efficiently, and silently. She ended lives without sound or fanfare. The last enemy to die did not even know what killed him. One second he was pinning that damned woman down with sustained fire, and the next moment he was dying from a crushed larynx. His mouth worked in choked gasps, and he passed from this world to the sounds of his own silent screaming. Panicked wails and crashing still filled the air of the restaurant. On the other side of the dining room, Pike's pistols roared, and the sounds of total war rolled in from the promenade. "Fight's not over," Lucia said to Mindy. She struggled to keep her words from running together. "Go back up Pike and Manny. I'll check on Roland." "Roger," Mindy said, tossing a fresh pistol to Lucia. "Good luck." Lucia plucked the weapon from the air without looking and ran for the entrance. Waiters and patrons huddled in weeping clumps on the floor, obstructing her path. Lucia spared them no notice, vaulting tables and bodies with equal grace and indifference. She did not bother to glance at Pike's running gunfight on the other side of the restaurant. Whatever he was dealing with, if he and Mindy were not up to the task, then the best thing she could do for either of them was get Roland. She found the big cyborg battling a dozen shooters out on the open deck of the promenade. In his right fist he clutched the twitching body of a dead or dying man. Lucia scowled, wondering why Roland was holding a corpse. The answer came when his arm cocked back and hurled the fleshy projectile across the concourse like a baseball. It struck another man just as it popped up to fire at Roland, and both bodies slammed to the deck with a wet thump. A wave of gunfire washed across Roland's chest the instant he released his missile, and despite the hellish pyrotechnic display of exploding beads and sparks, a fierce frown was the only result. Lucia understood. She saw the freakish speed and agility of the enemy as they darted in and out of cover. She noted their skill and precision. Her brain had enough spare bandwidth even in a fight to assemble the clues into a plausible narrative. These were heavily augmented operators, probably custom-picked to be fast and agile. Their measured tactics of shoot and move, disengage and re-engage, painted a clear picture of their plan. She had to admit it was a good one. The enemy was not even trying to hurt Roland. They were trying to annoy him. This contingent of assaulters was a feint, meant to draw Roland away from the real target. With the most powerful opponent safely away from the objective, the enemy seemed satisfied to pepper him from cover and hold him in place. The plan was working, too. Unarmed, Roland was reduced to playing lethal whack-a-mole against foes he had little hope of ever catching. Lucia cursed under her breath. The real target must be someone inside. Was it Katrina? Her father? Jimmy? All were equally valuable. All had plenty of enemies. For the moment, it did not matter. If Pike and Mindy could handle their part of the fight, then they were winning by default. If the forces inside were too much for those two killers, then they were going to need Roland. Either way, Lucia's path was clear. Lucia dropped to one knee and braced her gun in a two-handed push-pull grip. Exhaling a long, cleansing breath, she drew a bead on a man crouched behind an information kiosk 20 yards away. He was not even trying that hard to stay hidden, secure in the knowledge that his foe could not shoot back. Wrong foe, Lucia thought to herself, and squeezed the trigger. The top half of the man's head disappeared in an explosion of blood, brains, and bone. The gore painted the side of the kiosk in a greasy crimson Rorschach. Peekaboo, Lucia thought to herself. Come on out, kids. The callous nature of her thoughts surprised her. She pushed her self-recriminations aside. As if on cue, the entire opposing force turned to assess the new threat. Heads popped up from cover, confused and curious glances covering the field in search of the shooter. Lucia exhaled again, relaxed her mind, and started to shoot. Without the calming effect of her nanomachines, the sheer brutality of what she was doing would have sickened her. She knew from experience that despite her cool efficiency in the moment, the emotional cost of her actions had to be paid eventually. Roland had once told her that killing would get easier with time, but watching people die would not. She now understood what he meant by that. She accepted this, and her aim did not suffer for it. She killed 5 people in 2 seconds. The muzzle of her gun leaped from target to target at the speed of thought, the searing flash of each bead tracing purple streaks across her vision. Heads popped like balloons with each thunderclap, leaving limp corpses to lurch and fall twitching to the floor. Roland took full advantage of the distraction to fall on anyone within bolting range. He dispatched the enemy with curt blows from fists like wrecking balls. 12 men fell in 10 seconds, and the roar of gunfire on the promenade ceased. Too late to be of any use, armed and armored privateers descended on the scene. They swept the concourse with rifles and pistols. Satisfied with the dearth of opposition they found, the squad of soldiers acknowledged Roland with curt nods. Pleasantries thus managed, the leaders began barking orders into subvocal communicators attached to their helmets. Lucia did not wait for them to finish their sweep. "Pike is inside with VIPs and more shooters," she shouted to a woman who appeared to be in charge. "No, ma'am. The Commandant has secured the interior already." Lucia cocked her head to the side. Sure enough, the sounds of gunfire had ceased. She whirled and ran back without acknowledging the sergeant's reply. Roland followed. Inside the restaurant, sobbing patrons milled about hollow-eyed and wearing shell-shocked expressions. A brace of privateer medics hustled in behind her and set to work on tending the wounded, without a word. Lucia found a thoroughly disheveled Pike and Mindy, holding court over a pile of dead and dying attackers. The Commandant gripped a struggling man by the face, holding him aloft with one arm. Pike's suit hung across his shoulders in rags, the jacket and shirt torn and smoldering in several places. Through the tears, Lucia could make out the flat silver sheen of thin, flexible body armor. In all their interactions, Pike had always comported himself with a sort of workmanlike nonchalance in the face of extreme violence. Perennially irascible and infallibly irritable, Lucia could not ever remember seeing Pike in a state that resembled true anger. This time was different. The tan leather skin of his face stretched tight across his cheeks, peeling his lips back into a teeth-bearing snarl that seemed to suck the life out of his prisoner's eyes. She swore she could hear the creak of the ensnared man's jawbone dislocating in the white-knuckled grip of the brawny Commandant. The prisoner kicked and whimpered, clutching at Pike's wrist with weak and futile swats. "You will spill your motherfucking guts to me, you shit-sucking maggot, and you will do it quickly. If I don't have a goddamn treasure trove of useful intelligence out of your useless goddamn cry-hole, I will fill it with live Signarian slime eels and then commence to skull-fucking you with a ball-peen hammer." The man tried to scream in pain, but he could not make his jaw work against the awful pressure of Pike's grip. Pike's forearm bulged, and this time a scream did erupt from deep in the prisoner's chest. It was a shrill, defeated sound. It leaked from between Pike's fingers in a wave of eerie desperation. Pike dropped him. The man crumpled, and Pike kicked him over onto his back. His foot stomped downward, trapping the doomed shooter's knee against the floor. "Talk," Pike barked, and leaned his weight into the downed man. "Caulfield. The target was Caulfield." "I know that, asshole." Pike leaned harder, and the man screamed. "Who, why, and where? In that order, you fucking maggot." "We took the job from the boards," he gasped. "Open contract, anonymous." "Bullshit," Mindy said. "I'd know about it." "Mindy's calling you liar, shit-stain. Do better." He twisted his foot for emphasis, and something in the man's knee popped loud enough to make Lucia wince. "Corporate gig." His scream sent sparks of anxiety jangling across Lucia's nerves. She shuddered while the man blubbered on. "Not lodge. Corporate." Pike turned to Mindy.
You not on the corporate boards?"
"You think they'd ever hire me?"
Pike shrugged, then turned back to his prisoner. "Why?" The shooter's face collapsed into panic.
"I don't know. Why would I know? I'm freelance. Please."
Pike considered this answer and leaned forward. "Where?"
"Rally point, below G deck. A storage unit. G045.
"Thanks," Pike said, and before anyone could do a thing about it, he crushed the prisoner's knee beneath his boot. Over the sounds of tortured wailing, he signaled one of his medics. "I want this piece of shit in the brig. We may have more questions later." He added with a sneer, "Fix the knee, but no pain meds. Let him scream. When you're done, give him to the intel team for further interrogation." The medic saluted and went to work on the sobbing prisoner. Pike looked up at Lucia and spoke with perfunctory military precision. "Your Venusian kid got the VIPs out the back, but there was another group of tangos waiting. My boys found your old man and the deco puke in the alley out back." He held up a hand. "They're fine. Your kid managed to split the group so they could get clear."
"Katrina?"
"Not sure. Everyone went dark after that. Fuckers managed a comms blackout. I don't know if the enemy has them or if they are still running." His jaw flexed. "But there is nowhere they can hide on this station where I can't find them."
"Then they won't stay on the station," Lucia said. "They'll move them to a ship as fast as possible."
"My thoughts exactly. I'm just a contractor here on Enterprise. I don't have the authority to shut down the docking bays or the gates, but I can make security checks go real fucking slow. Nothing will leave this station for the next 2 or 3 hours. Pike's eyes narrowed. "Clock's ticking, Superbrain. Go find them." Chapter 19. The breath burned in Manny's lungs. He did not stop running, though. Their pursuers could not be far behind. Katrina kept up, her own breathing loud and labored to his ears. They needed to stop soon. At the very least, they needed to rest and communicate with the team. He whipped his head from side to side, trying to find his bearings. The enormous space station was not unfamiliar to him. Manny had been to Enterprise several times. It was the first stop and only way out of the solar system, so when he fled Venus, it had been the logical place to start. The promenade deck, on the other hand, was not the sort of place fleeing terrorists trying to hide from both the law and their enemies were wont to frequent. He knew Pike had a garrison on station, so it was really just a question of staying alive long enough for his troops to secure the area and put down the attackers. This should have calmed him, yet the whizzing of ceramic beads and the fire in his lungs made it difficult for the young man to find solace in the probability of eventual rescue. He spotted a gap between some kind of upscale clothing boutique and another fancy restaurant. He darted into the gap, dragging Katrina with him. Running the length of both structures, the 6-foot-wide alley was empty but for a few bulky square recyclers. He moved Katrina to the cover of one of these, and then ducked behind it himself. The machines were big and heavy, and as cover they would stop gunfire well enough. He did not feel anything approaching safe, though he decided this was the best moment to attempt communication with his team. He activated his comm and keyed in the team channel. A burst of static from his earpiece made him flinch. Katrina, panting, noticed.
"I tried mine too. Same thing."
"They've jammed the signals." He shook his head. "Stupid. The garrison will know to come anyway."
Katrina shook her head. "They know that already. The jamming is to buy time and keep us from coordinating." She appeared to be catching her breath now. "Why are they attacking here? Why now? Those are the important questions."
"And who are they after?" Manny added. He peeked around their bit of cover. The alley entrance loomed wide and empty. "Roland?"
Katrina shook her head. "No armatures, all small arms? Not a chance it's him. Maybe the deco guy? My uncle has lots of enemies too."
"Maybe you," Manny said.
Katrina's face fell. "Maybe. A lot of folks at Omnicorp probably don't want me near this project." The sounds of booted feet approached. Not running, the footsteps thumped along at a cautious, if brisk, tempo. They heard voices barking instructions and calling out, "Clear!" and "Try the next one." Manny felt Katrina's body tense and resisted the urge to tense up himself. Fear thickened the air in his throat, though he could not afford to let Katrina see it. He was supposed to be the operative, a professional fixer. He had to manage this. Wondering how Roland would handle this situation seemed like a waste of time. Roland was impervious to the enemy's weapons. Mindy would have already killed them all, and Lucia probably had 7 different plans for outsmarting them. Manny had come to rely upon his team in these situations, and their absence reminded him of the days when he jumped from station to station, one step ahead of the balisongs sent to kill him. He hated that feeling, and he hated that he did not know what to do. "Try this one," he heard a voice say, and the volume and echo told him that the speaker must be at the entrance to their alley. Manny racked his brain for an idea, any idea. His fear of failure overrode his fear of death, and this turned out to be a very unpleasant blessing in disguise. Roland had once told him that in combat, any plan was better than no plan, and that a bad idea was always better than no idea. An unbelievably bad idea took root in Manny's imagination, and with no time to evaluate it on merit, he moved. His right hand swiped the inside of his left wrist, opening the holographic menu of his arm's options. He selected EMP, snuck his arm around the recycler, and let loose a tight cone of pure electromagnetic energy. In truth, he had no idea whatsoever what this might accomplish. It was a bad idea, poorly conceived and benefiting from no forethought. The plan had one thing going for it, namely the high quality of their pursuers' equipment. From his vantage point, Manny saw the first man in the file jerk upright with a yelp of pain. The shooter dropped his pistol and grabbed his ear. Manny imagined how painful having your earpiece burst into flames while still lodged in the ear must be. The man behind the first had his own issues to deal with. Flames and smoke burst from his front pocket, his hand held calm, suffering the same fate as his partner's earpiece. A chorus of "shit" and "fuck" and "ow" filled the alley, as a dozen sensitive pieces of electronic gear exploded, melted, or burst into flames. Manny's surprise at the success of his terrible idea froze him in place for a second. It should not have worked, though it occurred to him in passing that the need for convincing urban camouflage meant their attackers were not wearing armor or EMP shielding. Tearing himself from his moment of relief and shock, he charged. Unlike his teammates, Manny found personal combat to be a chaotic, terrifying, and highly unpleasant ordeal. The fear, the pain, the anger, all of it sickened him. A pragmatist at heart, Manny had long ago abandoned any hope of avoiding the occasional brawl. Regular tutelage at Mindy's merciless hands meant, despite no great talent in the art of fighting, he understood the basics far better than most. Proficiency did not make close combat any more fun or any less unpleasant, he soon learned, just more survivable. As he hurled himself into the fray, Manny took solace in the understanding that at least his left arm granted him some unfair advantages. He struck the first man with his left fist, letting subdermal pressure sensors trigger a powerful jolt of carefully calibrated electrical current. As with poor Barney, the attacker's body stiffened with an abrupt gurgle from his lips. The man fell like an oak, his muscles locked in grotesque tension, all the way to the metal deck below. The second man missed this, occupied as he was by the fire consuming his pants. He slapped his thigh with his palm in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames coming from his pocket. With no time to wait for his stunner to recharge, Manny fell upon him with a looping left hook that shattered the jaw like fine china. Because it was connected to a normal scapula and clavicle, the strength of his bionic limb was limited to what its organic support systems could handle. Manny could not swing his left arm any harder than he could his right. The clenched fist of his left hand was not, however, soft or fleshy. To the chagrin of his victim, eating a properly executed left hook from Manny was akin to being struck with an aluminum bat. A pained cry burst from the surprised man's lungs, and his head whipped to the side. His knees buckled, sending him stumbling into Manny's chest. Manny shoved him back upright and bashed him in the face with an overhand right. All light fled the drooping man's eyes, and he fell to the floor in a disheveled heap. At the entrance of their alley, A third man clutched his ear and grimaced in agony. His other hand, however, raised a pistol toward Manny and Katrina. Manny threw his arm in front of his face, knowing full well that this constituted poor cover. He charged, hoping that he could block the incoming beads with his body and still carry enough momentum to bowl the man over. He did not need to worry. The next half-second exploded with ear-splitting cracks and flashes of orange light. He saw fire blossom from the muzzle in front of him, though he was powerless to do anything about it. He could not help but close his eyes, which opened wide an instant later when something struck his arm. White-hot knives of pure agony sliced through his right shoulder and ribs, drawing a gasp of pain from his lungs and putting a stagger into his headlong charge. He refused to fall, and still running, he nearly missed the neon streaks lancing past his ear. Terrified, and struggling to deal with the pain in his side, he noticed in passing that these beads were moving in the opposite direction of his expectations. It was as if someone behind him was shooting over his shoulder at the enemy. His eyes confirmed this as fact when they saw a geyser of blood erupt from the back of his target's neck, followed by another from his shoulder. Manny's reflexes were well ahead of his cognition, so his charge continued unabated. His foe was already dying when they collided, and without the resistance of a live opponent, Manny's tackle ripped the limp body from the deck and sent them both crashing into the concourse. The good people enjoying their layovers on the promenade deck of Enterprise Station already had plenty to worry about. The shooting and terror of the attack on the restaurant spread at the speed of sound and had sent most people scurrying for cover. The motley mass of humanity stumbled from various shops, bars, and restaurants onto the concourse, wearing expressions forged in the twin fires of fear and confusion. Hundreds of bemused civilians stumbled and skittered across the paths, like rodents fleeing a sinking ship. They adhered to no rule of decency or honor, milling about in a disorganized, panicking throng. The sight of Manny emerging at speed from between two buildings, airborne and clutching the dying body of a man wearing an otherwise fashionable suit, caused the kind of reaction any reasonable person might expect. Screams, shouts, and gasps intensified around the sprawling men. It took Manny a few seconds to recognize that his opponent had long since stopped resisting, and he rolled to his feet with much less grace than he might have liked. His right shoulder and flank burned. His fear kept him from examining his injuries. Some things he simply did not need to know. Katrina exited the alley with a pistol in hand, and more screams greeted her. In the confusing morass of human activity, Manny found it impossible to tell if more shooters hid amongst the civilians. He grabbed Katrina by the wrist and shouted, "Come on, we can use the crowd to cover our escape." Katrina shoved her pistol into Manny's hand. "I don't have pockets in this stupid dress. Hide this." Then she saw the holes in his jacket, still wafting smoke and leaking blood. Her eyes grew wide. "You're hurt." "Yes." Manny stuck the gun into his waistband, wincing when the still-hot barrel singed him on the front of his hip, dangerously close to his most tender bits. Cursing his stupidity, Manny wrapped his tattered jacket over the bulge with an angry jerk and a silent recrimination. There would be no mercy from Roland or Mindy if they found out he had burned his crotch with a hot weapon. "Let's go." The pair raced off along the pale green tiles of the concourse, weaving themselves into and among the river of fleeing patrons. Manny tried to scan the crowd for hostiles without looking suspicious. The pain from his wounds receded beneath a wash of adrenaline, and he hoped he was not bleeding too much. The heat from beads tended to cauterize if they did not penetrate too deep, and he decided to assume this was the case. For the moment, he did not have to consider bleeding to death. He had more important things to worry about anyway. He spied two men to his left, knifing through the mass of scrambling people with a touch too much determination to be fleeing. He turned Katrina to the right, trying to get as much of the crowd between her and the suspicious pair. This brought them to the edge of the tiled walkway and closer to the shops lining each side of the concourse. Manny's eyes darted between the crowd to his left and the doorways and gaps to his right. Everything felt wrong. His instincts, built over a lifetime scouting for the infamous Red Hats of Venus, screamed that he was being driven somewhere. Every dark gap between the shops to his right hid a potential ambush, Every well-dressed person stumbling along to his left was a potential enemy. With a few seconds' respite to think, more details about their situation emerged. The attack at the restaurant had not been well executed. With cover and surprise, it should have been easy to drop as many of their party as the enemy wanted to, Roland being the obvious exception to that. Furthermore, a bomb would have been far more effective in this type of operation. Efficient, concealable, and effective, blowing them all up should have been the obvious choice. This was a kidnapping attempt, not an assassination. The fact that the enemy had not abandoned the chase meant that the target had to be Katrina. Manny chewed his lip. The enemy had thrown a convincing attack at the group at the restaurant to draw out the more dangerous fighters. They had to have known that getting the clients clear of a gunfight would be a priority. New terror began to squeeze the air from his lungs. It was all a feint to get Katrina separated and running scared, and it was working. He racked his brain for a way to disrupt the enemy's plans. Escaping the alley had been about as lucky as he could hope to get, though it had to have been a setback to their pursuers. Roland would tell him to find a defensible position and hold it until backup arrived. He started to look for such a place. He almost missed it, but his eyes glanced over the center of the promenade. The middle of the sprawling leisure deck was marked by a large botanical garden, filled with winding paths and exotic plants from all over the known galaxy. The Central Park offered a taste of terrestrial comfort to travelers who had long space voyages, either in front of or behind them. Manny yanked Katrina toward the entrance, his mumbled apology lost in the bustle of the still terrified crowd. Out of the corner of his eyes, the two suspicious men he had marked before altered course to follow. Not wanting to spook the crowd or their prey, the suited men did not run or draw weapons. Yet to Manny's practiced eye, they may as well have been wearing neon signs announcing their intentions. He increased his speed to a brisk jog, no longer interested in stealth and well past caring about his wounds. He did not know how much time had passed since the restaurant attack, but the garrison had to be mobilizing by now. If he could get his location out to them, help would arrive quickly. They made the park entrance well ahead of their pursuers. Manny eschewed the suite of sophisticated code-breaking features built into his left hand, electing to employ his crudest bits of slicing code to unlock the door. It worked. However, the garden's security system would detect the ugly hack soon enough. Manny wanted it to. Until the comms blackout ended, this was the best way to signal their location. The door whooshed and slid open to reveal a reception kiosk with a holographic display. The translucent figure of a pleasant-faced woman greeted them and began to list the many features of the park. Manny and Katrina rushed past without a word and fled deep into the lush green paths of the garden. He did not know where to go, and he did not care. He looked for defensible places to hide, trying and failing to remember all of Roland's lectures about tactics. He did not dare look back, for fear he would see the two men breathing down his neck. Katrina's wrist felt hot in his organic hand, their mingling sweat and his blood making the grip clammy and slippery. He heard her breathing in his ear, as labored as his, and tinged with the same hoarse edge of a fear only just held in check. Then he saw what he needed. Rounding a bend in the dirt path, his eyes fell upon a large rock garden. Manny had been 22 years old when he saw his first real tree, so he could not say what kinds of plants covered the large outcropping, but they were big and tall and thick, and they held a small recession in the rock that two people could hunker down inside of. "There," he said, pointing. Katrina understood and followed. Both hurled themselves between the trees and tumbled into the hollow cavity. Not quite a cave, the fit was tight. The cold rock walls pressed them shoulder to shoulder and forced them to stoop. The hollow would have been a poor hiding place but for the trees obscuring it. Manny and Katrina could just make out the path from inside. Manny reached under his coat and passed the pistol to Katrina. She looked at him, questions in her eyes. She thinks I'm some kind of action hero, like Roland or her uncle, Manny realized. "I'm a terrible shot," he admitted in a low whisper. He hated to disappoint her, but she had already demonstrated superior firearm skill. The tunnels beneath Venusian colony domes were filled with the corpses of those with more ego than brains, so macho pride was a liability Manny had never cultivated. It also occurred to him at that moment that perhaps Katrina felt as out of her depth as he did. Being Pike's niece did not mean she was a soldier. "You okay?" Katrina nodded, a curt and brusque jerk of the chin. Manny saw the terror in the set of her jaw, her dilated pupils. He wondered if he looked the same. "I'm good," she said, and Manny heard her attempt to sound like her uncle. She failed, though he did not blame her for trying. "How bad are you hurt?" Manny tried not to think about it. He did not trust himself to even look. Even as he spoke the lie, the sting of a dozen ceramic shards lodged in his body surged, ruining his feigned confidence. "I'm okay, I think." He decided to change the subject. "I set off the internal alarm when we came in," he whispered, returning his gaze to the path. "It will bring security right to us. Just sit tight." He felt Katrina shift as she moved the pistol to a two-handed shooter's grip. "Okay," she said, and this time she sounded more confident. "We just need to hold out for a few minutes then." Footsteps crunched on the path, and Manny felt Katrina's body stiffen against his. His own muscles locked, and he froze in place. Both stared through the gaps in the trees at the thin brown ribbon of dirt just a few yards away. The shafts of light between each trunk offered truncated pictures of the growing danger beyond. Manny's senses swam as another wave of pain tried its best to bring him down. "Hang on," he screamed inside his head. "Don't you pass out. Not now." He slowed his breathing and slammed the door on his fear, letting his pain and anger keep him upright. The two men in pursuit had found some friends. 8 pairs of legs crisscrossed down the path, their pace brisk. Manny noted the edge of haste in those strides. The enemy had to know their time was running out. To his horror, the legs slowed as they neared the clump of trees and the shadowed overhang hidden there. "Check it," someone barked. Manny felt a shudder run down his body, and he could not say if it came from him or Katrina. He prayed that his arm had enough power for one more EMP, and that these men were not ready for one. He prayed he had enough strength left for a hopeless fight. He prayed for courage that he was quite sure he did not have. Katrina's breath grew shallow, and her hand shifted on the grip of her pistol. 2 men broke off from the group and picked their way toward their hiding place. They moved slow, fearing the ambush that might lurk behind every tree or in any of the inscrutable shadows. 4 yards. The first man posted up behind a tree perhaps 4 yards away. Manny could see his shoulder and the tips of his shoes. He tried to shrink further into the recess without making any noise. "There's like a little cave back here," someone said. "Cover me, I'm going to clear it." Manny raised his left arm as much as he dared and aimed his palm toward the tree line. Katrina exhaled and lifted her pistol as well. He spared a moment to look at her, meet her scared eyes with his own, and forced a small smile onto his face. "We got this," he mouthed silently, willing some of the confidence he was faking into himself. "Ready?" She nodded back, and her own smile was no more convincing than his. Chapter 2. Docksiders referred to the wide street leading up to their 12 eponymous docking towers as the Drag. The beige and gray thoroughfare sliced the district in half from north to south, framed by bars, nightclubs, and other assorted dens of iniquity. The gloomy dimness of this particular afternoon found the street uncharacteristically quiet and empty, courtesy of an exceptional evening's worth of revelry and a spirited bout of inclement weather. Falling in dense sheets, a heavy downpour washed the dirty concrete with rivers of muddy brown water. The dozens of grimy little streams picked up and carried pieces of the previous night's debauchery along the curbs in a particolored flotilla of recriminations. For the duration of the soggy afternoon, broken bits of plastic beverage bottles and food wrappers raced and swirled along the gutters like ugly little boats in this trash-themed regatta. The bulbous cylinder of an inhaler reservoir tinkled and clinked in a cheerful rhythm, playing the song of distant wind chimes as the flow of water pushed it along the curb. With its contents long ago consumed by one of Dockside's army of drug addicts, the empty metal capsule skipped toward the oblivion of New Boston's sewers, much like the ambitions of the pathetic rich it had so recently served. Its music died when it collided with a food wrapper and slipped through a storm drain to join the tons of other trash and bad memories that were the hallmarks of yet another Dockside Sunday night. Try as she might, not even the power of Mother Nature herself could strip the grime from this street in daylight. Nevertheless, the stubborn old dame appeared inclined to give it a go anyway. Ever the contrarian, Dockside fought back against the perennial gloom as soon as the scolding light of day faded. When the cloud-blocked sun finished its trip across the sky, as it always did, when darkness stretched black fingers from the alleys and caves of the drag's many businesses, what had been born an ugly street bloomed like a night lily. Opening like brilliant neon petals, the lights of the gin mills and vape dens flickered to life. Dazzling holographic signs and towering three-dimensional advertisements extended across the facades of dull gray buildings, coloring the pallid street with rich, saturated colors. The leftover puddles and wet surfaces stretched and warped the reflections, painting everything in lurid brushstrokes of greens, yellows, reds, and blues. The nightclubs followed suit, then the brothels and the gambling houses and the fight clubs. Coaxed from their hovels by the sounds of pleasure and the lure of hedonistic delights, the streets soon teemed with the jostling mass of thousands of people. No quantity of driving rain would keep the pleasure-seekers and manic depressives away from the addictive distractions of the drag. They came in all shapes and sizes, all backgrounds and origins. The gutter dwellers of Big Woo and the glitterati of Uptown brushed shoulders on those crowded walkways. Under cover of night, the wealthy folk in gleaming shoes and shimmering fabrics slipped away from the shining towers and Epicurean delights of their bejeweled enclave to the north, eager to sip at the rough metal cup of working-class fun and black market services. From the other direction, the poor and desperate clawed their way from the trash and poverty of the unincorporated slums. They oozed from the tram lines in droves, pockets temporarily stuffed with the weekly wages of Big Woo's thriving narcotics and smuggling operations. For one night, at least, a poor man could sample the pleasures of sin and debauchery in ways only the drag could provide. In Dockside, all credits were equal once the sun went down. Yet the real lifeblood of a proper Dockside evening had nothing to do with wealthy pleasure-seekers or working-class stiffs flush with cash on payday. One more element remained, one unique secret ingredient that made Dockside the place to be for all those delicious activities one might not want friends and neighbors to know about. At precisely 8 o'clock every night, the cargo shuttles stopped unloading. The distribution centers would work all night long, cataloging and organizing the millions of tons of goods that came down the towers during the day, making this nocturnal respite necessary. At this preordained hour, the lights in the towers dimmed as one, to warn all of what was to come. On that signal, the drag went eerily quiet for 18 minutes in an elongated moment of silence. For those languid heartbeats, the whole neighborhood paused to inhale and brace itself for the chaos to come. 18 minutes is how long it took for the first passenger shuttle to slide down its gravity beam and disgorge its first payload of spacers. Every 36 minutes, 12 shuttles made the round trip to space and back, vomiting thousands of travel-weary men and women from parts unknown onto the drag in noisy droves. They poured into the streets in predictable waves, erupting from the commuter trams and rideshare kiosks like an army of invading insects. They came with cred vaults full to bursting with local currency, unspent wages piled high after weeks and months in space. To a man, they were bored. Behind hollow eyes and hungry smiles, they swarmed like zombies in great shambling clumps of men and women, ravenous for human company. They craved movement and light and contact, and above all, fun. Dockside welcomed the horde with open arms and open doors. Every wide-eyed spacer that oozed down the 12 titanic docking towers jutting from the center of Dockside brought cash and prosperity in the form of untraceable electronic credits. When they left, their wild tales of bacchanalian adventures spread the legend of Dockside across 36 gate stations and to 51 planets. She played many roles for many audiences: a home, a marketplace, a carnival, a tourist trap. To a certain cagey group, Dockside served as a convenient hiding place. Roland Tankowitz loved his town for being all of these things. Yet from his vantage point inside a modest office, he could see Dockside for what she really was: a whore. She beckoned to every smiling face and every hungry set of eyes with the same well-practiced come-on. As one professional to another, he could respect that. It always went down the same way. The Dark Lady seduced her victims, taking every copper cred in their vaults, before leaving them spent and drained on the floor of her boudoir. Once finished, Dockside deposited her suitors in the street, confident in the fact that despite the rough treatment, the fools would be back next week for more of the same. Roland would find these victims once the sun came up. There would be clumps of pale, penniless husks dragging themselves back to the docks to catch the last shuttle back up to their ships. He would find wealthy businessmen in the arms of their bodyguards, staggering toward luxury cars with bloodshot eyes and sunken cheeks. After a Friday night, Roland could expect to find a few corpses come morning as well. That was just part of the game, he supposed. The unforgiving light of dawn would peel back the comforting blanket of darkness to reveal the shame of 50,000 people who tested their limits against Dockside's excesses and found their constitutions wanting. Roland smiled to himself. It was going to be a good night. He looked over to his right. From the window he could see the docking towers in stark relief against the fading light and weakening drizzle. The enormous obelisks raced into the damp mists overhead like silver and black redwood trees. Above them all, drifting in low orbit, dozens of gigantic freighters floated through space like bloated whales. From the swollen bellies of these steel leviathans poured unrelenting swarms of cargo shuttles. Square and ugly, the clumsy haulers limped away from the freighters and sputtered through the near vacuum of high orbit until snagged by the colossal channel of calibrated anti-gravitons emitted by each of the towers so far below. The shuttles descended, plummeting along the gravity beam with smooth acceleration and equally smooth deceleration. Once safely moored to a tower, the contents of the shuttle were unloaded and sent down the shaft to be distributed to warehouses and distribution centers all over Dockside and the sprawl. Despite heavy reliance on automation, even complex artificial intelligence did only so much of the work. An army of human hands and brains were still employed to ensure products and materials found their way to their destinations after navigating the Byzantine channels of taxes, customs, law enforcement, and bureaucratic inefficiency. The men and women of this workforce were Roland's neighbors: the longshoremen, the material handlers, the technicians and supervisors and clerks and janitors and maintenance engineers that moved the vast wealth of the galaxy through the richest marketplace in human history, made up the daytime population of the place he called home. He drank beer with these people. He shared the streets and restaurants and grocery stores with them. When the sun's rays pushed the invaders off the dirty concrete and back to their hiding places, these were the people that ventured out into the light without fear. Roland liked them, and he liked to solve their problems. Intermittent bouts of rain struck the front window of the small storefront with the droning rattle of a snare drum. The normally clear panel had been dialed opaque to ensure the privacy of those inside. The main door faced the street, a plain gray thing with the name Roland Tankowitz softly glowing in red across it at eye level. No title, no comm code, no other helpful information adorned the blank facade and its boring entrance. The name was enough. If you came to Dockside not knowing who Roland Tankowitz was, you need only whisper his name at any bar. Everyone in Dockside had a story to tell about Roland. The Fixer, as most knew him, cast a long shadow over Dockside's seedy underbelly. Stories of the towering cyborg were legion. Many were outlandish. Most were terrifying. Some of these tales were even true. The themes remained constant throughout all of them, however. This was not a man to be trifled with. Every so often, a new player would step into the rich soil of Dockside's many illicit marketplaces, eager to plant the seeds of personal wealth and power. The galaxy had no shortage of gangsters and mob kingpins who felt the time was right to assert dominance over the highly profitable smuggling and drug trades. Perhaps the intricate web of guilds and trade associations binding the criminal classes into a cohesive system looked too much like legitimate business structure. To the aspiring warlord or mobster accustomed to ruling by force and firepower, Dockside's equitable factions often looked ripe for the plucking. That was not the case, of course. With the swipe of a finger, a guild steward or trade association president could summon Roland Tankowitz to address the newcomer personally. For a not inconsiderable fee, the fixer would visit the misinformed fool and attempt to explain the system and incorporate the newcomer into it. Often the candidate would respond in a negative manner to this overture. That is when, in the parlance of the region, the idiot would get fixed. This exact scenario is why Roland Tankowitz stared out his window this particular evening, watching the drag come to life before his small dark eyes. Behind him, Lucia Ribeiro stood up from her desk and walked to his side. She blew the magenta stripe of hair off her forehead and hooked her arm around Roland's comically large bicep. "You have that look on your face, you know."
"What look?"
"That broody, grouchy Raymond Chandler scowl you like to wear when you are thinking about something you can't articulate." Roland huffed. Not wanting to grant her the victory, he droned,
"Well, it's a Raymond Chandler evening at the end of someone's day."
Lucia scrunched her face in confusion. Roland let a tiny smile crease his lips.
"It's a Raymond Chandler evening at the end of someone's day, and I'm standing in my pocket, and I'm slowly turning gray. There's a body on the railings that I can't identify, while the yellow leaves are falling in a spiral from the sky."
Warming to Lucia's growing confusion, Roland turned away from the window to look down on her.
"I remember what I told you, but I don't remember why, and I'd like to reassure you, but I'm not that kind of guy."
He winked, then shifted to look back through the window at the kaleidoscopic frenzy of the street beyond. His frown returned, and his voice fell to a dark, rumbling whisper.
"It's a Raymond Chandler evening, and the pavements are all wet, but I'm lurking in the shadows because it hasn't happened yet."
Lucia looked out to the street as well. "That's oddly appropriate, I suppose. But I never had you pegged for poetry, big guy."
"It's a song. A very old one. I read the lyrics in an old comic book Billy found for me. Something about tonight made me think of it."
"Are you standing in your pocket?" She rested her cheek against his arm.
"Lurking in the shadows," he said. "It can feel that way sometimes. The waiting, I mean. Especially when you already know how it's all going to play out. I like to pretend that things can go our way, that the outcomes can be different, but—"
"There's a body on the railings, isn't there?" Roland snorted.
"I'd like to reassure you, but—"
"You're not that kind of guy. I get it now." She stepped away from his bulk. "We can give this one to Mindy if you don't feel up to it, you know. She has the reputation and recognition factor, and the skills to do things the hard way if it comes to that."
"They paid for me, Lucy. This is what the customer wants. Besides—"
A ham-sized fist thumped against his chest. The resulting sound evoked images of a 2-ton weight being dropped onto wet sand.
"It's safer this way."
"Your body doesn't obligate you to always assume all the risks, you know." Roland shrugged.
"What risks?"
Lucia had to acknowledge his point. "Okay, that's fair. Unless they brought a literal tank, you aren't going to be in any real danger, but—"
"What?"
"You're not invincible. I've seen you put down enough times to know that. I'm just saying it's okay to not always jump in front of the guns."
"It's my job. I absorb incoming fire to cover the rest of the team. It's always been my thing."
He shifted, the roll and heave of oversized synthetic musculature drawing tired groans from the seams of his brown jacket.
"The more they shoot at me, the less they shoot at everybody else."
He placed a huge hand on her back to reassure her.
"On the brighter side, This guy is a world-class piece of garbage. If I have to kill him, it'll probably be a good thing."
"That," Lucia said with a weary shake of her head, "is not really a bright side."
"If the killing is inevitable, it might as well be a righteous kill."
The words seemed to catch in his throat, drawing a wince.
Whatever the hell a righteous kill is these days.
He laughed, a rough bark of a sound.
"This was easier when I was in the army. The bad guys were easier to spot, and every kill was a noble act of valor as long as the order came from an officer."
Lucia squeezed his arm. "Don't go down this road. The universe wasn't different then. You were just too young to see it for what it really was. Now you know better than anyone what really happens when the ordnance starts to fly. You want a bright side? At least you have the means to make it right. You're not a soldier anymore, sure, but you are still a good man."
"As long as you think so, then I can believe it."
Roland rolled his head and neck as if to loosen them.
"But now it's time to go to work. Don't wait up for me."
"You know I'm going to. I'll be on Overwatch and comms. I want you to wear the remote so I can follow the action and scan for threats."
"Sure, not a problem. It's really not necessary, though. This guy is an asshole, but he won't have anything that can hurt me."
"It's your suit I'm worried about," Lucia fired back. "Go put on the gray one. It's already been repaired a bunch of times. We'll throw it out after you ruin it tonight."
Now who's being a pessimist?
"It's not pessimistic to state a statistical certainty," Lucia said with a heavy sigh. "You want the truth? It's time for new suits anyway. You were starting to look like a hobo again."
"So feral,"
Roland said, gruff approval in his laconic rumbling. "You love it."
"True."
"You going to be okay tonight? We really can send Mindy."
"I'm fine, really. I hope it goes different, but it's just sort of depressing how often it doesn't."
She smiled. "And so you are lurking in the shadows because it hasn't happened yet?"
"Exactly."
Roland nodded.
"But it will."
Chapter 20.
"They're where?"
Roland's jaw had taken on a dangerous set, meaning his words were forced through clenched teeth. "Botanical garden," Lucia replied, already stalking away from the carnage at the restaurant. "The door code was sliced." Roland caught up with 2 long strides.
"And that means?"
"He's hiding."
"I'm not following."
"They need a place to hole up while help arrives. Gardens are close by and defensible."
"Makes sense," Roland said. "But how do we know he's there?"
"I told you, the door code was sliced. Poorly." Roland knew she was probably right, but he still could not see the connections. Lucia sensed his confusion and explained as they jogged down the concourse. "Manny could have broken that lock with his left hand, but that would have given away his hiding place to the enemy. He could have sliced that encryption without anyone ever knowing, too." Lucia's head shook. "But he did it in a way that would spook the security AI. Nope, he wanted the security system to see him do it."
"Fine. Let's go get him."
"Pike's security people are headed there, too." Lucia's pace quickened. "I want to get there first."
"So that's why you sent Pike and Mindy the other way," Roland said.
"Somebody had to take that rally point, and that's more their style. Besides, Pike's interrogations are unsophisticated. I'd like to get some good info out of these guys before they go into shock and start telling us whatever they think we want to hear." Roland could find no fault in her logic. Then again, her logic enjoyed the benefit of a bionic brain.
"We got a plan?"
"You kick the door in and get shot a lot. When they're all out of ammo, we kick their asses and question them."
"I'm a simple man," Roland grunted back. "I like simple plans."
The pair rounded a corner and stepped into the central hub of the promenade deck. The garden rose from a wide-open courtyard, ringed by the walkways and businesses of the glitzy retail metropolis. The crystal-clear dome reflected and refracted every shade of green from within, competing with the harsh lights and clean surfaces, like an oasis marring the endless tan of a desert. Most of the people had fled, leaving only the occasional shopkeeper or security guard on the concourse. A squad of privateers burst onto the scene from the other end. With wordless gravitas, They began to check the doors and alleys of each business in turn. "Let's go," Lucia hissed. "They'll need to clear every shop. We have time." Roland did not reply, but began to jog toward the garden entrance. Lucia kept pace, mumbling inarticulate curses at her cocktail dress and shoes with each step. There was no concealing her pilfered pistol either, though this did not seem to matter considering how few people were present. The door of the garden was still locked. Roland smashed it with a massive right fist, and the metal barrier crumpled like aluminum foil. He shoved his body into the opening, blocking as much of it as possible in case of incoming gunfire. None came, so after a brief visual scan for opposition, he pushed all the way through to clear the entrance. The hologram greeting guests at the kiosk voiced a stern but polite missive directing all guests and visitors to clear the gardens due to a security breach. Roland ignored it and moved further inside the park. Lucia followed, and when the paths diverged, Roland stopped. "The right one," Lucia said. Roland did not question it. "Stay behind me," he advised, then jogged down the path. Lucia hung back several yards, and Roland picked up his pace to ensure any ambushers would see him well before her. He rounded a bend in the path and stumbled upon the backs of 8 armed men who looked to be clearing a stand of trees. He could not see past them, though in truth he did not care to. Any armed person not wearing a security uniform was almost certainly the enemy. He tensed to leap, and then stopped himself. That felt too much like the old Roland. The old Roland killed without hesitation. New Roland was supposed to show restraint. He hated restraint, but it seemed important to Lucia that he try.
"Hello, boys," he called out.
All 8 men jumped and turned to face him. 8 pistols rose, and for a fraction of a second, no one did anything at all. Then the moment shattered into noise and violence when the first man fired. Roland sighed. It was all so stupid. The pistols could not hurt him, so what these doomed fools meant to accomplish escaped him. Then, through the haze of smoke and streaks of light, he saw 2 men disappear into the stand of trees. Understanding followed, and Roland charged. He did not bother to kill the first rank of shooters. Instead, he bowled through them like a bull charging through light drizzle. They scattered before him, dodging his assault by the narrowest of margins. He did not care. Roland shouldered between 2 trees, nearly uprooting one that tried to block his path. He found his prey in a narrow clearing beyond, trying and failing to assault a small cave in a large rock formation. Beads lanced out from the shadowed recess, sending the first attacker staggering backward. Roland caught the second, clamping his hand around the shooter's neck from behind, and squeezing. Roland felt the stiff resistance of augmented bones and muscles beneath his fingers, and increased the pressure until he felt the osteoplast vertebrae crunch in his grasp. Letting the flopping corpse drop, he fell on the second an instant later. He blasted this one with a right hook that could crush a small car. Reinforced bones with the strength of steel fared no better against Roland's demonic strength than normal versions. The man fell to the ground with a soft thud and a gurgle of pain. He twitched and wheezed for a second, then went still. Beads were still arcing from the cave, and Roland supposed he could not fault Manny and Katrina for that. They posed no risk to him, so he ignored them and moved on to the remaining 6 shooters. 2 more men had entered the clearing to back up their companions. They tried to flee once they saw the grotesque tableau that awaited them, only to find that they were now caught between a hyperkinetic hammer and a half-ton cyborg anvil. Lucia peppered the group with fire from her pistol, and Roland waded into them wearing a workmanlike expression of boredom. The shooters were far too fast. They leaped and cavorted with superhuman speed and grace. Roland figured they must be expensive professionals. Once it became clear that there was no victory here, they scattered like cockroaches. Roland clipped one with a backhanded slap, sending him back into the rock with an ugly, wet thump. The man slid to the grass, gasping in pain. Roland hoped he was not too badly injured for questioning, and proceeded to stalk down another man as he darted between the trees. His quarry's speed beggared belief, and Roland found himself hard-pressed to match it. The actual velocity presented no challenge, though it remained a constant nuisance that at his highest speeds, Roland's mass made cornering nearly impossible. A last-second juke to the right took his prey out of reach, and Roland's attempt to turn resulted in a long, staggering slide. Inertia was non-negotiable, and a 1,000-pound cyborg moving 40 miles per hour possessed considerable inertia. By the time Roland had halted his skid and planted a foot firmly enough to launch himself back into the chase, the shooter was nowhere to be seen.
"Shit,"
he growled, then turned to check on Lucia. He found her with a large man's arm locked under her own in a tight clinch, while she fired point-blank into his undefended midsection. She must have disarmed the man at some point because his empty hands clutched at her grip and shoved on her head. He was already dying, of course. This did not stop Lucia from turning him over her hip and throwing him to the dirt. The path went deadly still but for the groans of a few maimed survivors. After a second, Manny's shaky voice came from inside the cave. "All clear out there?"
"Clear,"
Roland said. Manny and Katrina emerged. Bedraggled and disheveled, Katrina looked to be uninjured at least. Lucia gasped at the ugly wounds pockmarking Manny's entire right side. Most still oozed blood, and Manny's twisted posture betrayed the incredible pain he had to be enduring. "You guys all right?" Lucia asked, wiping at the bloodstains covering her dress. When she realized all she was doing was smearing the mess around, she gave up and dropped her hands. "Manny, sit down before you pass out."
"I'm okay,"
Manny lied. "Sit," Lucia ordered. Manny sat. Lucia stalked to his side and began to examine his injuries. "Bead hit my arm," he explained. "It shattered, and I took a bunch of fragments." He hissed in pain when Lucia's probing hit one of the holes. "A bunch are still in there, I think." "Wounds are small," Lucia said, sounding relieved. "Nothing deep, either. You're going to be okay. Does it hurt much?" "Only a lot." He tried to sound flippant. No one bought it, thanks to his pale face and pinched expression. "Thanks for the rescue." Roland shrugged.
"Picked a good spot. Defensible, and you made yourself easy for us to find."
"Glad you think so," Manny said, some of the edge leaving his voice. "It was starting to look like a bad call for a second there." Roland dismissed this with a perfunctory sniff.
"Nothing is 100% in a fight. You played the best hand available."
"Go me," Manny said, twirling a finger. He turned his head to examine Katrina. "You sure you're okay?" She held up her pistol and winced. "Well, I'm glad you asked, Mr. Richardson. I'm fresh from my first running gun battle, and I'm pretty sure I killed a guy. You're shot to hell, and I didn't even get to enjoy the entree." She rubbed her face with her free hand and blew a loud, moaning, exasperated sigh. "Ugh, I mean, what does okay even mean in this context?" Manny reached up and took the gun from her hand. Still seated, he cleared it and tossed it to the ground. "Honestly, if you aren't crying your eyes out and vomiting, you're doing better than average." "Yay! I'm better than average. Uncle Chris will be so proud." Her nervous laugh oozed false bravado. "He's been saving a special bottle of bourbon for my first intentional homicide." Manny could only shake his head at her rapid emotional recovery. "I bet your family gatherings are intense." "You should come to Sunday dinner sometime when both he and Aunt Hilda are there. It's an adventure." The sound of approaching boots brought them all back to the matter at hand. Roland turned his attention to a body moaning at his feet.
"Now, let's just see what this little piggy has to say."
He seized the man by the neck and hauled him upright.
"All yours, boss,"
he said to Lucia. "Why do you want Miss Caulfield?" Lucia's icy tone startled Roland. The anger and the malice sounded alien when it came from her voice.
"We were hired to."
"Not good enough," Lucia said. "Who hired you?"
"Corporate boards, anonymous employer. It's standard shit, I swear." "Listen, buddy," Roland said. "There is no way in hell you shits are freelance. Zero chance. You're all running high-end hard and soft body mods that cost more than most freelancers could ever hope to make. You're private company men all the way. Stop lying to us, or this will get a lot worse."
A squad of privateers interrupted the interrogation when they rounded the path and found the team from dockside mid-question. Roland, still gripping the struggling prisoner, turned to the uniformed troops and nodded a brisk greeting.
"Sergeant,"
he grunted. The bemused squad leader seemed at a loss for words.
What's the situation here, sir?"
"Bunch of assholes tried to kidnap your boss's niece. We killed a bunch, a couple got away. Now we're interrogating the survivors."
"We have facilities and personnel for that on site, sir."
"Don't call me sir. I work for a living,"
Roland grumbled.
"I was talking to the lieutenant, Corporal,"
the sergeant fired back, at last finding his voice. Lucia laughed out loud. "Thank you, Sergeant. We can handle this. At least 3 shooters gave us the slip and are still out there. Can we get your team on that?"
"Copy, sir," the sergeant said. "But the Commandant wants us to retrieve Miss Caulfield and get her to safety."
"She's safe," Roland said.
"I have orders."
"You're about to have a concussion," Roland snapped. "There is no fucking way you can keep her safer than I can. So tell Pike I've got her, and go get those goddamn runners before they get off the station."
"Better do what he says, Sergeant," Lucia said, all sweetness and light. "He didn't get to eat dinner tonight, and hunger tends to make him unreasonable."
"More unreasonable," Manny added. "He's never all that reasonable to begin with."
The sergeant tapped his earpiece and barked, "Principal is with Tankowitz. They want us to sweep for some runners. How shall I proceed?" The sergeant never took his eyes off Roland while he listened to whoever was on the other end of the connection. After a few seconds, he said,
"Copy. Out."
Prying his eyes from Roland, who stood stock still with a wriggling man still trapped in one giant mitt, the sergeant addressed Lucia.
"Okay, sir. We are tasked to sweep this deck for your runners. The Commandant has expressed in the strongest terms how disappointed he will be if any harm comes to Miss Caulfield while she is in your care."
"I'm quaking," Roland said.
The squad of privateers disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, once again leaving the group alone with their prisoner. "Jesus," Katrina finally spoke up. "How much testosterone does it take to get you guys through the day?" "This isn't even a bad day," Lucia said. "Average, really. So why are you so hell-bent on keeping me with you and not my uncle's troops?" Roland raised his captive to eye level and glared into the purpling face.
"Your uncle's affection for you is making his field interrogations suboptimal."
Roland's inflection made it clear to all who heard him exactly what suboptimal meant in this context. Katrina heaved another enormous sigh. Roland thought he heard some of that corporate composure return to her voice. "Yeah, that sounds like Uncle Chris."
"Of course."
Roland returned his gaze to the man in his hands.
"If this asshole doesn't get more helpful soon, I suppose we can let dear old Uncle Chris do things his way."
He squinted.
"You got enough insurance to regrow a spine or buy some good prosthetics, asshole?"
The prisoner said nothing. "Airway, dear," Lucia prompted, pointing to her neck. "No breathy, no talky."
"Right,"
Roland said, and dropped the man.
"Ready to be helpful?"
"What the fuck do you want from me?" the man said as he sat up. He dusted his ruined pants off with dejected swipes of his hands. "Yeah, I'm a company man." "What company?" Lucia asked. "Tier 1. "Figures," Katrina said. "The body mods were a dead giveaway." Lucia crouched to look the man in the eye. "You guys don't come cheap. Who's the client?"
"Come on, you know I can't—"
Roland stomped the ground directly to the man's left. His foot sank 6 inches into the packed dirt and sent their prisoner bouncing.
"Ow, shit!"
Lucia shifted herself, though her perfect balance and proprioception made the maneuver small and graceful. "I think you can," she said, her smile broad and bright.
"Plenty of freelance work on the boards," Roland added. "Your career doesn't have to end today, but your life might. Make your call."
You'll square me with Pike?
I can get you a head start, said Katrina. More than that just isn't going to be a reality. But if you run far enough, change your name, and stick to the bounty boards, you can still make a good living out on the frontier. You know, or just get tortured to death in one of Pike's interrogation rooms, Lucia added. Not really much of a decision, is it?
The man rolled to his feet with a smooth motion, dusted himself off with his hands, and shrugged. All right, then. What do you want to know?
Chapter 21. Exit Wound emerged from the final gate with a flash of white light and a burst of Hawking radiation. The sleek warship plunged into normal space-time like the tip of some inscrutable god's giant spear. Its overlarge jump engines fired immediately, and in scant moments the warship hurtled through the black void of space at several million miles per hour. The maneuver, known as a vectored entry, made the fast attack ship nearly impossible to target during the vulnerable moment of emergence. Adding a few billion foot-pounds of inertia to the mass-energy calculations was the sort of math to give even the most daring pilot a headache, yet Exit Wound made the daring operation appear as basic and routine as steering a barge through empty space.
Show off,
Roland grunted. He was strapped into a G-pod acceleration couch, cocooned in a calibrated field of anti-gravitons. Not even his body could resist the kind of G-forces the ludicrous acceleration caused.
39 Gs, crowed Pike from the adjacent couch. Full tumble with 39 G punch-out. Don't even act like that ain't goddamn fantastic, you grouchy son of a bitch. Ain't no way, no how anybody saw us clear that gate, Breach. By the time the gamma burst and Hawking radiation cleared, we were a million goddamn miles away. Told you she was fast.
Roland could not remember disputing that claim, so Pike's assertion came across as mere bragging.
How long are we stuck in these G-pods?
We'll settle into 15G for another 12 hours or so, then we'll coast to Prospectus. Total travel time is going to be about 36 hours, give or take.
12 hours in a G-pod, huh?
Roland settled back into his acceleration couch.
Wake me when we start to coast.
Set an alarm. I ain't your mama. Otherwise, you can ride it out on the bridge. Full inertial compensation there.
12 hours with you and Captain Fisher?
Roland snorted.
I'll stay here, thanks.
Have it your way.
True to his word, Exit Wound knifed into orbit around Prospectus right on schedule. Roland and Lucia joined Pike on the main bridge, leaving the others to wait in their quarters. Pike took the flag officer's chair, and Lucia found an empty watch station. Roland was left to stand, as usual. His looming presence behind Pike lent an air of menace to the whole scene. The captain contacted the colony once their position stabilized, and the flint-hard face of an old scientist filled the screen. His squinted eyes were lined with deep crevices, and his gaunt neck stuck out from a collar so stiff and white it could be mistaken for a priest's.
"Good morning, Dr. Halstead,"
Pike began. The man on the screen interrupted him.
You were expected 5 days ago, Commandant.
Pike let the eyebrow over his organic eye rise by half an inch.
"I have no control over your expectations, Doctor. I told you when I'd be back as clear as I could make it."
"And I told you we needed you here earlier. I think perhaps you have confused our roles, Commandant. I am the customer, and you are the purveyor of services."
"Doc,"
Pike's voice never lost its droll good humor,
"I ain't confused about shit. It is you who has perhaps confused our roles. You see, I am the fabulously wealthy leader of the deadliest group of interplanetary heartbreakers and life-takers to ever strap on boots. You are the limp-dick egghead who managed to piss off your own giant warbot. Which one of us needs the other more, you figure?"
The man Pike called Halstead probably thought his attempt to conceal his fury went well. The deep purple flush extending from under the scientist's square collar and the harried flexing of his jaw muscles belied his obvious frustration.
"Every day you delay, more of my people get hurt, Commandant."
"Yeah, that's a lie," Pike drawled. "Near as my intel nerds can figure, the only dead bodies you got are the ones that built the damn thing."
Pike turned to wink at Roland.
"Pretty goddamn polite for a rampaging murder bot, huh?" Any goddamn who, I'm here right on schedule, and you can rest your dainty little head easy knowing that a dumb motherfucker like me is here to fix all your super genius screw-ups. I'll be landing a crew in the next 8 hours to hunt this thing down.
Landing? A crew?
Halstead sputtered.
Why can't you simply target it from orbit?
Do I tell you how to invent shit? Pike squinted with his organic eye. Don't you tell me how to blow stuff up. Pike out. He spun the flag officer's chair around to address Roland and Lucia. They sure do grow 'em douchey out here on the frontier, eh, Breach? Said Pike with an effusive chuckle. Roland did not answer. He turned to Lucia and gestured at Pike with one enormous mitt.
And you say my customer service skills are bad?
Lucia looked at both men, wearing an expression of deep concern. How the hell you troglodytes make any money out here is a mystery I'll never figure out. It helps to have your customers by the balls, Pike replied. These dipshits are fucked without my help, and they know it. Now, what's your read on our pal Halstead there? Obviously, he does not want you to get too close to his android, Lucia said, and I expect you are not going to get clearance to land anyone or anything. I don't suppose I'm going to ask for it then, Pike said. It's not like they can stop us. Lucia shook her head. They aren't going to pay you if you invade their colony, Commandant. Pike laughed at this, an explosive blast of pure mirth. Ha! LT, you got a lot to learn about the Merc business. The Accounts Receivable Department of Pike's Privateers has a whole heap of collection options they don't cover in your fancy business college's back dirt side. Trust me, they'll pay up if I deal with that bot, one way or the other. Or they'll wish they had, at least. My ethics professors will be so proud of me, Lucia said to no one at all. What's ethics? Pike looked genuinely confused. Sounds like hippie shit to me. Weren't no goddamn ethics classes in the school I went to. You went to school? Now Lucia looked confused. University of Get Fucked by the Military. Majored in suicide missions ordered by dumbass general officers, and graduated with honors.
I went there too, Roland said with a chuckle. But I flunked out. Killing generals is cheating, apparently.
Right, Lucia said with a long sigh. You can pretty much do whatever you want so long as you actually deal with the android, huh? That's about the size of it, LT. Stop calling me that. I think we need to get planetside fast before they get the chance to prepare for us. I assume we can bivouac without availing ourselves of their hospitality? Pike sneered. My grunts can bivouac anywhere, anyway, anyhow. If I tell them to bivouac on the surface of a star, they'll goddamn do it. Let's get down there fast, then. You got a process here? I'm going to sick Manny and Mindy on them while I play the nice corporate negotiator. Meanwhile, you and Roland are going to take my father and very carefully hunt down that big warbot. Her eyes narrowed. Very carefully. Copy that, LT. I swear, if you call me that one more time, I'm going to shoot you in the dick with your own gun. It's not funny, it's not cute, and I'm not joking. She held up Pike's pistol, which she had relieved him of at some point without anyone seeing. Several bridge officers failed to conceal their snickering at the sight. The captain guffawed. Pike's good eye went wide, and he raised his hands in surrender. Okay, lady, Jesus. I don't know if I'm scared or turned on right now, but you win.
She always does,
Roland said. Lucia handed the weapon back to Pike and continued as if neither man had spoken. I'm going to take the rejects with me. I don't trust the prospectors, but I can't imagine there will be anything they can do to me with the rejects following me around. I can take care of myself, but I don't want the prospectors to know that just yet. Pike reholstered his gun and secured the retention strap with excess attention to detail. A bunch of ugly goons at your back will definitely make you look the part, but those goddamn animals need to be kept in check, as you already know. You really want Bubba in there with these pencil-necked otaku assholes? Mary's no blushing debutante either. Could get ugly. Bubba will do as he is told, and his particular sort of charm may come in handy. Mary is just the kind of psycho I want on this one. I want to be underestimated, and I want them to be disgusted. Pike nodded his approval. Well, underestimating the rejects ain't hard to do. And while you're in there being underestimated, your Venusian kid and Mindy are gonna toss the place for clues?
Exactly. Manny will do things his way, and Mindy will use her skill set. Between the two, something will turn up.
Speaking of the twerp, you gonna be up for a run?
Lucia smiled. He'll be ready. None of the cuts ran too deep. Fishing the pieces out was the hardest part. He's all glued back together and ready to work, trust me.
Good, Pike said. Can't have my future nephew-in-law getting shot to pieces.
Roland narrowed his eyes at the bizarre proclamation.
What is it with you and this thing with Manny?
Pike curled a lip.
Katrina is smart and tough, but she surrounds herself with boardroom gasbags. They don't challenge her. They don't excite her. Every day she spends climbing that corporate ladder, she gets more and more jaded and lonely. I can see it. In a few years, the fire in her belly will go out, and she'll end up just like the rest of them. I can't let that fire go out without a fight.
How does Manny factor into that?
Roland asked.
I know talent when I see it, and that little shit is beyond good. His potential is infinite, but his ambition is crap. Katrina has ambition for days, and the fire to match his.
You're leaving something out, Lucia said. It was as much an accusation as it was a statement. Pike let a small smirk turn the corner of his mouth.
Katrina is no soldier. She asks too many questions, looks for all the angles. If I thought she'd be good at it, I'd be trying to make her a privateer. Besides, her mom would kill me. It's goddamn moot because she's not built for this life. She's a problem solver. She thrives in the middle of a shitstorm. If she is going to ever be really happy and realize all that potential, she needs to be in the shit.
Pike held up a hand, palm up.
On one side, I gotta help her find a place where she can kick ass and take names.
He held up the other hand.
And on the other side, that sort of thing comes with the kind of danger that will have my ex so far up my ass I'll need a boar drill to find her shoes.
He let his hands drop.
I've been stuck on this since she turned 19. It's been hell watching her get every promotion, take on all the nastiest projects, and handle shit well below her abilities for a bunch of corporate scumbags who would cut her loose at the drop of a hat. I'm never gonna have kids, so that little girl is my fucking legacy. You bet your ass I'm gonna try to get her to be the kick-ass badass I know she can be. The world wants her to be another serial number in a beige suit. I can't stop her from doing it, but I ain't above showing her some options along the way. That's where your little Venusian shit comes in. When I met him, do you know what I saw?
Roland answered the rhetorical question.
A young man you could terrify and torture?
Well, yes, that. But I also saw the same goddamn thing in him that I saw in Katrina. Infinite potential, talent, and fire. Except his wasn't being wasted. He was in a place where he got to do his thing and be the best without having to halo drop into a firefight twice a goddamn month. And that got me to thinking.
Lucia's frown was not unkind, just confused. You got to thinking that pushing her to date Manny was the way to go?
Pike shrugged. I may just be an old ground pounder, but I think at this point we can all agree that I'm a great judge of character.
Except where picking wives is concerned, quipped Roland.
Pike winced. Bit of a blind spot there, I suppose. Any goddamn who, I think I got your kid pegged pretty good. He grew up a red hat, raised by terrorists and taught nothing but hate and anger. Did he get bitter? Did he go psycho? Hell no. That tells me he's got the kind of character the galaxy needs more of. When the universe shits on a guy the way it did that little kid, most people end up broken or mean. He didn't get either. Fuck if I know how that happened. Then there's that fire in him, too. Even scared shitless, he ran after you when the brokerage nabbed you. No questions, no hesitation. I command more than 20,000 troops, people. You think I can't see when someone is over their head but not backing off? I live for that shit. Your little Manny has something to prove, and he's gonna goddamn prove it. Hell, if he had even a little aptitude for combat, I'd double what you're paying him and put him to work myself.
But just like Katrina, he's no soldier, Lucia prodded.
Bingo. Pike smiled wide. She's an ambitious problem solver with a head for trouble. He's an honest-to-goodness baby-faced hero with something to prove. Both are damn good at what they do.
Well, I'll be damned, Lucia said. That sounds kind of familiar.
Fuck, said Roland.
I'm no genius, Pike said with a grin, but I know people. Those two are going to kick a lot of ass if we can get them to get along.
Well, I'm sold, Lucia said, slapping her thigh.
What?
Roland looked aghast.
You can't just throw people in with each other and manufacture a relationship. These are actual human beings.
These are two young and healthy people working in close quarters with similar interests and motivations, Lucia fired back. Both are attractive and intelligent. This should be pretty straightforward, actually.
Manny has the social skills of someone raised under a salad bowl on Venus, Roland said. He has not dated anyone in all the time he's worked for us.
That will take some work, Lucia said. But it's not like Katrina is some shrinking violet who will be put off by the occasional bit of country manners.
Her mom is from Galapagos, dipshit, offered Pike. She's not exactly unfamiliar with poor social graces.
Roland understood that he had already lost this argument, but he could not let it go.
I still think this is a bad idea.
You're adorable, Roland, Lucia said sweetly. Watch and learn. Chapter 22. From her vantage point on the 10th story of a laboratory building, Lucia stared with mixed disgust and confusion across the sea of squat buildings spread out before her. The utter lack of aesthetic should not have been a surprise, yet seeing the endless lanes of brown streets with their grotesque spherical transport pods zipping along glowing blue tracks sent a shudder of revulsion down her spine. It all looked so alien and cold. Parked pods with their clear domes looked like blisters on the decaying skin of a corpse. Hundreds of people in matching outfits designating their occupation and task groups moved in orderly lines to load up the transport pods. Once inside, the expressionless drones whisked their riders off to the assorted workstations for the day. Muted earth tones covered every surface not designated for solar energy collection, and architecture remained a science here, never an art. Lucia tried not to chew her lip. The city had a bustle, a motion, and intensity that she recognized, yet it felt lifeless all the same. It was the frenzied yet perfectly ordered complications of a well-made clock, not the pumping of an organic heart, like one might feel in Dockside or Uptown. Making the whole scene even stranger, a monolithic citadel rising over the other buildings jutted into the sky like a coal-black ice pick. Ugly, severe, and brutally utilitarian, the dark facets of the oblong tower sucked light inward like a black hole. Lucia understood that the design absorbed energy from the system's main star, giving precious little back in the form of reflections or color gradients. She could accept the reasons for this. Energy was a valuable resource this far from outside help, and the scant few megawatts stolen from the air itself was power that did not need to be provided by the reactors deep beneath the surface below. Nevertheless, the effect lent the towering edifice an unsettling air of menace. She found it hard to look at it without scrunching her face in a vain attempt to distinguish individual features. When the light struck an edge at the perfect angle, she could just make out the corners. They shifted and shimmered, fleeting gray shadows against the hungry blackness of the exterior surfaces.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Dr. Halstead's voice interrupted her musings. She had not heard him approach.
The whole facade was a bit of an experiment, really. The axial tilt of prospectus is such that at this time in our solar year, the citadel generates very little energy. In our summer, however, the building is completely powered by the sun for a few hours every afternoon.
I don't see it catching on back on Earth, Lucia replied with a shudder.
Yes, when the light is low on the horizon or dim, the effect can be...
His mouth twitched.
Unsettling.
Lucia found Halstead's tone grating. He spoke with an affected propriety that smacked of oblique condescension. At least he tried to mask it for her sake. His complete contempt for the rejects he left apparent and undisguised, refusing to even address the squad of mercenaries at all. Lucia squared her shoulders and turned from the window to check on her squad. They had taken positions near the two laboratory exits, their casual posture poor camouflage for their defensive positioning. Bubba, she noted, seemed to be enjoying himself. Every time a technician or administrator walked past, he would shift his bulk or pat his rifle stock. The audible squeaks and gasps from the terrified prospectors brought a toothy grin to his broad, flat face every time. Under normal conditions, she might order him to behave, but she wanted the prospectors jumpy. If she was to glean any information of value from this meeting, exploiting Halstead's prejudices would play a key role in making that happen. Thus, she let the big oaf have his fun for now. Lucia stepped over to a table and sat, if only to get away from the bizarre scene outside. Katrina followed. When the scientist joined them, Lucia addressed him with her best, most businesslike demeanor. She wanted to start this in a place where Halstead felt comfortable. To this effect, she kept her tone brisk, reflecting his. "If I can be blunt, that's not the only thing unsettling about this place, Dr. Halstead."
"Our ways are strange to you, I know."
He slid into his own chair like a king deigning to sit upon his throne. The density of his disapproval seemed to thicken the air around him into a cloying mist of pure condescension.
"But our society has flourished for all that strangeness. We have no hunger, no poverty, no internal conflicts. We are free to pursue knowledge, undistracted by the things that keep other places from realizing their true potential."
"No doubt, Dr. Halstead, no doubt." Lucia could not argue with this. However, unpleasant suspicions about what might lurk beneath the surface of Halstead's vaunted utopia wriggled in the back of her mind. She trusted her intuition the way mathematicians trusted calculus. She let a portion of her mind work at the thread, while the rest of her attention remained on the conversation before her. Halstead's voice took on a smug, almost preachy air. He pored over Lucia's expression, his eyes scanning her features for signs of weakness.
"Most people struggle with our system, and we understand how foreign it must appear to those raised in a capitalist dungeon and force-fed Bronze Age rhetoric. We cannot abide such outdated concepts here, obviously, though our success has not been without setbacks. I'd be lying if I did not admit that we struggle from time to time."
This was bait, she knew. She ignored it. Instead, she pushed on, making a deliberate show of her indifference. "I referred to the business at hand, Doctor." Halstead smiled again, this time drawing his lips tight over his teeth in an expression neither warm nor cordial.
"I must admit, you have me at a loss, Ms. Ribeiro. This is a simple seek-and-destroy mission well within Pike's capabilities. Your presence here, as well as the esteemed Miss Caulfield, presents me with a mystery I cannot seem to unravel. Pike's desire to engage the sleeping giant on the ground is quite baffling as well. It is enough to make a man apprehensive."
Lucia decided it was time to assert some control over the narrative. She tried a more confrontational tack, just to see if the scientist would flinch. "There is nothing simple about this mission, Doctor. Please don't insult me or waste my time." Halstead hesitated only a fraction of a second.
"It's no more or less simple than the Commandant chooses to make it."
He caught Lucia's dark glare and held up a hand to forestall her response.
"However, I am not a stupid man. When our mercenary decided to bring along Donald Ribeiro's daughter for what should be a rather basic hunt-and-kill mission, I cannot say I did not have some suspicions myself."
Katrina's wide smile never touched her eyes. "Dr. Ribeiro is a recognized expert in the field of advanced AI and biotechnology, Dr. Halstead. His input is going to be invaluable." Halstead's jaw flexed, but his tone never lost the arrogance he wore like armor.
"I do not understand, Miss Caulfield. This mission has no need of a biotechnologist, nor, I might add, does it concern Gateways Incorporated."
"Nevertheless," Lucia interrupted, "we are here all the same. You can rest assured that you will not be dealing with my father, Doctor. Besides, he gave up weapons development and military work decades ago." She beamed her own ice-cold smile right back at the man, watched it pierce his protective aura and cause the corner of his eye to twitch. Military work left a bad taste in his mouth.
"Then he has grown up since I last heard of him. He had quite the reputation at one point, even this far out. But news from Earth is somewhat intermittent here. I had not heard of his retirement."
"That was a long time ago. A lot has happened to him since then."
Halstead tilted his head in a polite nod. "That can happen to anyone. Mankind is far too in love with violence. By the time a person is old enough to see the folly of it, the next generation is hard at work starting the next war. I am glad to hear your father has come to his senses. His was a great mind, wasted on weapons for far too long. A shame, really. We'd have welcomed him here."
Lucia again spotted the bait and elected to redirect with some bait of her own. "Not to put too fine a point on it, Dr. Halstead, but it looks like a few of your own minds have wasted some bandwidth on weapons as well."
Halstead's expression hardened. "A low blow, Ms. Ribeiro. The sleeping giant is not a weapon. It is a tool, or more specifically, a piece of shelter. No different than putting a roof up to keep out the rain, or building a fence to keep out predators."
"I see." Katrina kept her tone amicable. "So, instead of building a sword, you built a shield?"
"A barrier," Halstead corrected her. "An obstacle to be overcome by those who think of this colony as a viable target for predation. It cannot even shoot back."
"A tool, you say?" Lucia arched an eyebrow. "Do you know what the difference between a tool and a weapon is?"
"I most certainly do, but I suppose you'll have a more pithy answer for this discussion."
"Intent and imagination," Lucia said with a knowing smile. She let Halstead's audible scoff pass unacknowledged. She instead gestured to the hulking form of Bubba, leaning against the wall next to a lab station with a clear view of the nearby exit door. "My friend Bubba over there, the big guy who likes to scare your people, he can make anything in this room into a weapon, including the furniture. He tried to kill me with a table once."
Bubba grinned. "Real sorry about that, old T," he said.
"Water under the bridge, Bubba," she said with a wave. She turned back to Halstead, folding her hands on the table and leaning in to whisper, "Honestly, he's not even that imaginative."
"I heard that," Bubba called.
"Shut up, Bubba," said Bloody Mary from her perch across the room. Satisfied, Lucia leaned back in her chair. "Everything starts as a tool, Dr. Halstead. Things don't become weapons until the wielder makes them that way." The scientist's answering scowl slashed his face with deep lines.
"What a silly bit of tautological pedantry."
Halstead either could not hide his scorn or chose not to.
"Your premise and your conclusion are circular and rhetorical. Outside of philosophical word games, your point is laughable."
He punctuated his point with a dismissive wave of one lean hand.
"Using an object to do harm does not make that object a weapon, any more than using a spoon to dig a ditch makes it a shovel."
An explosive chortle burst from one of the rejects. Lucia, Katrina, and Halstead turned to find pretty boy Will Patton trying and failing to contain his laughter. Mary's eyes sparkled with glee as well, and Bubba grinned like a swollen monkey. Winner shook his head as if Halstead had said something profoundly stupid.
"Have we amused you?"
Halstead spat through his angry sneer, lacquering his words with palpable layers of unvarnished derision. "Well, Mr. Dr. Man," said Patton through his chuckling, "it's just strange you mentioned that shovel thing. I mean, it's only funny because you have no idea how many people I've killed with a shovel." "I got a guy with a spoon once," Mary chimed in, wrestling with her own laughter. She straightened her face with some effort. "He had it coming, though, I promise." Lucia watched the cords in Halstead's neck flex and bulge as his face shifted to a soft red hue. She decided to turn the conversation back toward the mission, if only to prevent Halstead from biting through his own lip. "I think the point is that whatever your intentions regarding this sleeping giant of yours, there is no question that not only is it a weapon, but a weapon that has been turned against you."
"Is that why Pike is not simply blasting it from orbit? He believes it has been deliberately corrupted?"
"It seems likely," she lied. "We have to assume that you have enemies, and your android is rather conveniently poised to harm you. If we simply destroy it from orbit, we will never know who those enemies are or what risk they present to us. Important answers are inside that thing. I'm here to extract them."
"Ah,"
Halstead said, eyes wide. His voice wavered, giving too much away.
"I see. That explains the presence of yourself and the breach armature."
Lucia did not react to hearing Roland's formal designation, and Halstead continued.
"Oh, yes, we know all about you famous New Boston fixers. Pike lacks the skill or intelligence to solve mysteries. It makes sense he'd bring you along if he thought something more nefarious was afoot. Tell me, Ms. Ribeiro, what do you think is going on?"
"You've pissed somebody off, Dr. Halstead. That much is pretty clear. Between the escalation in pirate attacks and the compromise of your android, I'd think it would be obvious." She let that hang a moment, reading his reactions. It should have been obvious, and if Lucia's suspicions were correct, Halstead knew exactly what was going on. His face might have been chiseled from flint for all its expression, which only confirmed her suspicions.
"How could we poor scientists have caught the ire of someone powerful enough to do all that, Ms. Ribeiro?"
He looked to Katrina.
"And how does this concern gateways?"
"That's part of the mystery, you see. When I figure out exactly who we're dealing with, then I'll likely know the why of it as well, and you can rest assured that once we start digging, the truth always ends up uncovered."
"Your confidence refreshes me, Ms. Ribeiro,"
said Halstead. He did not sound refreshed, and he did not take his eyes off Katrina. Lucia detected the edge of fear in his voice and saw his arrogant facade crumbling. Halstead continued, though his voice had acquired a shrill quality, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead.
"But in the meantime, we can't have that android terrorizing the colony. I'm not interested in answers if they come at the expense of my people. I need that thing put down, now. You can solve your imaginary mysteries some other way."
Lucia was not above laying out a little bait of her own. Halstead wore arrogance the way rich widows wore exotic clothes, but at this point his floundering could not be disguised. She began to twist the knife, playing on his growing panic. "Oh, Roland and Pike will handle your android, Dr. Halstead. They're probably having a great time doing it, too. They live for that sort of thing." The doctor's eyes narrowed at the implication his android posed no great challenge.
"I do hope they are being very careful. There is not a single weapon Pike can land on this planet that will stop the sleeping giant, Ms. Ribeiro. Orbital bombardment is the only way."
Now Katrina joined the attack. "You only think that because you do not understand weapons very well, or the wielders." The assault on Halstead's ego elicited exactly the sort of curt, ill-considered response she was hoping for. Halstead bit off each word, as if it tasted like acid.
"And how is that?"
"Intent and imagination. You underestimate how much of both those two have. Defeating your android has nothing to do with how much ordnance it can soak up. It's about picking victory conditions that serve your purpose. Most fights, whether big or small, are won or lost long before the first shot is fired." For a man in love with condescension, Lucia noted, Halstead did not take it very well himself.
"That is not a terribly novel concept, Ms. Ribeiro. We do have history classes on prospectus. The doctrine of overwhelming force seems to apply here, not some sort of adolescent pissing match."
He waved a dismissive hand at the rejects.
"Just because we abhor violence does not mean we do not understand it."
Bubba guffawed, and Halstead's jaw set to flexing once more. He did not bother responding to the big soldier. Rather, he kept his gaze fixed upon Lucia.
"Does your shaved ape have something to say?"
"Ask him," she replied, eyes twinkling. Halstead turned to the toothy grin of Bubba Riley.
"Well?"
Bubba slapped the frame of his enormous mag rifle.
"Well, I look at it this way, Doc. I can't swim for shit, you know. My bones and muscles and stuff weigh too much or something like that. I just go right to the bottom like a big old rock. I later found out that there's a trick to not drowning when you're built like me. Lots of special ops types learn how to do it, so I thought I'd give it a shot. There ain't no pools on Pike's ships, but I've watched the training and done like a ton of VR lessons, too. Problem is, I've never actually been in the water. I know a whole bunch of different strokes and shit. I think I got the knowledge I need, but... He shrugged. No real practice, you get me? I assume this rambling narrative has a point, or have you had a psychotic break and forgotten where you are? Said Halstead. Bubba ignored the jab. What do you figure happened the first time I jumped into real deep water, Doc? One could only hope you'd drown, though it appears the universe is not so kind to the rest of us. Damn close. Took 4 guys to pull me out. The point, you clod. The point, Dr. Dumbass, is that you don't understand fighting any better than I understand swimming. Yeah, you read a ton of books on it or whatever. Fuck that noise. You got no experience, no practice. You don't know shit. You're just another egghead what's never even been in a schoolyard dust-up. You don't even know how much you don't know. I'm dumber than dog shit, and even I can tell you don't get fighting just by the stupid way you're sitting. Halstead looked to Lucia, eyes wide and spittle flying from his lips. You tolerate this level of disrespect from your subordinates? He's not disrespecting me, Lucia pointed out. But let me assure you, I don't tolerate disrespect from anyone. She winked. But then again, I'm very good at violence. Bubba is actually making a very astute point, Dr. Halstead. You should listen to him. What point? Bubba answered for her. You keep spitting at me as if I couldn't kill you where you sit any time I wanted to. The grin returned. If you really understood fighting, you'd have put something between us before you got all impolite and shit. 'Cause I'm kinda unstable, mentally. I got a condition. Bubba stood up straight and took 1 step toward Halstead. The scientist gasped in fear, nearly falling from his seat. When he realized no attack was forthcoming, Halstead's florid face shifted to an even deeper red. Bubba pointed at him and laughed. Ha! Got ya! He resumed his casual lean against the wall. Yeah, it's true I'm not so goddamn smart, but even I try to avoid insulting people who can kill me. I guess that's maybe the experience talking. Are you threatening me? Halstead's indignance transformed his accusation into a high-pitched squeak. Bubba's reply came with an angry, feral edge. There was nothing counterfeit about his disgust or his clear desire to hurt Halstead. If I was, what the actual fuck could you do about it, Tiny? His beady eyes narrowed. For real, way I see it, if I decide to get after you, all you can do is shit your pants and die. Makes a guy wonder why you keep acting like a dick. It's real fucking dumb if you ask me. Enough, Bubba, Lucia said, recognizing the danger. Bubba replied with a lazy salute and a wolfish smirk. Lucia stood, placed her hands on the table, and met Halstead's wavering gaze with a stern glare. Dr. Halstead, I don't want you to misunderstand us, so please consider this a learning opportunity. You need to trust us to manage your android, because objectively, cognitively, and scientifically, you don't have a damn clue about how to handle this. Your tiff with Pike before we landed is proof of that. You need to step back, turn down that patronizing tone you seem to enjoy so much, and let the experts work. The most enlightened act anyone can make as a pursuer of knowledge is to admit when they are clueless. Are you enlightened yet? The question hung for several long seconds. Halstead's eyes darted around the room as if seeing things for the first time. He saw Bubba still chuckling against one exit door. He took in the ice-cold features of Bloody Mary and the 1,000-yard stare of Tom Winston. Patton looked to be carved from stone, yet a terrible tension in his posture gave the impression his muscles were little more than coiled springs held in check by rigid military comportment. Then his gaze went back to Lucia, and the businesswoman was gone. Something else stood in her place, something agile and predatory. It occurred to the scientist that he did not even know what weapons the team had brought. He did not know their capabilities or their motivations. If he lived through the next 10 seconds, it would be because they allowed him to do so. The giant moron was right. No action he could take would change the outcome if these strange killers decided to attack. A knot of ice formed in Halstead's guts, sending frigid tendrils up his spine and filling the back of his throat with the acrid taste of bile.
The roar of his own pulse filled his ears with a frantic drumbeat, and his breaths grew shallow. Words burbled from his lips, pinched and hoarse. You're all mad."
"Nah," Lucia said. "But when we get there, you'll know it. If you're all done being a great big asshole now, we can get down to the real business at hand."
"Real business?"
"We're going to take care of your android problem, Dr. Halstead, but in the meantime, I want to talk about Omnicorp and all the dirty dealings you have with them." Katrina showed her teeth, and her eyes danced in the clean white light of the laboratory. "Perhaps a frank and open dialogue with Gateways is in order here. You are being played, Halstead, and you don't even know it yet. Gateways is well positioned in this matter, and we are willing to negotiate an equitable arrangement."
"You do not know what you are talking about."
Katrina leaned back in her chair and cast her eyes heavenward. "Oh, really?" She held out one hand, palm up. "One person at this table is an isolationist scientist neck-deep into a shady deal with a ruthless megacorporation." The other hand came up. "One person at this table is an experienced project manager and troubleshooter for a megacorporation." The hands wobbled as if balancing two items. "Guess which one actually understands what's going on?" Bubba raised his hands and hopped up and down.
Ooh, pick me. I know this one."
The corner of Lucia's mouth twitched, helpless to prevent the cruel smirk from creeping across her features. "Please tell me you're smarter than Bubba, Dr. Halstead."
Chapter 23. "This can't be the best way to do this."
Roland's bland statement, made without inflection and devoid of intensity, still managed to convey huge quantities of apprehension. The surface of Prospectus stretched out before his eyes, a dreary landscape betraying all the charm a muddy backwater could muster. The endless swaths of gray rock and brown dirt had been painted onto the bedrock with palsied brushstrokes, the sea of smeared earth tones broken up only by the green rectangles of farming plots. Machines, both manned and automated, picked their ways down neat rows of plants, fertilizing, inspecting, and occasionally harvesting as they rolled along. The sky hung overhead, the flat sheet of atmosphere, a strange blue. The color reminded him of Earth's atmosphere, except instead of bright azure, the sky over Prospectus took on a deeper and less saturated tone. Roland could not say what weird atmospheric gases caused the eerie color shift, though none of the farm workers wore rebreathers or filter masks, so he assumed it must be something benign. Perhaps it was merely the particular frequency of the main star's light, turning the sky that ominous shade. The scanning suite built into his helmet did not possess enough precision to pick out either possibility, so he chose to stop thinking about it. More pressing concerns muscled their way to the front of his mind, Pike's mirthless guffaw scattering his musings like birds. The grizzled commandant spat onto the cold brown dirt beneath his boots.
"Trust me, this is gonna work."
Roland swept the horizon with his scanners. Terrible at spectral analysis of atmospheric gases, they proved quite good at locating threats of a military nature. He found none. Illuminated reticles superimposed themselves over the assorted farming vehicles, listing mass, density, armaments. Most important, a neat list of recommended munitions scrolled along each image, polite suggestions for the most efficient way to obliterate each harmless piece of equipment. Roland stifled a sigh at the stubborn nature of his helmet AI and its one-track mind.
"I didn't say it wasn't going to work. I said it's a bad idea."
"You're only saying that because you don't want to fight a 20-ton warbot with capabilities far beyond anything we've seen before."
"That assessment is accurate."
"Chapman ain't gonna just waltz into a trap, Breach. We gotta give him a reason to come out that he cannot resist. He'll recognize me, or at least recognize an organized military response. He's tough, but not unkillable, and there ain't no mech, bot, or tank in the galaxy that can't get its ass stomped by a real military force. He won't come out to play with me without doing some recon first. You, on the other hand, are a lone cyborg of unknown origin. You'll be something new and strange. Chapman never did anything rash or stupid, so he'll want some intel on you. You probably don't look like much of a threat to something like him,
so I'm guessing he'll poke his head out to get a look at you much sooner."
"I'm not sure I am much of a threat to him," said Roland as he inspected his weapons.
His faithful machine pistol rode under his arm in a shoulder holster. All their intel on the sleeping giant indicated that Durandal would be useless, but Roland liked to keep it with him just the same. He hefted a Dillon longbow in his arms. Beneath the silver-white skull faceplate of his helmet, his expression twisted into a frown. The railgun was almost 6 feet long and weighed more than 100 pounds. Normally, it would be mounted to a medium armature or served by a crew of 3. In his hands, it looked like any other oversized longarm. The heat and recoil would be extreme, and the barrel would need to be swapped often if he cycled it too quickly. He wondered aloud if there was any point to even bringing the weapon.
"Is there any chance this thing will work on something like that?" he asked aloud.
Pike shrugged. "Honestly, I doubt it, but the tech nerds assure me that it is impossible to make 100% of any cyborg fully armored with hard plate. My tech nerds have whipped a few things up they think will shut down most of the bionics without killing anything inside. But if Chapman gets wind we are up to sneaky shit, he's likely to bug out on us. Prospectors tell us this thing can haul ass when it wants to, so for that first couple of rounds, you're gonna have to put on a real goddamn convincing show."
"Great. I'm looking for gaps in the armor while running and shooting and trying not to get pulped, then?"
"When you say it like that, it sounds kinda hard."
"How else would I say it?"
Pike thought for a moment, then said with an air of exaggerated indifference, "Standard dynamic target acquisition and precision ordnance delivery."
"Gee, that does sound way easier."
"That rail driver is linked to your helmet's targeting system, so don't act like it's impossible."
"Didn't say it was impossible, just stupid and difficult."
"Christ, you sure do whine a lot for a big, scary, top-secret cyborg killing machine. Look, Breach, you really just need to immobilize it or slow it down a bit. As soon as you've engaged the damn thing, we're gonna swoop in anyway."
"How long will that take?"
"His scanners kick ass, but they're all line of sight. We'll be over the horizon at a minimum. Call it 20 minutes, 23 tops."
"I gotta dance with this thing for 20 minutes without dying, huh?"
Roland shook his head slowly.
"How do I get out of this chicken shit outfit?"
"You die," Pike said. Then he sniffed and added, "Usually. But look on the bright side. There's a chance he doesn't show up at all, I suppose."
"How is that helpful?"
"Maybe it'll stop your bitching."
"Fuck you," Roland replied. "Let's get this shit show started."
Pike tossed Roland a sloppy salute and trotted off to a waiting APC. He jumped up into the open troop compartment and slapped the door control. "Good hunting," he called with a cheerful wave. Roland watched Pike's malicious smile disappear behind the closing door and turned back to the farming plot. He waited for 30 minutes, ensuring Pike had all the time he needed to get out of sensor range. Satisfied enough time had passed, Roland hefted his railgun and began to trot toward a line of automated harvesters digging up rows of root vegetables. The prospectors had not been thrilled with this part of the plan, though even they conceded that it was likely to work. Roland reached into a pouch riding on his right hip and withdrew a flat, cylindrical grenade. His helmet linked with the explosive and set the charge to the appropriate shape and magnitude to wreck the first automated harvester in line. Roland threw it with a casual sidearm motion, sending it 200 yards away in a graceful arc. It thunked into the side of the harvester and latched on like a shiny metal barnacle. Roland triggered the detonator from his helmet, and the machine disappeared in a massive ball of fire and smoke. The sound reached him a quarter second later. On cue, all the manned farming vehicles stopped in their tracks and disgorged their operators. Hand-picked from among the youngest and fittest prospectors, these men and women bolted for the cover of the hill, as if death itself chased them. Roland blew up another harvester in the same fashion as the first. He worked slowly, not wanting to destroy every machine in their little ruse unless he had to. He wondered if the giant warbot was watching him already. The coatings on its metal skin were designed to foil targeting systems, and this made tracking difficult. It seemed very strange that something so large and destructive could also be quiet and stealthy. The lack of ranged weapons heartened Roland somewhat.
If the sleeping giant could hide behind a hill and lob artillery at him from 10 miles away, this job would have been much more dangerous. As it stood, Roland just wanted to draw it out into the open for a quick tussle. If things went bad, Roland felt confident he could outrun his opponent in a foot race at least. His sensors picked up the first signs of company after turning the 5th harvester into smoldering scrap. His HUD blinked with a fresh contact, though it had no data beyond general size and mass. He had been observing strict comms blackout to avoid spooking the prey, and he remained silent to ensure he really was dealing with the sleeping giant. All doubts fled when the thing came into view. Roland felt it approach before he saw it, and the dull vibrations carried to his feet by the cold, hard ground warned him that the enemy approached at speed. With legs both wide and squat, the sleeping giant did not so much run as it loped. Massive, ground-eating strides gobbled up the distance like a hungry alligator with each rolling bound. It used the low hills surrounding the farm plots to mask its approach, finally rounding a rise less than 400 yards from Roland's position. Ugly and ungainly, the mighty war machine's lumbering slowed as it approached Roland. The thing had no face for expressions, no eyes to look into, yet there appeared a sense of intensity in the way it moved, a patina of desperation and anger, tinging the alien machine with the air of humanity. The result unnerved Roland. There was life in the way it charged him, an organic spark no android could ever duplicate. Roland knew at that moment that Pike was right. Captain Jack Chapman was still alive. He raised the railgun and triggered his press point. His targeting reticle marked a crease at the giant's hip joint. When the system decided the muzzle and the target were properly aligned, the world disappeared behind a searing white corona. A tungsten-clad aluminum rod left the barrel of his rifle with enough speed to convert the tip to pure plasma. A wave of heat sent his skin prickling beneath his clothes, and Roland bolted off at a run before the air cooled. His projectile struck the giant, converting the metal to ionized plasma and shrapnel with an explosion so loud it made Roland's ears ring inside his helmet. He knew in an instant that no damage had been done. The giant did not even deign to acknowledge a blow had been struck. It changed its angle to intercept Roland and roared a challenge in a haunting electronic howl. Disinclined to meet the challenge, Roland opened a comm channel to Pike.
"We are engaged, Pike. Dancing with it now."
He paused to fire the longbow again. This time he aimed for the head. Despite a clean hit, the enemy appeared quite unperturbed.
"I think your guy is still in there,"
Roland added. He dropped the longbow.
"And this gun ain't doing shit, by the way."
"We're coming, Breach," Pike replied. "Fast and hot. Don't let him bug out."
"As if I could stop him,"
Roland said, mostly to himself. Pike's prophetic warning had merit. As soon as the communications channels sparked to life, the giant stopped chasing Roland. It paused, standing stock still in the middle of a field of grains, and watching Roland. When Roland closed the comm channel, it turned and ran.
"Shit,"
Roland blurted to no one in particular.
"Pike, the bastard is onto us."
"Already? Fuck. Slow him down, Breach."
"I'm trying,"
Roland spat back, his frustration a mirror image of Pike's. With no other ideas presenting themselves, he took off in pursuit. Exactly what he intended to do once he caught up to his gargantuan quarry remained somewhat nebulous. He thought as he ran, and none of the resulting ideas birthed in those scant seconds felt promising. As expected, the sleeping giant was not slow, though no one would ever call it agile. Roland overtook it, and with no other inspired stratagems presenting themselves, he jumped. At full speed, Roland threw himself at the giant's wide back. His half-ton of mass struck its target at just over 60 miles per hour. At more than 160,000 joules of kinetic energy, the collision bounced Roland's faceplate off the thick armor plates and sent a wave of static through his HUD. The giant staggered, but did not fall. Whip-crack fast, a multi-jointed arm swung back and over its own shoulder. Without turning its body, the giant clamped enormous fingers onto Roland's shoulder and neck. A pressure like docking clamps crushed his trapezius, and his collarbone groaned like an old oak tree in a storm. Alarms screamed in Roland's ears, and damage reports scrolled across his display far too quickly to be read. There would be nothing in them he could not figure out on his own anyway. He struggled against that grip for all of 2 seconds before his world spun upside down and he was weightless, tumbling and soaring through the air for long enough to contemplate his landing. A landing that went more or less exactly as he expected. The damp clay surface of Prospectus saved him from egregious harm, though his first contact with the ground brought the kind of pain that reminded him of his pre-cyborg years. The bone-jarring thud felt like getting hit by a truck might in those long-forgotten days when he did not have millions of nanomachines and a synthetic nervous system to manage pain in the heat of battle. He did not get to reflect on it. He bounced and was flying still, striking the cold ground twice more before skidding to a stop in a long furrow dug by his own hurtling body. He sat up, ignoring the thousands of dire warnings from both his body and his onboard diagnostics. Surging from his self-dug trough like a determined terrier, Roland sprinted back into the fray. He knew this was stupid. The thing had thrown him almost 200 yards, a feat of strength that made any further pursuit a laughable error in tactics. The magnitude of just how badly he was outclassed was not lost on Roland. He should not feel pain at all in a fight, yet the burning ache in his internal structures made it plain they had just absorbed more kinetic energy than they were meant to take. He hurt in his bones, and that did not happen often to Roland Tankowitz. He drove his boots into the ground, grunting in pain with each push. He used it to push harder, to ask more and more of his damaged systems despite their reluctance. It felt good to hurt. Roland could not decide if fear, sadness, pity, or rage drove him onward. He did not have the time to explore it. Something burned his guts when he saw the towering war machine lumbering away from him, though. Deep and hot, confusing and terrifying, a primal need to fix what he knew must be a horrible existence pushed him beyond pain or common sense. Knowing that Chapman might be alive and trapped inside that giant mechanical beast spoke to something in his own hidden fears. He had lived this nightmare himself, and only stupid luck and the courage of one scientist had prevented Chapman's fate from being his. That felt wrong. Roland was not special, and he was no more worthy of his respite than any other man. Chapman's condition stood as a recrimination, an accusation. It demanded Roland justify his worthiness. Roland did not know if he could, and that hurt in ways he could not articulate. He could only try and hope. Roland overtook the giant once more, and this time he did not throw his body at the thing. He came in at ground level, shoulder lowered and teeth grinding. When he struck the thick metal leg, the lights inside his HUD flashed their warnings once more. Nevertheless, the fleeing giant wobbled. Roland gripped his foe around the lower half of its limb and wrenched sideways, heaving with all his strength. On a good day, Roland could raise 60 tons from the floor if his grip held out, and this thing weighed less than a third of that. The giant fell. Both the sleeping giant and Roland crashed to the dirt in a pile of limbs and competing roars of pain and frustration. Roland twisted under the steel titan, writhing like an eel to get atop it. He wanted the head. He knew all the important bits would be there. He also knew that would be where the armor was thickest, though he did not care. He almost made it. The sleeping giant rolled to its side, servos and metal joints wailing like a chorus of offended banshees. Roland searched for a good grip on an armor plate, hoping to ride out the roll and keep climbing. The giant twisted again, and Roland's hand slipped from the smooth surface of the armor. Snarling in wordless frustration, Roland fell back to the ground with a dull thump. He spun to his feet and made a desperate lunge for the head as it rose beside him. A screech and a whine from the giant's right arm announced the incoming strike, and Roland tucked into a ball mid-leap to make his body a smaller target. There was no time to adjust, no respite to run the numbers. He made his choice and rolled the dice. Either Roland would get his hands on the squat, cylindrical skull of his opponent, or he would get swatted away once more. A fist like a wrecking ball took him across the ribs, and everything went dark for Roland Tankowitz. Chapter 24. Halstead stared at the door as if it held the secrets to eternal life. It had closed behind the back of that Ribeiro woman and her bodyguard some long minutes before, yet terrified paralysis held his eyes fixed upon the flat white panel. His mind reeled. He could hardly remember the words exchanged. Had he deflected the accusations well enough? Did she know more than she let on? What did Gateways know? The whole interaction and his participation in it dissolved into a fuzzy haze in his memory. The onslaught of her questions and the strange intelligence with which she had manipulated his answers left him sweaty and confused. He ran his tongue across his lips, felt the dry cracks, and tasted his own sweat. They had to have bought his story. It was foolproof, tight. He answered every pointed query with a practiced misdirection. He had memorized the script months ago, and there were no holes in his narrative. Nevertheless, unrelenting terror tightened his stomach into a cramping knot with every breath. In his entire life, Halstead had never known fear quite like this. Despite all his efforts, despite the careful assembly of his cover story and the intricate construction of his plan, the 1,000 niggling doubts swimming in his subconscious coalesced into a single conclusion. They knew. Somehow they knew what he had done. Halstead's breath quickened, and his skin grew cold. He had never panicked before, and the dread pressing at the edges of his sanity found no resistance on its way to the most basic places within the scientist's brain. He stood with a jerk, and took 3 steps toward the door before stopping. He stared at the door for another few seconds, pumped his fist in frustration, and stomped back to his chair. He pulled it out with shaking hands, and sat once more. His heel bounced off the tile over and over again, tapping out a brisk tattoo while he stared at his hands and hyperventilated for another 30 seconds. He stood again, knocking the chair aside with a crash. The noise drew a sharp gasp from his lips, and a frustrated grunt followed that. Part of Halstead understood that he needed to calm down. That part stayed well out of reach for a long time, leaving the scientist to stew in his panic for another 6 minutes, before fear and frustration drove him to action. Toward the door he stomped once more. It opened at his approach, and he stalked through it without a second glance for the startled technician just on the other side. Halstead blasted past the clueless woman with a rough bump of the shoulder, and tore off down the hall at his best walking speed. The tails of his lab coat swirled and snapped, punctuating his head-down flight with the sounds of flapping synthetic fiber. He neither slowed nor looked up, until the door to his own office stood before him. Once inside, he collapsed into his desk chair and invested a solid 90 seconds into calming himself enough to do what he had to. Once he felt ready, a single finger stabbed a button on his desk terminal. The words, "Please wait," twirled in fluorescent green, projected in 3 dimensions above the surface of the desk. After 4 seconds, the head of Alexander Fleming replaced the floating letters. Fleming's smiling visage dipped in greeting. "Dr. Halstead, so nice to hear from you."
"We have a problem," Halstead blurted.
Fleming scowled. "Explain."
"Pike brought some investigators from Earth with him. They're looking into our relationship."
"We do not have a relationship, Dr. Halstead. Not officially."
"You know damn well what I mean."
"Slow down and tell me what happened."
"We hired Pike to deal with the sleeping giant. We assumed he would destroy it from orbit."
"And?"
"He's trying to capture it. He thinks it's been deliberately corrupted or something."
"Why does that make any difference?" Fleming's face wore a crooked smile that sent the knot in Halstead's guts to tumbling.
"It's not an android, okay? It's a full prosthesis cyborg. Our military liaison is still inside it. What remains of him is, at least."
The disembodied head of Alexander Fleming laughed. "Oh my, you positively Machiavellian asshole, you. There is a person inside that monster?"
"Yes."
Halstead forced the syllable through teeth pressed tight against each other.
"I fail to see the humor in this."
"That's because you don't appreciate irony, Dr. Halstead." Fleming stopped his laughing, but the crooked smirk remained. What is going to happen when Pike's investigators find that out?
I suspect there will be some retaliation, inquiries, that sort of thing. The kind of scrutiny you and I do not need right now, Mr. Fleming.
Halstead decided not to mention the presence of an expert biotechnologist or what that implied. Fleming curled a lip, further exaggerating his lopsided smile. Do you know what the best thing about working with you is, Dr. Halstead? Halstead's confusion colored his sputtered reply.
What?
You are, without a doubt, the worst liar I have ever dealt with. If you intend to deceive me, pick a story that makes sense.
What the hell are you talking about?
Fleming's floating head shook slowly. Dr. Halstead, nobody in the whole wide universe will care one whit that your rampaging warbot is a cyborg. It's not illegal to make cyborgs, Doctor. Full prosthesis is immoral and provably stupid, of course, but not illegal this far from the regulated markets, so it changes nothing to find out that you and your little cult of intellectuals are the same stripe of hypocrite the rest of the galaxy is. Yet here I sit, watching a brilliant man positively tremble with fear over it. I can't help but think your lack of moral consistency is a weak reason for your obvious panic here. I would like to know why you are crapping your britches, Doctor. The real reason.
The giant...
Oh, spare me, Halstead. Nobody is interested in your cyborg.
The giant knows everything.
Fleming stopped, and his smile collapsed. What do you mean, everything?
I mean everything. He was our security officer once. He had access to everything in all our databases. We thought we had full control of the machine, so we never restricted his credentials. Damn it, he slept for years at a time. We never thought it would be necessary.
Halstead slumped in his chair.
When we lost control of him, the first thing he did was pull every classified bit of data from our systems. It's all in his head now. Every conversation you and I have had, every scheme, every murder, every manipulation of this colony. All of it.
Fleming said nothing for a long time. When he spoke, his words had the careful cadence of a man exercising considerable restraint. Murder? What exactly have you been up to, Halstead?
Securing this colony's future. To your benefit, I might add.
Fleming squinted back. If Pike pulls that thing's memory, can this information be extracted?
Of course, Halstead sighed. The cyborg has all the encryption keys. He wrote them.
Fleming shook his head, eyes narrow and lips pressed into a tight line. For a vaunted colony of super geniuses, you have shown incredible stupidity with this, Halstead. He leaned back in his chair and folded his hands over his chest and exhaled like a disappointed parent. Fine. Because you have just made me an accessory to fucking murder, I will take care of this for you, Doctor, but be advised, your negotiating position with Omnicorp will suffer for this little screw-up. Halstead considered the offer from Gateways and forced himself to relax. If Omnicorp proved intractable, he had other options. All he had to do was destroy the sleeping giant and retrieve the memory core.
Just destroy it and kill those fixers from New Boston. That will fix the problem.
Fleming's floating head zoomed close. The what? From where?
Pike's investigators. It's those fixers from New Boston. The Golem and his associates.
Halstead, you fucking dipshit, Fleming boomed. You needed to tell me that first. Fleming's hands appeared in the hologram to wipe at his face. First of all, they're from Dockside, which is an important distinction. Second of all, they're almost certainly here on a Gateways contract. Fuck.
I know they have some renown, but...
Fuck renown, Halstead. This means Gateways is involved. Do you even understand what that tells us? Halstead did not, and it showed in his blank expression. It means whatever it is you have been hiding from me, whatever secret invention you are holding out on, Gateways knows about it. I was playing nice with you, Halstead, but you fucked this up so bad, it's going to take a lot of financial and military capital to unfuck it. I'm sorry to say that there will be no more Mr. Nice Guy from me."
Halstead realized he had said too much, inadvertently revealing the presence of gateways. He bit his lip in frustration. These sorts of dealings really were much more complicated than they looked. He fished for information that might prove useful.
"What do you intend to do?"
"What choice do I have? I'm going to destroy your cyborg, kill the most famous mob fixer on Earth, piss off the UEDF, and maybe start a war with gateways. All thanks to your staggering incompetence."
Fleming's floating head sneered in disgust.
"I'll be in touch. Fleming out."
The hologram faded out, leaving a sweating Dr. Halstead to contemplate his failures alone in his office. He sat, silent and trembling, lost in a swirl of fears and confusion for several long minutes. Omnicorp was obviously going to try and force him into more concessions over this, and he had given them too much already. However, once he retrieved the giant's memories, it would be a simple matter to betray Omnicorp and forge a new deal with gateways. A better deal. Halstead felt his fear recede as this new plan took root in his mind. An idea flickered across his brain, a tiny loose end that needed tying if there was to be any hope of surviving this debacle. His hand stabbed the screen of his desk monitor, and he barked a sharp question into the air.
"Where is Freeman?"
A map of the facility snapped to life before his eyes, a red dot blinking over a laboratory's space several levels below his. Halstead swiped his finger across his desktop menu and inhaled a deep breath.
"In for a penny, Dr. Freeman,"
he mumbled to the empty room.
"In for a pound."
Then he stalked out of his office like a man on a mission. Far above Halstead's head, deep into the empty void of space and trailing the planet's headlong flight around the central star, Fleming sat back in his own chair and considered what he had just learned. Sloane leaned against a bulkhead behind him and chuckled. After a few seconds, Fleming started to chuckle as well. He looked over his shoulder, gracing Sloane with a toothy grin. "Told you we'd get our chance." Sloane replied with soft clapping. "You were right, Alex. That idiot has just handed you your excuse on a silver platter. And a murder to boot, huh? I didn't think he'd have the balls." "Can your troops bring that thing down?" Sloane nodded. "Of course. It's really just a question of pouring enough firepower into it. It can't shoot back, so this should be pretty basic." "We need a fight, though," Fleming admonished with a wagging finger. "You can't just pummel it from orbit. It has to look like it attacked us." "Not a problem. I'll launch some drop pods, make it look like we are setting up a perfectly harmless and legal bivouac. When the giant comes, he'll find out that it is an extremely well-armed bivouac. We'll dump fire into it until either it stops coming or gets too close." "And then?" "Orbital bombardment if it comes to that. If we get lucky, there might even be a few New Boston busybodies nearby." She held out her hands, palms up. "Whoopsie, our mistake. Didn't see you there." Fleming's face lit up. "I love it. When can you be ready?" "We're ready now. I can supply and deploy drop pods in 15 minutes. We'll need an hour to get close enough, though. It will be an ugly jump, but Mate is capable." "Okay." Fleming turned back to his terminal. "Do we know where the giant is now?" He answered his own question. "It popped up less than an hour ago." A hologram of the planet's surface snapped to life above his desktop. He pointed to a green indicator hovering over the eastern side of a landmass. "Right there. It engaged something." Fleming scowled. "Not a military unit. It looks like a single person? Goddamn distance is ruining the signal." "What matters is where it is now," Sloane prompted. "Right. It fled into these canyons. Lots of heavy metals there, hard to scan. Looks like he's got a bolt hole in there somewhere, because he's gone now." Sloane pointed to a wide area north of the sleeping giant's last known position. "I'll drop here and deploy scouts. I bet he comes running. We'll be able to use this flat area as a kill zone. We can pound it from the north side ridgeline while unmanned units hold it in the valley. He'll need to fight through without cover if he wants to get at us." "What about Pike?"
If he tries to drop, I'll send Maid after his little corvette. If it runs, we can't catch it, but it will be out of the fight then. If he fights? She shrugged. We mass 4 times what he does with 3 times the firepower. I like those odds. Good, Fleming said. Halstead is terrified right now. I think he's just figured out that he has no idea what he is doing. He tapped on the desktop. That can be both good and bad. He's given you your excuse, Sloane reminded him. Yeah, but what if Gateways gets to him? He's scared. Scared people start looking for lifelines, and they don't tend to be particularly picky about what they get offered. Gateways will want that on-ramp technology as much as we do. I'll keep playing dumb to string Halstead along, but there's no sense pretending Gateways doesn't know as much as we do. Those fixers pretty much make that point moot. Right now, you are his lifeline. He's probably more afraid of Gateways than anything else. Sure, but he's not stupid. He'll figure it out soon enough and start listening to them. Sloane furrowed her brow. The solution is pretty obvious to me, she said. Do tell. Once you have your legal justification to protect your interests, we kill Halstead. What's left of Prospector leadership is not going to have much choice in what happens after that. Brutal, Fleming said with a bob of his head, but efficient. Speed is key here. There will be a chance Gateways swoops in to make their own offer. We need to secure Prospectus before they do. We can stall Gateways, Sloane said with finality. I have enough ships to blockade the system. It's a long jump to get out here, and I can hold the gate against anything short of a full carrier group. I know how much you love a good war, Miranda, Fleming replied, but that is a big step. Omnicorp has the right to protect its business interests. This is deep space, Alex. Corporate charters are subordinate to the law of the sea outside the free trade zones. Fleming barked a sharp laugh. Ha! A fleet commander and a lawyer now? Well done. But you know what happens if you fire on a Gateways ship, right? Not even you can take on their entire fleet and all the privateers they'll hire. It won't come to that. We'll have the high ground and they know it. They'll mass ships at the other end of the gate, sure, big show of force, but they won't gate in. Not unless they want to lose a few trillion in capital ships. They don't have the balls. Thank goodness you do, then, Fleming said without a trace of irony. Let's get ready to drop, then. It's showtime. Chapter 25. Roland awoke in a dark place. The persistent beeping of alarms from his helmet mingled with the jarring tinnitus of a burgeoning concussion. The combination jangled his nerves and set his teeth to grinding. He hurt, and physical pain meant extensive damage. The scrolling reports of strained systems and compromised structural elements only confirmed the things his body already told him. He sat up. A slow ascent from supine to seated meant to prevent both vertigo and the alerting of nearby hostiles. He was spared either, and after taking a second to assess his injuries and scan his surroundings, he breathed a heavy sigh. He was underground, in a large cavern lined with osmium and antimony-heavy rock. He could tell that much even with his helmet's rudimentary sensors, but no more than that. The dome of black earth above Roland's head proved impervious to his scanning equipment, as were the walls and floor. No light filtered through that barrier, leaving the cave in absolute pitch darkness. Roland switched to ultraviolet, infrared, and ultimately ultrasonics to sort out his surroundings. The return from his sonic pulse triggered a sharp alarm from his helmet systems. Something was in the cave with him. The infrared and EM scans missed it, and even ultrasonics struggled to produce a clear picture of what Roland already knew had to be the sleeping giant. The blue and gray silhouette painted onto his HUD shimmered and faded at the edges, casting the giant warbot as a translucent wraith in the inky darkness. If the walls of the cavern had been any less solid and distinct, he may have missed it, perhaps dismissing the strange apparition as mist or some other artifact of electronic noise. The unyielding density of the stone walls framed the sleeping giant against a solid background, betraying the monster's presence even as Roland struggled to see it. For once in his life, Roland did not know what to do. The cave looked impenetrable, and he could only assume the sleeping giant had sealed the exit with a piece of stone, heavier than even Roland could move, or a rock heavy enough that it would take more time to move than he was likely to get. Roland's first instinct, fighting, bore the unfamiliar dread of suicidal optimism. A cursory glance at his damage reports reminded him of what a single blow from the sleeping giant had wrought upon his body, and the thought of trying his luck again in a confined space felt tactically unsound. He thought of Mook, and wondered if this was one of those moments where Lucia's methods were the better choice. With nothing else to try, he spoke.
"You awake, Captain?"
The figure moved, its conflicting surfaces and fuzzy edges swimming across each other in Roland's HUD.
"Never sleep again,"
was the thing's cryptic answer.
"You are Captain John Chapman?"
"Was. Still. Both."
"I wasn't trying to kill you,"
Roland said.
"I know."
"Christopher Pike recognized your work. He is trying to find you. We brought someone to help, a scientist."
A long mechanical groan filled the cavern. Roland heard pain and loss and a melancholy so deep he could feel it in his own chest.
"No help. Beyond help. Must remember."
"Remember what?"
"Her."
The way Chapman said her struck Roland like a punch in the throat. Roland knew that tone. He felt the fire beneath it, and something inside him flared in response.
"Who is she?"
Chapman hissed the single, saddest syllable Roland had ever heard.
"Was."
Not knowing what else to do, Roland asked,
"What happened?"
"Dead. They took her."
"Who? The prospectors?"
The reply rumbled through the cave, knocking dust from the walls and ceiling.
"Prospectors."
"Is that why you won't sleep?"
Chapman rose. Still indistinct, the fuzzy image elongated and narrowed. A grinding noise filled the cave and shook the floor for a few seconds. A soft light entered the space, returning the edges and colors to Roland's vision once more. He saw Chapman had shoved a boulder the size of a small house aside, letting a thin shaft of sunlight into the cavern.
"Look at me. They don't want me. They want this."
A three-fingered claw struck that armored torso, ringing the gray metal like a gong.
"John sleeps. Nothing changes. Awake, the giant steals memories, feelings, life."
It slumped, letting gravity drag it back to the cold ground with a thump.
"It wants to steal her, too, but it can't."
"Why?"
"What they want, I did for her. Linked."
The claw tapped the squat cylinder head.
"Up here. Can't kill that. Can't kill me."
"So they killed her,"
Roland finished the thought.
"Thought I wouldn't find out. Think I'm stupid. Not stupid. Soldier."
After a heartbeat, he added,
"Husband."
"Those bastards."
Roland knew it was inadequate, though the sentiment seemed right.
"Those utter fucking rats."
"They're hiding what they do, what they've done. They lie, but I have it all inside me. Files up here."
He indicated his head again.
"You will take them, expose them, punish them."
"Of course. Once we get you off planet, we'll download—"
"No."
Roland stopped, confused.
"What?"
"No downloads. Everything is corrupted. The giant lives everywhere. Files in—"
He struggled, not knowing the words.
"Brain place? Only place safe from them.
have to take the brain. I don't understand. Wires in brain, computers in brain, but the giant is not in the brain. She keeps the giant out, so I am still John inside. John is template, command template. You mean you have an actual neurological computer in your brain? Some sort of techno-organic thing?
He realized Chapman would never understand him. He stood, tore his shirt off, and showed his body to the towering android.
My body. It's not flesh, but it acts like it.
He moved his arms to show the movement of muscles beneath his skin.
See? Tech that acts organic, but it's not. Is your brain like that? Some. Not all. Too much.
Roland's blood went cold. He had seen this technology once before.
Does the name Lania Watanabe mean anything to you? Do you recognize it? Prospector. Built my brain. Made it work with...
He moved his arms.
This. Too many alterations for regular brain. I was losing my mind. She made it work.
Roland's disgust heated to a simmering rage, and he forced his words past clenched teeth.
I've seen her work. She could have preserved your memories if she wanted to.
The implication was obvious, yet he spoke it aloud as if saying it aloud might exercise his anger.
But they sure as hell didn't want to, did they? Don't want me, said Chapman. Want my experience, my instincts, skills. They never fucking learn.
Roland disconnected the maglocks on his helmet and tore it from his head. He held it up so Chapman could see the expressionless skull motif. The silver faceplate caught the shaft of light and reflected it across Chapman's chest armor. This is all they ever want, isn't it? They did it to me too, Chapman. They put me in this... He shook the helmet for emphasis and sent me off to fight like a good little tin soldier. And when I didn't like the orders I got, they turned off my brain and made me do it all anyway. He turned the helmet so he could look into the face his enemies saw, and his voice shrank before all the awful memories. Everybody loves a hero, but heroes don't win wars. Weapons, Chapman groaned in that strange metallic way. Weapons win wars. And so we became weapons. No. No? Chapman smacked one giant fist into his palm, shaking the walls with the thunderous ringing of steel on steel. He held the claws out for Roland to see. These are weapons. Then touched a single finger to his head, light enough for the contact to make no sound at all. The soldier is here. The soldier masters the weapon, not the other way around. Chapman said it like a drill sergeant instructing a recruit, and the sudden coherence struck Roland as strange. The reply bore the rote mastery of a mantra, a thought rehashed so many times it wore a groove into the very consciousness. John Chapman would not be erased so easily, it seemed. I am the soldier. You are the soldier, not weapons, people. Roger that, Captain, Roland said, still holding his helmet. And we have a battle to win. Can't win. Roland looked up. Can't? Corporations, proxy war. Prospectors don't understand. In over their heads. How bad? Invasion. Hostile takeover. The giant paused as if searching for a term. Armies. Armies? You mean corporate troops? Here? Chapman could not nod, but the torso dipped up and down like he was trying. Halstead thinks it's a... merger? Merger. It's not. Invasion. Takeover. You know this? I see. Signs. Clues. Prospectors don't see tactics right, can't think like soldiers.
What signs?
Using pirates to probe defenses, probe me, probe power plants and warehouses. Halstead thinks it's to convince others that merger is a good idea.
Roland scowled. You don't buy that?
Pirates attacking too much, attacking unnecessary areas if fear is the only goal. It's focused. Someone is testing infrastructure for hidden defenses. Omnicorp doesn't trust Halstead, so they check.
Chapman's strained speech belied his complex tactical insight, sending a shiver of anxiety up Roland's spine. The enormous android body and labored diction clashed with the thing's obvious intelligence. He saw the struggle within the giant machine, felt the echoes of the same conflict inside his own haunted memories. During the thousands of interminable nights when sleep eluded him, Roland would sit stone still in the darkness, dreading the kind of fate that was Chapman's life. Every hour Chapman refused to sleep brought him closer to the inevitable loss of his soul. Each moment of consciousness sped him toward a living death at the hands of his ruthless AI. Hell itself called to that dying soldier, and true to his nature, the old bastard marched onward without flinching. Roland understood the allure of this fruitless stoicism, and death had nothing to do with it. Chapman made his peace with death long ago, and so long as the Reaper respected his timetables, Captain Jack had no issues with his end. Many things were worse than dying, and Roland could see the real terror driving the man beneath all that steel. Roland remembered his first days outside of the UEDF, how lost he had been without a mission. The omnipresent burdens of depression and nihilism nearly broke him in the early years. The thought of what he might have become had he never met Detective Walter Bixby still shamed Roland 3.5 decades later. A hard lump formed in Roland's throat. Chapman was not afraid to die. Chapman was afraid to die with unfinished business, wrongs left uncorrected. Even worse, no warrior wanted to leave this life with enemies unpunished, foes unkilled. The prospectors murdered his wife, and even the devil himself was going to have to be patient while Captain Jack dealt with that. Hell could wait. Roland found it hard to speak, his voice degenerating into a rumbling growl.
Why? Why are they doing this?
Omnicorp is weak, for now. Prospector tech is valuable. Halstead holding out for equity, but...
Omnicorp knows they can just take what they want.
Roland shook his head.
But they'll lose their charter if they use military force. What's the point of having the tech if they can't do business?
Won't lose charter if prospectors attack first.
Roland had to think on this.
But why would they? How could they?
Why is Pike here?
To deal with...
The answer was so obvious it hurt.
Shit. Omnicorp is trying to frame the prospectors?
Don't need to frame, just...
Chapman paused as if struggling.
Just need plausible narrative. I am a prospector weapon. If they provoke me into fighting their troops...
That will do it, Roland said. They must have thought they hit the lottery when they found out about you.
Probably. Been careful, avoiding Omnicorp assets until ready.
Ready for what?
Chapman's voice rang from the cavern walls.
War.
Roland nodded slowly.
You were waiting for Pike.
Can't fight orbital attack. Need cover from space. Also need someone to recover my brain. Need help.
You found it, Roland said. We'll get you out of that body.
A dull thump rocked the cavern, nearly upending Roland. Rocks and debris fell from the ceiling above to clatter and clash against the stone floor. Chapman crouched, cocking the flat cylinder of his head as if thinking.
Orbital,
he said,
Drop pod impacts, less than 2 kilometers north. Lots of them.
Pike is already on the ground, said Roland. Who can it be?
Omnicorp.
They're on to us. Roland spoke his thoughts aloud. When you disappeared with me, they must have figured out we aren't trying to take you out.
Likely. They want me to fight their troops, give them the excuse they need. We have forced their hand.
Can they find us?
Scanners will penetrate when they get close enough.
We aren't going to get a choice in this, are we?
No. Fight is unavoidable now. Omnicorp will get their chance.
Roland racked his brain for an escape plan.
I can't get a signal to Pike from in here, but I assume he is scanning for us too. What if we just bolt, make a dash for the horizon? Pike's people may be more than they want to tangle with.
Not fast enough.
Chapman gestured to his legs.
And they are committed now. We'll attack Pike, too. But fighting works.
Now Roland was confused.
I love to scrap as much as anyone, but doesn't that play right into their hands? Not to mention that there could be an entire company of heavy weapons out there. Are you that indestructible?
Only thing that can stop Omnicorp. Another megacorporation.
Gateways.
War.
You want to charge those drop pods? To give Omnicorp the justification they need to invade Prospectus and then draw gateways into the fight?
Yes. Once I am fighting, winning, they will attack from orbit. Destroy me. You must get to the wreckage before anyone else. Take memory.
Roland looked up into the sensor array of the giant.
You loved her that much, huh?
Still do.
A metal finger tapped against his head.
She is here still. As long as I remember, we both live.
Chapman turned to the crack in the cavern.
And Omnicorp must be stopped. Prospectors must be exposed. Punished.
And all you have to do to make that happen is fight an entire army until they atomize you from orbit?
The giant must die. It steals. It will steal me. Us. Eventually. I won't let it.
Chapman,
Roland said, breathless. He discovered a fierce desperation, hot and intense, driving him to push for an outcome he knew to be unlikely.
It doesn't have to be like that. Dr. Ribeiro can separate you. I know he can.
Roland could not sweat, yet his armored skin felt clammy and flushed. There had to be hope. There had to be a way to save Chapman. Too late, he understood his bizarre reaction. The proximity of Chapman's plight to his own frightened him. Chapman had been wronged the same way Roland had. Roland got the chance to cast his shackles off, find love, and be happy. A chance he had not earned and probably did not deserve. Good men died when Roland got to live. Better men than he was, men more worthy of life and happiness, lay cold in the dirt, while Roland bounced around the universe with a beautiful woman who loved him, playing hero to the downtrodden. Chapman deserved the life Roland had. He had earned it with his sacrifices, bought it with honor and loyalty. And those bastards had stolen it all.
Chapman,
Roland thundered. The giant turned back to him.
I am the goddamn fixer. I fix shit.
He stabbed at the giant with a thick black finger.
I am not going to let them take anything else from you. I can fix this.
The towering war machine gazed down at his smaller counterpart. He had no face to form expressions, no body language to indicate emotions, but that long, droning, mechanical voice echoed in the cavern with what could only be described as humor.
Only want one thing. Give me that.
Anything.
Want to sleep. Real sleep. Be with her again. Can't do that until I'm finished with the enemy. You want to fix things?
Chapman leaned in to place his head close to Roland's.
Help me destroy the enemy.
This answer failed to satisfy Roland's need to make right the sins of the past. Deep inside, he understood that this had never been possible, despite how much he wanted it to be. His desperation ignited a seething rage in his chest, choking him with the need to kill and destroy. This bothered him as much as Chapman's situation did. No matter how hard he tried, the universe refused to cast Roland in any role other than death. He supposed that would have to be good enough.
"We are what they made us," he said to Chapman. "We are war and death and destruction, aren't we? They are always so fucking proud of us at first, too, until we slip those leashes anyway. Fine. They want war machines. They want killers."
Roland drew Durandal and checked the magazine. Satisfied, he slid it back into his holster.
"Fuck it. Let them choke on us, then." "We will bring them war," said Chapman. "Do it, Captain. We'll bring them all hell and damnation, too. I'm gonna ride with you right up to the gates of Valhalla. Then I'm gonna get your memory out of here, and the whole goddamn universe will know what happened today." "You will be killed," Chapman said. "If they have enough to kill me down here, you will not survive. If not, the orbital attack." "There won't be an orbital attack," Roland said with finality. "Pike has a Corvette out there, fast and nasty. It'll cover us."
Roland shook his head.
"I will not let you ride out alone, Chapman. I can't. Either we get you out of here alive for the doctor, or we stack bodies so goddamn high the universe will never forget what happened. That is a promise." "Then there is only death and victory. Either way, it will be good to sleep again."
Chapman said the words as if Roland could have offered no greater gift.
"With her."
It was all Roland had to give, and it felt puny and insignificant before the debt the universe owed Jack Chapman. But he gave it freely, and with greater conviction than he thought possible. Rare were the moments in his life where Roland felt perfectly at peace with the thing he was and what he represented. He could not look in the mirror and see the good man Lucia seemed to find in him. He could not balance the angry street fighter that hid beneath his armored skin with the noble hero he had imagined he might someday become. The universe did not suffer the dreams of young fools. It punished them with the machinations of evil people and the ambitions of the powerful. In the shadowed recesses of that cave, Roland Tankowitz lost sight of all his disappointments. The universe was not asking for a hero, and Roland was not interested in being one. Heroes did not win wars. Weapons did. Roland balled his right hand into a fist and looked at it, watched the cords in his forearm flex and roll, felt the inhuman strength in that grip. Alien, different, dangerous. They had made him a thing apart from humanity, and he had let them do it. Roland knew what he was, and it did not bother him so much anymore. Now was the time. He felt it deep in his synthetic bones and across his artificial nerves, energy crackling like electric rage and charging him with the fury of a berserker. With a grunt, he disengaged the safety features that prevented his cybernetics from driving his systems beyond what his body and mind could handle. The flush of stimulants, mood stabilizers, and adrenaline felt like sitting under a boiling waterfall. Then the millions of nanomachines swimming around his body switched off his ability to feel fear or pain. He exhaled, feeling icy tingles along his throat as the air passed through it.
"Let's roll, Captain."
It was time to be the weapon. Chapter 26. Mindy and Manny moved through the complex web of offices and laboratories as if they knew exactly where they were going. The pretext of exploring the splendor of prospector engineering and the superiority of their academic meritocracy had been more than adequate to give the pair the run of most places. "I can't believe they're just letting us walk around," Mindy said out loud. "They can't be this stupid." "They can't imagine we are smart enough to get at anything they don't want us to see," Manny replied with a shrug. "You're a mindless mad dog killer and I'm an uneducated bumpkin. What chance do we have against the great minds of the prospectors? Manny emphasized his sarcasm by waving his hand across a door scanner. The suite of sensing and code-breaking devices hidden in his palm identified and dismantled the locking mechanisms inside, and the door slid open with a barely audible hiss. "Amateurs," he said to no one in particular.
"How did you do that?"
"Prospector engineering is fantastic," he said, "but they treat physical security as an afterthought. They have no enemies and no real crime here. The only risk is the occasional pirate raid, and pirates don't infiltrate." He stepped into the office he had just opened. Glancing around, he gave a satisfied grunt. "This'll do. Get in here."
"So bossy," Mindy said, darting inside the office. "Where are we?"
"Not sure, but this door had more security than any other on this level. Figured that would be a good place to start." Manny sat down at a square desk and activated the terminal set into its surface. A three-dimensional image of the prospector's crest floated in the air at eye level.
"Full hollow at a desk terminal?"
Mindy said, an eyebrow elevated.
"Swanky."
Manny was not impressed, and he chewed his lip while swiping through screens. Occasionally he would pause to fiddle with his datapad, then turn back to the desk terminal. "Here's a lead," he mumbled at last. "I think we need to find a man named Connor Freeman. He has logged a few dozen nasty complaints about Halstead to some of the department heads around here. A lot of chatter between them on the local infonet."
"You think he's going to help?"
"I think he hates Halstead. It's a start."
"Can you find his location?"
Manny looked up at her. "Aren't you the hunter?" Mindy waved a dismissive hand to the criticism.
"Part of being a good hunter is scouting. I can walk around sniffing him out for the next 3 hours, or you can slice into his planner and give me his schedule for the day."
"I suppose I could. Hang on. Got it. He's supposed to be doing office hours right now. No one signed up, so we might catch him alone." He stood. "Let's go then." Freeman was not in his office. Manny seemed perturbed with this, but Mindy just shook her head.
"I thought it was weird no one had signed up for his office hours. Our boy is covering his tracks."
"What tracks?"
"I'll let you know when I find him. Can you get this door open?"
Manny did not break eye contact with her as he waved his hand across the door terminal. The door slid open, and he cocked his head to the side. "Probably."
"Show off."
Inside Freeman's dull office, Mindy squinted and swept her eyes across the room.
"Chair is still warm. Terminal is still hot. He was here 5 minutes ago."
She turned some more.
"He left in a hurry. Left his jacket and comm. He doesn't want to be tracked."
"Can you track him?" Manny asked. Mindy sniffed, cracked her neck, and smiled back at him. With a wink, she aped his previous tone.
"Probably."
"Now who's showing off?"
"Come on."
Mindy led the way back into the corridor. Freeman's scent trail was fresh, and Mindy's enhanced senses picked his unique aroma from the morass of others with uncanny ease. The olfactory module in her nose converted the chemical signature of Freeman's trail to visual indicators on her bionic eyes, turning Freeman's path into gently glowing magenta clouds.
"He's scared," she commented as they walked. "Moving fast and sweating stress hormones like he just robbed the piggy bank."
They moved in silence for several more minutes. They tried to appear casual while keeping their pace brisk enough to overcome their fleeing quarry. If the occasional technician or engineer they passed noticed their haste, they could not say. The looks of fear and disgust they received appeared directed toward their weapons and appearance more than anything else. Manny had to comment on it. "We're so strange to them, we could be running down the halls with our pants off and they would be just as confused."
"They have no idea how to deal with us," Mindy agreed, keeping her eyes on the trail. "It's actually working in our favor right now."
Mindy stopped and pressed a hand to Manny's chest, bringing him to a halt as well. "Here," she said, pointing to an unmarked double door. "It's very fresh here. We are right on top of him." Manny swiped his palm across the panel, and the door responded as all the others had. Mindy swept through without hesitation, entering a wide laboratory space and startling the 3 people inside. Her eyes and nose told her which one was Freeman, so when the first person turned to shout at her, She grabbed the hapless woman by the neck and lifted her off the floor with one hand. "Don't," the assassin hissed. A second person lunged for a control panel, only to find Manny in the way. He smiled and held up his bionic arm to catch the man. When the white fingers closed on the lab tech's face, he jerked upright with a tight, gurgling sound. The lab coat fluttered with the technician's convulsions for a second, before the man dropped to the floor in a writhing heap. "She said don't," Manny told the squirming technician. He looked up to the last man standing. "So don't," he added, with an impish grin. Mindy dropped her captive as well, who crumpled into a crying puddle of limbs. She went over to a man with silver streaks in his otherwise dark hair. "Dr. Freeman, I presume?" "Are you going to kill us?" he asked, voice quivering. "What?" Mindy said, face twisting. "No, of course not. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Geez, is this your first time or something?" "First time for what?" Freeman seemed genuinely confused. "Getting shaken down," Mindy replied. This did not clarify anything for the poor Dr. Freeman. I don't know what that means." Manny decided to help. "We need information and assistance in ruining whatever it is Halstead is up to. You will provide both, or the blonde psycho is going to hurt you until you change your mind." Freeman needed several seconds to process this information. Then his face relaxed, and he straightened. "Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Why did you hurt my people if you wanted my help? You could have rung the chime, walked in, and asked first." Manny's face fell. "Because, we didn't think you'd be, amenable." "Even if we weren't amenable at first, you'd still be able to shake us down, as it were, afterward. Why was violence your first choice?" Now Mindy's face fell. "Maybe we were a bit hasty, sure. Where we come from, it's best to come in swinging and sort everybody's motives out later." "You are not where you are from." Freeman's composure was returning, and the taint of scorn in his voice put a dangerous frown on Mindy's face. "That may be true," Mindy replied, a thick layer of frost covering each word. "But a soft-bellied scientist with big brains and squishy little bones ought to be smart enough to recognize when that kind of information is irrelevant, detrimental to his health even." "Mindy tends to bring a little bit of home with her wherever she goes," added Manny. "If you're really as smart as you think you are, you should probably remember that." Freeman gulped. "Understood." "Back to business, then," Mindy said with a sweet smile, entirely incongruous with the malice of the previous 3 seconds. "What is Halstead doing, and how do we stop him?" Manny added, "And how do we help Captain John Chapman?" Freeman sighed and wiped a hand across his face. "It's a rather long story. Are my people okay?" Mindy nudged the woman at her feet with a boot. "She's passed out, but she's fine." Manny checked his victim. "I shut off his muscles for a few seconds, but he'll be all right in a minute." The man moaned. "Maybe 2 minutes. I designed it for augmented folks, and you guys are really out of shape." "Start talking," Mindy said to Freeman. And talk he did. When he had finished, both shook their heads in wonder. "I need all the files," Manny said. "Omnicorp is after something you've got. I think we know what it is, but we need evidence we can use." "My clearances don't go high enough," Freeman replied. "Chapman has it all, though. You can pull it from him." "If he survives," Mindy said. "Not guaranteed." "I'm going to try to slice in," Manny said. "See if I can crack the security net." "I'll call the boss," said Mindy. "It's time to bug out." "Careful," Freeman warned. "Your signal is not secure." Manny began to fiddle with his datapad. "I'll try to encrypt it, but I'm probably out of my league here." "Be quick," Freeman offered. "The shorter the transmission, the less chance for the security systems to identify it as suspicious." "Boss," Mindy called into the comm channel when Lucia picked up, "we found something." "Something good?" Lucia's voice came over their coded channel with a hint of static. "I think so. Pinging my location now. Can you get to me? I don't trust this line. Prospectors have comm tech that is making Manny nervous.
Copy that. On my way to you.
Mindy killed the connection and turned to face the man before her. You are sure of all of this, Dr. Freeman? And you will testify to it wherever we need you to? We'll try to extract you with us, but only if you're going to play ball. Freeman's responding nod was shaky and unconvincing. I have to, I guess. It's all so out of control right now. Manny was still looking at his datapad. TAC channel just lit up, folks. Roland and Pike are engaging Chapman now. It's about to get very crazy out there. Oh, goody, Mindy said. We need to tread carefully, Manny boy. How are things going with the weird computer shit? Prospector tech is amazing, but their security is a joke. Basic Infonet security is really not a requirement here, said Freeman. Who would we secure against? You'll find the deeper levels harder to breach. No, I won't, Manny said. Your protocols are decades old and they use dated UEDF patterns. As of 5 seconds ago, I can see everything from here. Freeman's frown deepened. Chapman developed them, he said at last. It follows, I suppose. The encryptions, on the other hand, Manny added, chewing a lip, those are not bad. Not bad at all. You can see the files but can't read them? Freeman asked. Exactly. But that's just a matter of time. Since they aren't locked down very well, I can move them to my datapad now and decode them later. It's probably going to set off every alarm you've got, though. Mindy scoffed. So? What'll that do? Dispatch a bunch of nerds to scold us? The woman at her feet stirred with a soft whimper, as if to emphasize Mindy's point. It will lock the Infonet and shut down all communications within 50 kilometers of the Citadel, Freeman answered. And I mean shut down. We are particularly good at that sort of thing. We'll be cut off, Manny said. Best wait for the boss, then. Boss is here, Lucia said from the doorway. She swept inside the laboratory with Katrina and the rejects in tow. Bring me up to speed. Manny and Mindy briefed Lucia on Freeman and the current situation. Lucia listened with a faraway look in her eye and replied with clipped professional cadence when they had finished. Halstead all but admitted he was working with Omnicorp to us. Couldn't shake him on how bad or how much, but it's obvious he's in way over his head. Katrina planted a seed that Gateways might be able to bail him out, and he might have nibbled a bit at that. Freeman agreed with the assessment. He thinks we need to ally with a megacorporation to survive. He's convinced that they will come for us no matter what, so he decided to forge an alliance early. But it's been clear from the start he does not understand what he is doing. I'd be wary of any dealings with him, though. He has never had much of an ethical compass before, and I have watched his behavior decline into total amorality over the last 5 years. He is blind to what Omnicorp's real intentions are, because he can't fathom the existence of anyone smarter than he is. He'll be the same way with you. Bubba's laugh cut the tension, and Lucia shot a fierce glance. Timing, Bubba. Sorry, ma'am. Lucia returned to Freeman. How bad is it? I don't know, but he ordered the death of Chapman's wife because she distracted him. He thought her presence was making the AI too unpredictable. That's when I knew it had gone too far. He did what? Lucia's eyes were wide. Freeman looked down at his hands. I know it's awful. I did not think he could go that low. It's worse than awful, Lucia groaned. It's catastrophically stupid. How so? Hey, Mindy? Yeah, boss? What would happen if the prospectors murdered me? Mindy winced. Old Ironsides would go on a rampage, killing everyone in this colony and dismantling the entire operation. He'd burn every shred of proof they ever existed. By the time he finished his tantrum, most folks would be too scared to even say the word prospector out loud, I suspect. She turned her sweetest smile to Freeman. He's real romantic like that. That's not romantic, Freeman replied, his face a mask of pure horror. That's psychosis. Lucia tilted her head at that. Probably close, Dr. Freeman. Now understand that your Dr. Halstead killed the wife of a giant, unstoppable cyborg with the mind of an experienced tactician and soldier." She waved an impatient hand for emphasis. "And he did not consider the consequences?" "He thought that once she was gone, the AI would resume control." "And he's supposed to be the smart one?" Mindy quipped. "He thinks he is," said Freeman. "He has to be stopped." "Oh, that's a foregone conclusion, Dr. Freeman," Lucia replied. "But we have other objectives to tackle for the moment. First, we need to get these files off Prospectus. Once we start the file transfer, Manny's datapad will be the most valuable thing on this planet. Rejects."
"Ma'am,"
replied the 4 mercenaries as one. "The little Venusian is now our primary principal. He and his gear need to get off this rock no matter what. Copy?"
"Copy," said Patton. "Bloody Mary, meet your new boyfriend. I want you on him like it's prom night and you're both drunk. Take the VIP too, make it a threesome."
"Kinky," said Mary, "but they aren't my type." She gestured for Manny and Katrina to stay with her.
"Everybody is your type when you're drunk enough," blurted Bubba.
"Not you," she fired back. "Ain't enough booze in all of space to make you good-looking."
"Bubba," Patton barked, "you're up front. These nerds aren't supposed to have any weapons, but I don't trust that."
"There's enough exosuits and armatures here for the labor groups to make a decent response force," Mindy pointed out. "I've seen a couple of them moving around. Nothing I recognize, but I'm going to assume these guys build a decent product." "We do," Freeman said. "Nothing will be armed, but even our smaller models are stronger and more maneuverable than you will be used to. The big frames can literally move mountains. We don't have a standing security force here either, just laborers who have completed extra exoframe training in case of emergencies."
"Armor?"
Bubba asked. "None," Freeman said. "Robust construction, but nothing deliberately built to stop actual, ordnance." The big man gave his mag rifle an affectionate slap.
"Not going to be a problem, then."
Lucia turned to Mindy and Manny. "You guys need to keep Freeman with us and alive, okay?" "Keeping people alive?" Mindy said it with a pout. "I hate keeping people alive." "Work through your disappointment," Lucia said. "We are beelining to the dropship team. I want 0 casualties among the lab coats people. Feel free to wreck the hardware, but our ability to prosecute a case against the prospectors is going to be extremely limited if this becomes a massacre."
"What do we do if the coats try to stop us?"
Bubba sounded equal parts confused and frustrated. "They'll be unarmed engineers and scientists, dumbass," Mary said. "Flick 'em on the forehead and keep walking."
"What about bots or armatures?"
Freeman found his voice, though he sounded uncomfortable with what he was saying. "Disable the extremities. That will preserve the pilots. No one here has a prosthesis, so it will be regular people in exoframes."
"Right," grumbled Bubba. "Extremities."
He shook his head in disgust.
"Stupid lab coats."
"We ready, team?" Lucia called over the bickering mercenaries. Patton spoke for all of them.
"Copy, ma'am."
"Okay, Manny." Lucia drew her pistol. "Hit the button." Manny dragged a finger across the screen of his datapad. "Here we go." 2 seconds later, every comm unit in the group went dead. Chapter 27.
"Pike."
Roland's voice shattered the dead air of the team channel with a burst of static. Pike swore under his breath. "Breach, where the fuck are you?"
"Omnicorp just landed drop pods. Heavy weapons. They're after Chapman, and we can't stop them."
"I saw that, Breach. It wasn't exactly subtle. We can bug you both out, but you gotta get here fast. Where the fuck are you two?"
"We're exiting cover now. We should be on scans."
Pike swore again, this time louder, and switched his monocle to the tactical overlay. Roland and the sleeping giant came into view of his scouts within seconds. "You are almost 32 clicks out, Roland." He scowled. "Are you two dipshits heading toward those pods? Breach, I'm clocking heavy armatures, drones, and serious goddamn artillery. You cannot compete."
"Watch me."
Roland did not give Pike the chance to argue.
"There's an Omnicorp ship up there that is going to hit us with orbital weapons as soon as it looks like Chapman might win the fight. You need to convince them to back off.
We saw it jump in. They kept their orbit safely away from ours, though. We let them drop pods because we had no reason to stop them. Also, it's a goddamn frigate, Breach. You want me to throw my Corvette at a frigate?
Yes.
You got a plan, soldier, or are we just killing good spacers for the hell of it?
Chapman can't outrun them, Pike. This is a kill squad meant for him.
Why drop it all, then? Just fire from orbit.
Omnicorp wants a fight they can blame on the prospectors.
Pike grunted his understanding. Ah, okay. They need a ground battle that looks like they were hit first.
Affirmative. And it doesn't look like we can get out of here before they make that happen. They weren't expecting me, so we're going to see if we can't ruin their day by giving them more of a tussle than they expected. That frigate is their ace, Pike. Take that out of the equation and the rules change. Chapman is damn near indestructible, and I'm not exactly a lightweight myself. As long as you can keep the bastards from frying us from orbit, we have a chance here. If we can force the landing force to retreat, we can try to extract Chapman. Failing that, we are going to bolt with Chapman's memory core. He has intel and evidence that will hurt the prospectors and Omnicorp hidden inside his memory.
That explains all the fuss, said Pike. Tasking exit wound now. The damn Omnicorp boat already spewed the drop pods, so we need to push them out of the very convenient firing position they're sitting in. This is about to get nutty, Breach.
Just keep the skies clear and come help us fast. Breach out.
Sounds easy when you ain't the one stuck with the shitty job. Pike hawked and spat. Then, with nothing else to do about it, he keyed exit wound. When the captain replied, Pike gave his orders. Skipper, I need you to go ahead and shove that big son of a bitch out of orbit for me.
Beg your pardon?
The captain failed to conceal his incredulity.
You want me to attack a 200,000-ton frigate with my 50,000-ton Corvette?
When you say it like that, it sounds risky and stupid, Pike replied. Think of it as an exercise in asymmetrical tactics.
Commandant.
I know, Rick, it's a tall order. I'm not asking you to win a fight. I just need it out of position for orbital bombardment of our people. We got us a fight brewing down here, and these fuckers are looking to sucker us into eating kinetic impactors.
I see.
The line sat quiet for a few seconds.
Well, we're probably fast enough to make things interesting, especially if you don't need me to scuttle her.
Just push her away and give her something else to worry about for the next couple of hours.
That I can do, Commandant.
Pike killed the connection and turned to the rest of his landing force. 24 hardened mercenaries in full kit stared back at him. The angular frame of Big Bernie Rothschild and her hulking AutoCat 4900 rose over the heads of the others, flanked by the armored carapaces of 2 Shikomi Kano light armatures. The remainder of his landing force was a motley assortment of heavily augmented assault troops, head to toe in heavy plate and bristling with weapons. Fighting Chapman had always been a long shot. Conventional shock troops from Omnicorp corporate stock were another matter altogether. It would have to do. Saddle up, kids. We're gonna boogie hard and back up Breach against a full platoon of high-dollar corpo muscle. Y'all can see the tac net, so you know they brought big guns, scope and armatures and field pieces, so watch your asses out there. Our job is to prevent them from concentrating fire on either Chapman or Breach. Therefore, we are going to run the stick and move series. You are weapons free, so don't expect me to call your targets for you. If I do paint something, that means drop what you're doing and light it up. Otherwise, stay fast, stay tight, and draw as much aggro as you can. We got a nice convenient patch of high ground I'd like to use too. Copy that?
Copy,
came the chorus of replies. Good. Load up the APCs and get rolling. The mercenaries were rolling across the packed clay of Prospectus in less than 60 seconds. The stocky vehicles bounced to terrifying heights as they hurtled over the uneven ground at speeds well beyond urgent and deep into the reckless. Through all the shaking and lurching of their headlong flight, Pike kept his outward features and body language as blank as he could manage. Beneath his stone features and trademark frown, a powerful anger burned. They were being manipulated. He could feel it in his bones. He had always known trying to engage Chapman on the ground would frustrate the prospectors, but Omnicorp's sudden commitment to violent action left him in a precarious position.
He could have backed off. In fact, retreating now was the safest, most practical plan available. But that meant ceding the victory to Omnicorp and sacrificing Chapman. Pike's nostrils flared at the thought of giving up now. His frustration went deeper than pride or pique. Omnicorp and the prospectors did not care how many people died or were hurt playing their game. Both sides were throwing human capital at the problem as if flesh and bone were commodities easily purchased. He thought of the men and women following him into battle at this exact moment. Their lives were now part of the potential costs as well. As a purveyor of mercenaries, Pike was not naive about the business, and many prospective clients took this to mean he shared their apathy. He did not. Christopher Pike commanded the greatest mercenary force in the galaxy for the exact opposite reason. This was the secret of his success, and why he could field the finest fighting men and women the galaxy had ever seen. Every member of the platoon, shuffling and jostling inside the hurtling APCs, knew exactly why they were charging into near-certain death, and agreed with the plan. They would fight harder and longer than other mercenaries, because someday it might be their ass locked in a metal coffin and forgotten by faceless bureaucrats. Every grunt and ground-pounder counted on Pike's dedication to his soldiers, and very few of his clients understood why. Loyalty had value beyond money. Pike invested in loyalty, and so his soldiers fought like no other army in the galaxy. Omnicorp and the prospectors were about to learn this important lesson the hard way. Pike's plan was not intricate, though in this case complexity would be counterproductive. Omnicorp and the prospectors were locked in some elaborate dance of competing motives and greed. Pike had not yet assembled all the pieces of that particular puzzle, though in truth he did not need to. Big, complex machines break slowly. They usually fell apart on their own if you tossed a monkey wrench into the works. Both players thought they had Pike where they wanted him. They felt they had enough control over the situation to use his resources to their advantage. That bit of their machinations was easy to parse out. The prospectors had counted on him to bring down Chapman before Omnicorp found out about his stolen information. Omnicorp counted on their superior firepower to back him off the field so they could bully the prospectors into an inferior negotiating position. As he always did, Pike chose the third, often overlooked option: naked aggression. Throwing themselves into this fight was the best way to off-balance both enemies, simply because it cast him in the role of monkey wrench. That did not mean he liked it. Good soldiers were going to die because two corporations and a dishonest customer were playing some high-stakes game above their heads. The privateers found themselves in the role of pawns, and this did not sit well with the Commandant. Nevertheless, it was not his way to gripe about that sort of thing. Never much of a chess player himself, even Pike knew the game well enough to understand what happens when a pawn crosses the board. He set his mind to that goal, to the exclusion of all others. The trip took 26 minutes. The tactical feed warned Pike of what to expect when they cleared the final rise, though the sheer scale of the carnage still shocked the veteran mercenary. The vehicles sped to the top of a low ridge, overlooking a broad, flat plain, and stopped. Almost a mile away, another ridge rose to block the horizon and contain the fight within a natural barrier of cold gray rock. The valley floor below swarmed with machines, thrashing about in various states of combat frenzy. Dozens of unmanned fighting vehicles scurried for positions, while men and automated area denial turrets poured fire from the surrounding hills and cliffs. Explosions shook the ground, and the rattling of full-auto gunfire from dozens of weapons overlapped into a dense roar that crashed and ebbed like heavy seas against a cliff. The noise and smoke were impenetrable, with the streaks of incandescent beads and superheated plasma igniting the clouds from within like satanic lightning. Pike had seen it all before, though the fury and chaos of a pitched battle never failed to give him pause. He hoped it never did, because any man who looked on that much concentrated death and destruction and felt nothing was dead inside. Pike's eyes snapped to the center of the maelstrom, and his breath caught in his throat. Chapman towered above the fray like some ancient titan, a heavy armature held aloft by his thick arms. Thousands of tiny explosions dotted his body like raindrops against a roof, splashing against the surface and washing his armored flanks in orange and yellow starbursts. The large cyborg locked in his grasp, twisted and squirmed, bringing a shoulder-mounted cannon in line to blast his captor at point-blank range. The top third of the giant disappeared beneath a massive explosion for a brief second, the ball of flame and thick black smoke obscuring the fighters from view. From within the wafting smoke, a strange, unearthly electronic shriek washed over Pike's APC, and Chapman's armature emerged from the choking black cloud unscathed. The gray-clad behemoth slammed his victim against the packed dirt with a crash that made the armored vehicles 400 yards away bounce on their suspension, and the pitch and fever of the battle seemed to double, while Chapman savaged his downed victim like a mad gorilla. Pike shook himself from his paralysis with a grunted expletive. "Unass and deploy, you apes!" Pike bellowed. "Stick and move! Go!" The APCs disgorged their contents in neat lines. Mercenaries filed out of the cargo bays in well-ordered fire teams, spewing death and mayhem from a dizzying array of weapons. A 3-man team dropped behind a rocky outcropping and deployed a multi-barreled mortar within 20 seconds. The rhythmic pounding of 75mm high-explosive shells being launched followed. Pike's bionic monocle tracked and interpolated the parabolas to mark the intended targets with a helpful red indicator in his HUD. A few seconds later, an unmanned turret across the valley disappeared beneath 4 direct hits and the concurring explosions. A heavy weapons team deployed along the right flank of the burgeoning skirmish line, and the searing white streaks of Voked spiker flechettes knifed through the fog of war like incandescent scalpels. The tungsten rods sublimated to plasma on impact, tearing and melting their way through armored foes at 30 times the speed of sound. A tracked fighting vehicle transfixed by one such projectile belched smoke from the glowing hole in its side and slowed to a halt in the middle of the battlefield. The Spiker's first victim, taken out in the opening seconds of Pike's counterattack, began to shake and heave where it lay. The fire and smoke from inside intensified until the vehicle's magazine finally blew, and 30 high-explosive anti-armor shells cooked off as one devastating whole. The following blast sundered the battlefield with an explosion so large it scattered vehicles like tenpins. The shockwave forced the giant cyborg into a backward stumble and climbed the hillside like an invisible battering ram. The wall of compressed air shoved a wave of dirt and debris before it that sent Pike's people scurrying for cover. Unfazed, Pike's monocle swept the valley with a score of sophisticated scanners. The explosion had thrown the Omnicorp forces into disarray, damaging several UFVs and pushing the few cyborg troopers back toward the high ground on the far side of the valley and the safety of cover. Chapman still stood, though his nigh-impregnable armor smoked and burned in places. Several pieces had torn free of their moorings and lay in the dirt at his feet. The giant roared in defiance and resumed his assault. Pike agreed with the sentiment, lashing his troops with orders. "Get moving, you apes! I want indirect on those entrenched positions now!" The mortar team righted itself, and the thumping of shells resumed, pummeling those fighting positions, though Pike could see that he did not have enough indirect fire capacity to dislodge them all. "Where the fuck are my drones?" he roared into the team channel. "Deploying now," an anonymous voice replied. "I want that ridgeline swept for entrenched hostiles. It's only a matter of time before—" Pike was interrupted by the loud hiss of chemical engines and the telltale column of yellow fire streaking upward from the hills across the valley. "Before they get off some guided missiles," he finished the thought. "Intercept!" he yelled. It was unnecessary. The tack overlay in Pike's monocle signaled the launch of 4 high-speed interceptor drones as they streaked out from over his right shoulder. The sleek silver machines looked like tiny fighter jets when their airfoils tilted to guide them toward the incoming missiles. In the span of 3/5 of 1 second, the drones intercepted the missiles and washed them with cones of focused microwave radiation. With their guidance and telemetry systems cooked to carbon, the missiles fell from the sky like dead birds. Each crashed harmlessly into the ground around Pike's forces without detonating. The drones circled twice to confirm no targets remained, then arced off to find the launchers. Satisfied that his drone crew could handle this part, Pike scanned the scene for updates. Chapman pursued the Omnicorp ordnance with huge steps. UFVs and combat armatures scurried to keep their distance and pour fire into the giant, whose lack of offensive weapons forced him to attack with feet and fists alone. The enormous cyborg appeared none the worse for wear, though his attempts to squash the enemy underfoot and fist suffered for his lack of speed. Then something occurred to Pike, and his face crinkled into a map of deep lines. "Breach?" he called into the team channel.
"Go for breach,"
came the reply. "Where the fuck are you, soldier?"
"You'll see."
"What the fuck does that mean?"
"Watch the hills, 1,200 yards, bearing 160.
Pike swung his monocle to the indicated bearing. He squinted with his organic eye out of habit, and the bionics in the other whirred to zoom in. He saw the explosion before he heard it, though the sound found its way to his ears several seconds later. The plume of greasy black smoke and expanding blossom of fire rose 200 feet into the air.
"Scratch one drop pod."
Roland sounded rather pleased with himself.
2 more to go. Let's see how these fuckers play when their rides off this rock are all gone."
The effect of this new development on the enemy forces was instantaneous. Within seconds, the assorted squads and fire teams pulled back and made a fighting retreat toward the hills and the protection of their only transportation off Prospectus. Pike tasked 2 drones to update the TAC map with Roland's position and said through a tight-lipped grin, "You beautiful bastard. I think I'm going to let you date my ex-wife." Chapter 28. His targeting reticule locked on to the brightly painted capacitor housing. Roland squeezed his trigger while still at a full run. He ignored the power cells for now. The huge, bulbous black cylinders lay stacked in rows of 3 on the underside of each blunt cylindrical troop carrier. Landing feet kept them off the ground, leaving a space almost 7 feet tall under each drop pod, and this is where Roland's sprint took him. The drop pod's gravitic engines were also placed on the underside, and their enormous starting capacitors were affixed to the sides of each engine and conveniently marked for maintenance personnel. Convenient maintenance was the chief selling point of this model of drop pod, making it a popular and easy-to-operate troop delivery vehicle. Unfortunately for the customers and clients of Grizzly Battlefield Systems, Incorporated, all that convenience had resulted in one fairly egregious oversight. Those capacitors were less than 6 feet from the power cells. One of Roland's instructors during his days as a combat engineer had pointed out that strapping an actual bomb on the power cell housings would have been only slightly more dangerous. Once disconnected from the reactor and ruptured, as much as 5 gigawatts of stored power would find itself in search of a home. More often than not, the rampant energy simply fried the gravitics and rendered the vessel useless. Occasionally, that home turned out to be the power cells, in which case the resulting electrochemical interaction was the sort of thing that wise engineers tried to be very far away from. Explosive beads from Durandal lit off the first drop pod in the latter fashion, sending Roland bouncing and rolling across the ground like a tumbleweed. He righted himself on the 6th bounce with a snarled expletive and set to charging down the next drop pod. He knew Pike was listening, so he called out, "Scratch one drop pod." Roland tried to sound pleased with himself, as if the oversized blast had been at all intentional.
2 more to go. Let's see how these fuckers play when their rides off this rock are all gone."
Roland's feet beat upon the packed clay with a repetitive thumping, eerie for its speed and rhythm. He approached the second drop pod near his top speed of 60 miles per hour. Despite enjoying a few hours for his internal repair systems to work, his bones still suffered from the beating Chapman had given him. Getting rag-dolled by a giant explosion did not improve his situation. Roland was not supposed to feel pain, unless his systems decided that the damage required a disincentive to further combat. So the dull creak he felt with each punishing stride told him that he was still far from shipshape. Having turned his safety limiters off made this worse, because he really should not feel anything at all, anywhere. Yet both his HUD and his bones remained stubborn in their warnings about his combat output and condition. As was his way, Roland did not care. He veered off to take his next shots from further away, not wanting to ride another blast like the previous. This exposed him in an open area, and the sputtering of defensive turrets came to his ears just in time to spoil Roland's aim. He could not recall exactly what defensive systems this model of drop pod employed, though he felt sure that he did not want to find out by getting shot. The ground erupted into a line of explosions in his wake. Each divot left behind by the impacting rounds was deep enough to stand in. Roland leaped for the cover of a large boulder while spewing profanity with the eloquence of a seasoned spacer. A dozen rounds from the drop pod smashed against his rock before the guns fell silent. Roland checked his HUD and the TAC map for ideas. He dug at his belt for a grenade, linked the fuse to his helmet telemetry, and then lobbed the silver cylinder from behind the protection of his boulder. He heard it bounce once on the hard clay, and then checked its position via the tactical overlay. His throw had been good, but not great. For good measure, he grabbed a second grenade, adjusted his aim, and threw again. The blinking green dot that represented his grenade on the tactical overlay settled underneath the drop pod within a few yards of a landing foot. Roland grunted and shrugged. It would have to do. He triggered both grenades. The twin explosions shook the ground, though neither ruptured the vulnerable capacitor bank. Swearing even more than before, Roland bolted from his hiding spot under the cover of the smoke and fire. He traversed the 100 yards between himself and the drop pod in 1 second, avoiding the defensive turrets before diving beneath the pod. He landed on his stomach and began hosing the undercarriage with 50 caliber explosive beads. His press-point targeting system found the mark nearly instantly, and soon ear-shattering thunderclaps and dazzling blue arcs announced the destruction of a bank of capacitors. Roland dropped his pistol and covered his head with his hands, teeth clenched in anticipation. He knew he was too close to the pod, far too close for safety if the power cells lost containment. As each subsequent capacitor failed, it launched a thick arc of pure electricity in random directions. Ionized air, ozone, and choking black smoke filled the cramped space beneath the craft, interrupted only by more loud pops and the growing hiss and crackle of electric fire. Roland held his undignified position for 5 more seconds before he determined that the fuel cells were safe enough. He rolled out of the smoke and into the light, dragging his pistol from the dirt as he rose. Beads exploded across his chest and helmet, rocking his head to the side. He returned fire without looking, trusting his sensors to find the target faster than he could. Durandal shuddered in his grip. Still indexed to explosive rounds, the impacts engulfed a tall humanoid figure in smoke and fire. Roland shifted to a crouch and advanced behind the blazing maw of his pistol. When the hex beads ran dry, the weapon automatically switched to 50 caliber ceramic. His target had leaped out of the way and lurched around the side of the smoldering drop pod. Roland checked the TAC map before pursuing. Relief washed over him when he found that Pike's drones were covering the whole battlefield. They relayed scans in real time back to the team TAC channel. That was how he saw the ambush before stumbling into it. The drones marked the targets for his HUD with convenient red labels. 5 suits of Eidolon power armor crouched behind the corner of the burning drop pod, each armed with a heavy machine gun. Roland hesitated long enough to reload Durandal and assess his position. The Eidolons were not advancing, and this made sense. These were probably the drop pod crew suited up and left to defend the ship. They did not have to run Roland down. They only needed to hold him in place until reinforced. A quick check of the TAC map confirmed that the main Omnicorp fighting force was converging on his position. Pike's forces lit up the map with blue labels, and they seemed to be in dogged pursuit. Chapman's signature was hard to pin down, with the drones only able to confirm with line of sight. He popped in and out of the picture at regular intervals as a green blip.
"Command,"
Roland hissed. "Go, Breach."
"Why is Chapman not pursuing?"
"Fucking ask him," growled the Commandant. Chapman did not speak. He replied via scrolling text in Roland's HUD. The lines read, "Orbital bombardment probable. Must keep distance to avoid collateral damage."
"What's our orbital situation?"
Roland asked while preparing to rush the armored defenders. "Fisher is on it, but it's a tall order," Pike replied. "Latest sitrep is that we are good for the next few minutes at least."
"It'll have to do,"
Roland said to no one in particular. Then he dove around the landing foot. He selected flechettes from Durandal's magazine and let a 5-round burst fly as soon as his HUD recognized a viable target. Eidolon power armor was some of the heaviest available on the commercial market, and the advanced materials would laugh at standard beads in virtually any caliber. Roland's flechettes, on the other hand, drove neat little half-inch holes through the chest plate of the first defender. He kept shooting, unable to determine how deep each tungsten-tipped dart would penetrate, and hoping to strike meat with at least 1 or 2. By the 8th shot, Roland knew he had struck something soft, because the man in the armor screamed and fell backward into the stack of companions behind him. Roland shot him twice more, just to ensure that his flechettes were not getting deflected by the dense layers of armor and machinery beneath that green metal hide. With one final round through the chest, the clear membrane at the front of the suit's helmet went opaque with the wet red shine of oxygenated blood. Roland presumed that to be the result of a perforated lung, and elected to move on from that foe. Durandal indexed to another stack of flechettes automatically, and he vaulted the falling corpse of his first victim to engage the remaining 4 at point-blank range. Stacked up single file, only one could return fire at first. His weapon roared, though the combined confusion of Roland's reckless charge and the recent death of his teammate left the shooter's aim in poor condition. 4 heavy beads struck Roland's chest and shattered. Roland's answering flechettes knifed through the armor high on the chest and through the neck. Hot red liquid sprayed in a macabre fountain, and Roland could not separate hydraulic fluid from human blood in the carnage. He landed astride the falling defender and put one more flechette through the faceplate for good measure. The 3 remaining Eidolons used the moment to break formation and try to trap Roland in a crossfire. A long string of beads raked Roland's body from thigh to head, throwing him backward. None penetrated his surface armor, but each struck with enough force to set injury warnings blaring in Roland's ears. His targeting systems blinked out for a moment, forcing Roland to squint down Durandal's mechanical sights at the closest armored man. He fired 3 times, each hit striking the wide chest plate of the Eidolon close to the center. The man staggered, but did not fall. Another long burst from another Eidolon walked across Roland's right flank, brutalizing the damaged ribs and tearing an angry grunt from the cyborg's lips. He emptied Durandal's flechette reservoir while bull-rushing the shooter in front of him, scoring hits that may or may not have struck flesh. He did not care. He needed to be close. Close enough that the other shooters would have to worry about striking their partner. Roland hit his man with a low tackle, sweeping the armored form from the ground and carrying it 20 yards. He jumped high, turning the man mid-air so they landed with Roland on top. The unforgiving ground of Prospectus gave nothing back when the impact came, and Roland's nearly 1,000-pound mass transferred enough kinetic energy to the doomed Eidolon to crush a truck. The armor was good, and the man inside survived. With a flechette in his chest and 4 broken ribs, the Eidolon pilot screamed and clutched at Roland's face. Roland drove fists like pile-drivers into the armored head. 10 blows in 2 seconds squashed the helmet and the skull it protected into a greasy soup of blood, bone, and brains. Roland felt the remaining Eidolons bring their weapons to bear, and not wanting to deal with another barrage of heavy beads, he rolled. He dragged the corpse beneath him as he did, putting the armored body between himself and the enemy just in time to block a long, full-auto stream of beads. He rose behind his gory shield and charged once more. Snarling, Roland sprinted the short distance and slammed the dead body into his live squadmate. All 3 went down. Roland hurled his shield to the side. He grabbed the machine gun by the barrel with both hands and snapped it into a dozen pieces with a single savage wrench of his arms. The Eidolon pilot was screaming. Roland thought he might have been begging, even. With the battle raging and reinforcements close, Roland did not have the luxury of listening. His punches fell like meteors, and the bawling man went still beneath him. Another wave of beads shattered against his side, and Roland dove away. He came up with Durandal in hand. The final Eidolon filled his view, and Roland dumped all that remained in his magazine into it. Flechettes, beads, and explosives stripped the metal hide away from his foe in a tempest of fire, metal, and ceramic. It fell in scorched and gory pieces, shredded to scrap by Roland's rage and indiscriminate shooting. Roland stood without a second glance for the smoldering remains of what had been a man. He reloaded his gun like an automaton and started to jog.
"Command,"
he called into the team channel.
"Where are you?"
There was no reply. Roland rose and tried again.
"Command, sitrep."
Nothing. He assumed his helmet must have been damaged by the fighting. He ran a diagnostic while refreshing the TAC map. Damage reports scrolled down the side of his HUD. His targeting systems had rebooted, but needed calibration if they were going to be any use at all. His structurals were not in great shape, with subdermal muscular integrity lower than he had seen in many years. Yet despite the generally bad shape he was in, his comms systems showed nothing amiss. Then he noticed that the TAC map had not been updated in several minutes. He looked up and saw the drones circling overhead, so he knew they had not been shot down. They should have been piping scans and reports as well as relaying communications. Nevertheless, the various team channels lay as silent as a grave. It was as if all telecom systems had simply stopped.
Fuck.
He was being jammed. Maybe they all were. He did not know. The signal blanket was so complete and so subtle that he could not even find static by tuning to a dead channel. He tested his helmet scanners. They seemed to maintain signal integrity out to about 100 yards, with fidelity decaying sharply after that. Roland had never seen anything like it. Roland racked his brain for a workaround. 100 yards did not constitute a lot of signal range, but one did not need a lot of fidelity for verbal communication. He started to run, scanning for a vantage point with good sight lines. He wondered if Omnicorp was experiencing the strange blackout as well. He found his answer when he scrambled to the top of a low ridge overlooking the valley where Chapman fought the main force. The enemy vehicles and troops meandered like insects beneath him. The squads and tighter groups maintained unit cohesion, though it looked like no one knew what the others were doing. The orderly withdrawal to reinforce the drop pods had collapsed into wandering groups of individual units. Unmanned fighting vehicles with unsophisticated AIs drove in circles or stopped altogether, while more advanced units continued on the paths they had been assigned before the jamming took effect. He saw Chapman in the distance, the enormous humanoid shape lumbering at an oblique angle to the fleeing Omnicorp forces. Across the valley, he picked out Pike's people breaking from the high ground to pursue. These, too, looked less organized than normal, though some semblance of procedure and formation had been preserved. Roland chewed a lip. The final drop pod remained undamaged and ready to flee. If Omnicorp managed to get their forces to safety, the only thing preventing an orbital bombardment would be the pluck and skill of a lone corvette captain. On the other hand, the element of surprise had gotten him to the first drop pod and carried on somewhat diluted for the second. He saw the top of the third pod, extending above the top of a nearby hill. This one would be ready for him. In his bedraggled state, a frontal assault felt ill-advised, and in truth, storming the guns had never been his plan for that target. He had hoped for help from Pike by the time he got to that one, but without communications he could not guide that assistance. No TAC feed or telemetry meant no way to aim missiles and mortars either. Everyone was line of sight and radio silent for the moment, and this felt strange.
Fuck,
he repeated to no one. Then he turned and started for the third drop pod. He kept his eyes on the sky, watching the drones as they circled. Their AI would keep them in formation and pinging until otherwise ordered, so the routes were predictable. He ran along the ridges, waiting and watching for the right moment. Just as he crested the hill, he beamed a signal at an overhead drone. The distance was no more than 200 yards, and he tightened the beam as much as his meager comms suite could manage. His message was simple, and the drone would beam it to Pike as soon as its circuit brought it close enough.
Meet me at number 3.
Chapter 29. The sound of Bub O'Reilly's mag rifle was the most terrifying thing Connor Freeman had ever heard. The noise, the flash of light, the warm slap of compressed air against his cheek, all of it turned his knees to jelly and his guts to roiling acidic fire. The enormous mercenary with his bionic eye and his scarred head only made the spectacle that much more frightening. The gun looked like part of his arm, moving and swaying like a grotesque appendage fused to his scarred flesh. The stock pressed against his shoulder, grip secure in one meaty paw, the great oaf led their group through the halls with an easy grace that spoke volumes about just how many times this had been done before. Freeman had to look away, and his eyes fell on Bloody Mary. Freeman had never fancied himself a chauvinist, but the sight of the lean woman and her own weapon proved even more alien to his unpracticed eye. If anything, her mastery of the rifle exceeded Bubba's. It was the contrast in appearance that put him off. Bubba looked like an actual monster, and Patton and Winston both at least had the courtesy to resemble the caricatures of soldiers he had been taught to disdain. For the men, Freeman's mind did not struggle to associate their prowess in violence with the things he had been taught. Mary could have been pretty in the right light. While Freeman understood this should make no difference, seeing her track every movement through the holographic reticle of her weapon as if she had been born with it attached to her cheek disgusted him. He despised violence as a matter of course. Violence was the last resort of a failing intellect and the first resort of the willfully ignorant. Being surrounded by prolific killers sickened him. Even so, in the midst of his terrified state, Freeman could not help but make observations. He found himself darkly fascinated with the brutal proficiency of their actions. Despite all he had been taught about mercenaries, he could not say that these men and women behaved like remorseless sociopaths. They were experts in the craft of war, plying their trade like any other person might. When he forced himself to look past the wrongness of it, the rejects were almost impressive. It was still wrong, though. Freeman's revulsion overpowered his reason with each fear-soaked step. To further cement his mounting unease, a material-handling armature emerged from a side door to obstruct their path. Freeman saw the folly of it in an instant. This was no fighting mech or combat cyborg. A laborer piloting a machine designed to lift freight threw himself in the path of 4 deadly mercenaries, as if somehow the metal skin of his suit made him their match. The stupidity of it all sickened him. "Dr. Freeman," the man announced, "you are to remit yourself to my custody immediately, pending remedial action by the management team." "I think you're in trouble, Doc," Mary said. The man in the exosuit tried to sound authoritative. "Please do not interfere. This is an internal matter. I do not want to use force." The rejects looked to Lucia, who waved a hand in response. "Gently, people." Bubba Riley snorted and fired from the hip. A tight burst of flechettes sheared the machine's right arm off at the shoulder. Freeman covered his ears and yipped in fear at the sudden explosion of activity. Ducking and staggering backward, he almost stepped in the way of Patton's follow-up shots that took the left leg out of the knee joint. The armature toppled to the deck, its operator sobbing and pleading for his life like a slapped toddler. Mary hauled Freeman out of the line of fire with a strength that should not have surprised the scientist, yet in his bemused state her steel grip was as horrifying as Riley's amused grin. Mindy followed the guns with a leap that cleared the knot of shooters. Her boot struck the floor to either side of the thrashing armature's head. Her arm extended faster than his eyes could track it, and the hideous black dagger in her fist severed the other arm at the elbow joint. She pressed the flat of her blade against the clear faceplate that protected the blubbering face within. "Quit all that whining, you big baby," she tutted. "Nobody even touched your squishy bits. Yet. If you want it to stay that way, you can call off the rest of your bully boys." I can't," said the man. "I don't have admin authority." More than any other member of the bizarre group in which he found himself, Freeman feared Mindy. She radiated deadly intent with every movement, like a venomous snake that looked harmless right until the moment it struck you down. If you yet lived in Mindy's presence, it was because she permitted it. Freeman's stomach turned, and he swallowed. No one seemed to notice. Mindy's dagger pressed against the faceplate, and the humming of the vibrating blade deepened into the buzzing of an angry metal hornet. "How many? What types? Talk." Freeman imagined the terror the pilot must be feeling. His own horror at the unvarnished aggression from Mindy disgusted him to his core. Very few people on Prospectus had ever been in any conflict that rose above the level of sternly worded interdepartmental memos. To be facing experienced murderers like this was simply too much for a sane person to bear. Any heroic ideals the pilot might have indulged about how this encounter was going to end dissolved like wet tissue paper before the psychotic glee of the blonde assassin. He wailed like a child from inside his useless armature. Exo-suits. Some large frames guarding buildings? I think they authorized some of the proteans, too. Freeman gasped. Mindy did not take her eye from the downed man, though her question was directed to Freeman. What's a protean? A new prototype for diverse role androids, he stammered. Multiphasic, polymorphic substructures. You mean ferromagnetic non-Newtonian fluids? Manny asked. Beneath the skin? Freeman could not hide his surprise. Ferromagnetic is a gross oversimplification, but we've dealt with those, Lucia cut in. Rejects? These things are tough, but not that tough. Put shots in the head or center mass and you'll hit the essential electronics. Anywhere else just sort of annoys them. Oh, goody, Mary sighed. This is getting fun. She kept herself between Katrina, Manny, and any other threats, with a wary precision that Freeman found disconcerting. What do we do about this guy, boss? Mindy asked, still holding her blade to the man's face. Peel him out of that thing and let him go, Lucia ordered. He can't hurt us. We need to move. Lucky you, Mindy said. You gonna unzip that thing, or should I? She rapped the faceplate with her dagger, startling a squeal of terror from her victim. I'll do it, he blurted. The chestplate clicked and opened to reveal a thin man encased in a silver jumpsuit. A multi-point harness disengaged, and he wriggled from the open cockpit only to flop onto the floor. Good, Bubba growled down at him. Now get. The armature pilot scrambled off on all fours, not even rising to his feet until well away from the group. Freeman felt his gorge rise once more. The huge mercenary was laughing at that poor man's terror as if the lifelong trauma he had just inflicted was funny. Freeman thought of the therapy and counseling the pilot would need for years to come, and the mockery Bubba's lopsided smirk represented. This proximity to people that harmed and killed without hesitation fueled competing waves of horror and disgust, making his mouth dry and sending his senses spinning. He hated this. Hated them. It was all Freeman could do to stifle his desire to flee, and he swayed in place while he fought back the vertigo. After a second or two, Freeman felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to find Manny looking into his face, earnest and understanding. Before you go judging us, ask yourself one question, Dr. Freeman. What? Freeman's face burned with fear and shame. His expression must have given his moment of doubt and revulsion away. Whose failure is greater? Bubba's for being callous and violent, or yours for choosing not to prepare your people for a galaxy full of folks just like him? Manny clapped Freeman's shoulder just a touch too hard to be entirely friendly. Bubba didn't decide to be the way he is on purpose. He is the result of what was done to him and what it took for him to survive it. You, on the other hand, chose this path. Bubba must have heard the exchange, because he hefted his rifle and spat a gob of phlegm onto the floor. Think about that for a second, Doctor. You and the rest of these guys actually chose to be helpless little weaklings. On purpose. Fucking embarrassing. Lucia added, And you are lucky to have us. We're extracting you as a courtesy, Freeman. If you can't manage to keep your disdain for us under wraps, feel free to strike out on your own. Freeman blanched and dropped his eyes to the floor. Shame made his cheeks hot. He knew better than this. He knew his reaction was a function of his conditioning and not the result of reasoned analysis. The data was all there, plain and obvious, and it denied all contradiction. This whole ordeal was necessary. Halstead had chosen this course. He allowed violence into prospectus because the nature of their society meant that stooping to the way of the gun and fist virtually assured his success. It was all so simple. Because of Omnicorp and the Proteans, Halstead had access to weapons in a place where no one else did. He held a monopoly over violence. Or he had, until Pike's people decided to ignore his orders and come looking for answers. Only stupid happenstance gave Freeman access to these distasteful practices himself. That was the part that really shook Freeman's psyche right down to its foundations. If not for this swaggering band of barbarians, Halstead would have won by default. The addition of a few barely literate savages with the will and the skill to do violence on Freeman's behalf leveled the field. Prospector pacifism was a beautiful, wonderful ideal, but it was as fragile as a single person's will to win above all else. He nearly choked on his next thought. When one person turns to violence, all others must do the same or fall. "I'm just not equipped for all this," he said. "I have much to learn still, it seems." Lucia blew the magenta stripe of hair off her forehead. "Just stay out of our way until we get you clear, and maybe you'll get the chance. Let's go, team." The group resumed their careful flight down the main corridor. Freeman almost failed to go with them. With a jolt, he scrambled to match pace with the end of the file, where Bloody Mary was covering Katrina and Manny. "Stay in back, egghead," Mary barked. "The next time you step into somebody's sightline, I'm going to let you eat the shot. Copy?" Freeman said nothing. He barely understood what she was saying. He kept himself well back from all the guns and as far from Mindy as he could get without leaving the group entirely. As they burst into the main lobby, another exosuit clumped out from behind a pillar to block their path. "Play nice," Lucia hissed. Bubba grinned and stepped close enough for his breath to fog the clear faceplate. "Stop," the electronically filtered voice said, shaky with fear. "Why?" Bubba asked. "What?" "Why stop?" The security guard stammered, Because I said so?" "Fuck this." Bubba tossed his mag rifle to Patton, who plucked it from the air with a deft flick of his hand. Rolling his shoulder and twisting his hips, Riley put his now empty fist straight into the face of their antagonist. Designed to filter dirty air and provide climate control, the clear panel between Riley's incoming knuckles and the nose of the operator disintegrated against the reinforced bones and muscles of the heavily augmented mercenary. Freeman gagged at the sound of the impact. He prayed that the sickening crunch came from the armature and not the facial bones of its occupant. The bulky suit slumped in place, not falling but clearly no longer operable. Riley shook his fist, sending pieces of faceplate and drops of blood flying in all directions. Freeman leaned over and retched. "Really?" Mary's incredulous response fell heavy with exasperation. Her iron grip dragged Freeman upright once more. "Get your shit together, Doc, because that's Bubba's version of foreplay. If your people don't catch on soon, you're really gonna hate what happens when he gets grouchy." "'Cause you're such a peach yourself when you get in a mood?" Bubba said, retrieving his rifle. "I'm delightful," Mary said with a sniff. "If I get enough foreplay, that is." "Which way gets us to a ground transport?" Lucia asked. "Our dropship is 10 miles out, and I'm not in the mood to hoof it." "Agricultural supply storage," Freeman answered. "They'll have vehicles. Once we exit this building, it's about 1,000 meters on foot." 1,000 meters of urban cover to traverse, huh? Said Patton. "I'm not in love with that. We haven't seen any of these proteans yet either. What do you bet we'll find them somewhere along that 1,000-meter leg stretch?" "Better ideas?" Lucia's query was curt and sharp. "What about that?" Manny pointed across the lobby, past the enormous front windows, to a vehicle parked outside. A long and narrow tube with a blunt nose sat at a railing beyond the narrow patio, gleaming white and riding on 6 large black wheels. Freeman shook his head. "That's an admin shuttle. It's coded to take admin team members to their meetings and workstations. Even if we had admin access, it won't leave the designated routes." "But other than that, it will work? It can drive 10 miles across the terrain?" "I mean, other than it not letting us even board it, you mean? Or the part where it won't leave a specific route?" Manny's eyes narrowed. "Other than those things, yes. Can it drive us to the dropship?" "Answer the fucking question," Mary snapped. Freeman just blinked. "Other than those things, it's like any other ground vehicle we have. It can handle the terrain, but it still won't go where you want it to." "Perfect." Freeman's dismissals may as well have been delivered in Swahili for all Manny seemed to care. He started to jog toward the door and the strange vehicle without warning, dragging a sputtering Bloody Mary behind him. "Follow the nerd, nerd," Mindy chirped, and gave Freeman a shove. The scientist stumbled along in the wake of the mercenaries, catching up when they spilled out of the laboratory building and onto the flat concrete where transport shuttles loaded and unloaded. The admin shuttle was the only vehicle present, and the streets and tracks winding among the buildings lay empty and quiet in a manner Freeman found strange for this time of day. It had been many years since a full lockdown had been enacted in earnest, and even the regular drills felt less desolate than this. The cold lump of fear in Freeman's belly swelled. He watched, confused, as Manny approached the shuttle with his left hand outstretched. Only then did Freeman realize that the arm itself was a prosthesis. White and smooth, the fingers traced gentle patterns on the shuttle's skin as Manny moved around it. He circled to the front, scowling and chewing his lip for a moment. Then he placed the palm to the white surface just behind the windscreen. With a click and a polite chime, the side door slid open to reveal the luxurious interior within. "All aboard," Manny said, waving the team inside. "Bogies," Patton answered through clenched teeth. His rifle snapped up to eye level. "Look like humans, but big." "Proteans?" Freeman stammered. "You tell us, Doc," Mindy said, and turned his head with her hand. It hurt, and Freeman yelped like a struck child. He saw a mass of several dozen men jogging in their direction, each wearing a plain gray jumpsuit and a look of blank determination. Each was taller and broader than any prospector he had ever seen, and Freeman knew in an instant that these were the protean androids Halstead had been selling to Omnicorp. "So many," he breathed. "How did he build so many?" Mindy tossed Freeman into the shuttle like a sack of potatoes. "Feels like a yes to me, boss. Time to boogie." "Manny," Lucia called. "This thing moving yet?" Manny, inside and fiddling with the controls at the front of the vehicle, called back, "Working on it." "Work faster. Mindy, you're the babysitter now. Katrina, inside." Lucia turned to Patton. "Light 'em up, rejects. Gloves are off." All 4 mercenaries dropped to a knee behind the shuttle and opened fire as one. The first of the androids was still 100 yards away when the hail of beads and flechettes washed it from its feet. Dozens of direct hits tore through its body, spraying gray fluid and chunks of metal in every direction. When it hit the street with a wet squelch, the thing writhed and flopped in a vain attempt to rise again. A second fusillade from the rejects tore it to shreds where it lay, and it moved no more. The remaining androids continued their advance, picking up speed and spreading out to avoid massed fire. The rejects began shooting in tight bursts, each trying to ensure clean hits on the resilient machines. "These fuckers ain't going down easy," Winston said to no one in particular. "And coming on fast." "Center mass," Mary barked in reply. Her rifle shuddered, and a 5-round burst of flechettes severed the head of an advancing android 80 yards away. It staggered 4 more steps before keeling over onto the street. "Or the neck," she added, repeating the tactic with the next available target. Another headless automaton dropped with a thud. "Manny," Lucia said, tension turning her voice sharp. She placed 2 of her own flechettes through an android's forehead. It took 2 steps and fell. "Running out of time here." Freeman sat in the back of the shuttle, his breathing reduced to tiny little gasps. He could not tear his eyes from the scene playing out through the rear window. Katrina Caulfield sat next to him, a pistol in her hand and lips pressed together in a thin, pale line. He could see her fear, yet somehow the woman looked ready for what came next. He envied her ability to bite down on her terror, knowing how he must look to the others in his unraveled state. His eyes went to Mindy. The blonde killer covered the door, a pistol in one hand and the strange black blade in the other. She seemed poised, her body in its blue armored jumpsuit coiled like a spring, begging to be released. Her narrow eyes peered down the street at the oncoming androids, showing no trace of apprehension. Her dagger spun in lazy circles over her wrist while she waited. It struck Freeman as odd, but Mindy really was waiting. Not hiding, not hoping, not praying for rescue. Just waiting. When the time was right, that spring would uncoil, and horrible things would happen. Freeman could not fathom what those things might be. He assumed he would hate them, whatever they were.
"Got it," Manny shouted. "Get in." "Pack up, rejects."
Lucia's order was superfluous, as the mercenaries were already falling in. Mary dove in headfirst and scrambled to the back. "Move," she hissed to Freeman, who shrank even further into the corner of the rear seat. Katrina slid out of the way without needing to be told, and Freeman cursed himself for a useless fool. Mary did not seem to care either way. She smashed the back window with the butt of her rifle, then took up a firing position with her weapon braced. She began to shoot, rhythmic blasts shaking the air like a metronome. Winston vaulted over the seat next. He shoved Freeman down to the floor with a sharp elbow, then took up the position to Mary's right. Pressed against the floor, Freeman could not see what happened next. He felt his shoulder bite into the leg of the seat when the shuttle lurched into forward motion. He almost breathed a sigh of relief, but at this point he knew better than to hope. Without warning, Bubba Riley's furious roar drowned out the sound of drive motors whining, only to be drowned out in turn by the chattering of his mag rifle on full auto. Something slammed into the side of their vehicle, sending it into a precarious lean that made Freeman's head spin. His mouth filled with the acrid taste of iron and salt. He spat out of reflex. Crimson flecks struck the interior wall of the shuttle and ran in lazy rivulets down the smooth metal. Freeman watched them, transfixed by the sight. He could not remember the last time he had seen his own blood, or why he would ever want to. "Nade out!" he heard Winston yell, and the gun ceased for 2 seconds. Then an explosion lifted the back of the shuttle. To Freeman, it felt as if a monstrous dragon had slapped the shuttle with its tail. The noise deafened his ears, and the sensation of weightlessness brought a fresh wave of nausea washing over him. Gravity returned when the rear wheels struck the ground once more, throwing Freeman back against the floorboards with enough force to bruise his back. His hearing returned behind a high-pitched whine, and when it did, the sounds of sustained gunfire and shouting threatened to deafen him once more. From the floor, he could only see the reflections of muzzle flashes and hear the rattle of gunfire. It was better to not know the details, he decided. Better to let the limitations of his ignorance insulate him from the terrible truth of the situation around him. In this one case, the dedicated scientist allowed that ignorance was, in fact, bliss. Against his will, Freeman's eyes roved up to look at Winston and Mary. They kneeled on the back seat, rifles pointed out the shattered rear window. He saw their faces, taut and grim. He saw their hands work their weapons with robotic precision. He started to breathe again, comforted by the bizarre, workmanlike way in which these strange killers did their jobs. Then, to his horror, he saw a thick arm reach down from the roof. It snaked around the shattered rear window to clamp powerful fingers over the top of Mary's rifle. "Shit!" Mary shouted, as the hand tried to wrench her weapon away. Winston dropped back and fired a long blast through the roof. Sparks and shrapnel rained down on all of them, and Winston kept shooting. The massive arm of Bubba Riley swooped into view, and the largest vibroblade Freeman had ever seen hissed through the air to sever the invading arm at its elbow. Mary dropped back, panting with the effort of retaining her rifle. Bubba's blade slammed up through the roof and bit deeply into what Freeman realized was the body of a protean clinging to the top of their shuttle. Snarling like an animal, the behemoth drove his knife upward with both hands, twisting and wrenching the blade as he did so. Freeman heard a muffled metallic thumping when the wounded android rolled from the roof of the shuttle. Mary retook her firing position without a word, and her gun spat fire once more, putting rounds on target as if nothing at all had happened. Only then did Freeman understand just how close he was to a gruesome death, and a true panic unlike any other gripped him by the spine with claws of ice. He moaned aloud in both pain and terror, and a child's tears ran down his face. His vision contracted to a narrow tunnel, and the noise around him retreated behind the roar of blood in his ears. Freeman knew what was happening. He welcomed it without shame. Reflex syncope. The term drifted from his memory to soothe his terror. For better or worse, his nightmare was over for the moment. He felt his heart rate slow, and then, mercifully, Connor Freeman passed out. Chapter 3. In deference to the rain, Roland took a ground transport to the meeting. There existed no dignified way for him to ride in a vehicle unless he committed to hiring a luxury transport. While the expansive interior of an expensive coach might have been large enough to be physically comfortable, the mental discomfort of being driven around in opulence was something he would never get used to. The big black limousines better suited a gaggle of wealthy uptown socialites slumming their way through Dockside's pleasure districts than it did one dour cyborg on his way to a meeting. The hordes of pimps that had invaded the landscape with the untimely demise of Madame Madeline just 2 short years prior enjoyed the nicer rides, and that alone put Roland off. Roland was no socialite and definitely not a pimp. He had walked into this town wearing an old duty jacket with all his worldly possessions stuffed into a single army-issued duffel bag. His needs had not changed much in the intervening 35 years, even if his circumstances had. No matter how many nice suits Lucia bought for him, and no matter how much money her business acumen brought to his accounts, Roland would never understand or submit to the excesses of the wealthy. In his experience, wealth turned decent people into insufferable assholes. Then again, poverty often did the same thing. The reliable logic of a dedicated misanthrope always resulted in Roland reaching the same conclusion whenever his mind took this particular stroll. Most people were awful, wealth notwithstanding. In the dark of a delivery truck's cargo area, Roland smiled to himself and shook his head. Wool gathering was a bad habit he picked up somewhere along his decades of exile. It never failed to annoy him whenever he caught himself lost in his thoughts. He thought of himself as a man of action, though age and experience were probably changing that. He could not say if this was good or bad, and upon reflection he found he did not care. Roland felt the truck slow. His bulk shifted from the inertia, and his ears rang with the irritated whine of electric motors under regenerative braking. Thus warned, he stood up before the doors opened, and he stepped down from the tailgate with a surprisingly agile hop. Despite the innocuous nature of the small leap, the impact of his landing made shallow puddles dance in the 20-foot radius. Rain began to soak his jacket immediately, yet Roland paused in the street for a full 2 seconds anyway. He could not see the horde of avaricious eyes peering from the windows and alleyways, but he knew they were there. Dockside employed thousands of informants who peddled gossip and intelligence between the gangs for a few dirty creds, or a hit of whatever drug owned the rotted remains of their souls. Roland wanted to be seen, and he wanted the news to travel. Being conspicuous was Roland's way of announcing to the street that whatever business was about to be conducted was fixer business. This was the only warning the army of criminals skulking about were likely to get. The wiser ones, or those with a good understanding of Dockside and its various structures, would pack up their schemes and pick a different street to work. They knew the rules. When the fixer is working, everybody else stays clear. Roland stood in the rain for a few more seconds while his transport pulled away. His head moved back and forth to examine the street for threats. To nobody's surprise, he found none. Occasionally some newcomer or hotshot hitter from deep space would try their luck anyway. These poor souls served as warnings to all the others. Roland hoped that this night would hold no such surprises. Since he could hear only the flickering of streetlights on wet walls and hear nothing but the white noise of raindrops on tarmac, he started to feel good about his chances. Tonight was not a night for complications. So, after letting the snitches get a good look, he stomped across the sidewalk to the offices of a local material handling company. The sign on the door read Markson Trading and Export, Inc. Roland did not recognize the name, and he did not care. The holding company for this office changed hands more often than the weather in Dockside, as the location existed for no other purpose than to facilitate the smuggling of contraband from all corners of the ever-expanding galaxy. Keeping the name and ownership in constant flux left clever lawyers and ambitious prosecutors one step behind the smugglers at all times. It was simply good business. The flat gray panel slid to the side with an angry hiss as Roland approached. No scanner searched him. No receptionist queried his credentials. There were no security droids or hired muscle to loom and stare while he shouldered through an opening meant for creatures half his size. Roland appreciated the show of respect. His access was guaranteed, and no quantity of business ritual or security theater would change that fact. Roland could remember at least 3 other occasions where he had torn this exact door from its moorings just to make that point. In the Army, they called him Breach after his conversion by the Golem Project. The moniker was not ironic. Wearing a techno-organic body designed to kick down doors and smash obstacles, Breach defined his purpose with a uniquely military lack of subtlety. To this day, he could not shake the feeling that some clever biotechnician tweaked his brain chemistry to love bashing doors just a little more than was healthy. Something about it just felt right. Beyond the main entrance foyer, a modest lobby awaited. A tall, slightly overweight man met him there wearing a sharp suit, an even sharper smile. "Mr. Tankowitz, I presume?" he said in a voice both high and shrill. He fired off words in clipped syllables, as if his mouth could not fabricate the sounds as fast as his brain wanted. "It is you, yes? Yes?"
"Yes,"
Roland said. He let the word hang, for no other reason than to make the man uncomfortable with the prolonged silence that followed. "Yes, then, very good. If you would follow me, this way." The weird little man gestured with a flapping hand while scuttling toward a door. Come." Both amused and bemused, Roland followed. Naturally, he knew exactly where they were going. He had been in this building several times before. He found his guide's presumption humorous, so he said nothing. The portly man led Roland to what he knew to be the main conference room. The space appeared large and well-appointed for a dockside establishment, though the decor stayed just short of ostentatious. The walls were well-painted and clean, the carpeting obviously quite new. Light emanated from recessed soffits along the intersection of wall and ceiling, washing the bright white surface above and reflecting downward. The ensuing illumination tolerated neither shadows nor glare. It made identifying the room's occupants an easy task. Seated at a long table, he spied an older man flanked by 2 large bodyguards. The thin frame and sparse crop of silver hair stood in stark contrast to the intimidating bulk of the heavies. Roland saw their thick necks and dead eyes, and frowned. Each brawny thug radiated danger in taut waves. They were not calm, even though their facial expressions betrayed no intensity of any kind. Their eyes were dead, yet they tracked Roland's movements like an owl tracked a field mouse. Roland did not experience fear the way normal people did, though the frigid prickle of apprehension danced across his nerves on electric feet. His instincts told him not to take his eyes off the bodyguards, and he obeyed.
"This meeting has my express promise of safe passage, Mr. Proctor."
He let his gaze rest heavy on the 2 thugs, who did not seem to mind.
"There is to be no security presence from anyone party to our discussions. This policy prevents misunderstandings."
Proctor's smile crawled across his features like a sick lizard. He spoke with a long, country drawl that might have been endearing if the malevolence oozing from his every word was not thick enough to clog the nostrils.
"Why, Roland, you would not begrudge a stranger to your lands a little insurance, would you?"
The smile deepened.
"I know y'all got your own extra special rules in these parts, but where I'm from, a gentleman of my stature simply cannot go anywhere without his loyal guards. Once, just a few years ago, somebody attempted to violate my promise of safe passage, Proctor.
And?
I killed his agents, destroyed his assets, and dismantled his entire operation."
Proctor did not sound impressed. "Was it anybody I knew?"
"The brokerage."
This made one of Proctor's eyelids twitch. His face never changed. "Well, what do you know? It seems I have heard of an organization with that name. How is old Arthur these days?"
"Was I unclear about that? Inskip's dead."
Proctor nodded slowly, searching Roland's eyes for signs of a lie. "I must admit I had heard something like that as well. That's a very impressive boast."
"I never boast."
Roland was still staring directly at Proctor's bodyguards. They had not moved a muscle.
Roland could not even see them breathe.
Lose the guards before the others arrive, or this whole meeting is going to be a bust.
Proctor stared into Roland's face for 10 full seconds. Roland finally tore his eyes from the guards to meet the gaze with all the intensity of a potted plant. "Roland, you must forgive me, but I am not a man who is accustomed to taking orders from hired help." Proctor scanned to see if the jab had landed. Roland remained impassive. Proctor acknowledged the miss with a tilt of the chin and continued. "I must also confess to misleading you all with a tiny little white lie. I am not here because I want to join your merry band of communist crime lords. I am here to provide the leadership this region so desperately needs with the Combine gone. I'm here to help, but I'm certainly not here to join up."
"Then you are going to be very disappointed with the reception you receive."
"I don't have to be, though, do I?" Proctor leaned forward. "Now, I have made a rather serious study of this place, Roland. I know what the real secret to dockside stability is." He leaned back again and pointed at Roland. "It's you. As long as you are here, nobody gets to shake up the old plum tree, do they? Why, if you wanted to, you could be the king of this tidy little castle, my boy." Proctor curled a lip. "But you aren't the king round here, are you? I wonder why that is."
"Thrones are prisons, and crowns look like shit on me."
"Well, that's just a tidy pile of bullshit now, isn't it, Roland? You're not the boss around here because you are not a leader. You're a soldier. I bet you don't even want a command, do you? I know lots of folks like that. Hell no, boy, you don't want the responsibility of leadership. And why would you? It's a huge boring headache. It's no kind of life for a man like you." Proctor waved his fists in what he probably thought was a combative manner. "You're a fighter, Roland. More than that, you are an exceptional one. I've spent plenty of time and money sussing out just what you are, my dear Roland Tankowitz. I would never insult you by pretending you were some crude grunt. You, sir, are a virtuoso of violence. You're not meant to manage a business. You have absolutely no interest in politics or administration. No, sir. You're here for the battle. You want a war to fight." Proctor spread his hands, and this time his smile was sincere. "Wars I got, Roland. I represent well-heeled interests that have enterprises across 9 systems, interests in governments, navies, colonies. I can have your boots on the ground tomorrow, and your account so full you'd never live to spend it all."
"So that's what this is all about, then."
"I'm not trying to worm my way into your guilds. I'm here to buy you out. And I have something better than money, too. I offer you action, violence." Proctor breathed the next word in a heady whisper. "Fulfillment."
"And you were bringing this to me because once you own me, you own Dockside?"
"That's a gross oversimplification, but something like that, yes."
"What happens to Dockside under your benevolent rule?"
"I'll run it just like the other marketplaces I call my own. Profits will go up, I'll get richer." Roland exhaled through his nostrils.
"What about the street war? This town will not go down without a fight."
"Naturally, but I will win it."
"Before Gateways swoops in with 10,000 corporate mercenaries?"
"I can handle Gateways if it comes to that. My partners will see to that. Even so, what do you care? You'll be out past Wayfair, sacking pirate ships, battling your way through the cosmos, and drinking beer with your comrades in arms." His eyebrows bounced. "Neck-deep in willing women as well, I suspect."
"You think you've got me pegged that well, huh?"
Proctor laughed out loud. "Don't pretend I don't. Look at you, stuffed into a tailored suit like some kind of trained monkey. You don't even like that suit. You want fatigues, armor, pouches filled with all manner of destruction and mayhem. You, Mr. Tankowitz, are a soldier and a killer." He waved a dismissive hand at Roland's clothing. "That suit looks ridiculous on you, and you know it. Get rid of it. Let's go have some fun and make a ton of money instead." Roland reached up to pinch the bridge of his nose between a thick thumb and forefinger. He took 3 seconds to form his words before speaking. If only to ensure he maintained the professional demeanor Lucia insisted he use when on the clock.
Mr. Proctor, I have neither the time nor the crayons to explain just how badly you have misread my situation. It doesn't really matter anyway. Either you are here in good faith to negotiate a place in the Dockside Trade Association, or you are here to try to bully yourself into a seat of power. I'll give you a few seconds to decide which one, and then I'll act accordingly. All right?
Proctor's smile wilted into a hard frown. I must say I am chagrined and disappointed in you, Roland.
Get used to that. Disappointing warlords is sort of my thing.
Proctor's upper lip twitched slightly, and Roland saw the muscles in his neck tense. I have the resources to take it all by force, Roland. Working with me is the best way to prevent a lot of bloodshed and conflict. If you really care about this town, you'll do things my way. Now Roland laughed. A rumbling, throaty chuckle conveying far more malice than mirth escaped through lips pressed tightly together.
It never gets old, you know.
What?
Mob bosses who think that somehow they are different from all the other assholes who try the exact same shit and fail. I suppose if your kind was any good at risk analysis, you'd be real businessmen and not crooks.
Proctor gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white and eyes blazing. I assure you, Roland, I am not like the others you have dealt with. Choose your next words carefully. Your life depends on them. Roland shook his head.
No, dumbass, you are exactly like all the others I've dealt with. You're not even an interesting species of gangster. Fuck it, this meeting is over. I will be advising the trade committee that your intentions are hostile. My word of safe passage still applies, otherwise you'd be dead already. If you or any of your assets are still in Dockside tomorrow morning, I will eliminate them all.
Don't be so sure of that, Proctor spat. The flush of crimson suffusing his cheeks told Roland that the man was losing his temper.
I understand that hearing the word no is difficult for you, Mr. Proctor, but be advised, safe passage can be revoked if you threaten my person.
Roland's posture made it clear that this was perfectly fine with him. He stood to his full height and rolled his shoulders to drive the point home.
Your clock is ticking.
Proctor stood. His bodyguard stepped forward to flank the man. Both goons nearly matched Roland's stature, and something in their eyes set Roland on edge.
Call off those dogs before I housebreak them, Proctor.
Roland's earpiece squawked, and Lucia's voice cut through the tension. They're androids, Roland. I don't know the model. Something new or custom. Hard to scan. Roland did not reply. He had always known Lucia was going to monitor this meeting. She was incapable of sitting anything out. To Proctor, he said,
If those were expensive, you'll want to keep them on their leashes. Now get the fuck out of my city.
I expected more from you, Roland, Proctor said. I really did. The older man sat back down. But I guess that's how it goes. He's all yours, boys. The androids dove over the table. Chapter 30.
Free ship made of Orleans. This is Captain Rick Fisher of the Free Ship Exit Wound. Be advised that your orbital posture represents a threat to privateer assets. Recommend you alter orbit to preclude bombardment of said assets.
Captain Fisher leaned back in his command chair. The game was afoot. The old spacer's experience told him that a polite message was usually the best way to start this sort of standoff. He had no way to know if Maid would back off or not, so prudence seemed appropriate. Free ship exit wound, a voice replied after only a few seconds. Request visual communications, channel 34 Delta Niner. Fisher turned to his comms officer.
A coded channel, huh? I guess we are going to be talking about private matters then.
He turned to the one person on the bridge who looked entirely out of place.
What do you think, Jimmy?
James, the deco analyst, had given up on getting people to stop calling him Jimmy. It did not even bother him all that much at this point. This is as much about corporate espionage as it is about combat, Captain. Your overture was polite enough to indicate you'd rather not fight, and I suspect they would rather not fight too. This is anyone's dance right now. Fisher nodded.
I agree.
He pointed to the main screen.
Put him on, Ensign.
The main viewing screen covered most of one bulkhead. It shifted from a pastoral view of the planet below to display the interior of a wide warship bridge. Seated at the command station was a statuesque woman with short-cropped hair and a uniform so squared away it looked to be made of cardboard.
"Captain Fisher?"
the woman asked with an arched eyebrow.
"You have me at a disadvantage, ma'am," Fisher replied.
"Miranda Sloane," James said aloud, unaware of all the military protocols he was violating. When he saw the stares from the bridge crew, he added a sheepish, Captain Sloane, I mean, formerly of the Wayfair Enterprises Colonial Defense Force, correct?
"I am,"
the woman said, eyes locked on James and tone frosty.
"And you are?"
"My name is—"
"Irrelevant," Fisher interrupted. "But let me say I am pleased to be dealing with an officer of your reputation, Captain Sloane. It's not every day a tin-can spacer like me gets to cross paths with the infamous Sloane of Arc."
Sloane's icy countenance softened at the compliment, though not by much.
"Shoot up enough pirates and you start to get a reputation, Captain. Are you the same Rick Fisher who took command of Backstabber during the Battle of March Hare?"
Now Fisher smiled.
"That was an awfully long time ago, ma'am. Found myself in a bit of a pickle and managed to get out alive is all."
"That is not how they tell that story to officer candidates, Captain Fisher."
She pressed a non-existent wrinkle from her trousers with the flat of her palm.
"Now, what's this about a request for us to alter our orbit?"
Sloane asked.
"Maid of Orleans is tasked with supporting a legal Omnicorp initiative on Prospectus. How can we do that if we are out of position?"
"That's kind of the sticky bit, ain't it?" Fisher replied. "You see, the prospectors hired us to deal with a runaway android, and we have personnel on site managing that now. Unfortunately, it appears that your Omnicorp clients have mixed themselves up in our operation down there. Couldn't help but notice you dropped 3 grizzly pods loaded up with a lot of firepower right on top of our guys."
Sloane smiled.
"Well, of course we have no desire to run afoul of Pike's privateers, Captain. However, the android is taking hostile action against our people as we speak. I could not possibly abandon them now. How would that look to my client?"
"Just go ahead and have your people pull out. We'll handle the bot, and then you can drop right back down. No charge."
"I think we both know I can't do that, Captain Fisher."
"I'd hate for us to find ourselves at an impasse, Captain Sloane."
"I imagine you would, seeing as I outmass and outgun you by quite a bit."
"So did the pirates at March Hare. And Exit Wound is a hell of a lot nicer than Backstabber was."
"I know,"
Sloane replied, with genuine admiration in her voice.
"But I am no half-drunk pirate myself. This is not a fight you can win, Captain Fisher. Let's be reasonable. Pull your people out, and I will handle the bot for you."
She winked.
"No charge."
Fisher sighed.
"Well, I guess that's that then."
He slapped his thigh.
"Here's what I can do. I'm going to give you 90 seconds to move out of firing position, Captain Sloane. If you're still in a spot I don't like at the end of that time, I'm going to go ahead and push you out of it. Best I can do."
Sloane tilted her head in his direction.
"I understand. I will not fire unless fired upon. Good luck, Captain."
"You too. Fisher out."
The screen returned to the view of Prospectus, twisting lazily in space.
"Jimmy, shit's about to get weird. What do you know about that frigate?"
"Sloane runs a Consular-class frigate out of 4 shipyards. It has 2 terawatt-class particle beam cannons, 4 Capital-class railguns, 120 ship-killer missiles, and 60 automated ordnance delivery vehicles, plus a full complement of area denial defense systems."
"She's punchy as fuck, no question," Fisher said.
"Ops." "Sir."
"Go ahead and launch our ODVs. I want them in high atmo, though."
He saw confusion wrinkle the analyst's face.
"Our bots can't punch a hole in that thing, and her area denial defenses will chew 'em up. I'm going to use them to shoot down any impactors Sloane launches."
"How will you stop her from destroying them before launching?"
"In atmosphere, the particle cannons won't work. At least not well, and I don't think she's ready to violate intersystem law by trying. Railguns will be a problem, but that's overkill for an ODV. She'll have to dip into the soup to take them on with smaller cannons, or hang back and try to get them with her own ODVs and drones."
"Well, she has plenty of both, Captain." Fisher curled a lip. Well, that's where we come in. We're going to be giving her a lot to worry about. Hopefully enough to back her off. If she dives into the atmosphere, she loses a lot of her advantages. Exit wound is fully landable and atmosphere rated. He pointed to the frigate now in view on one of the screens. That big pig was built in space. It was never meant to deal with external gravity or gaseous media. If she wants to play there, we can do it better. He shook his head. She won't dip in, though. Not unless we make her. She's too smart.
What will she do then?
She's going to launch her own ODVs, swarm us with drones, and try to hem us in. We're in tight right now, so railguns and particle beams will be nearly impossible to dodge, and she knows it. This close, she can outshoot us any time she wants.
And?
A layer of sweat lent a shine to the analyst's features. I'm going to get some distance. ODVs couldn't catch us on our worst day. Fisher smiled. We can jump at more than 50 Gs, Jimmy. More than twice what she can handle. Helm.
Sir.
Once the ODVs are launched, I want a maximum G jump out to the points I'm sending over. Calculate your firing solutions now, and unload without slowing. Fisher began tapping at the screen on the armrest of his chair. Here are your jump vectors with firing orders. He looked up to James. Get into a chair and strap in. There is not a lot of margin of error on those particle cannons. We'll be adjusting course with about a 30th of a second's warning.
James sat down in the flag officer's chair. If that is enough time for you to dodge, won't she be able to dodge too?
Oh, it's not enough time to dodge. She's going to hit us. But we'll be moving so fast the beam won't be on us long enough to bite deep. Fisher seemed to be enjoying the discomfort of his guest. We'll lose a few coats of paint. But she can't run around all willy-nilly unless she wants to get out of firing position. She might even come play with us further out if we piss her off enough.
So, you can hit her, but she can only singe us?
Sure, Fisher said. But I don't even need to hit her. I just need her to move. If she wants to sit still while I hole her hull, just so she can launch some impactors, I suppose there's not a lot I can do about it. But I can't imagine she'll want to die in glorious pursuit of her contractual obligations.
ODVs prepped, sir, said the ops officer.
Movement orders received and vectors calculated, sir, said the helmsman. Tactical, Fisher said to the air.
Weapons hot, drones prepped, sir.
Ops.
Crew set and rigged for acceleration, sir.
Helm?
Ready, sir.
The corner of Fisher's mouth turned upward. Punch it. Exit wound surged to life with a sickening instant of pure vertigo. Fully half the sleek vessel's mass was jump drive, and the brutal acceleration would have flattened every spacer inside like a tin can, if not for calibrated streams of anti-gravitons that counteracted the punishing inertial forces. Still, the ship groaned like a metal leviathan in agony, and James could swear he saw the deck plates warp and ripple. His ears popped and his stomach flopped at the same time. His vision swam with careening motes of multicolored light. He tried to focus on the main screen to keep his sense of position, but this only made things worse. The planet disappeared, and the field of stars spun like a kaleidoscope with Exit Wound's bizarre convulsions.
"Salvo out," said the TAC officer.
The main screen switched views to show Maid of Orleans. A pure white lance of charged particles slashed across her bow, leaving a black oval that glowed orange at the edges.
"Hit is good. No hull breach, though."
"Good armor," grunted Fisher, "but she's still slow." The frigate's engines surged with ghostly blue light, and the massive beast lumbered out of position. "Here we go," Fisher warned James. Exit Wound heaved once more, and the screen dissolved into static, while alarms blared across several different bridge stations. "Took a hit," someone yelled. "Exposure was 0.029 seconds, 2.5 terawatts." "Ow," Fisher said without inflection. "That's a big gun." The screens flickered back to life. "Here comes another." The ship spun, and the screens went to static once more.
2.9 for 0.030, sir."
"They're getting better," Fisher mused. "Reactor status?"
"Her particle cannons are on reload cycles, sir. Missiles incoming."
Fisher seemed amused. A distraction. Launch area denial munitions, TAC. He turned to James. Her missiles have no chance at this range, but because she's got them hanging out there, we can't charge at her where she sits. Watch. She's going to shift back and launch impactors at the surface now. He whipped his head to stare at the screens once more. TAC, give me another salvo, whatever we've got. Shifting to broadside, sir. The constellation of smaller screens surrounding the main screen switched to views of the various weapons systems. 4 anti-ship missiles, 2 medium railguns, and Exit Wound's lone particle beam cannon fired as one. Each hurled a different flavor of destruction across the empty void of space. The particle beam arrived first, scoring the side of the enemy frigate dangerously close to the first hit. The blast left an identical glowing divot, though it failed to penetrate the thick hide of the larger warship. Railgun impacts in 17 seconds, the TAC officer advised. If she holds still, Fisher admonished. Gonna be close. Does she have the nerve? I have impactors on scope. She's shooting at the surface. Maid of Orleans twisted once more, a 2-axis tumble that looked ungainly and improvised. Nevertheless, the silver streaks of the incoming railgun projectiles both missed their marks by a few meters each. Fisher wrinkled his brows. No fucking way, he said. Got the impactors off and dodged the railguns too? Nerves of fucking steel on that one. A swarm of tiny dots poured from the top of the frigate. The small drones zipped outward, intercepting the incoming missiles with tight-beam microwaves and EMP blasts. The TAC officer's report was unnecessary. All our birds are dead, sir. Impactors? On target. ODVs engaging now. A series of flashes, no brighter than the twinkling of distant stars, erupted behind the lumbering frigate. They dotted the backdrop created by the blue and gray of the planet's surface for an instant, then vanished. ODVs have intercepted all targets, sir. Fisher let out a breath he did not realize he was holding. Resume salvos, TAC. Move that pig, damn it. Aye, sir. Fisher turned to look at James. The analyst sat pale and shaking, clutching his armrest with a white-knuckled grip. The captain forced a wan smile onto his face. Looks like round 1 was a draw, Jimmy. Ball is in her court now. What does that mean? She needs to get my ODVs. We'll keep shredding her impactors otherwise. She can't go get them and fight us at the same time, though. She's got to make a choice. Blast us out of the sky and fail in her mission of covering up Omnicorp's shenanigans, or try to get impactors down there without us punching holes in her ship. What will she do? She's going to complete the mission. I bet she moves lower and starts taking pot shots at my ODVs. They'll hold their own against her drones, but if she puts the railguns on him, or her area denial turrets, they won't last. Based on what little our particle cannons did, I don't think she had anything to fear from them either way. Can we stop her? We're going to try. Our particle cannon is the only real threat at this range, so with any luck, she'll dip into the atmosphere for protection. Fisher leaned back. She's still big and strong, but in that soup, we are more maneuverable and better equipped. Our railguns are just as nasty as hers, and neither of us will use the particle beams in Atmo. Fisher scratched his chin and smiled a strange, distant smile. We'll be slapping each other around the old-fashioned way. Then it's a fair scrap, I figure. Fisher's assessment proved prophetic. Maid of Orleans nosed over and dove toward the planet's surface. Do we have a shot yet? Fisher called out. Time for one, sir, the TAC officer replied. Take it. The particle beam lanced out once more, drawing a stripe across the hull of the frigate. A small explosion hurled gas and debris into the space near the top of the ship, and James inhaled in surprise at the perceived success. Fisher chuckled. Got a little piece there, didn't we? TAC? Minor hull damage, but we clipped one of her drone bays. That'll piss her off, the captain said. TAC, put 4 more missiles on her so she doesn't forget we're here. Save the railguns for when we are danger close. I want you to close with aggressive vector, Helm. Aye, sir. Exit Wound surged with the sudden course alteration, and James became woozy once more. He bit the inside of his cheek, hoping pain would distract him from the nausea he felt. Fisher offered a polite warning.
We are going to hit the soup hard, Jimmy. If you gotta puke, do it in the next 90 seconds for all our sakes.
James held on to his breakfast and spent the time watching the frigate's defensive systems neutralize their missiles. Fisher must have seen his small frown, because the captain answered the unasked question. Normally, our ODVs engage the drones, so missiles have a greater chance of slipping past. Our ODVs are busy at the moment, obviously. There's no way to really stop a railgun spike, but they travel less than 250,000 miles per hour. That sounds fast until you are engaging targets at 10,000 miles range. It's hard to hit something with an unguided munition when it has 150 seconds to alter course and dodge. At closer ranges, they are king, though. Missiles use jump drives, so they can go extremely fast and even alter course, but they need time to accelerate. Railguns do not, and they are immune to electronic countermeasures. Ship-to-ship fighting is a very slow dance, Jimmy. Until it's not. Brace yourself. We're about to take the plunge. If James thought the vertigo of course alterations was unnerving, the jolt of striking the upper atmosphere of Prospectus at some ludicrous velocity provided much-needed perspective. He thought his bones were going to jump out of his skin, and the sound of every deck plate and bulkhead shuddering rang in his ears like warped church bells. "Wow!" he blurted, immediately chagrined by his own lack of eloquence.
"Get under her helm," Fisher barked. "If she goes for the ODVs, we'll get a shot at the launch tubes. Take it." "Aye, sir. We have incoming."
The floor thrummed with a strange vibration, sharp and unpleasant. "Shredders engaging hostiles, sir. Class 1 guided cluster munitions." A holographic image of Exit Wound floated above the tactical duty station, and a dozen red reticles illuminated small turrets dotting the ship's translucent hull. The reticles flashed angry orange colors, and lines of data scrolled across the edge of the main screen. The TAC officer spoke in clipped sentences, as if biting off each report with his teeth. "Minor damage. Lost 1 shredder. Interdiction rate over 99%.
"Good. How are the railguns?"
"Ready, sir." A warning flashed across the TAC station terminal. "She's hitting the ODVs, sir. Lost 1 already."
"Already?" Fisher shook his head. "Jesus, she moves quick. Fire 1 railgun on my mark, TAC, then juke hard. Copy?"
"Aye, sir."
Mark.
Exit Wound jerked, and a lance of sublimating air traced a thin golden line across the screen. James saw the railgun dart strike the underside of the enemy ship. Fire blossomed in an expanding corona to disappear behind a cloud of black smoke. The image on the screen tilted and whirled with the contortions of Exit Wound's evasive maneuvering. James forgot to feel sick, fascinated as he was by the carnage on the main screen. "Clean hit," said the officer. "Amidships and in the tubes."
"Got ya,"
Fisher growled, pumping a fist in triumph. "Incoming," came the familiar call. The thrumming of shredder turrets followed. "She's heaving to," said the TAC officer.
"Evade,"
Fisher cried, and the ship tumbled again. A white streak from the frigate slashed across the view screen. James now recognized the telltale signature of a railgun firing. "No impact," the TAC officer said. "Multiple missiles incoming, sir."
"She's pushing us away," Fisher said to the air. "Stay in the zone, helm."
"Aye, sir."
The helmsman's voice held a tremble of doubt, but Maid of Orleans once again grew large in the view screen. James could see the black dots of drones swarming around the frigate's hull. Some darted in and out of the damaged areas, repairing and sealing the hull. Others turned to attack the approaching corvette.
"I want to be right on top of her, helm. Stay beneath her. That will keep us away from the railgun turrets. The shredders will hold for a few seconds against the drones."
"But she'll turn," the helmsman blurted, forgetting himself.
"Not fast and not far, ensign. We are in Atmo and in the gravity well. If she moves too fast, gravity and inertia will snap her in half."
Fisher nodded to himself.
"This is the ocean, and we are the shark. That fat pig can't even swim, son. Just come in hot like you flyboys like to in the simulators so we don't get chewed up by the area denial turrets, and we'll be fine. I've seen how you guys fuck around in the sims. I bet you 2 weeks' leave you can get within 10,000 meters without taking a single hit."
The young pilot considered this and shook his head.
2 weeks' leave, huh? It's a bet. TAC, get ready to hit her with everything we got. You're going to have fractions of a second for firing solutions, but that is literally the broadside of a barn floating around out there. If you waste the ensign's good flying by missing, I'm taking his 2 weeks out of your ass."
"Aye, sir."
"Go for it, Helm."
James was becoming adjusted to the cavorting of the ship at this point. He found the drastic, twisting, and subtle shifts in inertial balance quite tolerable, though the increasing volume and intensity of the shredder turrets gnawed at his external calm. It felt like the whole ship was going to vibrate itself apart. The flashing reticles and insistent alert tones throbbing around the tack station hologram did nothing to relieve his burgeoning anxiety either. He turned his gaze back to the main screen, where Maid of Orleans loomed large. He could see into the smoking wound left by the railgun, and he despaired at how superficial the damage appeared.
"She's rolling, Tack," the helmsman said. "Take your shot."
A fireball bloomed from inside the guts of the frigate. At first, James thought it was an explosion from another hit. The frantic cries from the tack station soon disabused him of any such hopes. "Impactor launch!" "What?" James said aloud.
"Fire everything," Fisher called back.
Railguns, turrets, and missile tubes all disgorged their payloads as one. The railgun spike drove deep into the already damaged underbelly, gutting the exposed superstructure further and setting off multiple secondary explosions. Flechettes and missiles tore into the frigate, smashing and ripping great smoking holes along the hull and engines. To James, the carnage looked unsurvivable, but he knew better. Her guns exhausted, Exit Wound tilted and dove toward the surface. It plummeted like a lawn dart, seeking the safety of thicker air and cloud cover.
"Where's that impactor?" Fisher barked.
The tack officer sputtered. "I don't know. Wait, got it. Sir, shit. It's clear of the ODVs. She used us for cover, sir."
"That crazy bitch," Fisher mumbled, incredulous. Then louder. "We were too close. The ODVs wouldn't fire with us in the way. She knew we were going to come in underneath and she tricked us. God damn it. Where is she now?"
"Climbing, sir. Headed for orbit."
"Did we get her tubes?"
"Aye, sir." There was fire in the confirmation. "Gutted like the fat pig she is, sir. Main jump engine critical as well."
"Comms."
"Aye, sir."
"Get me Pike."
Fingers danced across the comms terminal. Calm at first, the tapping soon accelerated to a frantic tattoo. "Sir, all communication with the surface is jammed."
"What?"
"Jammed, sir." The comms officer held up her hands. "I can't get anything through." Fisher slumped in his chair, and for an instant he seemed old and tired.
"Keep trying, comms."
Then the captain straightened, the momentary lapse of poise erased with a look of stone-hard determination.
"Helm, get us to that impactor. Ops, launch all 6 Avenger drones and get them to the surface. We've got 4 minutes to intercept an 8-ton tungsten rod traveling at Mach 6, folks. Because if we don't, God help them all."
Chapter 31. The third drop pod was ready for him. Defenders in Eidolon suits had posted up with heavy weapons among the craggy rock formations surrounding the landing site. Defensive turrets mounted well up on the long cylindrical fuselages of the landing craft met Roland's approach with the steady booming of high-caliber flechettes. The gaping furrows each projectile dug into the packed dirt of Prospectus made it clear that Roland should not test his armor against that kind of firepower if he expected to survive. The communications blackout did not affect his scanners, and whenever the recon drones passed overhead, he managed to glean whatever tiny bits of tactical data were available. Roland realized early that a solo assault was doomed. The turrets kept him pinned behind large boulders. The blackout should have helped him get closer, but the squad of Eidolons was daisy-chaining communications and tactical data back to the drop pod. If there was one thing Roland found annoying in battle, it was competent opponents. Jaw-rattling impacts struck the boulder he hid behind, sending razor-sharp fragments of stone and metal spinning around his head. They struck his helmet and stippled his shoulders and back. Roland sighed and ducked lower. Decades of brawling with untrained criminals had decayed his tactical acumen, and the decline of his battlefield awareness stung in both the literal and metaphorical sense. Considering these were corporate troops, their skill and training should not have been a surprise.
"Come on, Pike," he growled to the empty air. "Where the fuck are you?"
The turrets rumbled again, and more of his rock disintegrated into shrapnel and dust. Roland planted a foot and launched himself from behind his barrier and sprinted to the next, a larger boulder 100 yards closer to the looming vessel. The turrets followed his path, ripping the ground to shreds and chasing his headlong flight with dirty explosions. At 15 yards, Roland dove for the safety of the boulder. A 30-millimeter flechette struck the rock a glancing blow, shattering into 8 pieces with a flash of orange light and a shower of sparks and rock chips. The shards continued, no longer a single lethal dart, but now a widening cone of unavoidable tungsten and aluminum knives. 4 of these sliced into Roland's right side as his leap took him through the cloud of deadly metal pieces. 3 opened superficial gashes along his thigh and arm. They parted his dermal mesh like hypersonic razors, spewing silver fluid and revealing the strands of techno-organic muscle beneath. The 4th and largest buried itself between his 2nd and 3rd ribs, fracturing both, and tearing along the armored carapace that protected his organic pieces. It did not penetrate that metal obstacle, sparing Roland horrific internal injuries. Instead, the hurtling fragments slashed along the ribs to exit his body through the latissimus muscle. More fluid sprayed from the exit wound on Roland's back. He struck the boulder, snarling in pain and rage, sliding down the surface to collapse behind its protection. The turrets pounded the rock for another few seconds, before going quiet once more. Roland checked his damage reports. He held on to the thin hope that the damage was minimal. A dozen angry blinking text alerts blocked his vision, killing the nascent optimism in its crib. His substructures, his very bones and muscles, had taken far too much damage to continue at this level of output. His speed and strength were already suffering for it, and running with his safety protocols disengaged made things worse. He was pushing too hard. His body's AI would not let him keep fighting at maximum output while his chassis deteriorated one overworked piece at a time. At some point, the system was going to force a shutdown, if only to prevent Roland from tearing himself apart. He forced himself to calm down and assess his condition. The flechette fragment had not struck anywhere likely to kill him, except the enormous wound channel wept precious nanite transport gel in oozing silver streams. His body could produce more from internal stores. His self-repair systems could close the holes, too, but all of that would take time. He checked his diagnostics for repair estimates, and groaned. He did not believe the enemy was going to take a 6-day timeout for him to repair. The Omnicorp forces had to be close. Pike had to be close, too.
"Just hang on a little longer, old soldier," he told himself. "Fight now. Die later."
He hauled a grenade from his belt. With only a rough idea of where the eidolons were posted and no good TACnet data to guide him, Roland had to piece together a target from what he did have. Absent other options, Roland connected the fuse to his helmet systems and threw. The grenade's arc took it high over his rock and sent it plummeting to the other side of a stone pile that overlooked the path to the drop pod. It was a logical place to post a defender, as it protected access to the ship and provided solid cover. The grenade struck the rocky ground with an audible clank, and Roland triggered the detonator. The ground shook in response. Roland peeked from behind his own cover to assess. The pile of stones blocked his view of the blast zone, though the smoke and fire extended well above it. An armored humanoid lurched into view, smoke and flames billowing from his back. Roland shot it 3 times with flechettes, and it fell, twitching and sputtering to the dirt.
"That's one link in the chain," he thought to himself. "Bet the turrets are line of sight now."
He could not say if it was a good bet, but the next safe space lay a mere 50 yards away. He saw a shallow depression protected by large boulders, and Roland decided the risk was worth it. He bolted. 2 strides into the sprint, his slowness shocked him. He felt dull echoes of pain with every step, and ignored the score of obnoxious red alarms in his HUD. In the distance, the turrets roared. Muzzle flashes warned Roland of incoming even before the sound hit. The ground, all around Roland, erupted into fountains of rock and dirt, yet the impacts lacked the calculated precision of AI guidance. They jerked and corrected, alternately leading and following while all too human operators tried to match Roland's speed and direction. He slid into the safety of the hollow without taking any additional hits, and the cannons chewed at the rocks long enough to sound petulant.
Okay, where's the next spotter?
He looked up, hoping for a drone. He saw none. The thought of sticking his head out to look or even scan the terrain was tempting, but a flash of pain from his ribs made him rethink that. He decided to wait. A drone would fly over soon enough, and he might get some helpful data then. He checked his gear, dismayed to find out he had just 2 grenades remaining. Again, he looked to the sky. He could not shake the feeling that everything was taking too long. Where was the main Omnicorp force? Where was Pike? The answer came 7 seconds later. The ground shuddered beneath Roland's feet, hard enough to make small rocks bounce and send plumes of dust into the air.
"What the?"
Roland said aloud. Another tremor shook his hiding place, and Roland risked a peek from behind his defenses. He need not have bothered. A familiar, keening, metallic roar washed across his position with the force of a hurricane. The final drop pod belched smoke and fire, black and orange plumes flowing from a giant hole in its side. The craft leaned now, and the precarious angle coupled with the oily tendrils of smoke made it look like a steel whale bleeding from a harpoon wound into the water. John Chapman stood beside it, bellowing his strange war cry and striking the ship with fists made of metal and rage and pure will. His armor hung in tatters from his chassis, the exotic metals now scorched and rent in too many places to count. Roland saw things moving between the sagging plates, saw beneath the skin to the monster the prospectors had built. Things burned inside, smoke escaping through the cracks. The unstoppable Titan was dying, succumbing to the attrition of 1,000,000 tiny cuts. Though to Roland's eye he seemed no less mighty for the wear. Chapman struck again, driving his fist into the side of the drop pod up to his elbow. Something within the drop pod exploded, engulfing the giant cyborg in more fire and wreathing his body in cloying smoke. Now Roland knew why the Omnicorp forces had never returned to save their ships. There were no more Omnicorp forces, and now Chapman and Pike were here to finish the job. Large-caliber direct-fire munitions, Vogt spikers, and mortars began to pummel the drop pod alongside Chapman's fists. The turrets chattered in defiance, their response both futile and pathetic. The rounds washed over Chapman with tiny flashes and sparks. Some passed through the gaps in Chapman's failing armor, setting off tiny explosions and dislodging internal mechanisms. The giant struck again, a metal fist emerging from the smoke to slam once more into the tottering craft. The ship shuddered and leaned harder, the groan of strained metal now rising above the din of battle. Roland could only watch. His pitiful armaments and weakened condition prevented him from helping in any meaningful capacity. He dared to hope. They were winning. Chapman lived still. This whole nightmare could be fixed. A warning siren jangled in his ear, its piercing whine accompanied by flashing red text. Roland's stomach lurched with the news.
"Pike, Chapman, anyone, get clear. Fucking get clear."
One of Pike's drones had picked up the telltale signs of an incoming orbital kinetic impactor. A single 8-ton tungsten rod plummeting from above raced toward them all at 6 times the speed of sound. It carried no warhead, no payload to deploy. Its mass and speed, connected by the unbreakable bonds of physics, would provide all the destruction required. There were no complex electronics to manipulate, no communications to jam, just a basic system of guidance fins and a pre-programmed target to destroy. Death was coming. Roland ran, but he did not flee. He ran toward Chapman. He needed to get close enough to warn him, to tell him to run. Part of his brain screamed at him that it was all futile, but Roland did not listen. Chapman still had armor, still had speed. A direct hit would destroy him, but if he could get far enough away, he might survive the impact. There was still a chance. Kinetic impactors could not correct course very well. If Roland could get to him in time, Chapman did not have to die. Roland could earn his life back. He ignored pain. He ignored alarms. He ignored fear and loathing and self-reproach and just ran. Head down, feet pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps, Roland ran. In mere seconds, Chapman loomed large overhead, still tearing the drop pod to pieces with his bare hands. Roland beamed his strongest audio signal to the giant at a distance of fewer than 50 yards.
"Run!" he roared. "Impactor incoming! Run, John!"
Chapman stopped punching and turned to his smaller counterpart. But he did not move.
"Run!"
Roland screamed it this time. He banged his helmet with a hand to make sure the radio was transmitting. The drone reported less than 20 seconds to impact. A dim part of his brain pointed out that the blast was going to kill him if he did not get himself into cover soon. He put that thought aside and begged the universe for just a few more seconds.
"Damn you!"
he shouted again, his voice breaking.
"Why won't you run?"
"Time to sleep," Chapman said, and with speed that should not have been possible, the giant scooped Roland up in a single hand. "Tell them all. Tell them I loved her to the edge of doom." Roland had no idea what this meant, and he never got to ask. Chapman's arm whipped in a circle, and then Roland was flying. The 1,000-pound cyborg sailed over the ridgeline with 100 yards to spare. The flight was long enough for Roland to ponder the landing and all the ways he had failed Captain John Chapman. Considering both his damaged state and his ludicrous velocity, collision with the ground was going to kill him anyway, so he did not worry about the landing. When it came at last, the impact failed to shatter his bones as expected. Roland's body struck the surface of a small lake half a mile away from his starting point, skipped twice, and tumbled to a sodden stop in the damp sand of the far shore. It took 4 seconds for his HUD to reboot, and another 2 for him to extract himself from the pit his body had made. Snarling, sobbing, and frustrated, the wounded cyborg turned just in time to see the impactor light the sky like the flash of a dying star. The sound came after, a boom and a rumble that Roland felt deep in his fractured bones. Shockwaves sent ripples across the surface of the water, and a thick column of smoke and fire mushroomed into the sky beyond the obscuring bulk of the ridge. It hung, lazy and bright, while swirls of burning gases drove it ever higher with each passing second.
"No,"
Roland whispered. Then louder,
"No."
The mighty armored warrior, veteran of 1,000 battles, scourge of endless foes, sank to his knees in the sand of a dirty beach hundreds of light years from his home. His helmet fell from his drooping head and clunked to the sand, rolling to reveal the skull motif in its blank eyes. Roland hated to cry. He hated the weakness of it. But his red-rimmed eyes leaked tears in endless streams, and huge sobs racked his body. He wept like a child, and for once he did not care who saw.
"You could have lived. You deserved to live. Why didn't you run?"
A black fist struck the beach, hurling sand in the air.
"You deserved to live."
A thought struck Roland just then, hot and sad all at once, and he felt the hurt stab into his heart like an ice pick.
"You deserved her, you stupid, stubborn old fool. And now you are both gone."
"And just what the fuck are you gonna do about that, Corporal?"
The voice belonged to Christopher Pike, and Roland did not look up at the interruption.
"Were your people clear?"
"Yep. Drone warned me, same as you. We were hanging back anyway, so we had lots of time. That's how we saw your little flight and calculated the landing. I noticed you having a little moment here and thought I'd check in on you first. Chapman saved your life with that throw, you suicidal dipshit."
"Why did he do it?"
Pike sat down on the sand next to Roland and watched the mushroom cloud climb into the sky.
"Why did he save your life? Maybe he liked you."
"You know what I mean."
Pike shrugged.
His mission was a success. His watch was ended. He was ready.
"That's stupid. He didn't have to die. We were winning."
"We were. Not so sure he was."
Roland considered that.
The thing they put in his head. It was killing him, stealing all his memories and taking over his brain. His wife, the memories they had together, kept him sane until the end.
That feels like a real shitty existence to me. Looks like he settled those accounts and went out on his own terms, then. Bully for him, I say.
He deserved better.
Pike spat a gob of phlegm into the water. What the fuck does deserving get anyone? I promise you, old Jack never lost a microsecond worrying about what he deserved. Pike's monocle whirred as he turned to look into Roland's face. But I'm starting to think maybe you do.
Do what?
Worry about what you do and don't deserve.
And if I do?
Then you're a bigger dumbass than I took you for. He chuckled. And that's an accomplishment, Breach. I'm a dick, sure, but when I see a hard-charging, bona fide ass-kicking motherfucker like you blubbering like a baby, I get to thinking shit might run a little deeper than it looks. Saving Jack wasn't going to make you better than you were before, Breach. But trying means you probably weren't all that bad to begin with. Deserving ain't got shit to do with any of it either way. The universe don't give a shit. People might, but most people are stupid, so why give a fuck?
It's not about being better, Pike. I'm past that. I've learned to live with what I am, just like Chapman. I don't hate myself anymore. I accept my lot. But I'm also not a fucking idiot. I know what I have right now. I know what it's worth. I know that lots of other people don't have it, and I think maybe that's unfair.
Roland looked up. The mushroom cloud still hung in the air, much duller and quieter at this point. It lacked the fiery intensity of its genesis, and now stood white and eerie against the gray backdrop of the prospective sky. The wind began to pick the cloud apart, peeling the bulbous top of the column away in thin wisps.
I know how it feels to go home to someone who asks how your day was and gives a shit about the answer. I know what it's like to share a life with another person and not feel cramped or trapped. It's fucking magical, Pike. Chapman deserved a long life with his wife. He earned it. Maybe I'm not always so sure that I have, okay? I thought that if I could save him, if I could just fix what they did to him. I don't know what I thought. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that even someone like Chapman has a chance. Has hope.
That's why you tried to kill yourself back there? Pike sounded incredulous. Because you feel guilty about being happy and you're worried that it will all disappear because there is no hope for terrible people like you?
When you say it like that, it sounds stupid.
It is stupid.
So that's it?
Roland asked, anger coloring his words.
Nothing matters in an indifferent universe? No justice, no fairness, no good or evil?
Fairness is a goddamn lie we tell to children, Pike replied. Good and evil are only as solid as the convictions of the people who see 'em. But justice? That one's easy, dipshit. Justice isn't some bullshit intrinsic to life. It's not some kind of magic spell recited by judges and lawyers either. In my outfit, justice is a fucking verb, Breach. It's action. Killers like you and I are only as good or bad as our actions make us. I get up to a lot of hardcore shit, but you bet your shiny metal ass I'm always about justice in the end. So was Jack goddamn Chapman. That's why you're still alive.
They murdered his wife, Pike. They treated him like a malfunctioning appliance. Then they killed him. Where the hell is his justice?
Well, I suppose that brings me back around to my original question, then. Roland grunted.
And that was?
Just what the fuck are you going to do about it?
I think the answer to that is pretty damn obvious.
Attaboy, Pike said, slapping Roland on the shoulder. The universe don't give a shit about what folks do and don't deserve, so it's up to assholes like us to sort out the accounting ourselves. Chapter 32. Long before the glowing metal scraps had cooled, Bernadette Rothschild took her AutoCat 4900 into the smoking crater and extracted all that remained of Captain John Jack Chapman. With no other reason to stay, Pike's people and the fixtures from Earth returned to Exit Wound, still patrolling in low orbit. The dropship disgorged its contents into the main hangar, where medics and technicians began the careful work of patching people and machinery back together. Lucia's mood alternated between crushing anxiety and incandescent rage when she witnessed Roland's condition and heard of his actions. He limped out of the dropship and dragged himself to his quarters under his own power, though only just. He collapsed onto the cot with a groan, only to discover that his ordeal was not quite over yet. "You selfish, inconsiderate, armor-plated idiot!"
"I'm okay, thanks,"
was his weak response.
"Don't you give me that bullshit!"
She had been carrying his helmet, and she threw it into his lap.
"I can read this thing as well as you can. What on earth were you thinking? Where was the plan? What did you think was going to happen?"
"I don't know, okay? I was running on instinct."
"Instinct? Or something else?"
Roland did not answer.
"You can't keep doing this, Roland. You can't keep throwing yourself into unwinnable fights because you feel guilty."
"I know."
"You don't know. That's your problem."
"What don't I know?"
"That it hurts. It hurts to know that you hate yourself more than you love me."
Roland straightened.
"That's not true."
"Then why? You were going to die, Roland. You ran into the path of a 15-kiloton explosion with no way out of it. Did you even think of me? What would happen to me if you—"
Her sentence collapsed into an inarticulate growl.
"Ugh! You can be such an asshole."
Roland had not thought of that. The truth stung.
"No,"
he admitted.
"I didn't think of you."
"That's right. You only thought of how much you wanted to save Chapman because you are the big, strong hero man, and that's all that fucking matters. You didn't care if it killed you because you don't think you deserve to live anyway. To hell with everyone else who gives a crap about you, right?"
"No."
Roland's denial was stronger this time, strong enough to make Lucia pause.
"It's not that. I needed him to live."
Lucia sharpened each word with her fear and pain, and then hurled them like daggers.
"Why? Why was a man you've never met before today more important than coming home to me?"
"Because he had someone to come home to once too. She was the only reason he kept going."
Roland snorted an ugly laugh.
"Just like me, I suppose."
He met Lucia's eyes, begging her to understand.
"The assholes murdered her, Lucia. They murdered an old woman because their fancy tin soldier wouldn't behave. When he told me about it, I couldn't take it. I couldn't shake the thought of it, of what it meant. You want irony? Before I met you, I'd have never understood exactly how much they stole from him when they did it. She was literally all he had left. Just like you are all I have. All that matters, anyway."
He looked at his hands, squeezed them into fists.
"It made me mad. And scared me at the same time. I had to fix it, Lucia."
He shook his head and let his hands fall back to the mattress.
"Pike is right. I am stupid. I didn't think that the connection goes in both directions. I am so sorry, Lucia. I'm trying, I swear, but—"
"Christ, you are messed up," she finished for him. She stepped over to the bed and sat down next to him.
"I know how hard you try. I really do, but sometimes you make it hard to remember that. I was scared when I saw all the damage you took, but when I heard what you did—"
She rested her head on his arm and exhaled a long breath.
"I could have killed you myself. You have so much to live for. I just can't understand why sometimes you decide to throw it all away. Because when you do that, big guy, it kind of feels like you're throwing me away too."
"Us."
"What?"
"Throwing us away. That's what I'd be doing. If Chapman has taught me one thing, it's that us is bigger than you or me."
"Well, that's almost sweet. If you ignore the context, anyway."
Roland placed his hand over hers, engulfing it.
"I'm never going to throw us away, Lucia. It's hard for me to remember sometimes, but I guess it's okay to be happy, even if I don't think I deserve it."
"We," she corrected.
"Huh?"
"We deserve it. I just want you to stay with me for a long time, all right? You and I might live forever, and that's going to be a very long sentence if I have to do it without you."
Roland closed his eyes and exhaled.
Forever doesn't sound so bad if the company is good.
My point exactly, Corporal. The ship's intercom interrupted their quiet moment far too early for either of them. Pike's voice filled their small cabin.
Ms. Ribeiro, Breach, we could use y'all up in the conference room. Seems our client is none too pleased with us and wants to chat.
On our way, Lucia said. She rolled over and patted Roland on the cheek. This conversation is not over, but I suppose I forgive you. For now.
I'll do better,
Roland replied. You better. Put on a clean shirt and let's go. They found the conference room crowded. Mindy, Manny, the Rejects, James, Katrina, Pike, and Captain Fisher waited inside, and a large screen had been mounted to the back wall. Roland had thrown a jacket on to hide the gruesome wounds in his side, though his face betrayed his pain and weakness. He leaned against the wall and attempted to look casual. The attempt failed.
Good, you're here, said Pike. Jesus, Breach, you look like shit.
Still prettier than you.
That's a goddamn lie. Any goddamn who, on to business. Quick brief before we get screamed at by some asshole eggheads crew. Captain Fisher may have accidentally on purpose shot the shit out of an Omnicorp frigate while we were dirtside, definitely on purpose shooting the shit out of some Omnicorp troops. So, it's a safe bet that we are in the shit with Omnicorp. We have in our possession the entire memory core of one messed up prospector warbot. This, I understand, includes organic material comprising the final remains of Captain John Chapman, and I am using that as a pretext for keeping it with us. Somewhere in that mess is a whole lot of intel that the prospectors do not want anyone to get a hold of. Why? At least one murder and a bunch of shady corporate shit is the rumor I keep hearing. Prospectors know we haven't had time to crack that box yet, but our little Venusian shit managed to steal a whole chunk of their internal data stores. Seems he stole one of their head nerds, too. He nodded to Manny. Strong work, kid.
Manny replied with a weak salute. Pike shook his head in disbelief and continued.
This means that instead of only one, we now have at least 2 of their balls in a vice. I intend to exploit that. These assholes are going to be pissed off and they're going to be scared. They will want said balls back before we figure out what's in them. That will make them reckless. I want them reckless. This leaves just one little potential monkey wrench in play.
Omnicorp, said Katrina.
Exactly. They still have a big-ass frigate out there, skippered by one of the meanest spacers I've ever heard of. That's their ace in the hole.
Katrina nodded. We'll see if Omnicorp is willing to attack this ship with me on board. That would constitute a breach of corporate law and allow gateways to take a more active stance. My own presence ought to complicate their decision-making as well, James added his voice to the conversation, though I am loath to reveal Deco's participation at this stage.
We'll keep you in our back pocket, Jimmy, Pike said. The plan is to tell the nerds that they ain't getting shit back from us. If they threaten to sick Omnicorp on us, we point out that this will bring gateways into the fight. Then Miss Caulfield will make a counteroffer for access to prospector technology.
You still want to deal with them?
Roland could not mask his disgust, and he did not try. They won't like the offer, Katrina said. It includes criminal prosecution and subsequent adjudication for everyone involved in the Chapman matter under Earth's Planetary Council. Roland relaxed.
That'll work.
You think they'll agree to that? Lucia asked. No, said Katrina. Halstead is still in charge down there, and it's really his ass in the crosshairs. But then again, do you really want them to give up that easy? Lucia sighed. I don't mind, but I suspect there are at least 2 people in the room who'd rather do this the hard way. She looked at Pike. What do we do if they send that frigate back after us? Fisher answered.
We run. Exit wound can make the gate much faster than they can. It's what might be waiting there that's a problem.
Gateways will secure the gate, Captain. If Omnicorp is committed to a war, then we will oblige them. Pike nodded his approval.
Music to my ears. Corporate wars are good business. He turned to the screen. Let's get this shit show over with. Put them on screen comms, Fisher intoned.
The screen lit up with an image of a larger, much nicer conference room. At least a dozen men and women in pale blue lab coats sat at a table, each wearing a look of alternating confusion and anger. Lucia recognized one face right away. Katrina opened the dialogue with perfect corporate courtesy. Dr. Halstead, nice to see you again. Halstead's fury refused to be contained. His skin flushed deep red, and he bit off each syllable as if the taste offended him.
Miss Caulfield, do not insult my intelligence with your empty pleasantries. I have nothing to discuss with you, anyway. This is a private matter between me and Commandant Pike. I'll thank you to remove yourself immediately.
Pike fielded this request with his usual grace.
Miss Caulfield is currently consultant for me on this matter, Dr. Halstead, so I'll thank you to shut the fuck up about who I bring to my meetings. I'm sure you recognize most of these other folks, too. You've never met Breach, but I'm going to assume you've heard of him.
Roland's expression conveyed all the warmth of liquid helium. Halstead refused to meet it. Pike went on.
Now, I understand you have some complaints about the services I have rendered up to this point.
You have stolen Prospector property. We demand you return it immediately.
Are you referring to the earthly remains of Captain John Chapman, Doc? Because if you call a decorated soldier your property one more time, I'm likely to lose track of one of my own kinetic impactors.
He tapped his head.
Too much shrapnel in the old brain pan. Makes me forget stuff.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Pike. That memory core contains proprietary technology. You are stealing it.
Oh, good, Pike said, feigning relief. For a minute there, I thought you were talking about all those files the kid swiped.
What?
One of the other men in the room with Halstead leaned in and whispered something into the doctor's ear. Halstead's eyes grew wide, and his jaw worked up and down while he processed the news. Finally, he sputtered,
That's illegal. You are nothing but a pirate. Give us back what you stole or I'll...
He seemed to run out of steam there.
Pike laughed. You'll what, Doc? Call your friends at Omnicorp? I got a better idea. You turn yourself over to us for trial and punishment for the murder of Astrid Chapman, then Gateways will be happy to negotiate an equitable agreement for the future of your colony. You bring Omnicorp into this now, and I might have to get...
Pike leered and waggled his lone eyebrow.
Sarcastic.
The other scientists in the room with Halstead came to life, murmuring and casting furtive glances at each other.
You didn't tell them you killed the old lady?
Pike asked, all innocence.
Was I not supposed to mention that? What about selling weaponized androids to Omnicorp? Can we talk about that in front of the kids?
Halstead turned to face the others.
He's lying. It's all lies Freeman told them. He's scared and desperate is all.
Dr. Halstead,
Pike said, prompting the man to turn back around. I've never been desperate in my life.
However, I did not realize that you were hiding all your backroom dealings from your own management nerds. That's a fun little wrinkle, isn't it? Am I right to assume that they don't know about any of the illegal arms dealing and murder shit, then?
Pike directed his attention to the suddenly very agitated group of people behind Halstead.
Folks, how do you think your boy Halstead here was getting leverage with Omnicorp? Good looks and charm?
Pike shook his head and laughed.
Huh, right. He was selling y'all out. The evidence is all up here with me, so it's safe as houses for now. However, this puts you in a bit of a pickle, I suppose. Maybe some of you will be interested in what Miss Caulfield has to say now.
Do not listen to him,
Halstead said.
He's trying to trick you.
I really can prove it all,
Pike drawled, picking at his fingernails.
You guys are gonna shit yourselves when you see it. Y'all remember Doc Ribeiro? Yeah, guy's like a super genius when it comes to cyborg brains. He's working on it right now. I can't wait to see what Chapman plucked from your secret love letters to Omnicorp.
Listen, you pirate?
Halstead had gone shrill.
You cease this... Dr. Halstead.
One of the other prospectors placed a hand on his shoulder.
I think this meeting is over. I'll tell you when it's over, Marcus. It's not over until he returns what he stole. Commandant?
The man Halstead called Marcus said.
We will be in touch shortly. Please stand by.
Sure thing, Marky, Pike said. Pike out.
The screen went blank.
Okay,
Katrina said. That went well. I think Captain Fisher should ready the ship for a run to the gate, though.
Why? Pike asked. Looks like we got him right where we want him. Halstead's about to get ousted, and you'll be negotiating with people who aren't degenerate assholes."
"Just regular assholes," said Roland.
Pike agreed. "Yes, regular assholes, but regular assholes who are beholden to us at the goddamn moment. I'm no hotshot corporate project manager, Cat, but I think we are sitting real goddamn pretty at the moment."
"We are," she replied. "And what do you suppose Omnicorp is going to do about that, Uncle Chris?"
"What do you mean?"
Lucia spelled it out for him. "Well, their negotiating position is now completely shot. You're right about that much. I mean, as long as we have all that juicy evidence, anyway. Good thing it's nice and safe up here in an undersized Corvette. It's not like they can just blow us into atoms with their giant frigate, right?" She placed a hand on her chest and affected a look of shock. "Why, that would be both illegal and unethical." Pike's smile wilted.
"Fuck. Skipper?" "Aye, sir," Fisher said as he stood. "I think everyone should head to their acceleration stations. We can make the gate in 4 days if we flog the engines."
Pike stood next.
"Permission to flog granted, Skipper."
Everyone else stood at once and filed for the exit. Katrina bumped up against Manny on the way out. Their cabins were in the same part of the ship, so they walked side by side down the corridors. "Hey, Manny," she said, at last breaking the awkward silence.
"Yeah?"
"Thank you for all you did down there. You're making a habit out of covering me when things get hairy. I'm a killer in the boardroom, but I'm still not real comfortable once the guns start blazing and all that."
Manny swallowed. "It's my job, you know, but you're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Combat is a strange thing. I've never gotten used to it myself."
"I couldn't tell. You're good at your job."
"Thank you. I'm trying."
She leaned over to bump him with her shoulder. "So, we'll be under acceleration for the next 12 hours, I guess."
"Yes."
"It's so boring sitting in that ugly room all by myself." Manny nearly missed his cue. Fully wrapped up in making small talk and trying not to look like a clod or say anything foolish, he did not realize they were already at her door. To his credit, he caught the hint with at least 1 picosecond to spare, possibly 2.
"You, want some company?"
"How scandalous." Katrina did not sound all that scandalized to Manny.
"I'll be a perfect gentleman," he added with a slight bow.
Katrina opened the door and took Manny by the hand. "Why bother?" She pulled him inside and shut the door.
Chapter 4. Roland hated men like Proctor with a cold, uncompromising antipathy that often led to acts of excessive brutality. Roland saw the androids explode into movement and ducked. He did not even try to counterattack. Instead, he focused on the higher value target. A subtle shift in his posture moved his face out of danger and left the hurtling androids to sail over his head. They crashed into the wall beyond with enough force to shake the whole building. Roland ignored them, using the half-second their botched assault bought to put an enraged kick into the edge of the conference room table. The large piece of furniture flew away from his size 22 shoe and struck Proctor as if hurled by a tornado. Roland could not say how much the table weighed, but the wet crunch upon impact told him it must have been quite heavy. Table and mobster finished their flight against the far wall in a gory explosion of polycarbonate and human body parts. Roland spun to meet the rising androids. He took a blow to the chin for his trouble, and a boot to the chest followed. Roland found himself airborne for the brief time it took for a wall to arrest his motion. Plastic wall panels shattered, and Roland exploded through the wall to land in a tangle of limbs and construction material in the warehouse portion of the building. His jaw throbbed, and this irritated Roland more than anything else. Fighting androids was a problem, as they tended to be far stronger and faster than cyborgs or enhanced humans. They had no human limitations to accommodate, and they fought without any pretext toward defense. This pair of bots hit harder than Roland thought normal, and the questions birthed by this realization would require answers sooner rather than later. As if eager to demonstrate their superiority, the pair of androids burst through the hole Roland's body had made and fell on the cyborg once more.
Still on his back, Roland kicked out to spoil the charge. His foot caught the lead android on the shin and sent it skidding into a rack of shipping crates. The second fired a booted foot into Roland's ribs. Here, Roland's armor was thicker than his head, and the strike annoyed more than it hurt. Roland grabbed the offending foot and twisted it to uproot the machine. As the android toppled, Roland snaked his own leg around his foe's, trapping the knee in an unbreakable coil of techno-organic muscle. Now when Roland twisted the captured foot, the android could not twist his leg with it. The joints at both the ankle and knee screamed in protest for 3/4 of a second before they tore free of their moorings with a deafening screech. Roland leaned back and pulled harder. A second later, and the android's leg ripped away from its body with a shower of sparks and plumes of acrid smoke. Something warm and slimy soaked his pants, and Roland stifled a wince at the unfamiliar sensation. He did not have time for the questions that accompanied it. Nor did he have time to watch the crippled bot recover. He rolled to his left, not caring what was there or where it took him. The other android would be on the attack, and Roland needed to be anywhere but lying on the floor when it arrived. A descending boot slammed the floor where Roland's head had been an instant before. The healthy android followed this with a kick that grazed Roland's back and sent him staggering. Roland at last found his feet and fired a straight right in the direction of the attacker without looking. It missed, and the android punished his haste with a left hook that clipped Roland's chin, and he stumbled in both pain and surprise. Roland found it hard to conduct business in a full helmet and faceplate, and he often eschewed the terrifying piece of armor when working the streets. Like the rest of his bones, Roland's skull was constructed from durable techno-organic bone analogs. While his head lacked the dense armored mesh and layers of thick synthetic muscle the rest of his body enjoyed, his reinforced skull was typically more than sufficient protection. Nevertheless, streaks of colored light bounced across his vision when another blow landed. Roland's response was born of pure instinct. He dropped his hips and dove forward, wrapping his arms around the android's thighs. Roland scooped his opponent from the deck while slamming his shoulder into the thing's midsection like a freight train. A powerful lunge drove them both into a tall rack of shipping containers, with enough force to shake the walls. The rack shuddered at the impact, and containers the size of small cars tumbled down on top of the grappling titans. Roland protected his head with the android's body. Wielding his foe like a club, Roland blocked falling debris while smashing the flopping robot into any solid object within reach. As if nothing at all was amiss, the android clubbed at Roland's back the whole time. Metal fists rained down against Roland's spine with the speed of a jackhammer. Roland ignored it, content in the knowledge that the thick armored musculature of his back could stand the abuse for a while yet, and confident that his internal repair systems would fix any damage. For the moment, he had the upper hand, and he had no intention of squandering that over a few love taps. Androids were physically formidable opponents, but even the most sophisticated combat AI amounted to little more than a difference engine. Like so many other AIs Roland had fought, these models lacked creativity and were easily stymied by erratic tactics. Heel-hooking the leg right off the first one had proved as much. No combat AI in the galaxy knew how to handle sophisticated hand-to-hand combat techniques, and Roland took enormous pride in his sophistication. Of course, the irony of taking out one opponent with a difficult and unconventional martial arts move was all the more apparent when he considered his current tactics. Smashing a killer robot against the furniture stood a far cry from a perfect rolling heel hook. He swung his foe into a parked cargo mover hard enough to knock the blocky vehicle onto its side. The android tried to wriggle free, and Roland shifted his grip from around the legs to an over-under clinch. Basic wrestling seemed within the capability of the machine's programming, because it immediately turned for a hip throw. Roland had expected exactly this sort of response, and he countered it by turning into the throw and sweeping the android's leading leg out from underneath it. He brought the machine down hard, landing atop it with all his 960-pound mass. The android writhed and twisted beneath him, though its meager combat AI was completely outclassed. Roland transitioned to mount, seized an arm at the elbow, and ripped it from the socket with a spray of greasy fluid and bright orange sparks. He tossed the severed limb away with a satisfied grunt and turned back to service the other arm in exactly the same fashion. Roland was just starting to get bored with it all when he felt an arm clamp around his neck. Something strong and fierce yanked Roland's body away from his victim before the big cyborg even realized what was happening. He figured it out soon enough. The other android had dragged itself back into the fight. Now the one-legged automaton struggled gamely to tear Roland's head off. The crushing pressure on his neck awoke old instincts buried deep in Roland's memory. It reminded him of the time before his conversion into a cyborg killing machine, and how it felt to be in a real fight with real danger. In his youth, filled with judo, jiu-jitsu, and wrestling, Roland had felt this pressure on his neck 1,000 times before. His response came with the speed and confidence of well-honed reflex. He turned, dug a chin into the crook of the android's elbow to make space for his neck. Then he twisted to bring his hips square with the enemy and yanked with all his strength at the arm across his throat. The android resisted, but Roland was too strong. The pressure on his head and neck eased, and with a roar, Roland tore free of the hold. Roland kept his grip on the android's wrist in order to keep the thing's body where he wanted it. He rolled atop the one-legged machine and hurled an endless flurry of savage punches into the android's unflinching face. It swatted at Roland's head, flailing from beneath the cyborg like a child trapped by a schoolyard bully. Roland's punches intensified, and after a mere 4 seconds, there remained nothing of the android's skull but mangled metal and smoking electronics. A single mechanical eyeball peered up from the carnage to fix Roland with an accusing glare. Roland stood without acknowledging it. He found the armless android struggling to find its feet. It had just managed to get to its knees when Roland seized it by the head in both hands. He twisted, lifted, then twisted the other direction with horrible, inexorable strength. The android's neck clicked and popped, and its body lurched in an all-too-human spasm. A grunt of exertion escaped Roland's lips as he twisted one more time. The android shifted from spasms to flopping. Roland dropped it to the warehouse floor and watched it for a moment. Its contortions slowed before his eyes, yet as the seconds passed, it seemed like something inside the android refused to die. The macabre marionette seized and heaved in armless frustration for far too long. He kept his eyes on it until the sound of a door grabbed his attention. He turned to see Lucia enter the room. She wore her level 4 plates and carried her beloved CZ-105 flechette pistol in one hand. PC-10 gauntlets covered her arms from knuckles to elbow in matte black loricated plates, but left her trigger finger conveniently unobstructed. The woman's sharp gaze darted around the warehouse, eyes flitting from Roland to the destroyed androids and back in a fraction of a second. With no threats apparent, she reholstered her weapon. Roland flinched at the movement. The pistol disappeared into her thigh holster so fast, his eyes struggled to follow the movement.
"Relax, Lucy," Roland said. "I got him."
"I'm relaxed," she replied, a slight edge in her voice. Roland wagged a finger at her.
"You're moving way too fast to be relaxed. You need to dial it down before the cops arrive, unless you want to explain all those illegal machines swimming around in your body. Sam suspects way too much already."
"Crap," she muttered. "Okay, give me a second." Lucia closed her eyes and took in a long breath. She held it, then released the air slowly. She repeated this twice more and then shook her head as if to clear it. "Okay," she repeated. "I'm good. It's just that the damn meeting went south a lot faster and harder than usual." A smile cracked across her features. "I mean, you have to admit, that was bad even by our standards."
"Not my finest performance, no," Roland agreed. "Did you get a warning out to the others?"
"Yes. Honestly, as soon as I scanned the androids, I started making the calls. I figured nobody with honest intentions would bring—" She gestured to the android still quietly twitching on the floor. "Something like that."
"Never seen that model," Roland said.
He took a step closer to get a better look at his erstwhile opponents.
They were very strong.
He rubbed his jaw where he had been struck.
Strong enough to ring my bell, at least. They're too heavy to pass as human, too. Even if they were shielded from scans, they got away 300 or 400 pounds apiece.
He gave the android's corpse a shove with his toe.
No way to shield that kind of tonnage.
He made the effort to cloak them anyway, Lucia said. The remote didn't peg them for hardware until they got very close to you. Roland sniffed.
Figures.
You think it's happening again?
What?
Is someone big coming for Dockside? Is it going to be another takeover attempt? Roland looked up from the android.
If that really was the big boss, then the answer is irrelevant. He's not in charge of anything anymore.
I saw, Lucia said with a slight shudder.
He pissed me off in there. I might have overreacted a bit.
I'd say that's your standard level of reaction, actually.
That's probably fair.
Roland sighed.
Cops here yet?
Sam is about 5 minutes out. He agreed to give us a head start in exchange for a favor to be named later.
He's getting the hang of this place fast.
That is one smart kid, Roland.
Yup.
Roland began to look around the warehouse.
I want to take one of these for Manny to go over. I don't like what this design implies.
You mean an android strong enough to give you a workout that is not obviously military or police?
I was thinking about the lack of armor, Roland conceded. But your version is probably more to the point. Why build them so tough if you aren't going to harden them up?
Lucia shrugged. To use them as urban operatives. Well, to use them in support of urban operatives. The AI did not look sophisticated enough for much more than muscle.
Yeah,
was all Roland could add. Lucia's enhanced neurochemistry was impossible to keep up with.
That sounds right.
Now I'm wondering,
why is a crook using them?
When Lucia's brain began to work on a problem, she often lost control of how many threads unraveled at once. Roland had learned to feed her the right questions to keep her on track.
And is he a crook?
Lucia pointed at him. Exactly.
You think Sam will be pissed if I take one of these?
I think Sam can be convinced there was only one to begin with.
Good call,
Roland grunted, and grabbed the one-legged machine.
Where's that goddamn leg?
Lucia shoved the missing limb toward Roland with a grunt of exertion. Here you go.
Thanks. I'm going to stash this in my ride. Warn me if Sam is coming.
Detective Sam Parker arrived with 4 of Dockside's more honest police officers just as Roland re-entered the ruined warehouse. Tall, broad, and wearing a frown that aged his youthful face by decades, Dockside's first honest detective in almost 4 decades took in the scene with a steely-eyed glance. Roland approached him with a wave.
What do you want to know, Sam?
What went wrong? Was anyone hurt? Who is the new player? Sam looked up at the big cyborg. His walnut skin cast long shadows in the uneven light, and Roland could see shades of the young detective's father in those features.
It was supposed to be the usual orientation dance. A new outfit wanted access, and they at least did us the favor of arranging the meetup before trying to muscle their way in.
Roland gestured to the mangled remains of the remaining android.
He did not follow the rules. I tried to be diplomatic.
Parker's scowl drew an exasperated sigh from Roland.
I really did, okay? I tried to talk him down. I did not go kinetic until he sicked that thing on me.
He have an angle?
Tried to buy me out.
Where is he now?
Most of him is smeared across the wall of the conference room. The rest of him has probably dripped onto the floor already.
Parker looked to one of the uniformed officers standing by. Spaulding, go check the conference room. Get AR set up and do the whole crime scene bit. The officer left. Roland shook his head.
Really going by the book?
For all the good it will do, yes. Parker ground his teeth. You'll claim self-defense?
I do, and it was.
Sam shrugged. I believe you, but it doesn't matter. The UEDF won't let me investigate you anyway. The detective rubbed his eyes.
No one will look at the evidence, so there's no way to follow up, and I'll get no lab support at all, but I'm going to try it all anyway. He turned to another uniform. Take the others and secure the perimeter. By the numbers. Copy, the uniformed officer said, and scurried back outside. Parker pulled out his datapad and started taking notes. He did not look up when he suddenly asked, "Where's the other one?"
Other what?
Parker stopped taking notes and rubbed his eyes. The other android. I can tell there was more than one. The only way the fight could go as long as it did and cover this much square footage is if your focus was split. He gestured with his chin to a nearby table piled high with machine parts. Also, there was an eyeball under that table. He pointed to the corpse of a machine beneath him. This guy still has both his eyes. Shit, was the only thing Roland could think to say. He had forgotten about the missing eyeball. The son of a dockside longshoreman, Sam Parker had earned his scholarship to a prestigious private law enforcement academy with his razor-sharp mind and natural physical gifts. With his grades, the young detective could have chosen any post in New Boston. Choosing dockside had shocked everyone. Having an honest cop in town was a nice thing most of the time, but Roland often wished for a less astute one.
There was only one android, Sam.
Roland. Lucia interrupted Sam's terse reply. Which is probably a good thing, Sam, because we both know this one is going to get transferred from your evidence locker to some police storage unit where no one will ever see it again. She placed a hand to her chest and cast her eyes to the ceiling. Thank God no opportunistic locals were able to sneak one away from the crime scene. Who knows what sort of information might be inside? If some high-ranking corporate criminal with a few cops on his payroll is involved, it'd be a lot better if you tagged this properly and get it into the custody chain. Better for the criminal, I mean. Parker ground his teeth in frustration. After 10 seconds, he shook his head. That's 2 you owe me, then. And if you find out anything in your investigation of this incident, I expect you to share it with me. Lucia smiled her sweetest boardroom smile. Of course. The Dockside Trade Association is always happy to cooperate with the police. Right, Sam said, with a small, defeated headshake. Of course they are. Chapter 5. Astrid did not like to be debriefed. Decades of marriage to a soldier had convinced her of the necessity, but at her heart she was a farmer. She found repeating a story everybody already knew to be tedious and unnecessary, when there were more productive uses for the time. For this post-incident interview, the management team had not even waited for her to leave the infirmary. The prim young man in his pale blue manager's coat had been waiting for her as soon as the doctors finished their poking and prodding. "Tell me again, Astrid," said the pleasant manager-class administrator. "Just once more, please. Was there anything interesting or different about these pirates?" "I do not know what you mean," she replied. "They looked like feral dogs, desperate and hungry and lost." Her thin shoulders rose and fell. "They looked like every other angry group of marauders who only know how to kill and steal from those weaker than themselves." Her eyes gazed off into the distance. "And Lord knows I've seen plenty of that in my time." The manager smiled. "That is exactly why your impressions are so important. You have seen more pirate raids than most any living prospector. Your information is valuable, and we appreciate your observations." It was always like this with managers. Everything was data. All the tiny, insignificant details of life as a prospector were nuggets of digital sustenance, fed into the insatiable maw of their records and computers. The machines spewed endless actuarial tables to the sweaty clusters of white-coated academics who pored over the analyses as if the secret to eternal happiness lay hidden within the interminable columns of numbers. At least the obsession with information and knowledge earned her some respect. Few of the labor class would ever meet with or enjoy the hospitality of managers. But Astrid was old, and her experiences held a wealth of information. She had value because of her experience, even if the management and scientist classes would never call her valuable. They saw a resource to be exploited, her wisdom just another product to be harvested and fed into the machine. She understood her place and her role,
and Astrid did not resent the other classes for their arrogance. Arrogance was a necessary trait in many endeavors. It took a special kind of self-esteem to believe the intricacies of an infinite universe were merely math problems to be solved. Astrid would never hold her own intellect in such high regard, but such was the price of wisdom, she supposed. Arrogance was the conceit of a child who had never learned their limitations. The universe needed people like that, even if they were annoying. "Mrs. Chapman?" The manager's voice jolted Astrid back to the matter at hand.
"Sorry, dear. I'm an old woman and I've had a hard day. Forgive me."
"Of course, I understand completely. Now, would you say these pirates looked exactly like any others you've encountered?"
"All pirates look different, dear. It's not as if they have a uniform or something. These men looked hungry and tired. Quite strung out, really."
"Strung out?"
"One of them had very bloodshot eyes, like he was on drugs or something. The captain was a big man, several scars on his face."
"What were they wearing?"
The question confused Astrid at first. "I'm not sure. Skin suits like spacers wear. Lots of straps and things for weapons, I suppose."
"Excellent," the manager said, his tone absent. "How about the sleeping giant? Did anything appear amiss with it?" Astrid's features frosted over, and her voice drew a wince from her interviewer.
"That is my husband, young man. His name is John, and this colony owes him a great quantity of debt. You will keep a respectful tone when you talk about him."
"Of course," the manager replied, holding up a hand. "I apologize. But did he seem normal to you?" Astrid knew the answer was no, but she did not want to give it too easily.
"He was asleep for a long time. He can be a bit strange when he wakes up, is all."
"Is that how he seemed to you? Strange?"
Astrid sighed. "Well, yes and no. John, even the way he is now, is a very practical man."
"And? Was he not practical this morning?"
"I suppose he was. But when it comes to me, he's always had a temper. Most of the time, John will give an enemy the opportunity to retreat. It's more practical. Why risk damage and casualties if the enemy is willing to flee without engaging? At least that's how he used to put it when he could—"
She drifted off. As if realizing she had gotten lost, Astrid shook her head.
"Well, before, anyway."
The interviewer looked at his datapad and furrowed a brow. "Yes, I see. John engaged the pirates with no attempt at communication whatsoever. He also displayed a surplus of prejudice in his tactical choices." Astrid smiled. Surplus of prejudice seemed a bizarre way to say brutally slaughtered the enemy without mercy. She supposed the poor youngster just did not have the faculties to appreciate what it was a soldier did once the battle was joined. She tried to frame it in a way he might grasp.
"They were about to rape me, young man. He is my husband, and I think he took personal offense at their behavior. I told you, he can have a temper."
"Noted," the man said. "Well, Mrs. Chapman, I believe I have everything I need. I'm told you have been moved out of your labor rotation for the rest of this cycle. Appointments have been made with a counselor for your recovery period."
"That won't be necessary."
"But you have suffered a trauma."
"No, I haven't. There was a time, young man, a time when this colony was young and life was hard. The labor class carved our current level of luxury from the unforgiving rock itself. There were pirates quite often in those days. Famine, disease, and death, too."
She stood from her comfortable chair with a wince.
"I got pushed down and yelled at by a bunch of bullies is all. What the current management class considers trauma, my generation would call a rough morning."
She started to walk to the door. The pain in her hip forced a limp into her step, and she paused to rub the offending joint with the palm of one hand.
"Was a time when I'd have given those bastards a serving of trouble before John got there."
Her small, sad smile wilted.
"Long ago now, I suppose. Either way, I expect I'll be back in the fields for my next shift."
She rubbed her hips some more and grimaced again.
"Maybe just a few days off, anyway. Goodbye, young man."
The interviewer watched her leave. When the door slid closed behind the old woman, he let out a long breath he did not know he had been holding. After a few seconds, another man joined him in the small recovery room and sat down without a word. The interviewer looked up and spoke his mind bluntly. "This is not good." "Agreed," said the older man. His features were stony and sharp, his face locked into a stern grimace. "That thing was way out of spec." "At least now we know why," the interviewer said. "What a stupid coincidence, his wife being the one in the field at the time, I mean." He rubbed a hand across his forehead. "Well, I guess we don't have to panic. We can look into the residual emotional connections to her, see if we can prevent that kind of overreaction in the future." "It is too unstable," said the other man. "We cannot have it losing its temper, as the old woman calls it. That level of deviation is entirely unacceptable for our plans. As it is, I'll be making excuses over this for some time. Our partners will not throw resources at us if that thing is just going to eviscerate them." "We can keep her out of the labor rotations as long as we want. She is old enough for reassignment. It will not arouse any suspicion." "Unacceptable. How long until that thing decides that any threat to the colony is a threat to her? His cognitive abilities are all but gone at this point." "That's not exactly true." "Do not bore me with Freeman's notes, Creighton. I do not care for his moralistic ramblings. We need a plan to bring it back into spec. Now." The man he had called Creighton stared back with dead eyes. "The old woman is the catalyst. Remove her from the interactions and it might eliminate the confounding subroutines. But I assume this is where you point out that the emotional connection is still poorly understood and we can't predict how it will affect the personality matrix? I've read Freeman's files, Creighton. I think his research is riddled with confirmation bias. That reaction is an artifact of the original organic template. Why the AI allowed an obsolete part of the template to influence the command matrix is a question for another time. Without stimulus, I suspect the emotional connection will cease to exist. Without interference, control of the priority matrix will revert to the AI. I'm certain of it." Creighton leaned back in his chair, eyebrows raised. "So, what do you suggest? We kill the old woman?" "She's 80-plus years old, and she has not enjoyed the sort of medical care that keeps others so well preserved. I can't imagine it will be difficult to manufacture something plausible." 80 is not so old, Doctor. Her health markers are below average, as you say, but she is by no means medically fragile. I project at least another 20 years of general good health for her." "Then I suppose it is a good thing you are so very clever, then. I think an infarction or a stroke is still possible. Farming can be dangerous work as well. Think of something." Creighton shifted in his chair and fiddled with his datapad. His distaste for the assigned task soured his expression into an indignant frown. "If that is what you think is necessary, Dr. Halstead, it's just—" "Don't start, Creighton. We knew this day was coming. If we want to preserve what we've built while also maximizing our potential as a community, we have to start making these kinds of unpleasant decisions. The corporations will not wait for us to be ready. That much is certain. Do you know how hard it has been to keep them as far away as they are? Do you even comprehend the sacrifices we've already had to make? Our choices are limited, Creighton. We have to play their game just to survive." The older man steepled his fingers in front of his face and fixed Creighton with a hard stare. "What they don't realize is that we will play it better than they can. Our intellect and our technology are our advantages here. Exploiting either requires we make hard choices built on objective logic. The odds of success are higher if the woman is gone. That is the only consideration in this decision. Success may be possible on other paths, but this one has the best potential outcome. This is what we choose. No guilt, no reproach. If she had the intellect to understand the situation the way we do, the old woman would even agree with it, I'm sure." Creighton's posture indicated his conviction fell well short of his superiors. Nevertheless, an order had been given. "Understood, Doctor. I'll arrange for something to happen to her. I assume you will handle any subsequent investigation?" "Naturally. The management team is behind this operation, so as long as you do not bungle it too badly, the science teams will accept our findings." "Time frame?"
Oh, I'd say sooner is better. The science class is very suspicious of coincidences, but her recent trauma makes some sort of health issue very believable. Understood. I'll get started.
Astrid Chapman suffered a heart attack while working the tuber fields less than 5 days later. One moment the old woman was alive and working the harvester, and the next she was gone. No one even noticed until the big machine crawled past the end of the row and wedged itself into a muddy ditch, tilting at a precarious angle and spinning its enormous tires in impotent frustration against the slick ground. Her co-workers pulled the body from the cockpit and laid it on the cold dirt. No one attempted first aid. Her blank face and empty eyes made it obvious that the old woman lived no more. Her funeral was a brisk affair, somber and respectful. Life went on for a while. And then more raiders came. In regular waves, they struck at the edges of the colony. Small groups, fierce and fast, poked the defenses with a frequency greater than anyone could remember. They hit and ran, faster than the sleeping giant could catch them at first, or at least that fiction prevented colonists from questioning the absence of their giant protector through the ordeals. Yet as weeks went by, the raids grew bolder and more severe. Once more, the giant awoke to protect his charges. In a brazen assault, an aggressive band of space-weary pirates hit a food production facility near the main colony dome's most southerly agricultural zone. It took the sleeping giant nearly 50 minutes to reach the site, and less than 90 seconds for the mechanical monster to disperse the enemy force. Creighton watched it all from the recovery crawler and breathed a sigh of relief when the last of the raiders fled the surface. His weeks of reconfiguring the machine's AI appeared to have borne fruit. This time, the sleeping giant behaved in a much more acceptable manner. Some residual emotional feedback remained, as the prejudice toward extreme violence was evident in the unnecessarily high body count for this sortie. However, it had allowed the enemy to disengage without pursuit, and that felt like an improvement to Creighton. His eyes wandered over the field of screens inside the huge flatbed vehicle as it rolled toward the skirmish site. Each display flickered, blinking and scrolling streams of data in various formats only he could decipher. Creighton nodded and grunted a soft, "Good," even though he was alone in the cockpit. All the giant's functions remained within normal parameters. If anything, the thing appeared to be working better than usual. Emotional feedback across the primary priority matrix persisted, yet there was relatively little of that compared to the previous outing. The shutdown sequence commenced without a hitch, and neurological interference within the AI withered to little more than a tiny wobble along the composite waveform. Halstead had been right, it seemed. Removing the woman lowered the quantity of organic neurological interference. Without the lingering nuisance of that deep emotional connection, the AI assumed greater control over the machine with every passing second. Creighton hated to acknowledge it, but things were going exactly to plan. He saw it as the crawler crested a small hill that provided a windbreak for the crop fields. It stood in the middle of an open courtyard, concrete cracking beneath its wide three-toed feet. The cyborg stood on two short legs with broad feet. Just shy of 24 feet tall, the center of gravity needed to be kept low to maintain stability at speed, giving the giant a squat appearance despite his height. No resources had been wasted in creating an attractive appearance. The thick panels of armor were all painted the same ugly gray. The exotic coating foiled scans and blunted the effects of directed energy weapons, so, like every other bit of tech applied to the sleeping giant, it existed for a purpose. Otherwise, Creighton would have been just as pleased to not paint it at all. The metal looked enough like steel to fool the casual observer. However, Creighton had been involved with the material science teams that developed it. Far lighter than steel, the composite panels wrapped around the behemoth would laugh off the assaults of entire armored divisions. Beneath those deceptive facets, joint actuators fed by a revolutionary new reactor system propelled the sleeping giant into battle with the kind of speed and power other military vehicles in its class could only dream about. If it were not a weapon, Creighton would be proud of his monstrous project. He supposed he still was, philosophical conflicts notwithstanding. Large three-fingered hands closed into awkward fists at the end of its thick arms. The torso was little more than a wide expanse of that same dull gray armor, segmented for mobility. A blunt, squat cylinder sat atop the thick column of actuators where a human head would be. It was featureless, with a deep channel along its equator where a suite of scanning and imaging devices sat inside, safe behind layers of protective screens. Alone and still in the empty yard, it looked like a statue if one did not know better. It stood so quiet, so cold, so dead. Creighton checked the telemetry one more time to ensure the dangerous cyborg had taken no damage he needed to know about. The thought was preposterous, he knew. Nevertheless, procedures were important, so he completed the checklist anyway. Something on one of his screens snapped his mouth into a tight frown. He tapped the display twice to bring up the menu he wanted, then frowned some more. The shutdown signal had been received and acknowledged, that much was plain to see. The AI had terminated locomotor control and moved the reactor into standby mode, as designed. Neural net activity continued, and this was to be expected. The organic components needed a longer, more gentle sequence to minimize cognitive damage. Since a psychotic break would be disastrous, the organic features were coaxed into shutdown with a gradual sequence of triggering events. The gentle approach managed this process without subjecting the brain to excess trauma. It looked to Creighton like the brain needed much longer than usual to decouple from the AI controlling the giant chassis. He tapped a few more screens and chewed his lower lip. There was no safe or sane way to force this part. If necessary, he could sedate the organics, but that might damage the brain more than the imperfect symbiosis of computers and gray matter already had. Creighton decided to wait it out. Everything else looked to be going as designed, so he saw no need to try fixing problems that did not exist yet. He amused himself by watching the composite waveform that indicated the net neurological activity across the separate matrices that combined to form the giant's mind. The line sat on the x-axis like a warped board, a soft sine wave interrupted by ugly peaks along regular intervals. These indicated various systems rerouting themselves or moving to their next shutdown task. It all looked good, except... Creighton gasped. His hands flew across his screens in a pale blur. A dozen displays changed, new data popping up as Creighton hunted down the source of his sudden anxiety. When he finally saw what was happening, his mind put the pieces together in an instant. It should not have been possible. How could they have missed it? The answer to that was obvious, and Creighton realized it was too late to do anything about it. They missed it because the giant had taken specific actions to hide it from them all. The thing had tricked them. Deceived them. Creighton could not fathom the implications of such a thing. He could think of no plausible way for the organics, degraded as they were, to exert this much control over the AI. "Oh, no," Creighton breathed, and stabbed an emergency shutdown command. As Creighton suspected, nothing happened. The nearly lethal flood of sedatives never surged into the 4.5 pounds of organic material that pulsed inside the machine. For the first time ever, the sleeping giant refused to sleep. From this horrifying development onward, Creighton's situation, as bad as it was, deteriorated with terrifying speed. Instead of powering off completely, the main reactor burst to life with a palpable vibration and the braying of angry alarms inside the crawler. Creighton slammed his hands on the emergency switch several more times, to no avail. He keyed the comms to call for help, knowing full well there was absolutely no way to stop what was about to happen. His terror swelled, filling the back of his throat with the acrid taste of bile. He did not even acknowledge the watch supervisor's voice responding to his summons. With the channel open, the faceless voice inside a faraway command center could only hear his senseless blubbering. "No, no, 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 no," he repeated as his shaking hands kept poking screens to no avail. "Please no, please no." Outside the crawler, the sleeping giant moved. "What's going on?" blurted a voice from the comm system. "It's not shutting down," he sobbed. With no other solutions presenting themselves, Creighton continued his useless pawing at the controls. "It's not—" Creighton felt the first step, a dull thump in the seat of his chair that startled a yip of terror from his throat and derailed any explanations he might have been forming. When he looked up from his screens, he saw the monster looming over him. The black facet of his scanning array pointed directly into his soul. Warm wetness spread across his lap as his bladder emptied. His mouth gaped like a landed fish for 2 seconds before he croaked, You can't do this. You can't.
Do what? The voice on the comms asked. No one was listening to it. The sound that came from the metal titan made the windscreen vibrate and set Creighton to panicked sobbing.
Yes, I can.
The monster raised a single arm. The ugly, blunt fist cast a shadow across the crawler, a misshapen bludgeon poised to strike the cockpit flat.
Please don't kill me. It was Halstead, not me, please.
Should have let me sleep forever.
Chapman,
Creighton begged.
You can't do this. I don't want to die.
The thing paused, holding one flat gray fist silhouetted against the mid-afternoon sun. The strange, keening moan issued forth once more, sad and angry and filled with horrible, empty longing. The sleeping giant groaned its pain and rage at the little fleshy thing so far beneath it.
Maybe I do.
The sleeping giant slept no more, and the blow fell. When the monster at last stepped back, the crawler and its occupant were a tangled heap of broken parts. Fluids, both synthetic and organic, splattered the huge fists, streaking the wide fingers with strange colors. The giant looked down at his handiwork, scanning the mess for signs of life. There were none. From somewhere within the sparking wreckage, a single voice crackled from a damaged speaker.
Creighton! Creighton! Are you all right? What happened? What is going on out there?
Creighton could not answer, of course. The looming titan replied instead.
Should have let me sleep.
It did not sound sad anymore. Something about those 5 small words scared the supervisor, even seated in a command center safe and sound many miles away. The giant sounded tired, perhaps even disappointed, and very, very angry. Chapter 6. The android lay on a table in what had become a workshop of sorts. The back storage room of Roland's office had once held office supplies and other random items. Over several years, the contents had been evicted to make room for a work table, an assortment of tools, and piles of assorted technology indecipherable to most people. Enormous luminaires were installed in the ceiling to bombard the work table with the harsh white light necessary for manipulating tiny pieces in tight spaces. Observing the metal corpse, a young man with his long black hair pulled back into a neat ponytail chewed his lower lip and tapped on the tabletop with a forefinger. It was stuffy in his workshop, and the man wore a tank top. The deep tan skin on his face and neck drew attention to the pure alabaster white of his left arm. From the shoulder down, his left arm seemed to glow with reflected light. Muscles moved under the pure white skin, the waxy sheen playing with light and shadow, while he drummed a frustrated tattoo against the surface. If not for the color, the prosthetic limb might have easily passed for the real thing. A twisted knot of scar tissue where the synthetic mesh of the bionic arm met his clavicle and trapezius destroyed the illusion. Manuel Richardson looked down on the dead metal thing with pursed lips and a frown of concentration. He shook his head and said to the air, "They know I'm not an android tech, right?" Seated in an office chair behind him, a voluptuous blonde woman twirled absently with a bored look on her face. She stopped spinning and said with a long country drawl, "You are the tech nerd, Manny. You're supposed to handle all the tech stuff." "That's not how it works, though," he complained. "Just understanding technology does not mean I'm an expert in everything. There's lots of technology I'm no good at. I don't know how to build a jump drive, and I don't know much about android construction at all." "You didn't work with androids in the Red Hats?" "Androids are expensive, Mindy. Venus is a harsh environment, and everybody there is short on cash." The woman stood up from her chair. She was short, lean, yet also curvaceous in a manner bordering upon caricature. She liked to dress in a style that showed her figure, though this had nothing to do with conceit or sexual appetites. Her pants were tight, her neckline scandalous,
Any person who enjoyed the female form could be forgiven for failing to notice the long black dagger strapped to her thigh until they felt the searing heat of her sasori blade sliding between their ribs. The captivating physique hid more than a dozen cybernetic enhancements, not the least of which were cameras in her eyes and recording devices in her ears. When the formidable assassin wanted to collect information from a horny politician or a leering mob boss, her target would invariably face the cameras and talk into the microphone, without ever realizing it. Mindy was not above using her body to humiliate and torture Manny, either. She had no designs on the young man, as her romantic inclinations ran the other direction. However, the Venusian scout was a heterosexual male in his mid-20s. His responses to her body were predictable, and his discomfort entertained her to no end. She walked up to the table and situated herself across from Manny. She made a show of peering down at the half-disassembled mess. This provided Manny with an unobstructed view of her décolletage, and she held the pose long enough for him to notice. Manny had long since grown tired of the game and refused to comment or stare. Instead, he focused on something he knew would bore Mindy. "I mean, it's definitely high-tech design. The actuators are all new stuff. Somehow they got Tier 1 force output without using hydraulics." He pointed to a mess of metal and wires at the shoulder joint. "That shoulder joint is a 3-axis gimbal, all magnetically actuated. It should not be all that powerful, but—" He shrugged. "The boss says it rang Roland's bell pretty good." Mindy's disappointment colored her response. "So?" Manny jiggled the joint while making a conscious effort to avoid looking down Mindy's shirt. Her pout intensified, and Manny silently congratulated himself for winning this round. His prosthetic fingers came up covered in a greasy gray fluid, thick as honey. He stared at his stained fingers and mused, "The whole body is filled with this stuff. Some kind of ferromagnetic fluid, I think. I don't really know. I suppose that might allow for simultaneous magnetic and hydraulic actuation, maybe 2 stages of force output. I'm way out of my depth here." Mindy straightened and acknowledged her defeat with a huff. "I don't know what that means, Manny. I swear I just can't understand you sometimes." "Which part? The ferromagnetic fluid part or the part where I don't care to look down your shirt?" "Both," she replied without hesitation or recrimination. "You are no fun anymore." Manny looked up from the android. "It's only fun for you, Mindy. What's fun for me is how frustrated you get now that I'm not getting sucked into it. You don't even like boys, so the whole thing is just you being mean. Knowing that kind of kills the charm of—" He gestured to her chest. "All that." "Most men wouldn't care." "I do. Is that so surprising?" "Kind of, yes." Manny squinted. "It really bothers you, doesn't it?" "What? No, of course not." There was a lie in her eyes, and Manny saw it. "It does. You can't understand any man who you can't make want you, can you?" "Sure I can." Manny pointed and smiled. "You hate it. You hate that I can look at you without ogling. I can tell. Ha!" He put his hands on his hips and thrust his chest out. "At last, I have uncovered the deep dark secret of the mighty assassin. Your weakness is vanity." "I'm 2 seconds away from gutting you, mister," Mindy growled. Manny's answering chuckle was warm and fraternal. "Oh, stop it, Mindy. I get it. Sex appeal is your superpower, and mature males are your kryptonite." "Thank God there's so few of you out there," she mumbled. Then she laughed. "I guess you are right, though." Defeated at last, the assassin changed the subject. "Are you going to be able to tell the boss anything about that android?" "Oh, sure. Eventually." Manny furrowed his brow. "It's a new model, and it's been configured to pass as human until scanned. The obvious issue with that is its combat AI and really overbuilt chassis." "It's a fighting android." "Yeah. It's not meant for anything other than, well, fighting." "This hunk of scrap is built for fighting, but also designed to look and act human?" Mindy scrunched her face. "I'm no engineer, Manny boy, but that feels stupid to this simple country girl." "Really?" "Yeah. Nothing about it makes sense. Most androids meant to pass for human are made that way because they don't put folks off. You use them in hospitals and banks and places where they are going to interact with the public. If you want a defensive or security droid, there's no reason to make them all that human-looking. Most of the time, putting folks off is part of the appeal in that case. On Earth, the law says any android with a combat rating of any kind has to be externally marked. That's why they paint them yellow? Yep. Private security yellow, police blue, and military green. They rarely even give them faces at that point. Manny stepped back from the table and grunted in frustration. I think it's obvious that these are specifically designed for street muscle or covert operations, but that's a lot of cash for a product designed to be illegal from the jump. Exactly. Not to mention the quality of the tech inside, all bleeding-edge robotics. Mindy shrugged. I'm sure we'll find out why before too long. In the meantime, the boss wants us to figure out how these things got through the docks without anybody knowing. I'm about to go bust some heads if you're bored here. Manny wiped his fingers on a rag. Yeah, why not? I'm not making a lot of progress. What's the game tonight? This is intel gathering, so we aren't supposed to make a ton of mess. The boss says I can lean pretty hard, but not to cause a ruckus that Roland will have to fix. That's more leeway than you usually get, Manny noted as he shrugged into a shirt with sleeves. I'll bring some less lethal stuff, then. Mindy's eyes lit up. New toys? Manny met her expression of glee with a matching one. Several. Best day ever, she cried, with the exuberance of a child on Christmas morning. They started at Hideaway. The noisy, industrial punk bar served as the not-so-secret central offices of Dockside's leading criminal, Rodney McDowell. The doorman recognized Mindy immediately. Hello, Miss Mindy. Nice to see you." Barney stood well over 6 feet tall and filled up his 4XL suits with little room to spare. Aging, craggy, scarred, and gruff, the dockside brawler had been watching the door at Hideaway since the previous doorman had run afoul of a much younger Roland Tankowitz more than 3 decades prior. Barney had run afoul of Roland himself a few times, and he still walked with a slight limp due to an unfortunate encounter with Lucia Ribeiro. Barney had never run afoul of Mindy, however. Mindy's reputation covered multiple star systems, and even limited by his prodigious cognitive defects, Barney retained enough intelligence to avoid irritating the tiny blonde killer. Barney liked his organs just the way they were, intact and inside his body. "Kitty working tonight?" Mindy asked sweetly. Her soft drawl and expansive cleavage combined in a 1-2 punch that set Barney's neck to sweating. Yeah, Kitty's at the bar. The boss says not to bother her too much. The guys don't tip so well when you're around." "Well, I'm here to see old Rodney tonight anyway. Nobody's given her any trouble, I hope." Barney stiffened, and a dark look clouded the bouncer's face. Some of the dangerous street thug still breathed beneath those granite features. "Of course not, Miss Mindy. I'd have handled it if they was." Mindy slapped Barney's arm in a comradely fashion. "I know you would, Barney. You let me know if you need a hand with anything like that." "Yes, Miss Mindy." Barney at last saw Manny. "Who's this?" "Manny has been working with us for like 3 years, Barney." "The Venusian kid?" Mindy twirled her finger in the air. "Well, duh. Yes, he's the Venusian kid." "I'm standing right here," Manny said, equal parts confused and insulted. "I've been here before, Barney. We've met." Barney turned to glower down at Manny. "Why don't I recognize you?" "My best guess is chronic traumatic encephalopathy." Barney's grimace deepened, and he dropped a meaty paw on Manny's shoulder. "I don't know what any of those words mean, but I think you're being a dick, kid." Manny reached up with his left hand and grabbed Barney's wrist. The doorman's crooked smile betrayed his amusement at the tiny show of bravado from the slight youth. Manny winked, and Barney's nascent grin contorted into an abrupt spasm of agony. Spittle flew over Manny's head when a choked hiccup of pain burst from deep within Barney's chest. The massive body seemed to vibrate in place for a second. Then his legs buckled, and the proud dockside tough guy sank to his knees before the unassuming youth. The doorman looked frozen, all his muscles tensed and locked in place. Now, eye to eye, Barney's rigid muscles held his reddening face at the perfect angle to observe Manny's smug expression. "Think you'll remember me now?" Manny asked, unable to suppress an impish chuckle. Mindy looked at the men through the sides of her eyes. "Manny!" There was a warning in her voice. "That's enough." "I know," Manny replied. He released Barney's wrist, and the doorman dropped to all fours, chest heaving in loud, choking gasps of relief. When he could breathe again, Barney looked up at Mindy with hurt-filled eyes. "Why'd you go and let him do that, Miss Mindy?" "You were being rude, Barney." She gestured toward Manny. "And you were never going to respect little Manny if I didn't give him the chance to earn it." She reached down and hauled the big man upright. Barney lurched to his feet with a jolt. "Me kicking your butt doesn't really prove anything, does it?" "Ow," he whined, rubbing his arm where Mindy's iron grip had latched on. Finding no sympathy in Mindy, he turned his attention back to Manny. "What did you do to me?" "I energized all the sodium-ion channels in your sarcoplasmic reticulum at once." Barney stared at Manny as if the boy were speaking a foreign language. Manny sighed. "I told your nervous system you were having a seizure." "Manny!" Mindy said, her face aghast. "Relax. I didn't touch anything neurological. The worst thing that can happen is involuntary defecation." "Hey," Barney blurted. "I know what that is." Then he blushed. "I didn't, though. Shit myself, I mean." "Thank goodness for small favors," Manny said. "Let's go, Mindy." The pair passed the recovering doorman and entered the dim interior of Hideaway. A pink-haired girl, almost wearing bright green shorts and an artfully ripped tank top, looked up and waved. "Hi, guys." "Hey, kitty," Mindy waved back with an effusive smile. The throng of rough customers crowding the bar turned to scowl in their direction. Mindy met their fierce glares with a toothy grin. "Don't scare off the customers, Mindy," Manny said, and grabbed Mindy by the arm. "We're here to work, not play with the bartender." "Playing with that bartender is work," said Mindy, "and worth all the effort." Manny ignored this and pulled Mindy toward the back of the house. "Let's just get this over with." They stepped through a sliding door, went down a short hallway, and then let themselves into Rodney's office. Referred to by most docksiders as the Dwarf, Rodney McDowell was a short, hirsute, barrel-chested man. His white beard flowed in voluminous waves from his eyes down over his neck and well onto his chest. He stood nearly as wide as he was tall, and where his right arm should have been, a large multi-jointed arm and three-fingered mechanical claw had been attached. They found the dwarf in his office chair, eyes glued to the bank of monitors. He did not even look up to acknowledge them. "It's one thing when your giant fucking pet cyborg roughs up me employees, kiddies. Not a whole shite ton a fella can do about that, is there? It's quite another fucking thing when his second stringers think they get to push me boys around all willy-nilly." Finally, the gangster looked up at them. "Have a fucking care when you come into my house, kids." Mindy was about to say something when Manny spoke up for himself. "Respect is a two-way street, Mr. McDowell. Barney is completely unhurt. The next time he puts a hand on me, I'll give him a permanent reminder of why that's a bad idea. If you don't want your employees disrespected, they should learn to show some respect themselves." Mindy looked at Manny like he had just grown a second head. McDowell's bushy white eyebrows rose. "Well, laddie fucking da. The little one's balls must have dropped while I wasn't looking, eh? Will you be shaving next?" Rodney began to chuckle, his round belly bouncing with restrained laughter. "Has Tink and the missus given you the talk yet? Uncle Rodney can explain all the new feelings you'll be getting now that you're growing into a man." He pretended to whisper and pointed to Mindy. "You might start noticing that girls make you feel funny in your pants now." "Now I see why Lucia tends to kick you in the face when you talk," Manny muttered. "Well, that lass has a wee temper on her, doesn't she?" Rodney leaned back in his chair and wiped his eyes. "But I suppose you're not here because Barney is a bit of a jerk, are you? I know the meeting with Proctor went to shite, so I can guess you need some kind of answers." Mindy answered, if only to prevent Manny from further antagonizing the dwarf. "He's sicked 2 androids on Roland." "That doesn't sound like an inspired bit of strategy to me." "It wasn't. Roland killed Proctor and then used the androids for sparring practice." "Better them than me," the dwarf admitted. "What do you need me for, then?" Mindy gestured to Manny. "Tell him." Manny explained. The androids were a new design, bigger, built with stronger materials than anything we see here, some unique innovations in the skeletals to increase joint durability and force output, hybrid ferromagnetic and hydraulic actuation, quantum state electronics across the board, everything redundant. "Repurposed?" the dwarf asked. "I really doubt it," Manny replied. "If they weren't designed to pass as human, I'd say they were something purpose-built for fighting arenas or high-G environments." Deep into the conversation, the dwarf had forgotten to maintain his thick brogue. "How was the AI? It give the big bastard any trouble?" Roland said it was bog-standard security combat AI. They were big and strong enough to last longer than normal security bots, but Roland didn't think there was anything special in the AI. The dwarf thought about this for a minute. When he spoke at last, his affected accent was back in full force. "That shite ain't local, boyo. And that means those fuckers either came through the docks or were shipped over land from somewhere dirtside." "We know," Mindy said. "That's why we came to you." "Well, you came to the right place, then. Who's paying for the big fucker's time on this one? I don't want an invoice from your lady boss when this is over with, and half the town's been smashed by that clod of hers." "No one's being billed yet." Mindy pursed her lips and blew a kiss toward the hairy little man. "But when it all goes sideways, I bet y'all will be falling all over yourselves to hire that clod. Just getting ahead of the workload is all." The dwarf heaved an enormous sigh. "You're not wrong, lass. I'll look at who and what's been sliding past the docks behind everybody's back for now. I'll send Mook over when I have something." "You're a doll, Rodney," Mindy said sweetly. "I'll be in touch." She turned to leave. When Manny went to follow, the dwarf stopped him with a grunt. "Oi, boyo!" Manny turned around to meet the dwarf's twinkling eyes with his own. "You're a real promising lad. I know talent when I see it. It warms the cockles of my wee heart to see some fucking steel in your spine." Manny tried not to look confused. Thanks?" The dwarf's face widened into an enormous grin, revealing more than a few gold teeth. "But if you overstep yourself again, I'll fucking make an example out of you. We clear?" Manny held his ground. "Of course, Mr. McDowell. Respect is a two-way street, after all." "Aye, and I own both fucking sides of it. Don't ye forget that." "Naturally," said Manny, and Mindy wondered if he was not enjoying the banter just a bit. "And I can walk softly in either direction." "There's a good lad," said the dwarf. "Now, get the fuck out of my office. Both of ye." Chapter 7. While Manny and Mindy managed the dwarf, Roland and Lucia saw to more pressing business. The pair had no dearth of confidence in the skills of their teammates. However, their task was the kind of business a professional killer and former Venusian terrorist needed to be kept well away from. A retired UEDF special operator and a former corporate VP seemed much better choices for this mission. Gateways Incorporated was one of the largest and wealthiest megacorporations in the galaxy. With ownership of every functioning stable Anson gate, interstellar travel and commerce lived and breathed at the whim of the monolithic corporate entity. The wealth of Gateway's stockholders beggared the aspirations of entire planets, and the offices of their Earthside project management team spared no expense in making this obvious. Roland had to squint at the brightness of the interior. Every surface shined as if hand-polished by well-paid tradesmen. Real hardwood adorned the surfaces. Framed original artwork hung on the eggshell walls. The floors were made of actual marble, and Roland winced with each step, praying his weight did not crack what was probably a priceless piece of antique stonework. The people and furniture oozed pretension, as if a team of corporate drones had simply waltzed into an empty building and hosed the place down with liquefied cash. The motif went beyond impressive. It sailed over Roland's ability to appreciate good taste to land well into the realm of offense. His nose wrinkled in disgust. He saw the unsubtle attempt to bedazzle as an insult to his intelligence. A quick glance over to Lucia recentered his growing irritation. She did not appear to even notice the vulgar display of wealth. Roland realized that by refusing to acknowledge it, she denied it any power. She had seen 100 such lobbies and dealt with lots of big corporations during her years with Bevco. It would take more than a fancy lobby to throw her off her game. Roland decided to take direction from her and put on his blandest, most unaffected facial expression. It came with ease when he reminded himself that he had seen blood and death on 23 planets. No quantity of shiny objects would ever impress a person once they had stormed a pirate frigate off Vinland Station. They were met by a bright-faced woman, and it took Roland several seconds to realize she was an android.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tankowitz and Ms. Ribeiro. Welcome to Gateways Incorporated Earthside Project Management Headquarters. Your appointment with Thomas Kramer will begin in 11 minutes. Please have a seat on the chairs to your left. Can I offer you a beverage? My records indicate that Ms. Ribeiro prefers a latte, and Mr. Tankowitz likes cafe mocha. Will that be all right?
The simulacrum was nearly flawless. Her skin looked real, and her smile appeared genuine. Her voice was a perfectly modulated contralto, both comforting and confident. Yet another testament to Gateway's ability to throw money around. The model must have cost 1 million credits, and they used it for reception.
Yes, thank you, Lucia replied with indifferent dismissal.
Roland began to understand what Lucia probably took as rote. That expensive android was scanning them and sending the data to the project manager. Sophisticated software analyzed their posture, tone of voice, facial expressions, and even body temperature, searching for signs of weakness or agitation. No advantage was too small when corporations dueled, and no weakness would be left unexploited in their games of conquest. In all the ways that counted, corporate strategy was indistinguishable from military, and Roland found this observation almost comforting. He did not like corporate interactions. He was not suited for the fake politeness and the endless layers of subterfuge. He took some perverse pleasure in how unhelpful the surreptitious scan from the android would be. Some things were too obvious to conceal. His mass and density could not be hidden, nor could the armored mesh of his skin. They would know of his ex-military status and cybernetic nature. His armored body alerted even cheap scanners long before he ever stepped through a door as well. That is all the information they would have, though. Roland's dozens of other augmentations were shielded behind levels of secrecy that even gateways could not pierce, though he acknowledged that this would not stop them from trying. He hoped they dug deep enough to provoke the UEDF, because a visit from some deco spooks would be enough to make any corporate VP wet their expensive pants. That thought Roland found very amusing indeed. From Lucia, they would get nothing. Her swarms of nanomachines were undetectable, and their functions inscrutable to any scanner. The data from the expensive android's eyes would reveal nothing other than an extremely athletic woman in perfect control of her features and emotions. Her ludicrous reflexes, prodigious strength, and superhuman cognition would all remain quite hidden, unless she chose to reveal them. Now much calmer, Roland moved to the chair where Lucia sat. He did not sit himself. He thought about it for a moment. The chairs looked comfortable enough. Too bad none of them were ever going to support his weight. Roland resisted a moment of childish pique. Accidentally destroying the overpriced piece of furniture would put a smile on his face, but in contrast to Lucia's perfect control, it felt petty. Lucia caught his eye and gave him an almost imperceptible shake of the head. "Don't," she said.
"I wasn't going to,"
he replied while taking position next to her. He clasped his hands behind his back and adopted his most disinterested glower. "Just making sure. I know how much you love corporate meetings." She looked up from the chair at her looming bodyguard. "Really leaning into the leg-breaker vibe today, aren't we?"
"I promise to behave," he said. "But I believe in truth in advertising. These guys pay for the fixer, so I'm letting them see the fixer."
He shrugged.
"You'll handle all the crosstalk. My job is to look dangerous and aloof."
"You're learning," she said with a smile. The android returned with 2 steaming mugs. "I have your drinks. Your meeting will begin in 8 minutes. Please enjoy with our compliments." "Thank you," Lucia said, and took the mugs. Roland looked down at the android who stood before them with a convincing facsimile of a smile.
"Dismissed,"
he rumbled at the machine. The android looked up at him and said, "Understood. I'll inform you when your meeting starts." The machine spun on her heel and returned to her kiosk without another word. "Grumpy?"
"It was scanning us."
"I know. Who cares?"
"Just playing my role is all. Now they'll know we aren't stupid."
Lucia sipped her coffee. "We have dealt with gateways before. They are a very good client. No need to be belligerent."
"You don't believe that any more than I do."
"Well, we have never been brought to their headquarters before. We've never met Tom's boss, either. Obviously something is up."
"Something they could not communicate over normal channels,"
Roland added. "That doesn't mean it's something bad." Roland snorted like a bull.
"Sure it does."
Lucia actually laughed at him. "Okay, big guy, you've got me there. But where you smell danger, I see profit."
"No argument there. But if you want me to smile and be cordial, don't send me tromping uptown where your palace guards can probe me for information I don't care to share. I figure they need to know that I know what they are doing, and they need to know that I don't approve of it. I'm not impressed, I'm not happy, and I'm not to be fucked with."
He turned his gaze to the reception android beaming artificial affability from her kiosk.
"And yes, I know they are listening to this conversation too."
Lucia patted his leg. "I'm sure they don't mean anything by it, and I'm sure they won't do anything else to make you angry." The android receptionist looked up. "Ms. Ribeiro, Mr. Tankowitz, your meeting is ready. Please go right in."
4 minutes early, Roland said. "Imagine that."
"Behave," Lucia muttered as they crossed the lobby. Inside the conference room, more of the lavish furnishings awaited them. Roland was already bored with noticing it all. At the long table, 2 men and 2 women were seated. They stood as one when he and Lucia entered. All offered their hands at once. Lucia shook each in turn, while Roland deigned to nod politely at each. Roland recognized their usual project manager, another UEDF veteran named Tom. He obliged the man with a curt greeting.
"Tom."
"Good afternoon, Roland, Ms. Ribeiro,"
Tom said. He sounded polite enough to Roland's ears, but the bite of unseen discomfort clipped his words in a way that was new.
"I'd like to introduce Claire Rains, Stan Flowers, and Katrina Caulfield."
He gestured to a silver-haired woman, a heavy-set, balding man, and a fresh-faced young woman with intense blue eyes. Roland repeated his brusque nod to each. Lucia compensated for her dour partner by smiling brightly at all of them. "Delighted to meet everyone." Lucia was using what Roland liked to call her meeting voice. Pleasant and smooth, it managed to be both friendly and commanding at the same time. He could never figure out how she managed it. "Shall we sit?"
"Yes," Tom said. "Please, take a seat."
To his surprise, Roland found one of the chairs in the room obviously sized for him. Overbuilt, wide, and bulky, there could be no mistaking the intended occupant. Roland caught the small smile twist the corner of Tom's mouth when he discovered it, and raised a single eyebrow.
"Finally."
"We always meet in a restaurant, Roland," Tom said. "Here at the offices, we have resources for all kinds of contractors. You aren't the only half-ton operative we employ, you know."
"But I'm sure he's your favorite," Lucia said as she slid into a comfortable chair. "And most effective." "Also the most expensive," added the silver-haired woman. "And worth every credit, Claire," Lucia replied. "Shall we get right to it?"
"I think so," said Tom. "You have probably figured out that this meeting is about a situation more complex than our usual fare."
"We worked that out," Lucia said. Tom acknowledged that with a respectful tilt of his head.
"Dockside and the towers are in a fairly stable place at the moment, almost entirely due to the solid work of your operation. Claire is correct to note that your rates are far higher than any other assets we retain for comparable operations in other places. And Lucia, You are right to point out that despite the expense, you still generate the highest value per credit spent. Gateways appreciates that your efforts in stabilizing a complex and volatile area create operational efficiencies for my division. If Gateways were to accept the task of maintaining a safe and profitable environment in Dockside, the costs in both money and human capital would be far greater than what we pay you for your occasional representation of our interests.
Dockside would not tolerate corporate muscle very well,
Roland rumbled from his chair. We could manage if it came to that, Claire said. Her voice was not unfriendly, though Roland could hear the steel in it. We don't doubt that for a moment, Lucia interjected with a knowing look to Roland. But why should you have to, right?
Exactly, Tom said. And that is what brings us here today.
He turned to Claire.
Claire is my counterpart in the Wayfair system, and Katrina is the project lead on our latest initiative, which is based in Wayfair for the moment. I'll let them explain the situation and our hopes for your involvement.
All eyes turned to the two corporate women. Claire spoke first. As you know, Wayfair is a growing travel and commercial hub. Currently, we are hoping to build it up into our secondary base of operations as a direct counterpart to Enterprise Station. It has strong commercial potential, and of course it is one of only 7 known polystitial Einstein-Rosen bridges.
It has multiple exit points, Tom explained. Most gates only have one.
We know,
Roland and Lucia said together. Good, Claire continued. The Wayfair cluster has 4 gates, each with at least 2 exits. Internally, we call these off-ramps. Technically, you can exit a gate trip at any point along the hyperspace tunnel, but if you somehow survive the mass energy flux, you just end up stuck between systems with nothing but 1,000 years of sub-light-speed travel to look forward to. If you don't take an off-ramp, one that interacts with normal space-time, she waved a hand for emphasis, well, then you're lost in space forever. More off-ramps is better, Katrina chimed in. Safe exits in different locations means we only have to build 1 gate to go to several places. Wayfair is even more of a nexus than Enterprise, which has only 2 polystitial bridges. Plus 2 static, Claire added. And that brings us to the problem. Katrina? The younger woman took over. While exploring the opportunities on Wayfair, our teams discovered something. One of Wayfair's off-ramps dumps into a pretty uninteresting corner of space. G-class main-stage yellow dwarf star, which is always promising, but nothing else of interest, mostly dead rocks and boring minerals that can be found anywhere. We surveyed it anyway, because bridges tend to connect and cluster. Katrina folded her arms on the table and leaned forward. We found a single planet with a breathable atmosphere. That's always a nice find, too. One problem, though. There is a goddamn prospector research station on it. Roland frowned.
How the hell did a bunch of prospectors get that far out?
Lucia's brain sorted out the answer first. They found an on-ramp. Katrina frowned. How did you come to that? The whole point of an Anson gate is to open one end of a bridge and adjust the mass energy distribution of the ship to exit at the correct space-time coordinates in one piece. You do that at the ends because the ends are where the bridge intersects with normal space-time. The connecting hyperspace tunnel does not, so you can't just pop into a bridge at any point you want. Lucia shrugged. I'm no physicist, obviously, but I think we all understand that the bridges are not roads. They're tunnels. You dive in at one end and shoot out the other. That is the basic version, yes, Stan finally spoke. But they're more like holes in a wall, where the wall is the 4-dimensional distance-mass-energy-time barrier between start and finish. The actual quantity of space-time between the entrance and exit is technically 0 at the point of gating. It's how we preserve time dilation and causality. No one cares, Stan, Katrina said with a wave of her hand. But thanks anyway. You were saying, Ms. Ribeiro? Well, if the prospectors had gated out to this new system, you would know, because you own the gates. Exactly, said Katrina. They built the first gate-capable ships, sure, but there are none of those on Prospectus, and no gates within jump distance of Prospectus other than the one they used to get there in the first place. We checked all of this. We know they didn't gate out there via Anson Gate or gate-capable starship, so that means they got however many thousands of light-years away via some other technology. Hence, an on-ramp of some kind. And hence our problem, Stan said with a nod. Lucia's smile was gone. If they know how to get into a bridge without a gate, who needs gateways? Stan interrupted before the conversation turned too ominous for a recorded business meeting. Gateways does not mind scientific progress or competition, and we remain confident that our services will still be important to mankind in the future, but...
Business is war, and to win a war you need intel on the enemy, said Roland.
Stan shrank in his chair. I'd hardly call it war. Roland's baleful glare silenced Stan before he could finish. Katrina rescued her coworker. I don't disagree at all, Roland. I also have it on good authority that you will be heading out toward a prospector colony on other business anyway. Gateway sees this as an excellent opportunity to employ a trusted partner for a little investigation work. Lucia held up a finger. Excuse me? We'll be heading to a prospector colony soon? How do you figure that? Stan recovered his composure. We understand you recently had a failed negotiation with a Mr. Proctor? Lucia nodded a brusque affirmative. Well, I can tell you that this Proctor individual was little more than a minor smuggler less than a year ago. Roland shifted in his chair.
He made noise like he was a real big deal, or his boss was, anyway.
With exotic new-tech androids, no less, Stan said. He went from frontier nobody to major criminal big shot in 10 months, and nobody knows how. You have a theory? Lucia asked. Omnicorp, Stan said. The disappearance of Arthur Inskip left them rudderless, but their connections to the criminal enterprise known as the brokerage gave them access to funds and assets the surviving board members have only just begun to understand. We think they are fronting a new criminal organization to draw you away from this job.
How did they know you'd try to hire us?
Omnicorp's intelligence apparatus is far more robust than we realized, Katrina said, and this time her anger could not be hidden. They beat us to you by 36 hours. Fortunately, you are not so easily bought, it seems.
Proctor misread my motivations, Roland replied with an ominous lack of emotion. I killed him, if that makes you feel better.
Now. Stan sounded rather nervous at Roland's lack of circumspection. He raised his voice to make sure the recording devices heard him. Gateways neither desires nor approves of lethal force in any negotiation. Your interactions with this Proctor fellow were not under the direction of Gateways or any of its... Can it, Stan? Katrina barked. Her voice brooked no argument and snapped with the hardened edge of authority. It sounded strange coming from someone so young. If you don't have the stomach for this job, go back to the management pool and look for a position in finance. She looked to Roland and Lucia. We think the competition knows about this prospector tech, and they have made it very clear that they are not playing by the accepted rules of fair business practice. They are coming for our throat, and they don't care how they get to it.
You still haven't answered the question of how and why we will be heading out to see the prospectors, Katrina.
The young woman smiled in a way that made Roland nervous. There was something familiar in that smile he could not place. Our intelligence apparatus is quite good, too. Lucia's calm chimed, and she jumped. Katrina pointed to it. You'll want to take that call. Lucia touched a finger to her earpiece and opened the channel. Go, she said, without taking her eyes off Katrina. Manny's voice crackled over the line, nervous and jumbled. Boss, you, need to head back to the office right now. We have a, guest? He insists on seeing you, and I gotta say, I think you need to see him too. On my way, Lucia said. She closed the channel to address the others. This conversation is not over. Of course not, Katrina said. We'll talk more when you finish your next meeting. Chapter 8. Roland could almost pass for human when he wore civilian clothes. However, no quantity of tailoring would ever completely hide the fixer's excessive musculature or freakish proportions. He looked like a caricature of a man, a cartoonist rendition of a comic book superhero or a monster from a gothic romance. Never was this image more striking than when he stood close to those who would normally cast an imposing figure themselves. The man beneath Roland's sardonic frown stood to average height at best, though his width made him appear shorter. His thick arms poked out from short sleeves, revealing ropes and knots of synthetic muscle. His skull looked like a block of granite atop his tree-trunk neck. The cropped field of silver-white stubble on his head framed a face made of badly tanned leather, and he met Roland's disapproving gaze with what could only be described as boredom. At more than 80 years old, Commandant Christopher Pike still looked every inch the elite augmented fighting man. He wore his dozens of facial scars with absent pride, and a bulky bionic monocle filled the empty socket where an organic eye used to sit. Thousands of strong and competent soldiers across the galaxy lived in fear of ever seeing this man on the battlefield. Next to Roland, he looked like a child. Beady black eyes stared down at Pike, while Roland's enormous bald head swayed back and forth, as if considering something unpleasant. When he at last spoke, Roland's voice rumbled like the treads of an armored vehicle crushing gravel.
You took 2 gates in a 48-hour ferry ride to tell me about a distress call?
The old mercenary squinted his good eye upward. They didn't fix up your ears when they added all that armor and muscle, son? Pike curled a lip. Did I pick up a stutter somewhere nobody got the balls to tell me about? Pike looked to the other people in the small office. Lucia sat at her desk with a look of bland amusement on her face. Manny avoided Pike's gaze and his question with equal enthusiasm. Mindy reclined across a stuffed chair and merely smiled her saucy best at them both. Pike folded his arms across his chest and looked at Roland like a man eternally plagued by the incompetence of morons. Bet your rusty ass I did all that. Now, with that extremely basic concept out of the goddamn way, can we perhaps move on to the why of my sojourn to this leaking asshole of a city you live in?
Commandant, Roland rumbled, we are not on your base. I am not one of your soldiers. I've had a very long day, and I'm not in the mood to play soldiers and sergeants with you. Maybe you can turn down the drill sergeant routine for me and get to your fucking point.
Well now. Pike glared up at Roland with his organic eye. The cybernetic monocle over the other socket whirred. Looks like Corporal Breach here doesn't cotton to my tone. You all growed up now, Breach? Roland did not answer. He just stared. It was an evocative stare, the kind of stare that spoke in eloquent volumes about dire consequences for aging super soldiers who failed to read the room before choosing their words. Fine, Pike muttered. I probably do spend too much time spitting at the recruits. Sometimes I forget how to talk around civilian pukes. He looked past Roland. But you all ain't so civilian. Am I right, Lieutenant? Lucia looked up and made a show of blowing the magenta stripe of hair off her forehead. She rolled her eyes at the Commandant like a teenager sassing her old man. I'm not one of your soldiers either, she said, honorary rank notwithstanding. I don't hand out rank on a goddamn whim, Ms. Ribeiro, honorary or otherwise. I'm just too crusty to be all nice about it. Any fucking who. I'm here on business. Does that make everybody feel better about my dearth of social graces? Lucia's smile beamed warmth and sincerity. Of course, Commandant. Roland just hasn't had enough morning mocha yet. It's never good to poke the bear before he's had a few gallons of caffeine and sugar. What about the Venusian kid? Pike squinted at the long-haired young man. He looks ready to shit his diapers. Manny is fine. You just scare him a little. Manuel Richardson finally met Pike's eyes. She means a lot. Pike guffawed. Ha! I like you, kid. Tell you what, I'm gonna let you date my niece. What? My niece, you little shit. I'm giving you permission to date her. You as deaf as the big idiot over here? Leave me out of this, Roland droned. Pike's monocle whirred and spun, focusing on Manny, who appeared to shrink before it. You like girls, right? Yes. Why he phrased this as a question, Manny would never understand. Good. Better start eating more, though. She's got standards, and you're kind of skinny. Manny gulped. What is happening? The opportunity of a lifetime, kid. Treat her nice, or I'll kill you. Manny could only manage a horrified whisper. I am so confused right now. He looked to Lucia, his eyes pleading for rescue. She seemed more than happy to let his discomfiture continue. In desperation, he switched his silent plea to Roland's blank face. Roland was merciful.
"Business?" he said with a sigh. "Please, just get to business."
Pike took his relentless mechanical stare off of Manny, who wilted into his chair with audible relief.
"Right. Well, 2 weeks ago, my office received an aid request from the prospectors."
Roland scowled.
"Prospectors? Those weirdos? What a staggering coincidence."
"Yep. Gateway's got to me, too. Fuckers know everything. Any fucking who. It seems that the galaxy's foremost egghead assholes have found themselves in a spot of trouble. If those elitist pricks are begging for help, then it must be bad, right?"
"What's the problem? Pirates?"
"Nah." Pike shook his head. "They've been handling pirates on their own for decades now. Damned if anyone knew how a bunch of pacifists managed that, right?"
Pike sniffed and rubbed his face.
"Well, that's part of the story. It turns out they built themselves an android that has been thumping any marauding scumbag that finds its way to their empty-ass piece of space. They call it the Sleeping Giant."
Lucia sounded confused. "Wait, the snooty enclave of pacifist scientists built a weapon?"
Pike nodded. "And they ain't keen to have that little bit of hypocrisy getting around."
"Shit," Roland said. "If they called you and it's not about pirates, then I can only assume this android is on a rampage."
"And they said you were dumb," Pike replied.
"Why do you need us to help scrap a big android, Pike? Seems like the sort of thing that's right in your wheelhouse."
"Well, of course I don't need your help to shit-can one lousy battle bot. I can punch it through the bedrock with kinetic impactors from orbit any time I want to. Shit, I bash more drones, droids, and bots before lunch than you have in your whole damn career, Breach. My problem is that I'm not so goddamn sure it really is a battle bot."
"I am completely lost now," said the blonde assassin. "What are we even talking about if it's not an android?"
Pike smiled. "Bit of a story in that one, Mindy. I'll try to keep the words small so as not to lose you."
Mindy smiled back, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Ain't you just a peach?" she said in an exaggerated country drawl.
"Mindy?"
Lucia's tone held a warning. "No killing the customers."
"As if she could," snorted Pike. "I've seen a dozen assassins already this month."
"Bet I'm the prettiest," Mindy quipped. "And no one ever sees me unless I want him to."
"I've heard," Pike said with an affable grin. "Anyway, those prospector fucks told me their defense droid was on a rampage due to damage taken in a fight. Some part of its AI got corrupted or some bullshit like that. So being the prescient motherfucker that I am, I jumped out a Donner boot and had it scope the bastard from orbit. I'll tell you what, kids, that thing ain't on any kind of rampage. I've seen AI rampages plenty of times, and this thing does not fit the mold at all. Rampage? Fuck that. I rampage harder than that thing when I don't eat enough fiber, for fuck's sake. When Bernie doesn't get a bonus, now that's a goddamn rampage. Hell no, kids. This bastard is taking concerted, tactical, premeditated military action against that colony."
"Must be one good AI," Roland said. "Military grade? Something experimental?"
"I might have gone along with that except for one thing," Pike said. "I got history with the prospectors they don't remember. When the bastards left this system all those decades ago on their lonely journey of discovery or whatever, they took a military liaison. They didn't want to, but the government made them do it. The first Anson Gate wasn't even built yet, and there was no way the Planetary Council was going to let anybody discover anything strategically interesting without their grubby fingers in it. As luck might have it, I knew the guy who drew the short straw for that job. John Chapman was my old captain. Led my unit back in the old days when I wore the same shit-green uniform Breach used to."
"And?"
Roland did not follow Pike's logic.
"And that quote-unquote rampaging android is maneuvering and degrading that colony exactly the way Captain Jack would have. Chapman was efficient. He liked to bring the enemy down with little cuts and jabs. He'd spread defenses thin, hit them in production and logistics assets for a while before striking a decisive blow when the Op 4 was weakest. I watched that bot at work for 11 days. This thing is chewing his way through their supply infrastructure like he has a goddamn plan written by Captain Jack himself.
What does that look like? Lucia asked. Her eyes were glazed in the way everyone knew meant her brain was hard at work filling in blanks none of them had even seen yet.
It took 3 out of 4 fuel cells down at a power plant. Never touched the last one. Left just enough juice to keep the lights and the heat on and not much else. Then I watched it trash a bunch of food production facilities without damaging the storage areas. Never touched a civilian or broke anything so bad folks might freeze or starve.
It's setting a clock, Lucia said.
Exactly, Pike replied. They can't make more food, but they'll survive on the stored supplies for a while yet. The clock is now ticking.
But for what?
Roland asked. It wants them to call for help, Lucia replied. Her eyelid had developed a slight flutter.
Pike's eyebrow rose. She is good, Breach. I told you she was.
And you think Chapman is directing this bot?
Roland asked. Christ, you're obtuse, Lucia said with a huff, her trance broken. He thinks Chapman is the android.
Fuck.
Fuck indeed, Breach, Pike said. And I'll be damned if I'm going to drop a tungsten rod at Mach 50 onto that thing if a good man is locked inside it. If those zealots are lying to me, if they've turned Chapman into a full prosthesis against his will... Pike paused for effect. I am going to be very, very put out.
And you think bringing another cybernetic war machine into this mix is the best way to help?
You and I both know what happens to a human mind when it's locked in a metal casket for too long, Breach. Your whole development program was about preventing psychological instability in full prosthesis cyborgs. Fixing that problem is why you exist.
Fuck you too, Roland said.
Lucia gasped. You don't want Roland at all, do you? You want my father.
If Chapman is in there, then hell yes, Pike said. Dr. Ribeiro is the expert on this sort of thing. He fixed up the grouchy corporal here. Pike gestured to Roland. And if there is any chance of saving my old captain, your daddy is it. But don't you fret, I won't expose your old man to any danger until I'm sure.
You really think the prospectors would do that to Chapman?
They have a real dim opinion of soldiers, ma'am. They don't think much of anyone who is not a scientist or engineer, really. Let's just say it would not surprise me one little bit if they did.
Roland looked to Lucia.
What do you think, boss?
I think we need to talk to Dad, but as long as the good Commandant can pay his rates, I see no reason not to help him investigate this. Gateways wants us all out there anyway.
Might be nothing, Pike said. Maybe Chapman helped program the AI, and that's why it's so damn tactical. Maybe I'm just seeing old ghosts where there's only shadows. But I got a bad feeling about this job, and aim to find out either way. He winked at Lucia. And yes, my credit is good.
All your ex-wives haven't bled you dry yet? Mindy said, with a snicker not at all subtle.
Never missed a payment, Pike fired back. And money well spent, I might add.
Did Gateways read you in on their interests?
Oh, hell yes. We can expect a whole shit ton of Omnicorp interference on this run, I suppose. My android hunt is supposed to be the cover for you guys while you sort out what the hell is really going on with Omnicorp and the prospectors. Prospectors hate capitalists as much as they hate soldiers, so I can't imagine it's a team-up. I'm charging extra for the hassle either way.
Pike seemed to sag a little, and deep lines around his good eye hinted at his age.
I do not believe in coincidence, troops. There is too much convenient bullshit happening at once. I don't like it. My guts tell me that once we peel the covers back from this clusterfuck, what we find is going to have your Venusian kid sleeping with the lights on for weeks.
Great, Manny said from his desk. I was just getting over the nightmares from our last outing with the privateers.
It's good for you to see the galaxy with real shooters, kid, Pike said. Little action is good for you. If you're going to marry my niece, I need you to up your game.
Manny shook his head. Marriage? Shooters? I was talking about the food.
Pike winced. Yeah, well, that's probably good for you too. Campaign rations are engineered to be nutritious. Flavor costs extra.
So we're just going to dive into this mess then? Mindy did not sound enthusiastic.
This feels like something that, I don't know, government should be handling. Lucia acknowledged her point with a sympathetic frown. You're not wrong, but have you seen what we are charging gateways? She sucked air through her teeth in a pained hiss. We might be able to buy our own planet after this one. Roland rumbled his own twisted version of a chuckle.
Maybe I'm just a dumb grunt, but I didn't know numbers actually went that high. It's like nobody at Gateways understands how zeros work when they come before the decimal point.
Glad to hear it, Pike said. Then I don't gotta pay you.
Us, no, Lucia agreed. But my father's hourly rates are terrifying. He has an uptown penthouse to pay for.
Damn it, Pike mumbled.
Lucia beamed her warmest customer service smile at Pike, who winced in response. Don't worry, she cooed. I'll get you the friends and family discount.
Peachy, said the grouchy mercenary.
Boss, Mindy interrupted, her voice curt. Marty's just pinged us. There's a problem at the Smoke and Wreck.
What kind of problem? Roland asked.
The kind that has Marty calling us for help.
Who's Marty?
Pike asked, a confused scowl on his face. Roland stood and cocked his head at Pike.
Fancy a beer, Commandant?
Pike's confused scowl deepened.
Do I got a pulse? If so, then yes, I'd drink a beer.
Let's go, Roland said. Once we see what has Marty worked up, we can get a drink then.
Chapter 9.
This is not good.
Connor Freeman wiped his brow with a clammy hand. Even though he was seated in his climate-controlled office, the air felt thick and hot. It was all in his head, he knew, but the persistent sheen of sweat on his face remained unaffected by his half-hearted attempt at clearing it. Too late he realized that he was fidgeting in his chair, revealing to anyone watching just how scared he was. A silent rebuke flashed across his thoughts. A neuropsychologist of his stature should know better than to let his amygdala run roughshod over his cognition in so obvious a manner. He looked over to the other man in the room, setting his face in a steel mask of scorn and academic condescension. In meetings of this kind, where he faced the stern disapproval of the management team, fear needed to be controlled. He met the black eyes of his opponent and infused his voice with gruff confidence he did not feel.
We screwed up. Not just a little miscalculation, either. This is...
He fumbled.
Catastrophic.
Settle down, Dr. Freeman,
said a gaunt man with a face worn thin by age and apathy. He leaned back in Freeman's other chair and folded his arms across his chest.
We are scientists. When things do not work to our hypotheses, we don't fall on the floor and weep like children. We pick up our tools and start over.
This is not some wayward experiment, Dr. Halstead.
It most certainly is, the older man interrupted.
With respect, sir, it's not.
Freeman would not be moved.
The death of Astrid Chapman was always going to be a powerful trauma to him. We've known it for years. She should have been protected, and barring that, her passing should have been handled by the psych teams. Even then, more than one of us warned you not to activate the sleeping giant ever again. Not after her death.
The management team reviewed your concerns, Dr. Freeman, Halstead said. We took them into consideration, too. But when the safety of this colony is in question, what choice do we have? We took the chance. Hindsight is wonderful, but in the moment a decision needed to be made. Now we must focus on the solution, not blame. We have secured the services of Pike's privateers, and we can expect those barbarians to handle our little oversight in short order.
Then what?
Excuse me?
Then what? What happens when the pirates come again, or the corporate mercenaries? Without the sleeping giant, we are helpless. No matter how brilliant we like to think ourselves, when word gets out about what we have discovered, there will be forces arrayed to take it from us. Forces that no quantity of intellectual superiority will be able to stop.
Halstead fixed Freeman with a measured look. Brows furrowed, fingers steepled, white hair slicked and combed back. The old scientist looked like a flint statue.
Every aspect of his demeanor wore hard edges and radiated cold determination.
"And you believe we in the management team have not considered this? We have, Dr. Freeman. There are plans in motion right now to manage the contingencies. Every single day we are considering new, more creative options. Options that you will be informed of when the time is correct. For now, we need you to focus on the job you have been given."
"That job cannot be done, Dr. Halstead. No matter how much you want it to be, no matter how many orders and briefs you submit, it simply cannot be done."
"Come now, Connor. That's just defeatist."
"It's reality," Freeman shouted. "What you want is impossible. What's left of Chapman's psyche is entirely intertwined with that ridiculously truncated priority matrix. A shabby, over-inhibited, incomplete mess that you," Connor jabbed a finger at Halstead, "insisted upon. I told you what would happen. Watanabe told you what could happen. She even designed a better one and submitted it. This could have been avoided."
"What she proposed was preposterous, and you know it."
"Why? Because it kept his mind intact? Does that seem like a preposterous idea to you now that he's dissociated exactly the way we all told you he would?"
"No." Halstead remained calm. "It was preposterous because she wanted to put the underdeveloped mind of a knuckle-dragging simian into an armature capable of defeating entire armies, with no controls or fail-safes. We are founded on the precept that scientific discovery is the highest form of human endeavor. To take what is essentially a state-sanctioned murderer and enhance his capacity for violence without severe limitations is antithetical to what we are as a society. He was given the tools he needed to protect us, and nothing more. That was the goal and purpose of the project, and Watanabe's dreams of true cybernetic synthesis were best explored on subjects of higher philosophical quality than that."
Halstead's ugly sneer twisted the ordinary word into an expletive.
"Thing."
Connor tried to swallow his disgust with his colleague. "I will not waste my time debating philosophical quality with you, Dr. Halstead. Quite frankly, I do not believe there is enough time left before the heat death of the universe to explain to you how poorly you understand the concept." Halstead raised his eyes to the ceiling, as if beseeching the heavens for relief.
"Ad hominem now, Dr. Freeman?"
Freeman's fear evaporated like steam. He had only frustration and desperation left. It made him petulant. "Stating scientific certainties is not ad hominem, Dr. Halstead. They are merely facts. Everybody with the knowledge and expertise to explain it to you warned you. Now you want to sit here and lecture me what is and is not defeatist about attempting to extract that damaged, degraded, and stunted matrix? What sort of philosophical quality are you demonstrating when you insist that your mistakes are my responsibility?" Freeman had forgotten to be afraid of Halstead, and the tirade flowed from his lips unrestricted. "There was a human being inside that thing for a long time, and we killed it, slowly, a piece at a time, and on purpose. Somehow, whatever is left of a bona fide military genius figured that out. Now you sit here, insulting me with your condescension and managerial doublespeak, as if this entirely predictable outcome is not your fault."
"That is enough, Dr. Freeman."
Halstead lost some of that icy calm. He gripped the arms of his chair hard enough to turn the knuckles white.
"The management team took every precaution and considered every probable outcome. Whatever happened inside that thing is nothing more than a fluke. And we do not make titanic leaps in scientific progress without encountering a few random outcomes. Where is your spine, Freeman?"
Halstead calmed himself with visible effort. He released the armrests and pointed a finger at Freeman.
"And let's be clear, Dr. Freeman. Captain Chapman was hardly a human being, was he? He is no more or less a tool and a weapon now than he was the day the Planetary Council thrust him upon us. His bones and muscles were mostly synthetic already. His mind conditioned to solve every problem it encountered with violence. Don't you dare lecture me about what we did to his body. We were hardly the first to mine that resource. If anything, we made him into a better weapon than the Expeditionary Force ever could. Spare me your relativistic ethics, Freeman. Chapman is exactly what he always wanted to be."
"That is a damnable lie, Halstead." Freeman had lost his battle with his emotions. all precepts of civility and professional detachment dissolved like morning fog. We destroyed his mind, Halstead. No, worse, destroying it would have been a mercy. What we did was subvert it. I want you to look me in the eye right now and tell me that's what he wanted. Do it. Prove to me you have neither the maturity nor the ethical foundation to lead this colony.
You do not make demands of me, Dr. Freeman. If the colony wanted your paper-thin morality to dictate our path, you would have been selected for management. We are fortunate that your emotional weakness is a known quantity, or who knows what horrible future your brand of leadership might have doomed us to. As for Chapman's mind,
Halstead made it clear exactly what he thought of that, with a dismissive wave of one thin hand.
I'd hardly call what he had a mind, Freeman. Chapman's brain was mediocre on its best day. We recognized the potential of his body and instincts, and enhanced that potential 10,000-fold.
That's obscene.
Halstead chuckled. No, it is the truth. We are founded on the principle of intellectual meritocracy, Dr. Freeman. You yourself have benefited from the obvious superiority of this system. If Chapman had submitted to the assignment batteries, where do you suppose he would have been placed?
Freeman did not take the bait. The meritocracy is supposed to be an organizational structure, Halstead. You've confused it with dogma.
Semantics, Dr. Freeman, and I have no intention of getting into this debate again.
That is because you cannot perceive the difference between cognitive dissonance and hypocrisy.
Halstead's face clouded over. That is quite enough, Dr. Freeman. Whether or not you approve of the management team's decisions is not relevant. Our philosophical differences are even less relevant. The team has decided that the sleeping giant memory core and priority matrix are essential items, and we need a plan to extract them without anyone from Pike's group knowing about it. That is your job. Period. End of sentence. End of discussion. The biotechnologists have assured me that the hardware is designed to survive orbital bombardment up to the 10-kiloton range. It seems unlikely that Pike has enough imagination to do anything beyond a kinetic impactor from orbit, so retrieval should be easy enough.
Retrieval is not the issue. Securing the black box will be the simplest part of this whole ridiculous operation. What's inside, on the other hand, is not so easily acquired thanks to the exceptional wisdom of your sacred management team. That priority matrix will not survive a transfer, Freeman said, his tone flat and cold. It is integrated into Chapman's personality matrix, as any successful hybrid brain will be. The whole point of the hybrid is to enhance AI with human creative problem-solving techniques.
I know how it works.
No, you don't, Halstead. It's not a question of wires and switches. The heuristics employed by human brains have never been duplicated. The best we can do is strap them to our best computers and let the one drive the other so both perform better.
Freeman paused for a breath.
That AI has been learning and growing in tandem with Chapman's brain for almost 40 goddamn years. I'm telling you, as fractured as it is right now, it will fall apart completely if you try to separate the AI from the organic template. The best we can do is mount it as is into another armature or store it forever in a closet.
He paused for effect.
Or we can do the humane thing and smash it with a hammer and live with our private shame forever.
Watanabe could have done it.
Watanabe left us, Halstead. She left because you and the management team would not listen to her. More of our best and brightest leave every year because of people like you.
Halstead's nostrils flared, and his eyes narrowed. Then what, Dr. Freeman, do you suggest we do? What great wisdom do you have to bring to the table? Or perhaps you just want to bandy recriminations about like a useless politician?
We tell the truth. We ask for help. There are experts out there who have experience with these types of systems. Maybe Watanabe can be convinced to return. Johnson is dead, but there is always Ribeiro.
Halstead looked aghast. Ribeiro? Are you insane? He is a drunk and a war profiteer. The very thought of it is repulsive. He shook his head. Help? Experts? Have you lost your mind? We are the experts, and we have not asked for help from anyone in decades. Not to mention the scandal.
Which one?
Halstead blinked.
Freeman twisted the knife. "Are you referring to the scandal of the prospectors building a weapon, or the scandal of us murdering an old woman to hide our latest discovery?" Halstead's lips quivered, and his eyes held Connor's for a long time. "You should be more careful with your theories and hypotheses, Dr. Freeman. That kind of accusation could lead to censure and expulsion." Connor tried to hide the apprehension that returned to his voice. There was no turning back now. "No, it won't, Halstead. I know too much. I know about your fake pirate raids, and I know that you have been dealing with Omnicorp." Halstead did not move. His eyes bored into Freeman with icy intensity. Freeman let it sit for a moment, trying and failing to read the other man's reaction. He forged ahead, throwing all caution to the winds and betting his fate on the strength of a bluff. "The best you can do is murder me as well, and I've taken precautions to ensure that such an eventuality will go very poorly for you and the management team. You would be amazed at how much proof I have hidden away. I'd have exposed you already if I did not love this colony more than I disapprove of you and your decisions." "You would blackmail us all, then? Threaten the future of our whole colony, not to mention our way of life, for spite? Not very evolved of you, Dr. Freeman. I cannot find your beloved philosophical quality in so base a tactic." "As I said before, Halstead, you would not recognize it if I slapped you with it, so let's focus on the part you can comprehend. We screwed up. The first step in getting out of a hole you've dug yourself is to put the shovel down. Stop with the lies and machinations. Accept the mistake and get the help we need to fix this. So far, Chapman—" "The sleeping giant," Halstead corrected him. "Chapman has not killed any of the Ag Labor Group or Mechanical Labor Group." "He killed Creighton." Freeman relaxed. Halstead was nibbling the bait. "You and I both know why he did that, Halstead. Don't insult my intelligence by belaboring known quantities. Other than Creighton, he is showing incredible restraint. More specifically, it looks like he is employing a strategy." "Preposterous," Halstead guffawed. "He can barely parse outcomes beyond immediate tactical considerations. We made sure of it." "You think you made sure of it?" Freeman fired back. "The data says otherwise. Chapman is methodically destroying our ability to self-sustain and nothing else. There is a reason for that."
"And that is?"
"He has a plan, a goal, a victory condition he wants to achieve." Connor rubbed his forehead again. "The question is, what victory condition? The statisticians tell me he could level enough of this colony in 11 days to make it uninhabitable if he operated at his full capacity. He is not. He is poking at us, bleeding us a little at a time without killing us. I think I might know why."
"Do tell."
"He is forcing us to call for outside help. I assume it is part of some larger strategy."
"I think you may be giving him too much credit."
"You're not giving him enough," Connor fired back, "because you refuse to accept that a soldier can be intelligent. Apply the scientific method, Halstead. The evidence is obvious if you can look at it without bias."
"I see only evidence of a broken AI behaving in an erratic manner."
Connor forced himself to calm down again. Halstead's obtuseness felt deliberate at this point, a ploy to keep him angry. He took a big breath and tried again. "Here is some context, then. Most of Chapman's memory is fractured, yes, but the sleeping giant AI has been paralleling his neurological activity for decades. Where his organic brain is failing, the AI is stepping in. It uses what it has learned to reinforce the areas that are broken. It was always designed thus."
"I know. That way eventually Chapman would be gone and the AI is all that would remain."
"Benefiting from his experiences, yes. All those logical shortcuts that his brain uses to make good tactical decisions have to be learned by rote, as by definition they bypass complex or formal logic. Chapman remembers what to do in a given situation, and does it not because he has calculated all variables, but because his brain can model the probable outcomes without them." Connor could not hide the exasperation from his voice. "That's the part the AI cannot do. If the armature is doing things that seem erratic to us, It is because Chapman's heuristics are still allowing it to skip the calculations we think it ought to be making. How are you not seeing this? He is still every bit the soldier he was in life, even if he can't remember much of that time. Some part of the original template is still intact. I can't figure out how either, but there are no other more plausible conclusions to be drawn from the data."
Freeman saw the doubt in Halstead's answering frown and sighed.
"You seem to forget what he was like before the armature. I remember it well."
Connor again forced himself to calm down. His growing frustration with Halstead's tedious objections threatened his ability to reason.
"When I was 9 years old, I saw him leave the southern dome in the middle of the night with nothing but adaptive camouflage and a vibroblade in his teeth. He returned before dawn with enough guns and armor to defend Thermopylae. The labor teams found the corpses when the sun came up. Chapman killed 14 heavily armed pirates that night and came back with an arsenal. He ate a large breakfast and then went to the morning meeting with mud and blood still on his boots."
"One mad dog killed a bunch of lesser ones. Your child's brain overestimated the difficulty of the task is all."
Connor actually smiled at this. "You don't know anything about combat, Halstead. Thanks to the sleeping giant, I've had to learn a lot about it. For years, Chapman routinely outmaneuvered the enemies of this colony despite being outnumbered and outgunned every time. I question your scientific objectivity if you refuse to understand the statistical anomaly that data set engenders."
Hitting Halstead in his scientific arrogance was always a good way to unnerve the man.
"I'm not arguing his talent, Dr. Freeman, but we still had to fit him to an armature eventually. He was not that magnificent."
"Statistically, he should not have survived most of his excursions in the first place. His survival and success rates were entire orders of magnitude above any statistical mean you care to construct. Chapman did not receive an armature until his 21st sortie."
Freeman jabbed a finger in Halstead's direction and snarled,
"Your logic is flawed."
"And you believe that an old soldier's memories and our carefully constructed AI have preserved his tactical acumen to the point he is manipulating us?"
"Why wouldn't they? No one revoked Chapman's clearances before now, so he has enjoyed full access to our security systems and infonet all along. There isn't a single shred of information anywhere in this whole colony that the old soldier could not get to any time he wanted to, Halstead. That includes communications. He's probably well aware of whatever you've been talking to Omnicorp about."
This drew a twitch from the older man's lip, a tiny wobble that emboldened Freeman.
"What a stupid mistake, huh? We all assumed his brain was shot, and the AI needed all that access to be an effective weapon."
Freeman leaned into the word, just to make Halstead squirm a little more. It worked.
"Now just think about that. Some little bit of Chapman is still rattling around in that matrix, hiding itself because it knows you'll kill it the minute you find it. What do you think it does every time you wake him up?"
Halstead's nod was slow as comprehension set in.
"I suppose it probably looked in on his wife's condition straight away."
"Exactly. I bet he checked on his wife before anything else. Then he probably scanned the entire security network for intelligence out of habit. It would be just like a military man to assess his situation before going out on a mission."
"If your theory is correct—"
"Is it so hard to believe? Can your pride not stomach that?"
Halstead ignored the goad, a sure sign that it had worked.
"And you believe he wants us to call for help? Something is still afoul in your analysis."
Halstead held out his hands in surrender.
"We've already called Pike's privateers. His plan will seem very strange when a 5-ton tungsten rod falling at terminal velocity destroys that armature."
"That is what has me nervous. Pike's mercenaries are too competent to fail in destroying one rogue armature."
Connor hated to cede any ground, but Halstead had a point.
"See, your hypothesis is immature, Dr. Freeman."
Halstead stood up.
"And this conversation is over."
He walked to the door as if all that needed saying had been said.
"If the sleeping giant wants us to call for help, then he is getting his wish. A wish that is certain to be the end of his reign of terror."
Or yours, Freeman spat back. But Halstead was already gone.
This is Audible.
The Edge of Doom, The Fixer, Book 7. Written by Andrew Vaillencourt. Narrated by J. Ben Markson. This has been The Edge of Doom, The Fixer, Book 7. Written by Andrew Vaillencourt. Narrated by J. Ben Markson. Copyright 2021 by Andrew Vaillencourt. Production copyright by the Slide Rule Group, LLC.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Epilogue. They're running. Fleming sighed and rubbed his face with both hands. And you are sure you can't catch them, Miranda? His cabin was as spacious as any on the ship, and he enjoyed a bunk large enough to stretch out on. He lay there now, with a datapad in one hand and a cold coffee in the other. Sloane stood in the hatch, looking down on him. Not a chance. That thing is ridiculous. It must be half-engined to move the way it does. I was sure we could get those impactors off before he zoomed in and shot us, and look what happened. Fisher suckered me good, and it cost me almost all my launch tubes. And you suckered him. One tube was all you needed. We got lucky, Alex. I don't feel lucky, Miranda. I now have to decide whether or not to blockade the gate and deal with the gateway's armada, or let them get away with what they took. This was always going to end in a war, Alex. Wars are expensive. Gateways has access to a lot of ships, too, probably more than Omnicorp can afford to hire. He sipped the coffee, winced, and put the mug back down on his bed table. I need to do something. The prospectors will never give us that gate tech without leverage, but I'm not so sure a massive battle at the gate is the best play. Sloane stepped into the room and closed the hatch. She went over to Fleming's bunk and sat down on it. She scowled at the coffee and asked, Is that technology so important to Omnicorp? Why not let the prospectors sit on it if they don't want to sell? It's not like they are any more likely to let Gateways have it. Oh, Gateways will get it. If we don't grab it first, they'll definitely get it. If you think for 1 second they won't play just as mean and hard as we did, you are in for an ugly surprise, Miranda. Omnicorp needs an edge, a boost. We are hanging on by a thread, and that thread will not hold on for another 2 quarters. All the big players can sense it, and they are just waiting for us to fall. We need a game changer. The ability to traverse the bridges without a gate will pick us up while knocking gateways down. We can't survive without it, and they can't survive if we get it. It's war now, Miranda. So act like it then. You can't win a blockade, so let this batch go and hit gateways somewhere else. Hit them where they are weak. This is first-year strategy, Alex. You don't want a massive galactic shooting war? Fine, don't start one. Hurt the enemy some other way. I suppose you have an idea or two, O mighty and wisdomous Sloane of Arc? Gateways does 2 things, Alex. They run gates and they run docks. Gates are guarded by mercenaries and warships. Docks are guarded by cops, customs, and tax attorneys, Fleming said, a lopsided smirk twisting his face. And where were these fixers from again? Dockside, said Fleming, warming up to her idea. And where do you suppose they are going with this leverage you so desperately need? I get it, Miranda. Don't beat it to death. Set your course for the gate, then. I'll tell Halstead we are still on the case, and he should try not to lose control of his management team while I'm at it. I'll give Pike a head start, she said. Don't want him to think I'm chasing. Good call, said Fleming, sitting up. No sense pushing them too hard. Let them think they've won, for now. The next step is to get people to Earth that can do what we need done. I have just the man for the job, too. Extraordinarily talented, very effective. A legend in some circles. Anyone I know? No, just an operative of a former partner, now a freelancer. Seems he and his employers suffered from a philosophical falling out during one of our previous joint ventures. Sloane cocked an eyebrow. This guy going to be reliable? With these philosophical differences, I mean. When I tell him who the target is, I suspect he'll be extremely amenable to any arrangement we offer him." "That is my favorite kind of amenable," Sloane said with a smile. "Are we still in business, then? Because I have invoices." "Oh, yes, Miranda. We are very much still in business."